Author's S note, so here's the skinny you chumps. A friend insert is similar to a self insert, except that the former has zero knowledge of the setting they're being oh so gracefully shoved into, unlike the latter. In this case, LuckyChaos is the friend insert while I am the one writing everything and everyone else. Basically, his character gets thrust into the events of Tokyo Ghoul and has to blindly maneuver them himself, completely unable to see the path to the golden ending like a self-insert would. Naturally, the requirement that the Phi be ignorant is key. As such, spoilers for Tokyo Ghoul are absolutely, 100% not allowed within the thread outside of a spoiler tag. If you want to talk about spoilery stuff, make sure to spoiler tag it. Spoiler/spoiler. You know how it is. Anyway, let us get into it and enjoy watching Lucky become a totally harmless person. Dash. 6 lights glared through the darkness. His abdomen, a voice, unclear and coming from a shadow just off to the side of the ring of lights. Intestines, shifted the voice continued, seemingly uninterested in the lack of response from whoever it was talking to. And transplant her organs into him, it's they. Feel. Thing. Heart rate has stabilized. A new voice, a woman. It felt like an age since the last time anyone had spoken, leaving him with only the vague feeling of awareness and the dull sensation of the light burning into his eyes. The operation was a success. Operation? What's going? Whatever it was, at that moment it didn't matter. Finally, darkness claimed him, and the light left him alone to rest. Smell returned to him first, the strangely familiar and clinical scent of a hospital filling his nose. Then came touch, covered in something soft and laying on something about halfway comfortable, followed by sight. Any vitality that he had was gone, replaced with a tired ache throughout his entire body. His head stung with a headache that came from behind his eyes, and his mouth was as dry as it could possibly get. Beside him came the sound of movement. A woman shot to her feet, dressed in a nurse's uniform and with her hair tied back. She didn't say a word, shooting off out of the room the moment she realized her patient had returned to the waking world. He watched her go with a dull look, then let out a raspy groan as he sank into his bed. The hell had happened? Did he get into an accident or something? He must have hit his head, since he couldn't remember. The last thing he remembered, what was it, had to be discussing his sister's upcoming 21st birthday with her. They were talking about going into Chicago, going bar crawling with all of their friends and cousins. After that, nothing. The fuck happened? He grumbled, licking his dried lips. In the moments he spent coming to his senses, the nurse returned and with an older man in tow. The patient awakens, he said, stepping into the room and briskly moving over to the bed. His English was accented, to say the least, and he clearly wasn't local to the Chicago area. How do you feel? Can we get you anything? He asked, a gentle smile on his aged features. The nurse looked ready to move off at a word's notice, carrying a worried expression. He licked his lips again. Water would be nice, please. And the nurse was gone. There was an odd moment of silence before the older man continued. Do you speak Japanese, sir? He asked, his accent rather suddenly absent. It would make the next part much easier, the man said, looking to the clipboard in his hand. The nurse could be heard a door away, turning a tap and letting the water flow. He quirked a bushy eyebrow at the odd question. Not, really, no, he answered slowly. Why do you ask? Aren't we in Illinois? The doctor blinked, tilting his head ever so slightly at his response. But you understand it? He asked, looking just as confused as his patient for a moment, only for the next question to blow any previous confusion into full-blown concern. Illinois? I'm sorry, sir, but we are quite far away from America. This is the Kanu General Hospital, Tokyo's 20th ward. What do you last remember, sir? Do those locations sound familiar? He asked, his accent still absent. The patient stared blankly at the doctor, opening his mouth and then closing it. Slowly, the cogs in his mind turned, struggling to process just what the hell he'd heard right then. Tokyo? The most time he'd ever spent there was 20 minutes in an airport, waiting for a plane to Bangkok. He never even saw Japan itself, since it was in the dead of night, too. Just what the hell was going on here? I know what Tokyo is, the patient responded quietly. Keep calm. Keep calm. But I don't know the rest. He shook his head, then looked at the doctor with pleading eyes. What happened to me? How'd I end up here? The doctor's kindly smile returned, clearly in response to his patient's growing anxiety. You were found at the site of an accident. It looked like you were attacked, but the person you were with was killed by construction beams which dropped from a crane. The police are treating it as an accident, but I suspect your injuries were inflicted, he said calmly, looking back to the clipboard. Significant blood loss, damage to your right kidney, missing part of your shoulder, broken ribs. He listed off. It was no small amount of work to keep you alive, but we got there in the end. Your shoulder may give you some problems as you get used to the graft, and your ribs have yet to heal completely, but you're alive. We replaced your kidney with the deceased's. A perfect match, luckily for everyone involved, he finished with a bit of a chuckle, trying to keep the mood as relaxed as possible for his patient. What's your name, sir? Meanwhile, the patient's blood had run completely cold. His stomach dropped upon hearing someone he was with. Who could it have been? Doug? Alex? Miranda? Oh God, was killed, and it only got worse upon hearing the injuries he'd taken. Shoulder graft? Kidney replacement? What the fuck happened? Why couldn't he remember? I don't, he barely managed in a halting voice. I don't. He took a deep, shaky breath. The person I was with, who were they? What did they look like? Ms. Kamishiro was a young woman. Black hair, wore red glasses, very pale. Was she someone you knew? The doctor asked. The nurse returned with the water after what felt like forever, but they had only been talking for a few moments. She approached the patient carefully, holding out the glass of water to him. Robotically, the patient took the glass. I've never heard of her, he answered, feeling himself calm down upon confirming it wasn't one of his friends or family. Still sucked that someone died, but... Sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. If anything, we should be sorry. We weren't able to find any form of identification on your person, so we were unable to actually call anyone close to you to inform them of the incident, and you've been unconscious for 3 days. If you want, we can see if we can find something, once we have your name, he said. The nurse backed away to stand beside the doctor, her hands folded across her front. The patient took a sip, until he realized he was really damn thirsty, so he hastily gulped down the whole thing in one go. He then gave them his full name. The doctor made note of his name, letting out an affirmative grunt. Trevor, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Kanu Akihiro. Akihiro is fine. We'll have a look around, and if we find anything you'll be the first to hear. Until then, you should rest. The world isn't going anywhere, and you're still alive. Relax, Dr. Kanu said, reaching over to pat Trevor on the shoulder gently. Let us do the worrying for you, at least until you're out of those doors. Okay, Trevor nodded. Thank you, sir, for helping me out. I really have no clue what's going on at this point. It's likely a result of the shock. Your body and mind have been through quite a bit. Give it some time, and I'm sure things will become clear. I'm going to get started on getting in contact with a family member of yours. If you need anything, just call for a nurse. Most of the staff here knows some English, and you can understand us perfectly fine. We'll figure it out as we go along. 2 days came and went. Despite coming out of a life-threatening situation, Trevor felt strangely good. The ache which troubled him after first waking up was, for the most part, gone, and his shoulder wasn't acting up. His ribs in particular just felt normal. Yet the food in front of him disgusted him. He hadn't felt that hungry over the 2 days, but there was never a point where food should taste as disgusting as it did. Miso soup tasted worse than skunked ham's beer, which usually tasted like liquid cardboard to begin with. The rice, miraculously, tasted like someone dipped sprinkles into literal shit, even though they were supposed to be tasteless. And good lord, the tofu. It felt like he was chewing raw whale blubber. Not that he'd had much experience with the stuff, but he strongly suspected that this what it was like. What was somehow even weirder than that was that now Trevor could understand, and apparently speak, Japanese quite well. After a few more awkward attempts, it became more clear. While he was thankful for the sudden, magical understanding of a language he'd never taken the time to actually learn, it was yet another freakish occurrence stacked on top of everything else. Dr. Kanu returned every day, giving Trevor an update on what he could find, which was not much at all. Trevor seemed to, at the very least, not be on any records as a tourist, but what he did find was unexpected. We have an apartment in your name, he said, sounding rightfully confused. He was under the impression that Trevor was a tourist, and here he had found that he apparently had a residence in Tokyo. In the 20th ward, no less. Not what I was expecting to find, if I'm to be perfectly honest. The doctor had proven to be a patient and understanding man, but it was clear that he couldn't wrap his head around this. I originally suspected that you had traumatic amnesia, but this would be a rather extreme case, the doctor said, rubbing his chin as he considered the situation. Right. Trevor drawled. And you found nothing about my family overseas? I gave you their address and contact info and everything. Dr. Kanu gave Trevor a regretful look, his signature smile fading. Trevor, as far as we can find, you're the only member of your family on any record. There are others with your last name, but none of them match the background you provided us with. I'm sorry. I can tell that you are being completely honest with us, but nonetheless, there's nothing to be found. Trevor threw his hands up in frustration. What the hell? He exclaimed. That doesn't make any sense. His stomach grumbled, prompting him to growl right back at it. And there's this. Is there any way the operation might have messed with my stomach or taste buds somehow? Because quite literally everything I've eaten has tasted awful, which makes no sense either. Kanu hummed, moving to take a seat next to the bed. The operation shouldn't have had any effect on your sense of taste. That's something that would have seen us operating on your head, and we were exclusively working below the neck, he explained, his expression turning thoughtful. Trevor, the mind and the brain very complex, as I'm sure you know. The current explanation that comes to mind is that whatever you went through has managed to, excuse the unprofessional term, mess with you to such an extent that, well. You understand, he sighed. You're close to full health, as far as I can tell. Your recovery was frankly, extraordinary, and I'm confident to say that I can release you. At this point, I'd advise going to the apartment registered in your name, and letting your head try to put the pieces together. Would you be okay with that? Dr. Kanu asked, looking none too pleased with the solution he offered. Ultimately, this wasn't something that could be resolved in a hospital bed. Trevor sighed, resting a hand against his bearded face. I don't really have much choice, do I? He groaned. I'll definitely need help getting there, though, I don't know my way around Tokyo at all. That can be arranged. Taguchi, the nurse you met when you first woke up, can take you. She doesn't bite, I assure you, he said with a smile. Tokyo's a large place, Trevor. Confusing at first, but you'll figure it out. Just focus on the 20th ward for now, and the rest will come naturally. As long as you promise to keep taking your immunosuppressants, I'm confident that we can have you out of the door in a couple of hours, Dr. Kanu said, his smile returning. He was doing what he could in a strange situation. Sounds Gucci, Trevor nodded. I'd like to have this figured as fast as possible, but I'll adapt in the meantime. He reflexively reached for his glasses before forcefully reminding himself that he neither had nor needed them any longer. That was yet another oddity, his vision was perfect now. He'd brought it up earlier, but all he got was the medical equivalent of a shrug, just like his taste issues. Honestly, he would have preferred keeping his sense of taste if it meant he'd still need glasses for the rest of his life. And maybe the speaking and understanding Japanese thing, too. Even if Dr. Kanu couldn't find any immediate answers to Trevor's problems, he could at least offer the man his clothes. They were in near perfect condition, besides some subtle repair work around the front for a tear around his gut. It wasn't that noticeable, unless it was under inspection. Taguchi eventually showed herself and guided Trevor to a car to take him back to the apartment registered under his name, and for the first time in a few days, Trevor got to experience fresh air. The Nerima ward was in the late hours of the afternoon, dancing on the edge of evening. The sounds of the city were beginning to kick into full swing prior to the incoming rush hour. They managed to beat the worst of the traffic, apparently. It didn't feel like it from the passenger seat. The drive was quiet. Taguchi herself seemed perfectly pleasant, just quiet. She was still working, after all. Eventually they arrived at the apartment complex which Trevor apparently lived in. It was a tall building made to house hundreds of people, a signature part of living in a city as large and developed as Tokyo. Taguchi led him up to the third floor of the complex, handing over the keys once they reached door 352. With a polite farewell, she left him to his devices. The Kanu General Hospital wasn't too far from the apartment, a 40-minute walk at a brisk pace, so he could pop in and see them as needs be. Oakley dokley then, Trevor murmured under his breath as he fiddled with the keys and unlocked the door. Let's see what we see. The apartment was rather sterile. No posters or decorative pieces to speak of, but it had all a single person could ask for in an enclosed space. The small kitchen area was a part of the living space, separated by a low wall, and the bedroom was a snug fit to say the least. The bed looked unused, and the desk had nothing on it other than a lamp. Yet, in the living room was a fully packed bookshelf, some titles in English and others in Japanese. All in all, it was just an apartment. One that almost looked like a television set, a bit too immaculate to be real and lacking some sort of spark to really make it seem like a person lived there. At least there was a television. This does not look like a place I'd call home, Trevor noted, peering around. He always preferred personalizing his living space, whether it be with Godzilla posters, an old bottle of Kraken black spiced rum, or various other items. None of that to be seen here. This was a place to fall asleep, and little else. He looked around for anything that might give a clue to how the hell he ended up in Tokyo. Nothing. No notes, no numbers, nothing. Frustration only grew at the utter lack of anything meaningful. Suddenly feeling the need for fresh air, he hastily stepped over to the window and opened it to gaze out at the city. Nerima, it was called, the 20th ward. He was never a big fan of cities, finding them too claustrophobic for his liking. He was fine visiting them for a day or so, but any longer and he'd get fidgety. Trevor glanced downward, and to his pleasant surprise he saw an actual garden surrounded by the apartment complex. He instantly felt a desire to go down there and sit for a while, hopefully collect his thoughts, and he walked off to go to it. On his way down Trevor ran into a few residents of the apartment, from the occasional kid coming back from school to a few of the older residents. They greeted him politely enough, but it was clear that there was some surprise. Nerima wasn't much of a tourist location, and there weren't that many foreigners who lived in the area, nor did it seem he was a familiar face to them. Still, they didn't cause him any trouble. The garden itself was well maintained. The 4 benches inside it were positioned as to give those sitting a perfect view of the planters and the plant life that grew from them. They were mostly flowers, but at the corners of the garden court were magnificent yet small cedar trees. It probably costed more to maintain the garden than most of the building. Sitting among the garden, the sound of the city distant and behind the walls of the complex, there was a moment of peace. It was shattered by the smell that reached his nose, and the immediate hunger that it brought. His mouth began to water as the scent of freshly baked, buttered soft pretzels with just a hint of garlic filled his nostrils. It was like he had been in a desert for weeks, and only just realized how thirsty he was. The smell became the oasis, and he could almost feel what direction the smell was coming from. Out through the lobby, and onto the city streets. He was overcome with the desire to eat. Once onto the streets, he realized that the smell almost seemed to surround him, only to a lesser degree. As he followed the main aroma, the people passing him also seemed to give it off. Man. Woman. Girl. Boy. Dyed blonde hair, dressing. Lovely thighs, like a meaty drumstick. He kept going. He was close, and he could feel it in his gut. He turned a corner into an alley, a cramped space which was unlike the ones one might find in America. There was barely any room for him to walk without scraping his shoulder against a wall. The sun had set just enough that it made seeing down the length of the alley difficult. It was coming from there. There was no doubt that it was right in front of him. For the first time in days, he could smell food for the first time in days, not corrupted by the flavor of fermented trash water. And then, he found it. A girl stood before him, dressed in a school uniform, shaking something off of her hand. It splattered up against the walls. Around her feet pooled red with the texture of cranberry sauce. Thick and bitty. It didn't smell like cranberry sauce. She looked over her shoulder, her eyes as dark as the shade that surrounded her, a red point focusing on him with equally crimson cracks spreading out from it. The girl blinked rapidly with her visible eye, looking at Trevor as if he just walked in on her doing something only somewhat strange. What? She asked, turning to face Trevor. An absurd thought came to him. On one hand, she was kinda cute. On the other hand, she held an arm. Just an arm. Lifeless and rigid, with blood still freshly dripping from where it was cleanly severed. You want some? She offered the arm out to him like it was an aria on the playground, and he was hard-pressed to say no. LuckyChaos Reaction Theater. LuckyChaos, oh good, now I get to roleplay myself as an actual fucking cannibal now. Pangolin, believe me, Lucky, that'll be the least of your worries soon enough. Author note, this may have some spelling errors because brew I am tired. Dash. However she appeared was eclipsed by the lump of flesh in her grip, offered outwards to him. The palm of the removed hand was calloused, Trevor noticed, and the hair on the forearm did nothing to make it look any less appealing. The scent only grew more intense as he stood there. The sight alone was a spark, igniting something in Trevor's head. A haze of desperation, comparable to fight or flight, urging him forward to the black-haired girl and snatch the arm out of her hand. It was a kind of hunger unknown to most people, usually kept sufficiently fed from their birth, but it became clear that it was starvation and all the instinctive desperation that came with it. Trevor would have liked to have lived up to the idealistic version of himself. The innate revulsion of consuming human flesh surged like bile up his throat. It was wrong. Eating his fellow man, it was wrong. Disgusting. Evil. But he hadn't eaten in days. Everything had tasted like utter garbage, making him want to puke with every attempted bite. So, even though a lifetime of right and wrong continued to eat away at his conscience, decrying and accusing him, Trevor snatched the forearm and bit into it with surprising ferocity. His taste buds lit up with utter delight as the raw flesh filled his mouth. Blood dripped down his beard, but he eagerly licked it off. An almost primal instinct had taken over, transforming the man into something feral. Finally, he wasn't hungry. He was more than halfway done with the arm when he stopped. The bone had been trivial for him to tear through, leaving only a sad stump of meat in his hands. He blinked rapidly, staring down at it. Good thing I wasn't hungry. The girl muttered, looking across at him with a hint of unease. She didn't run, or even seem disgusted, just mildly horrified at how messy an eater he was being. What? Trevor breathed, horror rising in his voice. What's happening to me? The girl blinked, flicking her eyes from the mauled stump that was once an arm to Trevor's bloodied face at. She took a step closer. The unease vanished, and was replaced with a cautious curiosity. You're a one-eye, she said, her own visible eye narrowing dangerously. Still, she didn't appear to be getting ready to attack him. And a foreigner, she said, noticing the obvious. You've never eaten before. Her hands became fists at her side, body going rigid. Whatever a one-eye was, it wasn't something which seemed to lower her guard. And no, I don't. Trevor frantically looked between the stump and the girl, thinking so quickly he could barely process anything. I just ate human flesh. She's calm. One-eye? Human flesh. Human flesh. I haven't. All right, she sighed, giving him an exaggerated shrug, shutting her eyes momentarily. Look, I don't know what kind of ghoul gets away with not eating, but it doesn't matter. Can you stay here while I make a phone call? She asked, her body language relaxing upon seeing how close to the edge Trevor appeared. She didn't feel threatened by him in the slightest. I'm not really sure how to handle this, she muttered, already reaching into the pocket of her jacket to grab her phone. She turned on the screen, and her focus turned to it. Don't run off, all right? The girl sounded almost disinterested, like this was work for her rather than a murder. It was all Trevor could do to simply nod numbly and sag against the alley wall. The stump fell from his hands, hitting the floor with a sickening wet sound. He looked down at his bloody hands and clothes. As if trying desperately to maintain some sense of normalcy, he absurdly thought, this'll be a bitch to clean. It did little to calm his panicking nerves, but the dull thought of doing laundry managed to keep his mind off the matter at hand. Somewhat. The girl blew some of her hair out of her face before bringing the phone up to her ear. A few moments passed, and she seemed to snap to attention. Ah, it's Tuka, she said, turning to face away from Trevor and only glancing back at him for half seconds, as if expecting him to try and make a break for it. Yeah, I'm still coming in. Just, yet. I have a problem, the girl, Tuka, began to pace a little as she talked. I ran into a one-eye manager. He's new, I think. Silence filled the alley as Tuka came to a halt, her eyes fixed on a wall for a few moments. Right. You sure? I don't think he's right. Of course. I'll be there soon. She hung up and returned her phone to its pocket. Finally, she faced him once more. You good to walk? She asked. Trevor groaned and pushed himself off the wall. Yup, he answered dully. Great, she responded, matching him in the emptiness of her words. Tuka began to lead Trevor deeper into the alleyway, between and around buildings, noticeably avoiding any open areas as she did so. Walking around with Trevor in his messy state forced her to think of a route with as few people as possible, reducing the chance of getting spotted. She paused every now and then, either humming or tutting, before continuing. What's your name? She finally asked awkwardly mid-walk, breaking the drawn-out silence between them. There was no polite etiquette for this kind of situation, it seemed, even for the girl who didn't seem to mind that Trevor had just made a snack of a man's arm. She looked normal, despite that, like she was just a regular black-haired teenager who had just come out of school. Trevor, he answered, clearing his throat. And you're, Tuka, right? Trevor, hey. She hummed. That's right. You're not from around here, right? American or English? I can't tell, Tuka said, taking them into another alley. Once they reached the end, it opened up into a small lot at the back of a few buildings. The one directly in front of them had the distinct smell of coffee coming from it. Beside it was a driveway for delivery trucks and cars to fit into the lot. People passed by at the other end of it, but they were so far that they paid no mind to Trevor and Tuka, not noticing the state he was in. American, he grunted in reply. Woke up in Japan a few days ago in a hospital with no memory as to how I got there. Apparently I moved here recently. He shook his head. Since I woke up, any and all food tastes like utter shit. At least, until. He trailed off, self-consciously wringing his hands, still caked in drying blood. You know. While Trevor talked, Tuka had moved over to the back of the building in front of them, knocking on the black painted door. You've eaten other things? Like human food? She asked, turning to face him, looking baffled by the very suggestion. And you were fine. Yeah. Trevor said, blinking ghoulishly at her. Tasted like rotten lard, but I was able to swallow a bite or two. Somehow. That's normal. But you said it like that was new for you. She paused, her eye widening. You were human, Tuka said, her tone taking a chilly turn. Trevor noticed her change in demeanor and immediately tensed up. And then one word in particular hit him. Were. He echoed, his hands clenching and unclenching nervously. Past tense. Tuka moved towards him until she was staring up at him, looking like she was only a moment away from snapping. I bet it sucked, she started, a quiet fury in her voice, to not be able to eat your normal food. What did it feel like, to have to eat that old man back there? Did it compare to something like cake? Humans seem to really like cake, but I can't tell. It tastes like crap to me. Trevor's eyes widened as the realization finally dawned on him. That girl wasn't human. It seemed so obvious, now, but. He went through all his life thinking humans were the only ones like themselves, on Earth. Sharing the planet with another species, one that fed on humans. On the one hand, actually meeting beings like that was a dream come true to a nerd like him. On the other hand, though. Well. The issues were self-evident. It tasted. He gulped, guilt creeping in. Heavenly. Like freshly baked soft pretzel, all buttered up and dipped in garlic. Trevor let out a groan. God, did he wish he could taste it again. Cake is, good, he offered weakly, trying to get his mind off it. Or, was, anyway. I preferred cookie cake, personally. Tuka's glare remained firmly in place for all of a few seconds before she just seemed to deflate, her anger floating away. She brought her hand up to her brow, sighing. She opened her mouth to say something, but the door she knocked on finally opened, saving Trevor from any further dressing down. At the door stood a tall, older gentleman in a formal waiter's uniform, one arm crossed behind his back and the other still on the handle of the door. A gentle smile rested on his wrinkled features, his eyes seemingly shut. Tuka-chan, the man said, drawing her attention to him instantly. She snapped around to face him. You're unharmed. Good. He bowed his head slightly, sounding relieved. This is the one then. He turned his head slightly to Trevor, seemingly appraising him despite having his eyes shut. He's weird, Tuka said, sounding exhausted already. Yeah, no argument there, Trevor thought with an internal sigh. Now. You only just met him, there's no need to be so judgmental, he said placatingly. No need to stand around outside. Come on in, both of you. He gestured for the two to enter. While Tuka seemed to have a sort of edge about her, the old man was positively tranquilizing. The contrast was interesting and all, but Trevor had a bit more on his plate currently than wondering about the dynamic between the two, ghouls, Tuka had called them. A name he was familiar with, but had entirely believed to be a fictional concept. Up until now, obviously. The old man, the manager if Tuka's earlier phone call was anything to go by, guided Trevor to the front of the building, and the smell of coffee only grew stronger. It was a cafe, a positively pleasant one at that. There was a relaxed air to the place, but it appeared that there were no other occupants other than the three of them. Take a seat. You're in no danger here, I promise you. The manager gestured to a stool at the cafe counter, moving behind it and turning on a kettle. Tuka-chan, could you go upstairs and grab one of the nicer cups for me? The teenager looked between the manager and Trevor, uncertain. You sure? The young man is scared, not dangerous. I will be fine, Tuka-chan. That was all the reassurance she needed, or she simply didn't want to press the point. She left through the door they had entered the cafe from, A staff only sign resting on it. I hope she did not give you too much trouble. Young ghouls tend to be rowdy, at the very least, the manager said, moving his hands behind his back. Okay, Trevor responded, slowly sitting down in the offered stool. He looked around, fidgeting uncomfortably where he sat. So, ghouls? I've heard of them before, but I thought they were just myths. Jinn or demons from Arabic folklore, or something like that. We are very real, I assure you, the manager chuckled. But calling us a myth, I believed are to be somewhat common knowledge. Are ghouls uncommon in America? I was under the impression that the US had its own ghoul authority, he said, his gentle tone letting through hints of curiosity. Trevor lifted his hands up and gave the manager a confused look. Never heard of ghouls being considered actually real all my life, he answered honestly. He nervously scratched his side. I really have no clue what's going on anymore. Sir. Please, Yashimura is fine. This is most unusual, though, but I believe it is best if we focus on getting you a cup of coffee first, before your circumstances. I cannot imagine they have been easy, he said, his eyes opening ever so slightly. He sounded nostalgic, if only for a second. He went about readying the coffee, not missing a beat in his movements. The sound of Tuka coming down the stairs reached Trevor's ears, and then she came through with a cup set. White, with gold accents. The manager accepted the set with a thank you. And a few moments later, a cup of coffee was before Trevor, as dark as it gets. Try this, and tell me how it tastes. Tentatively, Trevor took a sip, then proceeded to happily guzzle it down. To his complete and utter joy, it tasted and looked like actual coffee, particularly good coffee for that matter. Thank you, he breathed, wiping his mustache of lingering liquid after setting the cup down. It tasted delicious. He blinked, and then frowned. It was coffee, right? Unless the beans have become something different from this morning, then yes. I said he was new, but I didn't mean like this, Tuka said from beside Yashimura. She hadn't looked away from Trevor, still looking suspicious of him. Is this even possible? I'm just as confused as you are, Trevor said, giving the girl a pointed look. Actually, probably more so, since I still don't actually know what a ghoul is, or why you keep calling me a one-eye. Are Cyclops real now, too? The last question was a bit more sarcastic, admittedly. Tuka snorted at the question, the ends of her lips threatening to turn upwards for a split second. Rather than respond with words, she reached into her other jacket pocket, taking a small mirror from it. She flipped it open and turned it to Trevor, showing him the reflection of his face. One eye. Trevor's left eye looked as hers had when he first saw her. Black had completely replaced white, and his iris was an intense and almost glowing red. Similar red veins spilled off from the iris, which continued onto even his skin. It looked like his eye and the area around it was threatening to crack. The other eye remained, unchanged by his experiences. I wish. A Cyclops would at least be something different. What the? Trevor murmured, inching closer and prodding the area around his eye with shaking fingers. Jesus Christ, that looks disgusting. But it doesn't hurt, or anything. He trailed off, transfixed by the horror show that was his own face. The manager didn't respond immediately, taking a few moments to consider his words. Riz, he finally said, looking at Tuka pointedly. You recall that story in the news, the construction site accident? Tuka decided to actually slide the mirror over to Trevor, her attention grabbed by the manager. Yeah, one dead, the other in hospital. What's that got to do with? There was an organ transplant, done without the authorization of the deceased's next of kin. Trevor flinched, connecting the dots already much to his chagrin. It was her kidney, he replied quietly, leaning back. Miss. Crap, I can't even remember her name. A woman with red glasses, I think. Tuka stared at Trevor, shock clear on her face. A surgery made him a half-ghoul? By accident. So it seems. Kami Shiro was her name. Kami Shiro Riz, the manager's expression turned neutral as he mentioned her name. Your circumstances are very unique. I did not get your name. I'm Trevor, he answered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Trevor. This is a confusing situation, no doubt. But there was something I was told as a child, and that was to eat an elephant one bite at a time. In somewhat poor taste, given our circumstances, but there is truth to it, he said, looking at Trevor. There was a sort of sadness him. It is the role of those who work at Anteiku to help ghouls in need, and I do believe you qualify. He looked at Tuka, giving her a smile. Good call. She pursed her lips. Does it really count as helping a ghoul? He lives in both worlds, Tuka-chan. Not neither, he said, turning his smile to Trevor. It looks like you've eaten, but I think you could use some more. At least enough to hide your eye. He gestured to the eye in question. It should return to a more presentable state when you're satisfied. Unless you'd rather we hide it. Trevor drawled, glancing between Tuka and Yashimura. Look, I really, sincerely, appreciate you guys doing this for me. The only reason I'm not crying in a corner is because you were both kind enough to help me. He hesitated. Well, that, and I'm pretty good at repression, he admitted. But anyway, before anything else happens, can you please tell, precisely, what a ghoul is? See? New. Like, new as new gets, Tuka said, leaning against the counter. Yashimura hummed, taken back by Trevor's apparent ignorance. Not that it was his fault. He maintained his smile either way. I suppose it is best to say that ghouls are the predator of humanity. We live off of their bodies, and they are the only viable source of food for us. Cannibalism between ghouls is an option, but it simply doesn't taste that good, Yoshimura said, trying to add some levity to his voice. Naturally, as the predator of humans, we tend to be stronger, faster and more difficult to harm than a regular human. You may have noticed while you were eating, but I believe that it is meant to take some effort for a person to bite into another and come away with some flesh. For us, it is trivial. There are other details, like our kagun. He pat his back. A predatory organ located on our backs, but that is the quick description. What a kagun is may very well be a whole different conversation. Usually humans tend to know something, you know, Tuka said, looking at Trevor strangely. Weird. You're actually the first human I've met who doesn't know what a ghoul is. I told Yoshimura while you were gone, but before this all I knew about ghouls was that they were supposedly monsters from Arabic myth, Trevor told her. Now though. He nervously touched his back. I'm in a country I don't remember entering, recovered from an injury I don't remember taking, and now, apparently, not really human anymore. I have absolutely zero idea what to believe at this point. Tuka looked like she was about to say something, but she glanced at Yoshimura. Oh. Sorry. I guess that's pretty rough, hey. She said, seeming to have come down from her earlier defensiveness and caution, if only a little. That is one way of describing it. Trevor, you have no memory of the incident, nor of how you came to Japan. The director asked, although he continued. Most unusual. It is unfortunate that this all happened at once. It may have been easier to manage, if you had recollection of how it came to be, but... The manager trailed off for a few moments before finding his track again. I will not sugarcoat it for you, Trevor. As it stands, you will constantly be in danger. The life of a ghoul is brutal and often short. We are hunted, and most hunt in kind. It is best to not be alone, in these circumstances. Manager. How would you like to come work at Anteiku? At least until you have some direction. Trevor blinked, looking at him with surprise before, despite himself, let out a snort. I was actually going to ask if you guys needed help around here, he admitted. Partly to pay you back for helping me out so much, and also because, I'd honestly prefer to not be alone with my thoughts right now. After a moment, he nodded. I also have an apartment I don't remember buying, and no job to pay for it. So, yes, I'll work for you. Thank you, sir, Tuka, he finished, inclining his head gratefully. Tuka blinked, caught off guard by the thanks. She huffed, and turned her head away, looking mildly pleased with herself. It's our job. You're just lucky it was me you bumped into, and not some other ghoul. Luck or job or whatever, you still helped me out a lot, Trevor insisted. I'm pretty much alone out here, with no friends or family in Japan at all. Seriously. Thanks. Tuka didn't respond, probably just not trusting herself to say anything. Yoshimura chuckled, reaching across the counter to rest his hand on Trevor's shoulder reassuringly. The older man didn't seem to have a sinister bone in him, his very presence as relaxing as the cafe he ran. When faced with Trevor's plight, he almost seemed eager to help him, even going as far as to offer him a place to ground himself. It was an act of charity that would likely be hard to find even among humans. Consider yourself with friends. Now tell me, what do you know about brewing coffee? So. Trevor started, his arms folded as he leaned against the table and waited for the coffee to finish brewing. He looked over the black-haired girl who'd been instructing him up until then. What's A1I, exactly, in ghoul terms? Tuka blinked at the question, bringing a finger to her chin and inclining her head upwards as she considered her answer. It wasn't a question anyone really tended to ask, if her reaction was anything to go by. I guess they're just, half humans, half ghoul. She said, her answer hardly sounding all that confident. I don't really know enough. They're sort of a fairy tale, you know. Tuka's instruction had been a bit difficult to adapt to, mostly because she clearly wasn't much of a teacher. She sort of just showed Trevor how to make coffee, then expected him to mirror her without much explanation. It was a far cry from the manager, who had shown him once before needing to go tend to other business on the second floor, leaving Tuka and Trevor to continue with the lessons. Her coffee was good, though. I only really heard of them from my dad, when he would put us to bed. I don't think I've ever heard of an artificial one though. Interesting, Trevor murmured, his focus shifting between the girl and the coffee. I'm, actually pretty intrigued by what kind of fairy tales ghouls tell each other, he admitted. But I can hear about those later, if you're game for that. He paused, considering her words further. So I'm a bit of an unknown, then. If someone told me that I'd be meeting a one-eye, let alone one made from an operation by a doctor, I'd tell them to go eat dirt, she said bluntly. You're unknown, yet. We don't really have any standards for when it comes to dealing with people like you. The manager says you're a human and a ghoul, rather than neither, but I don't know. It's a bit harder than just saying that you're both. Tuka sighed, folding her arms as she sat on the counter. Not the best conduct for a barista, but there was no one else in the shop besides them to complain about it. I'm not sure about it, honestly. It kind of gives me the creeps, the idea that humans can make half-ghouls. She dodged the fairy tale point, Trevor mentally noted. I suppose I'd be a little creeped out too if I heard about homunculi being a thing, he agreed with a shrug. But yet, I can see how my, situation would be hard to define. I don't feel that much different from a regular human, aside from, when I'm hungry, he murmured. Though I don't need my glasses anymore, so that's nifty I guess. The hunger of a ghoul isn't anything to scoff at. It can make us do stupid things, and you lose a lot of your reason. That's kind of what happened to you earlier, I think. If it wasn't, then you're a really messy eater, she jabbed, a smirk tugging at the ends of her lips. But that glasses thing is weird. I know ghouls who wear glasses. She paused, tilting her head. Maybe it's something to do with you becoming a half-ghoul which fixed them. We heal up pretty well, but I've never seen someone repair their eyes if they were damaged in the first place. Toka leaned back a little, looking up to the ceiling. This whole situation was as new for her as it was for him. Her earlier coarseness had faded somewhat, replaced with a polite casualness with the occasional jab in his direction. Something he'd taken good-naturedly, being no stranger to such jokes at his expense in the past. Good thing you don't need them. You'd be 3 eyes, then. Trevor snorted at the lame joke, appreciating the attempt at humor for what it was. And wouldn't that just be terrible, he drawled in a dry tone. Ghoul names don't need to be intimidating, you know. It'd just be funny. Toka hopped off the counter, brushing off her behind. You know what ghoul names are, right? She asked, not certain of what he might know. So many questions. I'm gonna assume they're aliases of some sort, Trevor guessed. Maybe related to some unique trait depending on the ghoul. Kind of. The CCG tends to stick labels on us, if they don't have our actual identities. We wear them with pride, most of the time, but some of us don't like to make the association with the name. Trevor's head quirked curiously at the mention of the CCG, something he hadn't heard of until that point. Toka seemed to pick up on it, bopping her palm off the top her head with it. Right. Forgot, you're sort of new to everything. The CCG are, they're hunters. Commission of Counter Ghoul, I think it stands for. Their goal is to kill us, or apprehend us if we're important enough. Territory and gang conflicts are only the second most notable reasons for ghoul death, with ghoul investigators in the mix, she said, almost looking through Trevor rather than at him as she explained. A human can't really stand up to a ghoul, even the weakest of us, but they're the exceptions. Trevor pursed his lips, slowly nodding along to her words as they soaked in. Right, Yoshimura had said ghouls were hunted in kind, which meant he would be now, too. A life on the run, romantic as it might have sounded, Trevor didn't much care for having to always watch his back. Paranoia was never really his thing. Not that he had much choice anymore on that front. Then what's your ghoul name? Trevor asked, wanting to move the topic along for now. Rabbit, she answered, puffing her chest out and looking proud of it. Unrated, right now, but that's because I've been avoiding any incidents with the CCG. That's what's expected of us here, at Anteiku. We're the mediators of the 20th Ward's ghoul population, and we don't want draw too much attention from the CCG. Riz the one you got your organs from was making it kind of difficult. She trailed off momentarily, pursing her lips, unsure of her next words. I'm actually kind of glad she's dead. She was a glutton. I get the feeling I might have learned that firsthand, Trevor spoke quietly, reflexively reaching for his shoulder, where the new graft had been placed. He shook his head to dismiss those thoughts. But Anteiku are the mediators. Now that's a role I can get behind, he said emphatically. That worked with his sensibilities quite nicely. He then let out a small giggle. Also, Rabbit. I like it, it's pretty cute. Toka glared. Then why'd you laugh? It's not a funny name. Rabbits are great, she huffed, folding her arms across her chest. We make sure that each ghoul in the 20th Ward has their territory to hunt in, and we provide for those too weak to hunt themselves. We're not a strong ward, like the 13th Ward, so someone has to look out for them, she said, sounding pretty into the whole idea of looking after weaker ghouls. If you think you're well suited, then we can introduce you to Imo. For some reason, that didn't sound like a good thing. Trevor quirked an eyebrow. I think that's a very respectable thing to do for each other, he told her seriously, noting how clearly important it was to her. I can't imagine it's easy, but I'd be happy to help you, especially since you've been good to me thus far. After a moment's hesitation, he added. And I got nothing against rabbits. I laughed cause I thought it was fitting was all. She nodded along with Trevor, frowning. It's not easy. It's hell, living like this. The manager might say something different, but living every day on the edge isn't something I think any of us want. All we can do is make it so that the edge isn't as close, but it's always there, and we can always fall off. She paused, looking away from Trevor and to the coffee. Shouldn't you have poured that like 2 minutes ago? Trevor regarded the coffee and sighed. I guess the Q&A session about how my life will be going from now on kinda took my attention, he confessed, moving to pour it, if only to get the process down. It did. You can't get distracted on the job. Each cup of coffee has to be made with love and attention, pour yourself into it. She chided, but for some reason, it just sounded like something she regurgitated from the manager. Dash. The evening eventually came to a close with the manager returning from the second floor, carrying some clothing over his forearm. It was Trevor's uniform, incredibly similar to Yoshimura's own. He was assured to not worry about the sizes, because he could always get a replacement for anything that didn't fit. Apparently, he had a good eye for sizing people up. The final lesson of the day was the manager showing Trevor how to lock up the front of Anteiku, a simple process which only took about 10 minutes, including locking the tills and other important areas of the store. Toka had left an hour before the final lesson due to having homework to do. After that, Trevor was given a time to come back, 6 sharp, and a phone number to contact the manager on. Trevor found it a little odd that ghouls would even go to school to begin with, considering that both Yoshimura and Toka impressed upon him that ghouls were doggedly hunted. He supported getting an education, of course, but it felt like there was something of a disconnect there. Toka had already left by the time he thought to ask her, so he decided to ask about it later. Tokyo took on a very different feeling, with the knowledge of what ghouls were still fresh in the mind. Was it even safe to be out there at night? Was it safe to be anywhere, if some ghouls could even go to school? Despite that, getting back to the apartment was done without any issue, ignoring how out of place Trevor was compared to the rest of the city. It was Friday, and the sidewalks were still relatively populated in Nerima. Nobody bothered him. Once he was in his apartment, Trevor let out a long, drawn-out breath and leaned against the wall, running a hand through his curling brown hair. Right, he said dully to the empty air. I ate a human today, didn't I? The words hung in the silence, repeating in his mind. It was absurd to think about, really. Having conversations and learning how to do mundane things like brewing coffee helped keep the insanity at bay, but now, alone with his thoughts, he'd forcefully become a cannibal. Trevor's knees felt unsteady, and he slid down until he was sitting on the floor. He kept on staring, wrapping his mind around what had happened. He was alone, in a foreign land with none of his trusted friends and family to support him. Hell, he wasn't even sure he wanted them anywhere near him now, considering. If he went into a frenzy near them like he had today. He didn't want to think about it. Ghouls. The CCG. Territories, Kagun, hunting grounds. All these terms and more were suddenly deathly vital to his life. Such as it was. Thank God Anteiku took me in, otherwise. He shook his head. He'd follow the path set for him, for now. Work would keep him alive, keep him focused. The rest would come with time. With Yoshimura and Toka helping him out, he could at least keep taking steps forward. Hopefully, that'd keep him from breaking down. Dash. The morning eventually came, and then it was time for Trevor's first day of work at a ghoul cafe. Probably one of the weirder things someone could think, but it happened. By the time Trevor arrived, the front of the cafe had already been opened up, and lights shone through the windows. The winter mornings in Tokyo were pretty cold, but it wasn't snowing yet. Entering the shop was a welcome reprieve from the cold, already pleasantly warm. Behind the counter was an unfamiliar face. Dark hair, hazel eyes, and a slim frame. She had a passive smile on her face as she went about counting some notes in her hand before stashing them away in the till. She looked up as Trevor entered, a momentary look of caution flashing across her features before being replaced with realization. Oh, you must be Trevor. She said, moving from behind the counter and up to Trevor with a casual grace. She extended a hand out. Irimi Kaya. The manager will be busy today, so I'm in charge of the shop. Nice to meet you, Miss Irimi, Trevor said with a smile, shaking her hand. I'm, a bit new here, so apologies in advance in case I mess up something, he offered with a small, self-deprecating laugh. Irimi went to say something, only for another voice to barge into the conversation. We were all new once, my new cowherhe. But worry not, for you cannot ask for a better mentor than the devil ape. Devil ape is remarkably less cute than rabbit, Trevor internally noted. And a little intimidating. Leaning against the doorway leading to the stairwell with his arms folded and eyes shut was a man with a bulb-like pomp and a round nose, his body broad but standing on the shorter side of things, being around the same height as Irimi, a bit shorter than Trevor himself. Still, that didn't change the fact that he looked pretty strong in a natural way, not a gym goer, but he did a lot of hard work. That's me, by the way. But you can just call me, senpai. Call him Kuma, Irimi hastily interjected, trying not to look embarrassed at her coworker's manner. She was doing a convincing job of it, but not good enough. Trevor's lips curled up a little at that man's demeanor, appreciating the levity. Calling anyone my senpai feels kinda weird, he admitted. Almost as weird as casually calling anyone the devil ape. So, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Kuma, he said, inclining his head toward the well-built man. Kuma it is, Trevor. Kuma smirked, as if he had won that exchange, even though he came out of it not being called senpai. Ignoring that aspect of him, Kuma's pretty good around the store. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask us. Irimi gave Trevor a smile, bowing her head momentarily. Both her and Kuma were taking to him a lot easier than Toka initially had. For now, we'll having you watching the front with me. We have some customers coming through between 7 and 8, so it'll be a good way for you to get used to the work. Meanwhile, I will ensure that you both have enough stock to continue your work. Thank me later. Kuma turned around with a flourish before making his way downstairs. Irimi sighed, shaking her head. Idiot monkey, she said jabbed good-naturedly, in that way friends who have known each other long enough tended to. Trevor snorted. He seems like a real goofball, that's for sure, he noted, a nostalgic smile on his face. Reminds me of certain friends. He looked over at Irimi, who was, actually rather pretty, once he got a good look at her. So you and I are up here? Sounds Gucci to me. Irimi nodded, running a hand through her hair and keeping some of it out of her face. That we are. Before any customers show up, could you make me a cup of coffee? I want to see how yours tastes, she said, turning away from Trevor momentarily to check something at the till. No pressure. I want to know if it's better than mine. Ahoy, Trevor drawled. I can make a mean black coffee, so better watch out for that. But, Beyond that. Black's perfect, she interjected. If I take it white, then the milk will make me puke, so I hope it's as mean as you say. Trevor blinked, caught off guard by that comment until he remembered. Ah, right, he cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. I'd, forgotten about that whole thing. It'd just been natural, joking about how he could only make the most basic coffee. He hadn't even considered adding more to it would be bad for ghouls. My bad. MH? Oh, it's nothing. She waved off Trevor's little fumble with a soft chuckle. I was just joking around, anyway. We have to learn how to make things other than black coffee anyway, but you'll find that even black coffee can be made to taste exceptional, while you're with us. Also, how do you feel about making sandwiches? He shrugged. Unless you guys have a special way of doing it, I think I'll be okay handling that, Trevor told her confidently. Irimi mouthed a thank goodness. Great, because I cannot handle it. Kuma can and the manager can, but my tolerance is low. Strong nose. She tapped the side of it. That's good. We can cover our weaker areas, this way. Kuma's something of an all-rounder, I specialize in coffee, and you can probably make a sandwich better than I can. It all works out. She seemed genuinely relieved that she did not have to make a sandwich. What a weird world Trevor found himself in. Trevor nodded sympathetically all the same. Teamwork makes the dream work, after all, he quipped. My sense of smell has always been kinda crap anyway. Just leave the big mean nasty sandwiches to me, he joked. They are truly the worst. Pawning off work onto our kawaii. Kuma said, coming up the stairs with a tray of cakes and other baked goods. He squeezed into the counter area, and laid them out on plates. Yes. Absolutely, Irimi responded immediately. Trevor snorted at that, but otherwise didn't comment. How shameless of you, Irimi-kun. Your fear of the sandwich is truly a character flaw. Kuma said, holding his nose high as he squeezed back out. I simply recognize my weaknesses and adapt accordingly. Kuma looked at Trevor, a regretful expression on his face. I apologize for the savagery of Irimi, making you craft sandwiches. But I assure you, it will be a valuable experience in the long run. Fight on, my kawaii. Make those sandwiches and make me proud. With that, he was moving back towards the stairs. I accept this duty, Trevor said grimly, before allowing a small smile as he glanced at Irimi. And maybe I can even help you overcome your sandwich phobia, in time, he teased. Irimi continued to smile, her eyebrows raising. Your optimism is cute, Trevor. It is not a phobia if it is entirely rational. They stink, she said, going along with the teasing. But before you begin that quest, you have to make me a coffee. I have yet to judge your ability. I suppose every quest has a prerequisite of some sort, Trevor sighed dramatically. Well, no time like the present, then. Prepare to be wowed by my brewing of the most utterly basic of coffees. A couple of minutes passed until Trevor was handing Irimi his basic coffee. She took a moment to take in the aroma, and then sipped at it carefully, shutting her eyes as she sampled the taste. Not the worst, she finally commented, taking another sip. But not the best. We have something to work with, at least. She opened her eyes, a certain intensity contained within them. We'll make you a black coffee expert yet, Trevor. Cool, I'm adequate, Trevor nodded at her kinda sorta praise. The time passed after that with not much else to do, only a few customers coming in during the morning. It was during a lull period, before noon, that Trevor decided to ask a certain question he'd been wondering about. So, Irimi, he started, praying that it wasn't some sort of taboo he was stepping on. I kinda have to ask, how do you all get the, meat? The last word came out quietly and hurriedly, as if merely saying it invited trouble. Irimi paused in her cleaning of the counter, looking to Trevor for a moment, and then to the rest of the cafe. There was hardly anyone around, other than the odd customer by themselves, mostly older sorts. She gestured with her head to the door leading to the back, leading the way. Kuma. Cover the front for a moment. A simple task, for one such as I. Came the reply from down the stairs. Irimi took Trevor to behind the building, into the lot where Toka had initially lead him. So, the food? She asked, wanting to clarify. For our regular customers, I guess you mean. Yeah, that, he confirmed. What we eat. She hummed, nodding. We don't actively hunt anyone, for what we store in Anteiku. We find hot spots. You understand? Hot spots. Trevor repeated slowly. What, like places where no one will be missed, or? You know of Aokigahara, the suicide forest? It's like there, only on a smaller scale. They're all over Tokyo, if you know where to look. It's just a matter of cleaning up so the CCG don't begin monitoring the area as a hotspot. We have someone who goes out to them, collects and harvests what he can, cleans up, and then brings it back to be stored in Anteiku. That's Yumo. He's an employee of the manager, just not inside Anteiku. And with a place like Tokyo having the insanely high suicide rates that it does. Trevor's eyes widened as the details sunk in. That's pretty clever, he admitted, thinking it through. And, honestly, about as comforting as it can be. I would really prefer not having to hunt people down. He frowned, fidgeting a little and scratching his beard. It's better than the alternative, anyway. Thanks for letting me know. She waved off the thanks, smiling gently at him. It's no trouble, Trevor. You're right to be curious. There are enough ghouls in the 20th ward that either feel the same as you, or are simply not strong enough to hunt for themselves. We try to keep things peaceful, to the best of our ability. It's not perfect, but it's not something we can expect from creatures like us, she exhaled, looking momentarily tired before picking herself back up. Any other questions? Letting Kuma cover the front is good for him, keeps him from getting lazy. And kids laugh at him. Well, nothing quite so serious as that, Trevor said, suddenly feeling a little brave. But I'm admittedly a little curious about you, Irimi. Irimi quirked a brow, but shrugged lightly in the end. It cannot hurt, can it? If we're going to be co-workers, we may as well get friendly. Ask away. Dash. LuckyChaos reaction theater. Dash. After being told he can only drink black coffee. Lucky, my entire life has prepared me for living as a ghoul. Emotionally dead, barely registering the black coffee on hangover-filled mornings. 3 days went by, and life at Anteiku began to solidify. The faces of regulars began to imprint themselves in Trevor's mind, human and ghoul alike. There was one woman in particular who would come in early at around 7 in order to get some coffee, but she mostly seemed to do it in order to stop and talk with Kuma. In fact, a lot of human customers seemed to stop and talk with Kuma, and he was more than happy to converse with them. This hardly surprised Trevor. Kuma came off as the very sociable and charismatic type, generally fun and easy to talk to. When Yoshimura was working the front, he'd have Trevor on cleaning rather than helping in the kitchen behind the counter, but whenever Irimi was on the front she'd get him to help her out. Apparently the cleaning was Yoshimura's way of acclimating new employees to the feeling of Anteiku, and as a way to introduce them to the regulars. One regular which seemed to take to Trevor was a young man by the name of Hyde. A university student with a positively radiant personality, he came across as a bit of a friendly doof. Not as eccentric as Kuma, and certainly not as much of a show-off, but the similarity was there. Although it seemed like he was mostly there to talk to Tuka, he nonetheless seemed to enjoy conversing with Trevor over perfectly inane stuff. One topic he looked to Trevor for was Western music, which he seemed pretty fixated on. For Trevor's part, the sheer mundanity of everything since his turning was doing a successful enough job to keep darker thoughts at bay. He was kept busy constantly, and socially engaged himself often, particularly with Irimi and Kuma. Tuka and Hyde were more circumstantial since he saw them comparatively less, but he welcomed any distractions. He just needed to get his feet on the ground, he kept telling himself. He was lucky enough to have found good people. He'd figure it out. Somehow. Tuka, for her part, only came to work after school for a few hours at a time. Trevor tended to be working the front whenever she came in, and Wednesday was such a case. She entered, giving Trevor a polite smile as she moved over to the counter. Hey new guy. How's the battlefront? She asked, offering her school bag over to him. Gucci as usual, Trevor replied, taking the bag as if on autopilot and setting it behind the counter. The familiarity of the gesture had it barely register as a conscious action for him. Nothing too crazy today. How was school? Boring. Yoriko took his best friend, from what Trevor had been able to pick up, Dash kept trying to get me to eat some muffins she made. I think they were supposed to be great, but I just ended up tasting horse ass, she sighed, crossing her arms on the counter and putting her head in them. I was sick all of lunch, Tuka lamented, sitting back up after having a bit of a mope. But, it was an okay day. It was Gucci, she said, finger quotes and all. I'm gonna head to the back and get changed. I think the manager wanted to see us about something, too. Okie dokie, artichoke, Trevor said, suppressing a yawn. Let me know when he's ready for us. Will do, pudu, she shrugged, giving her best effort to keep up with Trevor's odd vernacular. I give it a 5 out of 7, Trevor drawled. And it only ranks that high because I'm pretty sure that's Hudus. 1, why 7? That's so strange. 2, you don't know it's Hudus, and I'll take that to the courts. With a huff she left Trevor to the front for a while longer. He laughed and shook his head, but otherwise let it end there. Anteiku was a peaceful place. The only time anyone really seemed to show any tension was when one customer entered an individual with a suitcase. He had been warned to discreetly tell the manager if well-dressed people with suitcases and sharp eyes entered the cafe, but that was all. Blacklisted customers, maybe. Likely problematic ghouls. Kuma entered from the staff-only area, his ever-present self-assured smile in place. Ah, Trevor, my respected junior. Take 5 and allow Kuma to take the stage, would you? The manager wishes to talk to you about some work that needs doing. He shut his eyes, placing a hand on his chin. At this point, he may very well be posing subconsciously. Roger Roger, Trevor said, wiping his hands and headed upstairs. The upstairs of Anteiku could be described as homey. There was even a bedroom in case of certain events, and a relaxation space with 2 couches and a television on the wall. The employees didn't have time to use it while they were working, but apparently it wasn't for them. The manager's office was past both the bedroom and the living space at the end of the hall. The door was already open, and Trevor could see Tuka on his approach, still not dressed in uniform. He quirked a bushy eyebrow at that, but chose not to comment. The manager stood with his back to them, looking out the window of the room, hands folded behind his back. Upon Trevor's arrival, Yoshimura hummed. Trevor, he started, his tone sounding far less relaxing than it usually was. I believe you may have picked up on it by now, simply by talking to us, but you are aware that Anteiku has other functions beyond being a cafe, yes? Yeah, Trevor responded slowly, Put on edge by the change of tone. Keeping the peace in Nerima ward, stuff like that. Correct. We manage the available territory, and instruct the local ghouls where they are best suited to seeking food in. Territories, the maintaining of them and respecting them are a large part of ghoul life. A ghoul which manages their territory well can ensure that the CCG never look their way. Poor management leads to doves flocking the area, the manager explained. Doves was a term used to refer to the ghoul investigators. The ghoul you were attacked by, Kami Shiro Riz, had her own territory in the 20th ward. She had poor management skills, but that is because she didn't care to manage. She was called binge eater for a reason, yes. The manager said, a smile on his tone despite the relatively morbid nature of the joke. But with her gone, a situation has arisen. Ghouls have been looking to either expand their own territory, or simply claim the vacant space as their own. We have yet to decide who will get what parts of Riz's former territory, and until that decision is made we cannot allow for this sort of behavior. Does this make sense? Trevor winced at Yoshimura's joke, reflexively reaching for his shoulder and not quite able to find the humor in it. Yeah, I follow you, he said, voice sobering up even more. Makes sense. So, what do you, or, we do about that? For now, we just dissuade the individuals in question. Violence is not the intent, but if they become violent then I understand the need to defend yourself. I wish for you to take your first step into this particular side of Anteiku with the guidance of Tuka, of course. Yoshimura turned around, looking like a pleasant old gentleman as per usual. A couple of hours, just moving around Riz's former territory, looking for anyone trying to take advantage of the lack of an assigned owner. If you encounter anyone, mention that you are from Anteiku. If they get violent, look to Tuka. A shakedown, basically, Trevor thought, his hands starting to sweat with nervous energy. Or a glorified patrol. Oi, you're making it sound like I'm some sort of delinquent, Tuka said, crossing her arms with a pouty expression. That was not my intent, Tuka-chan. You've become quite the upstanding citizen, over the past few months, Yoshimura said, directing his positive and relaxing energy at Tuka. It worked, because she just huffed. Despite Yoshimura's pleasant demeanor, Trevor couldn't help but feel a little on edge. I understand the need to have me get more involved, he started cautiously. But I only have some martial arts experience, and none with actual fighting, let alone involving my new, he gestured vaguely at himself, abilities. And I'm guessing that fights between ghouls are, a bit more vicious than anything I'm used to. He sighed. Point being, I'm not confident at all that I'll be much help out there. Tuka's hand came down on Trevor's back, giving him a firm pat. Yeah, you'll be absolutely useless, she said quite candidly, shaking her head. But that's fine, I guess. If things do get messy, I'll handle it. You just run back to the store if it's something even I can't handle. Which isn't likely, the ghouls around here are pretty docile. Basically, you're my intern for the next few hours, she explained, a wide smile making its way onto her face. Hey. So this is how it feels to not be the newbie. Feels good. Yeah, Trevor replied, rubbing the sore spot from her pat. He recognized she was trying to be comforting, in her own way, which was enough to set him just a little more at ease, even if her wording wasn't the best. Don't get cocky, kid, I might not be the best fighter, but I can totally school you in other areas. PSH. Your powers are weak, old man, she said, brushing off the challenge. Go get changed. I'll be waiting downstairs, then we'll get started. With another, gentler, pat to Trevor's back, she moved out of the manager's office. It is an unfortunate part of ensuring that those who would hunt us remain focused elsewhere, this part of the job, the manager said, sounding a tad regretful. I do mean it. Violence is not the intent, but there are those out there who will not be willing to discuss the matter. They will not see reason, and instead focus on the short-term acquisition of food. If that is a part of our nature as ghouls, I cannot say, but you must be willing to defend yourself. Trevor scratched the back of his curling hair. I understand, sir, he said with a sigh. If it's for the sake of keeping the peace and making sure the psychos don't have free rein, I'll deal with it. He paused, mulling over what else to say. And honestly, I'm a bit of a romantic sap when it comes down to it. If I really do have a body that can do amazing things beyond a human. He looked down at his hands, which clenched into fists. It only makes sense that I use it to help out. A nervous laugh fell from his lips. Guess I'm still seeing this from a human perspective, aren't I? Yoshimura stepped around the desk between them, standing before Trevor. He reached out, placing a hand on the younger man's shoulder. And there is nothing wrong with that. Nobody here will ask you to change that, Trevor. While you may be more like us, you can still live as a human. You can still go out, have friends and enjoy life, the manager said, trying to reassure Trevor. This life does not have to be miserable. That's part of the reason I started Anteiku to begin with, a place where ghoul and human alike can enjoy something as simple as a beverage. Learning to protect what must be protected, that is a human thing too. Trevor nodded along at his words. The more I think about it, the more I realize how lucky I am I ended up with you guys, he admitted. I'm not sure how the hell I would have fared if Tuka hadn't been the first ghoul I met. Not to mention. Well, I appreciate your idealism a lot, sir. It can't be easy, Lord knows it's hard to actually be idealistic these days no matter what species you are, but... He smiled. I can't thank you guys enough, really. Work hard and look after your friends. That's all I can ask of you. Dash, Tokyo met Trevor outside of the cafe. She had changed into something different herself, dressed in shorts, long socks, a baggy black shirt and a camo green jacket to go over it. Took you long enough, she said grumpily before immediately taking off in a stride. Much like the first time they met, she led him through the city streets and alleyways, taking a number of shortcuts. It was a good 20 minutes of walking before Tokyo came to a halt at the stairs leading down to the subway. The street they stood on was quiet, despite it being 5 in the evening. All right, she started, stretching her arms out above her head. This is where Riz's territory began, I think. What we're looking for won't be on any of the sidewalks or roads, but tucked away somewhere. We don't do our thing out in the middle of the road, after all. That's just asking to get killed. She began walking again at a slower pace, beckoning for Trevor to follow her. She moved her hands into her jacket pockets. Keep your eyes, ears, and nose open. Not that you can close your nose, or your ears. But you know what I mean. That managed to get a small snort out of Trevor. Roger, senpai, he said dryly. I'll be following your lead. That's right. If you fail to listen to your instructor, that's a fail. Lose your weapon, that's a fail. Tokyo puffed her chest out, taking well to being called senpai. A proud thing, she was. But really, if you suddenly smell anything that you think smells super delicious, then we're on the right track. My nose isn't my strongest quality. That's why they should have Irimi doing it, instead of me. She ended in a grumble. It wouldn't be hard to notice such a smell, if he came across it. The smell of regular food being cooked while going through the streets was comparable to the rural smell of dung on the wind, so a sudden blast of something that actually smelled good would be both a welcome thing and a sign of something grim. Could it be this is also meant to practice for you, and not just me? Trevor asked as he tried to focus on the environment around him, keeping a sharp eye out. Or ear. Or nose. Whatever. Why would they be doing that? I already know how to fight. I'm no Mr. Yamo, but I don't think anyone in the shop is. If someone tries to give us trouble, I can handle them. But I'll let you try and talk them down first. She sounded quite confident in the fact that this had nothing to do with her, and was entirely for Trevor's sake. While I'm happy to hear your confidence in my social skills, Trevor started dryly. That wasn't what I meant. I was more referring to them having you get experience with teaching rookies and whatnot. I imagine Irimi has done that plenty already, considering. Tokyo nodded along with Trevor's words, seeing the sense in them. That's true. Hadn't thought of it that way. Then I guess I should do my best, teaching this troublesome new guy, she said, shooting a grin back at him. Oi, troublesome. Trevor said in mock offense. I'll have you know I've been getting along quite well with y'all, and helping any way I can. He then put on a grin. Like schooling my senpai like I promised I would. Mutually beneficial relationships are the best kind, right? Tokyo gave him the flattest, driest look possible short of a dehydrated corpse. Schooling? Doesn't count. I'm not in uniform, and it's not school hours. It's just, appreciated advising. Another smooth deflection of the point. Tokyo seemed content with it though. As they made their way through an alleyway between stores, something hit Trevor's nose. For the first time in a few days, he got a whiff of something decent for once. Making sandwiches had acclimated him to the generally unpleasant smell of regular food, and having that streak broken was like a brick in the face. Tokyo, he spoke up, sniffing the air. I smell something. Just ahead. Tokyo stopped dead in her tracks, turning her nose up to sniff as well. It took a few moments, but she eventually grunted in confirmation. You're right. She lowered her head, glaring ahead of them. Recent, like in the last few seconds. She examined their surroundings, looking up at the buildings at either side of them. Here's the plan, Three Eyes. In 1 minute, you're going to walk up to them and tell them you're from Anteiku or whatever. I won't be too far if things go south. I won't let you get hurt by some desperate, shitty vulture, got it? Trevor gulped, tensing up considerably. Right, he said stiffly, closing his eyes and forcing himself to even his breathing. He was about to see something he hadn't had to see in days. A corpse, a human corpse, being eaten. He shook his head. He needed to focus. Make sure things didn't get worse. Tokyo looked like she was about to say something else, but chose against it. She then did something inhuman. She began jumping between the walls surrounding them, kicking off of the bricks and ascending upwards towards a roof. The way she moved made it look completely natural, like she had more than enough experience traversing metropolitan terrain. She vanished onto a roof, and all that was left in the alley was Trevor and the smell originating from ahead. Trevor openly gaped at the casual display of superhuman power. That had to have been the first time he'd really seen what a ghoul was capable of. Despite the circumstances, he couldn't help but feel a little excited about doing such things himself in the future. He'd have to make a note of practicing at the next opportunity. For now, though. He waited a minute, collecting himself and his thoughts, before proceeding down the alleyway. It was dark. The lights that should have been working barely did, and some were just outright broken. Even still, Trevor's eyes adapted naturally to the lack of light. The smell grew more intense the further he went, until eventually, in the utter darkness at the end of the alley, he saw it. A man hunched over a body like an animal, a mess of unkempt brown hair obscuring his features as he chomped on whatever it was he was eating. It was a human male, no older than 30, and in good shape too. There was a slight smell of some sort of cologne mixed in with the mouth-watering scent of food, and it only made the prospect of eating him that more appealing. In that instant, Trevor understood why that ghoul had gone after this man. The ghoul, generally scraggly looking and a bit on the lanky side, hadn't noticed him, too focused on his meal. Even with the delicious scents messing with his mind, Trevor found the downright feral display revolting. He wasn't starving, like he had been before, either, making it easier for his more human sensibilities to rear their head. It was making the task ahead a great deal more difficult, that was for sure. Excuse me. Trevor spoke up, clearing his throat and not quite looking at the corpse. Blood-red eyes snapped to Trevor, wide with surprise. The man almost looked like he was about to make a break for it, but he calmed down after a split second. Hey, he said, coming across as somewhat normal despite the blood in his teeth. Listen, man. I've not eaten in a while. Times are rough, but let me have my bit of food, man. There's plenty of it around, without riz. He could tell Trevor was a ghoul from a glance. I'm not here to take your food, Trevor hastily assured him. I'm from Anteiku, walking around Riz's old territory trying to make sure ghouls aren't going crazy with all this new land seemingly up for grabs. Oh. Is that right? I guess the old man would take issue with me doing this, hey, the guy said, nodding slowly. Right. Sorry. My own territory has been a bit difficult to hunt in, recently. Winter means less people are around at night, you know? And if they are, they're never alone, he explained, letting out a sigh. But I get it. Sorry for the hassle. You okay if I take the rest? Thunk crunch. And then he lost his head. It was sudden and violent, the disembodied head slamming into a wall with parts of the spinal cord still following it, marking the wall in blood. Jesus fucking Christ. Trevor screamed, eyes bulging and falling flat on his ass. Neither the ghoul nor Trevor noticed the newcomer, simply moving out from a doorway to the side of the now dead ghoul. Blood coated his shoe. His eyes were that awful black and red, lazily regarding the most recent body at his feet. He rubbed the back of his neck, and then looked at Trevor with that same uncaring expression. He had kicked his goddamn head off. Sheesh. I said that he shouldn't go eating meals on my feeding grounds, he said with a frustrated sigh. He pushed up his glasses, eyes narrowing at Trevor. Now there's another unwelcome guest. He stepped out of the doorway, facing Trevor. His hands moved to his pockets. Another ghoul, to boot. Shame. If you were a human, I could have eaten you too. Wah wah. Trevor gaped, still frantically trying to keep up with the fucking decapitation by kick he'd been forced to witness. Guess I'll just have to punish you instead. LuckyChaos Reaction Theater. LuckyChaos, man, Trevor was being really seduced by how calm and slice of lifey things at Anteiku and then wabam. Tokyo Ghoul reminds him exactly what kind of series it really is. If there was anything Trevor could learn from the ghoul standing in front of him, it was that they had very little empathy for one another. The fact he had immediately shot his foot out to collide with Trevor's chest was as much a display of that, if the other ghoul getting his head kicked off wasn't good enough. Before he could process anything else, old martial arts discipline kicked in automatically and he blocked the oncoming kick with a raised arm. It still hurt like hell, but it was better than broken ribs. While his body moved on its own, Trevor frantically tried to keep up mentally with what was going on. Murdered human. Friendly ghoul. Murdered ghoul. Decapitation. Blood. Blood everywhere. Attacked. Being attacked. Being attacked. Fuck. Trevor snarled in pain, sliding against the ground despite most of the blow being absorbed by the block. Fucking stop already. The ghoul moved in on Trevor, hands snapping out to grip his neck. The signature crimson of a ghoul's eyes were now suddenly so close to Trevor's, any space between them cleared in an instant. Of course, Trevor saw it happen, but it was almost like there was a delay between what he saw and what he could do. He had a grip of iron, fingers digging into the side of Trevor's throat, aiming to cut off the blood flow to his head. With only the one hand, he raised Trevor up off the ground while he gagged and feebly resisted. Even still, the ghoul looked disinterested in his catch. Stop. He said, letting out an unamused tut. Why would I do that? You're the one who walked onto my turf, buddy. He swung Trevor to the side, slamming him up against one of the brick walls of the alley. Something cracked, and it hadn't come from Trevor. The wall itself had yielded somewhat to the force. You know what happens to ghouls who walk all over another guy's turf? They die, guy. None of this 20th Ward Playhouse stuff. Tou, ka. Trevor barely managed to gasp out, desperately trying to loosen the ghoul's vice grip on his neck. His eyes were wide with fear and panic. That's a good look. The ghoul mocked, a malicious little smile making its way onto his face, finally showing some sort of regard for Trevor even if it was murderous, to say the least. He looked about ready to say something else, but was interrupted when Trevor quickly reached out and grabbed the back of the ghoul's head before slamming it into a raised knee. Thunk. Trevor's knee collided right with the ghoul's nose. He suddenly found himself free of the grip around his throat. Trevor let out a loud and deep breath, desperately sucking in as much air as he could. The ghoul stumbled back, hunched over, and a hand over his face. What the fuck? The hand came down to reveal the signs of blood starting to leak from his nose, and he looked none too pleased about it. Whatever sense of whimsy and apathy he had about him was gone, replaced with a blatant fury. He lashed out, spinning on the ball of one foot while the other swung around, aiming to hit Trevor's side. It was telegraphed as all hell, so he was able to block it once again, but good lord was it stronger than the last kick. His arm felt like a truck had slammed into it as he was smashed into the wall. Trevor wasn't sure if it was fear or rage that fueled him now, nor was it worth reflecting on. Fight or die. No Tuka. No help. All alone. Fight. His blocking arm, still crying out in agony, coiled around the ghoul's leg and gripped it tightly before twisting, hard. And then, pushed down. His enemy's balance went straight to hell. The kick, although enough to do some serious damage, hadn't been the one hit he was probably hoping for, and he instead found himself in an awkward position, standing on one leg as the other was held by Trevor. Had a man ever looked at him with such disgust? Yusanuva the ghoul started. A twin-headed fluorescent blue serpent burst out from his lower back without any ceremony. It swung through the air, and like the leg before it, collided with Trevor, slamming into the shoulder of the arm clinging to the ghoul. The pain was of a very different breed from the kick. It almost felt like getting hit by a steel bat covered in barbed wire, swung by a professional baseball batter. There was the force of it, but there was also the stinging, shredding pain which followed with it. Dash bitch. The ghoul finished. Trevor had no words in reply, only a soundless, weak cry. Tears streamed down his face as he experienced an agony he'd never felt before. Where the thing, Kagun, some small part of his mind told him, had struck, his hoodie was in tatters, as if eviscerated by claws. It was all he could do just to stand, to breath, to not go unconscious right then and there. He was locked into his position, frozen and terrified of moving any more for fear of more pain. Even through it all, Trevor managed to hold on to the ghoul's leg. Frustration, rage, confusion, each flashed across his expression. The tail reared back for another strike, the tattered fabrics of his hoodie clinging to the twin heads of the shining tail. The hit didn't come, but Tuka's foot certainly had. It was an instantaneous thing, 1 second she wasn't there, then she was, angled above them with her heel digging into the ghoul's jaw. For a moment, Trevor seemed to get a freeze frame of it. She had dropped down from her perch and kicked him while doing so. He hit the ground hard with a crack, leg still in Trevor's grip. Back off my newbie, Shitishki. It was better late than never, but she had finally showed herself. That's... Trevor croaked out, his grip finally slackening and expression dazed. Slowly, the pain ebbed away. Fail. For her part, she did send Trevor a smile before moving to deliver another kick to the ghoul's head. He raised his arms, protecting his temples from the series of kicks and stomps that followed. Each hit could be heard and almost felt by Trevor through the leg. She wasn't messing around. Let go of his leg, then back off. She ordered, her face a rictus of quiet fury. Trevor let go, hands falling limp at his sides. He sagged against the wall, breathing shallowly. Tuka brought her foot down on the downed ghoul's chest, staring at him with a look of warning. Nishiki. She almost growled, grinding her heel into him. What do you think you're doing, hey? Waving your Kagun about here? This is Riz's turf. With her back to Trevor, he spotted something on her back. A red, glowing mass just beneath her shirt. It wasn't large, or even making much of a dent on the shirt, but it was there. The ghoul, Nishiki, let out a scoff, staring up at Tuka behind cracked glasses. Trevor's handiwork. Tuka. I was wondering what that small fry was saying. Thought he was just making noises as he choked, you know. Her foot raised, and then dropped back down heel first. Nishiki coughed, gritting his teeth through it, trying to maintain a mocking grin. Didn't you know? That fucking glutton of a woman went and died, he forced out through his teeth. He had gone strangely still, Kagun too, despite Tuka not exactly having a knife to his throat. And you think that means you get to move on in? Don't be stupid. Allocation of territory is the stability team's job, our job. The stability team? You spineless, timid pissants have no right to complain. The tail moved, a blur of blue. Whatever Nishiki aimed to do was for naught, as Tuka athletically flipped back and out of way as if such a movement was trivial for her. Nishiki took the chance to hop to his feet, his tail waving about behind him menacingly. Stand off. This. He hissed, teeth still ground together. Was originally my feeding ground, until that hippo of a woman came along. He leaned forward, looking like he was about to lunge at Tuka. If she's dead, then this place is mine. Tuka was having none of it. The feeding grounds she took over will be divided among the weaker ghouls. You don't get to decide what happens with it. She snapped back, her expression relaxing into a smirk. And besides, it was stolen from you because you're weak. You should be thankful that we'd consider even giving some of it back, to a little shit like you. You. If you want someone to blame for losing all your territory, blame yourself. Nishiki didn't continue with what he was going to say. He took a breath, stood upright, and slowly removed his glasses. Being treated like some idiot by a bratty upstart. That pisses me off. Act like a mad dog, get treated like a mad dog, Trevor spat, glaring at him. Fucking murder a guy who was willing to back off then attack the guy who was convincing him to leave your turf. Did you even think before killing someone? Nishiki didn't look away from Tuka. Fucking idiot. You think we can all hold hands and get along? What kind of stupid herbivore are you? Ghouls are ghouls, we kill things to survive, including each other, he said, sounding quite tickled by how Trevor tried to reprimand him. This what you stability team weak shits are doing now? Coddling ghouls into thinking we're all buddy-buddy. Nishiki glanced over at Trevor. What a fucking Joe. Tuka closed the gap with a single push of a foot, her hand held out flat as if it were a blade, and struck in the second Nishiki took to simply peer at Trevor. Nishiki stumbled, bringing a hand up to his face again. Whatever Toka had done, it was enough to at least hurt. Well, I don't know about coddling or anything like that. I just hate it when idiots think they deserve any of my respect just because they're older. So, you know, scoot would ye. Shut. Nishiki planted a foot into the ground. It cracked beneath him, he went to kick, far faster than the one he had used on Trevor, that much he could notice. Toka was already moving again, not away, but towards Nishiki, mouth. Toka almost seemed to move with the kick, her hands lashing out as it approached her. Then, she went under, and back up. A cut formed on Nishiki's neck. Shallow and harmless. He stumbled back, bringing a hand to it, letting out a scoff. You call that a cut? And then the rest of the cuts made themselves known. Blood began to pour out from several smooth arcs on Nishiki's body, the smooth rips in his clothes only becoming evident with the crimson stains. Nishiki's mockery quickly turned into pain. Toka's movements had been seamless, to the point where Trevor could only put together that she had attacked him during his kick. Well, I could cut deeper next time. The other ghoul lurched over, holding onto one notably nasty cut running up his side. He wasn't helping with the newfound bloody decor of the alley, that's for sure. He glared at Toka, then Trevor. Fuck you guys. Nishiki turned away from them and began to hobble away, back through the doorway he had originally appeared from. Just like that, it was over. Toka let out a breath, rubbing her brow. Fucking Nishiki, he muttered, shutting her eyes momentarily before turning to face Trevor. So yet. That's one of the local dickheads. You all right? Trevor looked himself over. There was little more than phantom pain along his left arm, feeling like tiny needles poking at him. Miraculously, nothing was broken. His clothes were torn up. As for his mental state, his hands were shaking. His breathing was still shallow. Ragged. He licked his lips, eyes drifting down to the two corpses and the ever-increasing puddle of blood that was pooling at their feet. Not really, Trevor said hoarsely, feeling weak. I've never seen someone killed before. Toka stared at Trevor for a moment before averting, focusing on the bodies instead. Right. Well. For now, if you're hungry, I'd suggest grabbing something from the other guy. Strongly suggest. Then I'll call Yamo for a clean-up, then we'll head on back. It seemed like she didn't really know how to respond to this being Trevor's first time. Then again, who could blame her? Life as a ghoul lead to being witness to death, even at a young age. And then? I dunno. Guess you'll get to head off early. Won't do you any good to work with an injury, even if it's a pretty minor one. It should be better in. Trevor grunted, not quite listening to her anymore. The human body was there, easy pickings, a buffet. So much meat, ripe for the taking. He wasn't the one that killed the guy, after all, so he was blameless. No guilt here. It'd be a waste to let all that succulence just rot away, right? He gulped, and turned away. Roger, Roger, Trevor stated monotonously, like a drone, slowly walking away to find something to lean against. Away from the bodies. Dash. Well. Looks like you two had a fun night on the town. Irimi took Trevor's banged-up appearance in stride when they walked in through the back, having spotted them as she made her way up from the basement. She smiled gently at the two. Trouble? She asked. Nishiki, Toka replied. Ah. And that was all that needed to be said on that front. Unfortunate person to run into on your first night doing the rounds, Trevor. Some might say it's an omen for the days to come. Lord, I hope not, Trevor sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't think that Swipe expected me to fight back, which is the only reason I'm still alive. Well, that and Toka. I'm great, I know, Toka added from the side, moving past them to head up the stairs. But I need to pee something bad. Hope everything comes out okay, Trevor said dryly, expression unchanging. He was totally worn down, deliberately not thinking too hard about what was going on around him. If it doesn't, then I'll be sure to come to you for advice. She vanished up the stairs, leaving Irimi and Trevor in the hall. She appraised him quietly. I would say you look like shit, but I believe that would be stating the obvious. Want me to have a look at your shoulder? That would be great, thanks, Trevor accepted the offer eagerly. She made a beckoning gesture as she turned and stepped back onto the stairs, heading up to the second floor. She led him to the living space and basically ordered him to sit on the couch across from the door. She moved over to a cupboard, opening it up and taking out some supplies. Bandages, disinfectant and some cream. It doesn't usually end in a fight, you know, she said as she approached Trevor, her smile taking on an amused hint. But if you are going to be fighting, you might be needing some training unless you're already proficient. I don't know about proficient, Trevor began, shrugging off his ruined hoodie. But I was a black belt in Taekwondo, just haven't practiced properly in years. It's still ingrained in my muscle memory but it's not a conscious thing. It barely kicked in time to block that dude's hits. Managed to nail his nose at least. Better than nothing. It's something to build off of, but not enough if you are going to survive an encounter by yourself. Hoodie and shirt off, troublemaker. So forward, Trevor snorted dryly as he complied. But yet, I need training. Still not used to this, new body, such as it is. Being able to use a Kagun would be pretty cool, too. Pretty cool, he says. Yes, I suppose they are somewhat cool if you've never had one. They just feel like another arm, if I'm to be honest. Only it's an arm that tires you out if you are too silly with it, she said, speaking as she worked on cleaning the wound, dabbing the edges of injury with a disinfectant-soaked cotton ball. However, use it right and you can even kill ghouls relatively quickly. This wound could have been worse, but I feel that the attacker was, surprised? Off balance. Trevor hummed. He was. I managed to grab his leg when he kicked me and twisted so he was in an awkward position. He sighed. Thought that'd keep him from landing a solid blow. Kinda forgot ghouls have a fifth appendage in the heat of the moment. Irimi nodded along, a picture forming in her head. And if it was Nishiki, the Kagun would have been a Baikaku. They generally require good hip movement for effective use, so grabbing his leg was a good move on your part, even if you did it unknowingly, she said, letting out an impressed little chuff. For a total newcomer, the fact he did not remove your arm shows you've got potential. If that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. She shrugged, and moved on to wrapping around his shoulder with the bandage. Yay, I'm not terrible, Trevor said with false cheer. And what's a Baikaku? A Kagun variant of some kind, I take it. Oh, of course, you wouldn't know that particular detail. Even the public don't know much about it, so it's a given. Kagun are broken up into 4 types, each relatively easy to recognize. Nishiki is Baikaku, meaning that his Kagun originates from his lower back, like a tail of some sort. Other types include the Yokaku from just below the back of the neck, the Kaukaku from around the shoulder, and the Rinkaku from the middle of the back, yada yada yada. She explained as she worked on his shoulder, finishing off with a nice and secure tug and tie. There's more to it than just their locations. There's a power dynamic between them, based on their strengths and weaknesses. Of course, even if you're a Kaukaku, a stronger and more skilled Rinkaku will still win in a fight. But, we can tell you more later tonight. When we're more relaxed. Trevor was nodding along to her rattling off of names he was already starting to forget, up until he caught off guard by her last comment. Oh, we're hanging tonight? He asked, turning to regard her. I mean, I'm not exactly complaining, of course. Irimi raised a brow at him as she moved back, having finished with her brief bit of medical work. What else do you do after a rough day, other than go and have a few drinks with friends? Kuma and I haven't had it easy back here either, you know. You missed the after-work rush. Ah, gotcha, Trevor said. You have my sympathies. He paused, as if giving the matter some serious thought, before nodding. Yeah, a drink sounds real good right about now. Great, because Kuma and I know this place in the 14th ward. LuckyChaos Reaction Theater. LuckyChaos, all these Keikus side by side, no way in hell would I actually remember them that way. Pangolin, if you're not going to remember the Keikus, how will you remember the Kakaku? Dash. Pangolin offers the chapter title Predator. LuckyChaos, oh god you're horrible. Pangolin, well too bad cuz it's happening. Ending a rough day with a drink is a nice prospect in any world, apparently. However, maybe the drink in question wouldn't be fermented blood. How they kept it in a drinkable state was anyone's guess, but that's what Trevor was presented with when Kuma and Irimi took him to the aforementioned great place. It was in a rough area in a different ward, and were Trevor not with other people, he might consider simply never going near the place. It had a sort of rundown ghetto feel to it, buildings left vacant and the occasional homeless individual on the street. The place itself was tucked away in an alley, a small hole in the wall kind of place. In contrast to the surrounding area, it was a warmly lit, nice-smelling and cozy establishment. Only a few seats, but it didn't look like it was meant to entertain more than 10 or so individuals at a time. The bartender was, well, Idari was her name, a friend of Anteiku apparently. She dealt in ghoul-friendly establishments and information, from what conversation they had managed to have. She was talkative, for sure, but most of her talking was done with Irimi. They appeared to be old friends. Kuma remained quiet for the most part, not out of any anxiety but because he simply seemed to enjoy the ambience of the place. Indeed, there was a nice air to the place, and it made for a decent drinking experience. Even if that experience was drinking fermented blood. Trevor was also a little reserved, slowly sipping his drink. His thoughts were a bit scattered, so he initially only talked to people when directly referred to. Watching someone getting brutally murdered before his eyes, then being viciously assaulted by the murderer. Well, such things were hardly a regular occurrence for him. His hands were still shaking a bit, recalling all the blood. But, he noted, everyone around him mostly took it in stride. Toka had really only took issue with Nishiki's impulsive behavior, rather than the actual murder. Irimi had taken it in stride, displaying enough emotion to provide some small measure of solace to Trevor, while never outwardly showing anything extreme. Kuma had barely shrugged when he heard about what happened. There was a plain disconnect there. A lack of empathy, something that Trevor would be the first to admit he himself had too much of. It made sense, he rationalized, that they wouldn't get overly emotional about such things. They were likely commonplace, in the violent life of a ghoul. One couldn't afford to get hung up for every death, otherwise they'd be a gibbering, sobbing wreck for all their lives. Trevor gently swayed the contents of his glass, staring into its crimson contents before letting out a sigh. He wasn't suited for life as a ghoul. He knew that. But all the same. He took another drink. What option did he have? You drink like a troubled man, Kuma intruded on Trevor's thoughts, looking over at him with a slight smile, appearing rather relaxed. I would offer a penny for your thoughts, but I do believe that Irimi is paying for everything tonight. Despite himself, Trevor snorted. I wouldn't mind talking to her about it, but she seems busy catching up with an old friend. I guess you'll have to do, he said with a small, teasing smile. Kuma brought a hand to his chin, shutting his eyes. His smile did not fade. Ah, such cruel words, but I do suppose I am not blessed with Irimi's figure. Alas, there are some things that not even I am capable of. Becoming a woman as stunning as her is not one of them. I shall settle for second choice, in this regard. Irimi is definitely one of the better looking women I've met, Trevor agreed. But hey, this works out, since I won't be so nervous about coming off as unattractive while talking to you by being super sensitive. Kuma let out an amused huff, opening his eyes once more. Sensitive? Well, I suppose it could appear that way to those who are unaware of your circumstances. There is no shame in it, dare I say it is very human of you to be troubled. Change comes in all shapes and sizes, but this change is not a sort that anyone can simply adapt to at the drop of a hat, Kuma said, his deep voice remaining very calm and gentle. Possibly something he learned from the manager, possibly how he talked. It was hard to tell. While it is horrible to say this, it will come with time. Irimi and Idari laughed over some other topic across from them. Trevor looked over at them for a moment, then glanced away, visibly sobering at Kuma's words. He was quiet for a bit, one finger tapping against the wooden bar. With time, maybe, Trevor slowly started, leaning back. I dunno, scary. To think I'd get used to seeing people being murdered, or acting like Nishiki. Like sociopaths. Well, it's against my nature. He let out a groan of frustration. Whatever the fuck my nature is now, though. Being turned into a completely new species that preys on your old species. I don't fucking know. His tone quieted, I don't know. Kuma went quiet for a few moments, considering his words and swirling his drink around in its cup. You know, I would not consider Nishiki a sociopath. Not among us, at least. What he is going through is an identity crisis, one young people tend to have. Not that I can say much, he is only a few years younger than myself. But it is not uncommon with ghouls, for us to be highly aggressive in our youth, Kuma explained. I am sure you noticed it with Tuka, if only a little. Very fiery thing. But she is an exceptional case, I suppose. Lots of potential within her, and not all of it the good sort, the other ghoul said, his smile widening somewhat, like a brother speaking fondly of their sibling. But that's why we're here, Trevor. Irimi, the manager, and we're not that violent these days, and we try to make it so that the world around us is less violent in turn. I don't think being a ghoul is against your nature, just being a certain type of ghoul. Trevor hummed, nodding along with Kuma's explanation. Puberty must be a haluva thing for a ghoul then, he commented, taking a sip. But Tuka's lucky, I think. She's got you guys. I've only known you three for a few days, but you all seem like upstanding people. For the most part, he joked, though his smile quickly fell. I like to think it's not my body that dictates who I am, but my mind. But then I remember. He took a forced breath. Then I remember how savage I was, when I ate that arm after I first met Tuka. That was all instinct. Trevor wiped his face with a free hand. I dunno, I'm rambling now. Shaken to shit. I'd been able to kind of pretend things were normal with how domestic things were, but it's hard to do that after today. To fight that instinct is a trial which will never end, unfortunately. There will be times when you slip, but you can always recover. It is up to you if you get back up. Each of us here has experienced similar when the hungry existence of being of our species gets a bit too heavy, but ultimately it is our life. And like most lives, there are things in it worth living for, even in the face of our nature. The built man reached out to give Trevor's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. It is hard, Trevor. Harder for you than most of us, I bet, but you must try to live on, even after today. I do believe Tuka has grown fond of having someone be her junior in the shop. Trevor laughed at that. I guess I have to keep myself together for her sake, then, hey. He said. I know it's easier said than done, but I'll do what I can. Having good folks around that are willing to talk help a great deal. He nodded appreciatively at Kuma. Thanks, man. I think I can hear Kuma-san trying to sound deep and sophisticated again. Idari said, looking over at the two of them with a little grin playing out across her face. Apes tend not to be all that wise, you know. But you know that I am more than an ape, Idari-san. I am the devil ape. My wisdom is that of the sixth hell. I want to say that's the drink speaking, Irimi sighed. But I know it's not. Still, I think that's our sign to head off. So soon. But you just got here. Idari whined, folding her arms on the bar top and resting her chin on them, peach orange hair spilling out across them. You just want to keep Trevor from getting drunk, I bet. We have work tomorrow, Irimi responded quickly. Never stopped you before. Trevor quirked a bushy eyebrow at her hasty response. I'll have you know I'm actually quite the happy drunk, he told them, taking one last drink before continuing. So maybe next time, hey. Maybe. Kuma stood, throwing on his white jacket that he had brought with him, the collar lined with wild fur. It suited him, strangely enough. But Irimi does have a point. We do not wish to be bad influences on the new employee, after all. Right, Irimi said with a nod, putting on her own black coat. That, and I would much rather we try to not bury our troubles under booze. We're not that old, yet. 100% agree, Trevor said, following their example and sliding on his brown jacket. There's a reason I never drink heavily if I'm upset about something. Kuma nodded in approval. There is a wise ape somewhere in there too, I see. With that, he moved towards the door, waving over his shoulder. Have a quiet night, Idari-san. You too, Kuma-san. She called back, rounding to Trevor. Listen. If you ever need a hand with something information related, don't be afraid to stop by, okay? Discounts for Anteiku employees, so be sure to make use of it while you can. Don't be fooled by her Genki girl facade. She is a cruel merchant, Irimi said dryly, stepping past Trevor and towards the door. Conflicting reports all around, it seems, Trevor sighed dramatically. Thanks for the offer, though, Idari-san. I'll likely end up making good on that in some point in the future. No doubt. Have a nice night, Trevor. Dash. The Nishiki incident was an outlier, it seemed. The following nights had Trevor and Tuka working together some more, patrolling the former territory of Rizkami Shiro for any troublemakers. There were a few ghouls out of place, but none of them were as confrontational or violent as Nishiki. In fact, the only time it looked like it was about to get violent, the ghoul in question just said fuck this once Tuka put her foot down. The girl didn't flinch at anything. Then, Friday came. The end of the active week, Anteiku was open all days but it was notably more quiet on Sunday. The monkey's paw was that Friday was always the most active day. By that point, Trevor had become a sandwich master. The art of making one in but a few moments was getting closer and closer to becoming a reality. Tuka arrived once school was out and relieved Irimi from the front of the store for a couple of hours, until she returned. Apparently the manager wanted to see Trevor. Any idea what for? He asked Irimi as he wiped his hands before setting off. Work. More related to the walks you have with Tuka, than the sandwiches, is all she said, casting a glance to the still active cafe. She didn't want to say too much. Got it, Trevor said with a nod. Hopefully it'll be quick. Upstairs, past the open door of the manager's office, was both the owner of the room and another man. Standing at about Trevor's height, the stranger's body was mostly hidden behind a grey-blue overcoat, its collar covering his chin, silvery hair coming down to his cheeks. He looked over his shoulder at Trevor as he approached, eyes blank. Dead. Nothing was conveyed through them, other than the fact that he was looking. Trevor, come in. The manager called, standing out of his chair, smiling at his newest employee. Trevor, this is Renji Yamo. Yamo, Trevor. Yamo only inclined his head somewhat. Do you have some free time tonight, Trevor? I'd like for you to work with Mr. Yamo for a few hours, if that is okay with you. He is quite knowledgeable, and there is no risk of danger as with the patrols. The bearded half-ghoul regarded Yamo, recalling what he'd been told about the man. He was the one who collected bodies for Anteiku, if he recalled correctly. Macabre work, no doubt. And he was supposed to be an incredible fighter, even by ghoul standards. Trevor had been experimenting with his new body lately, testing its limits, but having a chance to at least ask a master would be good. Though looking at Yamo then, he hardly seemed like one for conversation. I should be free for tonight if you need an extra hand, Trevor answered. What time? We should get started immediately, Renji answered, his voice composed in a very cold way. Not directed at Trevor, but simply in general. Can you drive? Trevor blinked at the suddenness of that. Why yeah, I can drive. Good. He was already out the door. The manager's smile remained in place, but the slight shake of his head said a lot. That boy. I'm just gonna go at least tell Irimi and Tuka I'm leaving before we head out, feel kinda bad dipping out on them, Trevor told him. Feel free. Renji-kun is patient, despite the haste he just displayed. Take your time. Head home when you are finished with the work. I would not ask you to come back after that. Dash. Yamo's car was nice. Clean, well-maintained and somewhat new at that. His company could not quite be called as nice as the car itself. Trevor's read on him was dead on, quiet and not exactly eager to break any silence between them. He just drove, focusing on the road as he took them out of the 20th ward to, somewhere. It's almost like Trevor wasn't there, as far as Yamo was concerned. That ultimately suited Trevor just fine. He could hardly expect everyone to be as conversational as the other members of Anteiku, and Yamo's job probably wasn't one for people that couldn't keep their emotions tightly bottled up. Besides, this was work. No need to prod Yamo if he wasn't up for talking. The drive continued on for a good 15 minutes. They had just missed the worst of the evening traffic, so there wasn't anything slowing them down on their way to their destination, which seemed to be in a straight line down the main roads. They finally moved onto a more rural road after 5 more minutes, and then kept driving. Street lights vanished after a point, and then they were on a road along the side of a mountain, wide enough to support trucks passing through, but completely empty other than for them. At least, it was for the few minutes they drove. Then Trevor spotted red lights at a bend in the road, a stopped car. Yamo took them up to the stopped car. Here, he said, undoing his seatbelt. He gestured to the back seat of his car. Grab a bag, please. He opened the car door and stepped out, moving over to the stopped car. Trevor wordlessly complied, grabbing a bag from the back before getting out. He briefly looked up at the moon, its pale light illuminating the road around them. His gaze was distant for a moment, before he shook his head and followed after Yamo. The door to the car was open, but not by Yamo's hands. It had been left like that. Yamo inspected the car from the outside, walking around it and peering through the windows. No signs of anyone inside. For that matter, there was no sign of any owner. The battery had just been left on, but the engine was off. Yumo looked back to Trevor. Don't worry about the drop. You'll be fine, he said, seemingly without much context. Then, he moved over to the barrier protecting cars from driving off the edge. Then, he hopped over it, and dropped down, leaving Trevor. Aw geez, Trevor sighed, mentally bracing himself to follow suit. Thank God I've actually been practicing this shit. After a deep breath and an immediately regretted look down, he jumped. The practice paid off. Although it was a dark drop, it wasn't actually too far. The landing was shocking, but it didn't actually hurt. The smell wafted up his nose immediately after landing. Blood, not far to his right. A small flashlight suddenly turned on in that same direction, held by Yumo. He shone it on the ground, to the source of the smell. A man in his later years, hair thin and receded, suited up. Along with the smell of blood was smoke, the sort that only clung from years of a bad habit. His body was bent in ways it should not have been from the fall, clearly tumbling against the cliff face. Here, Yumo said again. In the bag. Grab a saw. Trevor gulped, robotically taking it out as directed. He knew exactly what was coming next. His hands were shaking, but he forced down his revulsion. Part of the job, he kept telling himself. Just part of the job. Yumo's tired gaze lingered on Trevor for a while before he stepped over, holding a hand out. I'll do it. No point forcing you. He blinked in surprise at the gesture, before giving Yumo a shaky nod and handing the saw to him. Thanks, Yumo-san, Trevor said quietly. Yumo nodded in return, taking the saw and handing the flashlight over to him in exchange for it. He turned back around and knelt down, and then got to work. He made rips in the clothes to make it easier to take it all off at once and then got to sawing at the body actual. The noise was worse than the actual visuals. Trevor had seen worse already, but hearing bone be shredded into pieces by the saw was something new altogether. There was a conflict of sensations, the general hunger the visuals brought out and the disturbing vibrations that went through his ears with each movement of Yumo's arm. What was left was a puzzle of a man. Pieces all arranged neatly for transport, blood soaking into the grass and dirt beneath them. The man's eyes were still open, lidded, and unfocused. Trevor could barely look at it. For some reason, perhaps to maintain some ludicrous notion of decency, he tentatively reached over and closed the man's eyes. Otherwise, he kept his mouth shut. Bag, Yumo reached out while kneeling. He still appeared completely dispassionate about the whole thing. This was regular work for him, a normal day, only he was showing something else how he does it. Trevor hastily handed it to him. Bit by bit, Yumo began to store the body away. The rucksack of a bag already contained plastic bags for individual parts to be sealed away in. It was impressive, how Yumo managed to deconstruct a person so efficiently that they could fit into a rucksack neatly, but also horrifying. Once he was done, he tucked the saw away between the body parts, and then zipped the bag shut. He secured it over his shoulder, and then moved over to the cliff, beginning the climb back up. Just like that, all that remained of death was the blood on the ground. It was unlikely anyone would know. Trevor was silent as they climbed back up, his expression clearly torn. Once they were atop the barrier, Yumo nodded to the stranger's car. Follow me. We're going to get rid of it. No signs can be left over. Dash. Maybe Yumo was quiet for a reason, doing work like that every day. The drive back to Trevor started out as quiet as the one heading to the location, but there was a certain mood to it, grim and uncomfortable. The reality of Yumo's work was a bit too difficult to shrug off. He did that horrible stuff so that weaker ghouls would not starve. Being one such weak ghoul, Trevor could appreciate that, at the very least. He would never envy Yumo's position, though perhaps he could envy his fortitude. That kind of work felt like it could take its toll on even a ghoul. The manager. Yumo suddenly started, breaking the silence. He's not making you do this to torment you. He just wants you to have a breadth of experience. He did the same with me, when I was young. It was a different kind of experience then, though. Mopping floors. But, by then I had already killed people. I did not need toughening. I needed to get used to people. Trevor was slow to answer, not quite expecting Yumo to say anything at all. I understand that, he started, running a hand through his hair. He looked outside, watching the people and lights pass them by. I guess you and I had the opposite problem. Or have, I guess. All this grisly stuff isn't exactly my forte. Something the manager probably already told you. No. I just knew that you were new, and that you have odd circumstances. I observed it from how you move. Yumo stopped at a light, tapping his finger against the wheel as he waited. Kuma had it worse than me. He was mopping floors for months. But, you should get used to what you saw tonight. To the act, as well as the visual. The manager will try to keep you from that, but he is not all-powerful. Riz was strong. You can be strong too. At the mention of her, Trevor aimlessly touched his grafted shoulder. My whole life, I've been the weakest one in the room, Trevor said distantly. That's probably the only thing that hasn't changed since all this happened. I've gotten so used to it that I simply stopped trying to change it, instead trying so hard to make sure people got along with me. Be likable, be nice, adapt to everyone you meet. That came easy. Now, though. He looked down at his hands. They were still shaking. It's becoming more and more apparent that I need to do a better job at adapting. I hate having to deal with death all the time. But... Trevor let out a breath, resting his chin on an open palm. This is my life now. What choice do I have but to adapt? That's for you to answer. The light turned green, and Yamo continued. Finally, they arrived outside of the complex. Yamo released the wheel, and looked over to Trevor. Don't neglect training. It'll go a long way, with bodies like ours. Most ghouls don't actually train, they just scrap, because there's no need to practice when you're naturally powerful. I disagree with such a view. Trevor nodded. I disagree with that, too. Painful memories of Nishiki came to mind. If you're willing and have the time, I'd appreciate anything you can teach me. Yamo actually considered it, finally nodding. Very well. If the manager trusts you, then I can trust you enough to train. Bring Tuka, if you can. I believe she may be rusty. Will do, thank you, Trevor smiled gratefully. Just let me know when you're free, my schedule is pretty open outside of Anteiku. I am the same. We will see. Watch your back, Trevor. Enemies come naturally, in this life. I will, Trevor promised. You too, Yamo. Tuka tumbled back to where she was not half a second ago, dust kicking up with her fall. She coughed, curled up from the blow which had landed her there, the sound of the impact echoing through the spacious Tokyo sewers. Yamo looked about as phased as her Eve did. He drew his palm back and returned to a neutral stand, looking from Tuka to Trevor. His reaction to her attempt to get in on him had been both fluid and instantaneous, his open hand colliding with her gut just before her kick could reach him. Yamo was, simply put, a monster. The time Trevor and Tuka had managed to fit in training with Yamo was more akin to a tenderizing than a training session. His instruction was simply to fight, and that was how they were supposed to learn. Tuka was good, for sure. She just wasn't Yamo good. Trevor's ad hoc mentor stared at him, not with expectation or caution, just with a disquieting calmness. All that served to do was make Trevor more uneasy. The bearded half-ghoul gulped, reflexively reaching up to adjust glasses that were no longer there. He caught himself and shook his head, rolling his shoulders. Fuck it, Trevor declared, raising his fists as he moved into a kicking stance, right foot sliding back while his left foot faced forward. Knowing that Yamo wouldn't move until he did something, Trevor pushed off the ground and charged with the intent to roundhouse kick him in the ribs. There was the satisfying thud of a hit, but nothing else. Trevor's calf was encircled by Yamo's arm, holding it in place against his side, a familiar position, only now Trevor was on the receiving end of it. Yamo's expression did not change. He flung Trevor, sending him through the air and into one of the pillars of the underground. Tuka began to push herself back onto her feet, wiping away some spit from her mouth. Ow, Trevor groaned, wincing a little as he held his back. Getting thrown against solid concrete, while less painful than it would have been if he were still human, still hurt like a bitch. However, he was able to push himself off the ground quickly enough, habitually dusting himself off even though he was already filthy from getting tossed around a sewer. Well lit and far cleaner. But for all his moaning and groaning, he was actually smiling. Yamo's training was already helping him get far more used to his body than the aimless flailing about he'd done on his own before. He was pretty confident in his capabilities and his limitations now, about as much as he could be. Wanna try and double team? Trevor offered to Tuka, giving the girl a weary and curious look. She looked right back at him, looking no better on the weary front. I guess try is the operative term. She groaned. Trevor snorted. Might as well get our asses kicked together rather than on our own, you know. I'm sure there's a nugget of wisdom to be salvaged there, but I can't find it. Fine. On your mark. Tuka leaned forward, getting ready to dash in once more, her eyes flicking to Trevor for split seconds, trying to keep an eye on him and Yamo at the same time. His body tensed, muscles coiled and ready to spring at a moment's notice. 1, 2. Go. Trevor shouted, launching himself at Yamo's left, keeping low to the ground with his fingers almost digging into the ground. She shot forward at his mark, and the two of them closed the gap between Yamo. For the first time in the few sessions they'd had with Yamo, he did something. He flinched. Then he was in front of Trevor, meeting him halfway, his fist slamming into Trevor's gut. It was not as kind as the blow Tuka had received earlier, no. It forced its way into the flesh of his belly, expelling air. Trevor could barely let out a wheeze, doubling over and limply crumbling to the ground. There was a small victory, in that they had got Yamo to move from his spot. If that could make up for the bruising? Well, that was a relative thing. Tuka cussed under her breath, course-correcting and sending a straightened-out hand slashing across Yamo's arm. He caught her wrist before it could hit true, and twisted. She screamed loud enough for the cracks to seem almost quiet in comparison. Trevor flinched at the awful sound, crystal clear even through his own haze of pain. She dropped to her knees, holding her now released, wrong-looking arm. He looked at the girl for a few moments before turning away, clutching his stomach. Trevor knew Tuka would recover easily enough, but that didn't exactly make him feel better about it. Should. He gasped. Should we be flattered that you moved? God, did it hurt to talk? Oh, Lord. Get up, Yamo instructed, looking down at Trevor. Tuka grit her teeth off to the side, forcing back the pain. She did not seem to be in the state to get up yet, though. If you don't, then I'll break Tuka more. Then I will break you. He was talking to Trevor directly. Trevor glowered up at him, gritting his teeth. Hands balled into fists, he forced himself up with trembling arms. Slowly, he raised them. The lesson was obvious, but that. He paused. Through the pain, there was an itching in his lower back. Just above the tailbone. His eyes widened with realization. only for said realization to be met with another fist. This time in his face. Fight, Yumo instructed once more, dropping into a stance for the first time. Arms raised in a guard, chin lowered and a foot forward. He was putting Trevor into the position of prey, backing him into a corner, and forcing him to fight like a rat. It worked. Trevor snarled, spitting blood from his lips before charging again. Heightened by the pain, he frantically checked Yumo's stance. Thai boxing, he thought. Hands raised, leg forward, knees bent, tiptoes. Ready to kick, left foot. So he dashed to avoid the incoming kick, moving to his left, Yumo's right, before attempting a sweeping kick with the intent of throwing off his mentor's balance. The read was correct. Yumo's leg arched with the sweep, sending his balance sidewards as he raised his foot to kick at Trevor. It shot out, hitting Trevor, but only as a graze on his side. It hadn't hit his core, which was the important part. Still, Yumo stood as a rock, recovering quickly. Jabs began to assail Trevor, each with the force of a ghoul's unnatural strength behind it. Trevor barely raised his arms in time, purely reactionary as he blocked and deflected blow after blow. He was moving forward, trying to drive Trevor back. Good, he said, not sounding out of breath in the slightest. You have eyes. You have legs. But they are not good enough. Fight. The single word galvanized Trevor, ringing through his head and touching upon something primal. He stopped stepping back, blocking on pure instinct. Waiting. His ribs were hit. Still waiting. It hurt. His chest. It hurt. Waiting, waiting. There. Right as Yumo sent a right hook into his shoulder, Trevor leaned into the blow, grabbing onto Yumo's extended arm and yanking with all his might. In that moment, where the attacks all too briefly ceased, Trevor sent a knife hand right for Yumo's throat. There was the briefest glint in Yumo's eye. He weaved his head to the side, bringing his neck out of the way just enough for Trevor's hand to graze. Yet, even still, a mark was left. A cut. He made Yumo bleed. Fuck yet. The back of Yumo's fist slammed across Trevor's jaw. So much for that bit of satisfaction. And hands. You have hands. You need more, Trevor. You need more, or you will die. Tuka will die too, and it will be your fault, Yumo said, his voice remaining a bastion of calm apathy in the midst of the struggle. Something changed, like a lever was released, both for Yumo and for Trevor. Where Yumo had been letting them fight him, he was now fighting Trevor. Blow after blow crashed against Trevor, each enough to probably kill a human. The pain from them was enough to confirm that. As Yumo stopped holding Trevor's hand like a child at his first martial arts class, Trevor felt that itch grow stronger. It ruptured, bursting through skin and fabric. Two crimson serpents, scaled and jittering aggressively. The itch vanished, the satisfaction of it fading mingling with the pain and soreness. Trevor could feel them. Like arms or legs, he could feel them, on his lower mid-back. Kagun. Yumo wasn't giving him time to reflect on anything, still hammering away at him despite the sudden appearance of the Kagun. Trevor couldn't afford to think too hard, only act. Trevor blocked the hammer blows as best as he could, while he concentrated on getting the Kagun to move. He imagined the first similar predator that came to mind, a scorpion, then raised them. The twin scorpion tails, sharp edges hungrily poised to strike. With an impulse, Trevor willed them to strike. They shot forward like a released spring, energy coursing through them. Yumo, to his credit, avoided one, but not the other, it lancing through his gut as he attempted to back up. It definitely broke through the skin, digging deep into his intestines. Trevor could feel the warmth, yet Yumo merely tensed his brow. Strangely enough, he looked satisfied with the situation. He pulled himself off of the deadly tail, taking a leap back to create more space, blood hitting the ground as the wound was left open. Good, he finally said, lowering his guard. Good. He bowed his head, indicating the end of the scrap. Tuka had been watching, and let out an impressed "ooh" at the sight of Yumo bleeding. She moved to her feet, holding her arm. You've got her Kagun, she exclaimed, walking over to Trevor to inspect the two red tails sprouting from his back. I thought you would be a total herbivore, honestly. Good job. Trevor was breathless, chest heaving raggedly. His head was ringing, and it took him a couple moments for his vision to refocus. His arms hung at his sides, bruised and battered to all hell. He winced as he straightened his back, he must have been reflexively hunching over for whatever reason. Her Kagun, he repeated dumbly, looking back at the tails. Despite how unnatural the red serpents looked, they felt like they'd always been there. I actually inherited Riz's Kagun? That's a thing. Tuka raised her good arm in a I don't know gesture, looking to Yumo. Despite having been run through, both he and Tuka seemed pretty casual about it. The qualities of a parent ghoul are passed down to the child. In your case, it may be similar, he answered. But they do appear almost identical. Remember this feeling, Trevor, you will need more than your arms and legs. You will need your claws. Trevor nodded slowly, looking at Yumo's injured state. Such grisly wounds, being shrugged off like they were nothing. How utterly absurd. Roger that, Trevor said monotonously. He was beginning to recover. Is it usual for there to be two parts of a Kagun? Nishiki just had the one. Super normal, for a Rinkako like you, Tuka answered, the grip on her arm tightening. Give me a hand, would you? Twist it back into place. Right, sorry, Trevor said, stepping over and gingerly grasping her arm. Then snapped it back into place. Ow. Oh ow ow ow. Toka hopped on the spot, from foot to foot, as if that would help the pain at all. Phew, she cut herself off, biting down on her lower lip and puffing her cheeks out, eyes wide. Her arm was normal looking now, at least. Ow. Okay. Yeah, normal for you. That's a rinkaku for you, I suppose. You get those creepy looking tentacles, and you heal up real quick, but your Kagun tends to be squishier than the others. Easier to cut off. So I gotta be lighter on my feet with them, got it, Trevor noted, filing the information away. He looked over at Toka. Actually, what kind of Kagun do you have? Lighter? I dunno, I'm not a rinkaku. You're better off asking someone else about using it. I'm an yokaku. Fast, and longer range. We use projectiles. I think Yumo-san is one too, but we don't really see him fight with his Kagun much. Hey, Trevor grunted. He would have liked to have projectiles of his own, but that was the luck of the draw, he supposed. The way you were kicking our asses, I can't imagine you need to use your Kagun all that often, sir, he directed at Yumo. I don't fight much, he said simply, wrapping his coat around his waist to seal up the injury. Toka looked at Trevor, appearing about as convinced as he would expect from such an answer. Right, Trevor drawled, shrugging his shoulders. If the man didn't want to go into it further, that was his call. Are we done for today? Go home and rest, both of you. Do not forget to eat. It will help with the bruises, Yumo instructed, bowing his head once more. You do know how to put those things away, don't you? Toka asked, looking up at Trevor with a furrowed brow. Trevor glanced back at the Kagun. Please help, senpai. Toka sighed. Life began to become more and more familiar and almost human-like as the days went by, for Trevor. Work, co-workers, social time, and a hobby in the form of training with Yumo, it felt strangely normal. The week that followed the awakening of his Kagun was no different. Another day in Anteiku, working the front. Irimi was off for the day, to Trevor's quiet chagrin, citing a family issue, leaving Trevor to the front by himself, at least until Toka arrived. The manager had assured him that he would be fine, and surprisingly enough, he was. Wednesday, the hump day. It wasn't too busy, but it wasn't mind-numbingly quiet either. In the middle of work hours, there were a few customers at any one time, enough to keep Trevor on his feet, but hardly enough to call himself busy. He recognized some elderly familiar faces, the most common sort of customer during these hours, along with a few younger working folk who would go there during their lunch breaks. Kuma would come to the front occasionally to talk, but only for a few minutes at a time before heading back to handle his own bit of work. Apparently, he was quite good with numbers, which was a recent development, so the manager also had him checking the books. It was comfy. More comfy than a cafe run by cannibals had any right to be. Finally, the evening arrived, and with it Toka. She pushed through the front with a huff, looking exhausted and frankly, a little bit ill. She tossed Trevor a wave before walking through to the back, returning minutes later in her uniform. She walked behind the counter, and stood alongside Trevor, hunched over somewhat. What's up, Buttercup? Trevor asked, looking at her with some concern. You always talk so weird. She muttered, shaking her head. Nothing, nothing. My friend at school, she really wants to be a chef, or a baker, or something. So she tends to use me to test her food. She let the rest of the statement speak for itself. Trevor nodded. Yikes. Sorry about that. You'll probably have to do something about that, it's obviously taking its toll on you. It's no problem, today was just bad. She made so much. Toka lamented, recalling the food. I'm pretty good at faking it now, but it still tastes so bad. That's right, do you know how to fake it? What, like acting? He hazarded. I used to act in high school and did a little in college. I like to think I'm okay at it. Toka nodded, leaning on the counter. She inspected the current customers before looking back up to Trevor. Well, it's part acting and part technique. We get taught it. You got to pretend you're enjoying it while minimizing the amount of flavor you're releasing, then swallow. Then later you. She stuck her fingers in her mouth, making a retching noise. It's not hard, but it sucks anyway. Trevor's features scrunched up unpleasantly. I see, he said, clearly unhappy about it. Luckily all my friends here are ghouls, so I think I'm good. I'll, keep your advice in mind, though. It never hurts to fake it in front of some people, even if you don't know them. Makes you look real convincing to everyone else, you know. It sounded like good advice, until her mischievous tone was taken into account, the slightest smirk on her face. She just wanted to see him struggle with some food. Could it be that my oh so respectable senpai is leading me astray? Trevor wondered with a roll of his eyes. Taking advantage of this poor SAP's naivete like that, I hope you're prepared to take responsibility, he teased right back, throwing her a smarmy wink for good measure. Huh? Well, I'm a bit of a scumbag, Trevor-san. I like to take advantage of the pure ones then leave, you see. She responded effortlessly, her smug little look growing more intense. But, you're quickly becoming too mature for my tastes. Got your claws and all, now. To think, but a few weeks ago you were stumbling around like a lost pup. It brings a tear to my eye. She wiped away a mock tear, moving away from the counter. I'm going to go check on Kuma-san. Don't get lead around by anyone, you hear? Your naivete isn't an excuse. Don't think I don't know a tactical retreat when I see one. Trevor called after her. I bet you're blushing like the schoolgirl you are back there. In your dreams. She called back, leaving Trevor to the front. Trevor laughed and shook his head, facing forward again. Bantering with Tuka was a treat, and he already felt better after having to handle most of the day without Irimi. Amazing what a few words could do to improve your mood. The front door chimed, signaling a new arrival. The door opened to two people, a woman and a girl. Both had chestnut hair, the younger's cut into a messy bob and the woman's weaved into upper back-length ponytail slung over her shoulder. The older of the two smiled over at Trevor as they approached the counter, the younger almost seeming to hide behind the woman. Ah, a new employee? She asked kindly. She appeared to be in her 30s, maybe. It was hard to say, as the girl at her side appeared to be her daughter. I'm Trevor, I just started about a month ago, he greeted them both, inclining his head. It's nice to meet you, miss. Fueguki. She bowed her head ever so slightly, eyes shutting with the movement. And this is Hinamai, she gestured down to the girl, who jumped as attention was put on her, looking like a startled bird. Say hello to Trevor-san. The girl avoided looking at Trevor, eyes shifting along the ground as she fidgeted on the spot. Ah, hello. She mumbled, her voice cracking somewhat with uncertainty. Hi, Hinamai, Trevor said with an easy smile. Social anxiety was something he could certainly empathize with, and the poor girl seemed to have it in spades. It's very nice to meet you. Hinamai nodded in return, still half behind her mother. Fueguki pet her daughter on the shoulder, and she gave Trevor a thankful look. Clearly her daughter didn't interact with people much, so having someone be able to recognize that and behave accordingly was something she appreciated. A familiar mop of black hair stuck its head around the corner, a singular eye blinking over at Trevor and the guests. Ryuko-san, be careful with this one. He may not be an English teacher, but he is still dangerous. Tuka said, pretending to hide around the corner with a mock glower. Ryuko, her first name, just laughed gently at Tuka's words, bringing a hand to her lips. Tuka-chan. I do believe you are trying to lead us astray with this impression of Trevor-san. Blee, Tuka replied constructively. Hey now, Trevor huffed, setting his hands on his hips. Don't let Tuka get to you, he leaned in conspiratorially. She's had a rough day and has a nasty habit of taking it out on other people. Now he's the one leading you astray. Tuka finally emerged from around the corner, pointing her finger in accusation at Trevor. I don't take it out on other people, don't listen to this foreigner. This English teacher. Ryuko looked at Trevor, smiling still. I see you get along with Tuka-chan. That's good, I rarely see her so energetic. I don't like that implication, Ryuko-san. The manager's waiting for you upstairs, second floor, she folded her arms and turned her nose up, letting out a humph. Ryuko bowed her head to Trevor, and Hinamai mirrored her, and they moved towards the stairs. Tuka couldn't keep the act up, and ruffled Hinamai's hair as she passed. Once the two left, Trevor let out a snicker. At Tuka's curious look, he elaborated. So I get you energetic, hey. He teased. Tuka moved back on over to the counter, leaning against it as she tended to. You're not boring to talk to. That deserves some energy, doesn't it? You're too kind, senpai, Trevor drawled. But I suppose I can say the same for you. You make the doldrums of food service bearable, dare I say enjoyable. I should have recorded that. Wait, before I forget. We're going somewhere after work. Manager's instructions. Best not to talk about it right now, but it'll be pretty cool, I swear. Trevor quirked a bushy eyebrow. High praise, he said. I guess I'll have to look forward to that, then. Tuka nodded a few times, rarely one to call anything cool as it were. Trust me, you'll love it. You're a massive nerd, so it's right up your alley. I dunno, you've already tried to mess with me once today, Trevor replied. Can I trust that this isn't some elaborate ruse on your part? If I wanted to get back at you, I'd just make you train with Yumo alone. Don't test me, Trevor. Trevor snorted. Yeah, senpai, he drawled, patting her on the shoulder. Consider yourself trusted. For now. Shinjuku in the evening. It's not something a lot of Westerners got to see regularly, but it was one hell of a sight. Signs illuminated in neon ran down the length of the streets, crowding the sides of buildings to match the congestion of people and cars. There was the constant hum of car engines and feet on the pavements. The unfortunate smell of cooked food was also present, growing heavier with each restaurant and bar passed, but in contrast to that was the scent of all the people. Tuka lead Trevor by the cuff of his sleeve, making sure not to lose him in crowd, and every now and then it felt like a very real possibility. The sidewalks were just not big enough to contain all the people walking home from work. But eventually, they found their way out of the main streets and back into the familiar territory of a ghoul alley marked with graffiti. A lot of ghoul business took place in alleys, for rather obvious reasons. Their destination was before them, the name slapped onto a wall next to the entrance, High C Art Mask Studio. Tuka let out a breath she had been holding, tilting her head back. Man, I hate the Fourth Ward. Feels like I'm walking on ice whenever I'm here. She brought a hand to her forehead, rubbing it. It's rough to live out here. Too many doves. Trevor winced at the mention of the ghoul hunters. Yeah, I can imagine, he sighed, looking back the way they came. And I hate the crowds, too, they're a big part of why I was never one for city life. Love em, hate em. We need em, Tuka said, making a beckoning gesture to Trevor as she stepped into the establishment. Watch your step, she said, nodding down to the stairs that immediately followed the entrance. It was no secret what that place dealt in. Masks were everywhere. On the walls, on mannequins' torsos propped up on stools, in displays everywhere. A few of the aforementioned torsos had white covers over them. There was no sign of any employees. Tuka didn't say anything, immediately going to the glass displays to browse, leaning over them to get closer looks. Gas masks, ONI masks, clown masks, ONI masks, and everything in between and beyond. There were some truly unusual designs to see, like one which appeared to be a cross between a soldier's helmet and a cicada's husk, with a ventilation system around the mouth. Yet, there was nobody there to sell them. Trevor slowly walked around, eyes wide with curiosity over the vast array of masks. A great deal of them looked creepy or downright horrific in some cases, but it felt more like he was walking through a Halloween shop than anything else. There was even a teddy bear and chicken mask, mixed along with the horrors and oddities. So this is where ghouls get masks to help hide their identities? Trevor wondered, mostly rhetorically, as he stared up at a four-eyed, white avian-like mask that reminded him of a monster from a favorite show of his. I get a lot of customers, I guess. A white sheet fell away on a stool next to Trevor. A guy was huddled up on it, staring at him with wide, red eyes. Hey! Trevor flinched and stepped back a touch, clearly not expecting the man's sudden appearance. Once his heart stopped pounding, he got a closer look at him, and yet, he sure looked like someone who would design all those masks. Dressed all in shades of black and grey baggy clothes, the heavily tattooed man, or rather, ghoul, had a gaunt figure. Black hair fell down the right side of his face, almost covering it as well as his many piercings. He kinda reminds me of Tony, Trevor thought, thinking back to his cousin who was also in the design world. Hey, he awkwardly greeted, before clearing his throat. Name's Trevor, he said in a more confident voice, offering his hand. Cool. I'm Yuta. The tatted-up ghoul took Trevor's hand without hesitation, giving it a firm shake. He didn't smile, but there was nothing to show he wasn't being genuine with his own greeting. Weird, was one way of describing him. Yuta-san, what are you doing? Tuka asked, turned around to look at him with a squint. I thought I'd try and spook him. But he's pretty good at not jumping. I thought he was supposed to be new. Yuta said, trailing off a little with a hum. Next time, I'll try something different. You reminded me of a relative, Trevor dismissed, really hoping Yuta wasn't actually going to ramp up efforts to spook him. Lord, did he hate jump scares. That's the only reason you didn't get me that time. That and Yamo's trainings helped a bit. Really? That's a first. I think people get spooked by my eye tattoo. Maybe I've been relying on it too much to be spooky, he said, tugging just beneath his right eye. His eyes were unashamedly that of a ghoul's, at least on the surface. If they were tattoos or not was anyone's guess. Tuka shook her head, moving to stand beside Yuta. She clapped her hand down on his shoulder, and it almost seemed like he didn't notice, eyes firmly locked on Trevor. This is, as you now know, Yuta-san. He makes ghoul masks. He's pretty good at it too. Yuta momentarily snapped out of his snake-like stare, flicking his eyes over to Tuka. You flatter me, Tuka-chan. I've never been complimented by you before. I have to set a good example. I see. You're trying for the coarse but respectable Aniki route. She gets a B for effort, most of the time, Trevor smirked at Tuka. Though she has a habit of acting very unsenpai-like when it suits her. I don't think she's committed enough. Tuka snapped her head to Trevor, glaring up at him with her visible eye, looking like she was about to say something, only to then turn back to Yuta. Yuta-san. She hissed, leaning over. Don't be caught up in his antics, you hear. Yuta let out a short, nervous chuckle, raising his hands. Ah. I see. My health is in danger if I continue. Sorry, Trevor. By the way. Yuta slipped off the stool, finally ending his gargoyle-like vigil on it, and leaned over to Trevor. He was close. Very close. Trevor reflexively leaned back at the invasion of his personal space. It did little to stop Yuta from continuing to lean forward, until they were both at an odd arc. Then he sniffed. Hey. You smell strange. Unusual, he commented, not seeming to mind the violation of personal space. Shit, probably the half-ghoul thing, Trevor figured, though he kept his mouth shut. Yuta-san. You're being creepy. Tuka came to the rescue. Oh, right. He snapped back upright, bringing a hand to the back of his head and scratching. This guy needs a mask, don't he, Tuka-san? Me too. I lost my old one, and we've got to start being cautious. Really, we should have got him a mask earlier, but I guess we got a bit complacent. Tuka moved to lean against a display, arms folded. I thought I heard that there were ghoul investigators sniffing around the 20th ward lately. They found Renji-kun too, you know, Yuta mused, taking a familiar tone with the mention of Yamo. He stepped over to a desk at the middle of the mannequin displays, picking up something from a metal tray. It was an eye. An actual eye. He held it between two fingers, rolling it about and giving it light squeezes. Tuka continued, not even registering it. Yeah, I think I heard the manager mention it. You hear about it from him. Him. Usually they'd leave the 20th alone, but I guess that's Riz's influence finally catching up to you. That woman really was the worst, wasn't she? Ruining our peaceful ward, check. Ignored everyone but herself, check. Arrogant as all hell, check. Yep, she was the worst, Tokyo listed off with a huff. Sheesh, just how prominent was this lady? Trevor wondered as the two talked, rolling his grafted shoulder. People love to bring her up. Ah well. It could be worse. The 13th ward is basically hell for ghouls, and it's only a couple of investigators. You can weather that out. Things could be worse. He then clicked his fingers, looking back to Trevor. Oh, right. Your mask. Come here, I need to measure your face and ask you a few questions. Trevor shrugged, complying with him. Sure. Ask away. Yuta guided Trevor to sit on a stool beside his own, standing and offering the eye out simultaneously. Hungry. Trevor glanced down at it and hastily averted its gaze. I'll pass, but thanks. Yuta shrugged. More for me, he said, plopping the eye into his mouth, swallowing it immediately. Then he reached out to place a hand on Trevor's cheek, feeling around the structure of his face. First off, any allergies? Metals or rubber? Nope. You want a full mask or a half mask? I think half is a good place to start, because it can be added to later if you want to change things up, but I don't mind starting with full. Trevor hummed, considering it. We can start with a half mask, then. Besides, a full could chafe against my beard. So you want to keep your beard then? I see, Yuta noted, moving around to stand behind Trevor, getting a feel for the top and back of his head. I can work with that, for sure. Any lovers, Trevor-kun? He asked rather abruptly, with no ceremony whatsoever. He was getting a feel for Trevor's ears. He was about to reflexively answer no, but then saw a golden opportunity. A very small smirk formed on his lips as he looked right at Tuka, and winked. Tuka stood a bit off from them, caught it, and just appeared confused. Her attention was on the masks. Then she put it together. Her face went through a series of expressions, from shock to embarrassed to concerned to grit teeth. All in all, it was one hell of a visual experience seeing a face manage to do the equivalent of gymnastics with the amount of muscles used. She pointed a finger at Trevor, eye wide. No. 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 Aha, the battle is mine. What she said, Trevor replied, tilting his head toward her and doing his best to keep his shit-eating grin from getting too big. So, you like girls younger than you, then? Yuta said, looking between the two of them with an analytical gaze, rubbing his chin with a finger. I don't think it's my place to judge, but... Trevor rolled his eyes. I'm messing with her, but so long as they're within 4, maybe 5 years of my age either way I consider them. Dating with too much of an age gap is just asking for trouble, even if they're legal. So reasonable, Trevor-kun. I can respect that. Is there anything specific you look for in partners, then? Yuta asked. The direction of his questions was odd, to say the least. Trevor wondered what his love life had to do with creating a mask for him, but he figured Yuta had his reasons. It distracted from getting his face felt up, at least. At least a couple shared interests would be preferable, Trevor began with a shrug. But also for the girl to have her own life and friend group so we're not with each other 24/7. That way there's at least something new to talk about. And, I dunno, I kinda like tomboy types. Although it's hardly a hard and fast rule, if she's cute, she's cute. Oh, and banter. Banter's nice. This is good material. You're a good customer, Yuta nodded, wrapping a measuring tape around Trevor's forehead. Usually I have to coax that kind of stuff out a bit more, but you're pretty open if asked. That's good. Rapid fire round. You're a rinkaku, right? You strike me as a rinkaku. What comes to mind when you think of your kagun? What's your favorite animal? I figure it'd be a sort of independent one, but you could surprise me. If you had to describe what kind of meat you like to eat, what would it be? What is the color of wisdom, to you? In order, yes, scorpions. Trevor mulled the third question over. Probably Komodo dragons or wolverines. Italian sausage. As for the color of wisdom, I'll go with red. Yuta pulled back the tape, a slight smile now on his face. Great. I love it. This is a lot for me to work with, so I think I can make something fitting for you. I guess the manager is taking the bill. He asked over to Tuka, who nodded in return. Ah, great. I'll send it over to Anteiku when it's done, that okay? Sounds Gucci to me, Trevor replied, straightening up. I'm looking forward to whatever you cook up, Yuta-san. Several nights later, Trevor found himself accompanying Yumo once more for a food supply run. It was a success. 2 hours of work turned up quite a bit of food for them to harvest, between a number of regular sites. The night was only made a bit better when Yumo handed over some money to Trevor, citing that it was from the car he had drove from their last excursion together. It was grisly stuff, but there was something almost relaxing about it. Yumo's presence wasn't an intimidating one, no, just an insular one. He never pressed or aimed to make Trevor uncomfortable, he simply went with whatever flow Trevor introduced. It was just the quiet night, and the work ahead of them. But it had come to an end, and they returned to the 20th ward. The streets were quiet on the outskirts of the ward. Not a soul in sight. Until there was. Yumo came to a halt, the wheels skidding at the abruptness of it. He undid his seatbelt hurriedly and stepped out, immediately striding over to the person. She looked familiar, walking by herself on the sidewalk. Ryuko Fuegaki, the woman had stopped by Anteiku a few times with her daughter. After a few moments Yamo lead her back over, and he got back into the car. She stopped by Trevor's window, looking a bit surprised to see him. Trevor-san? How strange. She said as she slipped into the back seat. I'm used to seeing you beside Toka-chan, rather than Renji-kun. Toka's taking a break for her exams. Trevor's her stand-in, for tonight, Yamo explained, getting the car back in gear. Ah, that does explain it. You sure are a hard worker, aren't you, Trevor-san? Thank you for helping me out. Trevor nodded. I'm happy to help you and Anteiku out, he replied. So what brings you out and about tonight, ma'am? Her lips parted, but the words died in her mouth. She averted her gaze, looking down into the footwell. Well, I was visiting my husband's grave, you see. She looked back up, her eyes falling on Yamo. I hope this hasn't angered you. It's nothing to do with you going to your husband's grave. You're going alone. We're helping you for your daughter's sake too. Yamo inhaled, his grip on the steering wheel tensing for half a second. They're not looking for Riz, Fuegaku-san. The doves are looking for you. If you don't want Hinamai to be involved, then from now on. I know, she responded hastily, her tone fragile with a facade of steel. I already know that, and I've already been told that they're here. I just went to bury his mask with him. It's no good for me to rely on that person forever, is it? A smile broke through, an attempt to at least appear strong. If I behave like a child, then Hinamai won't be able to depend on me. We have to be able to let go of these things, if it's for our survival. Trevor frowned as he listened to the two speak. He didn't envy the position of a single, widowed mother, and he could only imagine her situation made that much worse by simple virtue of both mother and daughter being ghouls, outcasts, labeled as threats to society. Fuegaku was doing her best, putting on appearances and all, but the stress would likely take its toll for a long, long time. Fuegaku-san, by all means let me know if you need help with something, Trevor offered, looking back at her. I used to be a lot like Hinamai when I was younger, so I can understand where she's coming from. I like to think I can handle people like her pretty well, considering that. I would appreciate that, Trevor-san. I think Hinamai's lonely, but there's not much I can do to help on that front. I can only do what a mother can do, in our situation. If you could spend time with her. She didn't quite ask, leaning around the back of the car chair to look at Trevor. Well, I think it'd be good for her. She likes the Anteiku staff. Trevor smiled. Of course, of course. I can give you my schedule and we'll work something out. You just let me know when. My time's pretty free outside of Anteiku and my, nighttime hobby with Yamo. Ryuko smiled. Only it was true. She bowed her head to Trevor. Thank you, Trevor-san. You are too kind. They reached the Fuegaku household, and Ryuko bid the two good evening. She opened the door and stepped out, returning to her daughter. Yamo looked back at Trevor, his own expression odd. He almost appeared thankful. It didn't last long, as he looked back to the road and pulled away. Two pairs of eyes watched them leave. The mother's back. Yet. Another peaceful few days went by. The weekend came and went, and then it was a new week all over again. Domestic, that's how one could describe Trevor's time with Anteiku, only reaffirmed with the additional company of Hinamai for a few hours each day. Ryuko would come by with her daughter at noon, and leave her in the care of Trevor and the others until roughly 2 in the afternoon before coming to collect her. Hinamai liked to read, Trevor would come to learn. She wasn't the best at it, but she liked to do it and she made honest attempts to learn. Lack of education for young ghouls was an issue, he would come to learn from Irimi. Even she only learned to read after she met the manager. Kuma, on the other hand, was described as a freak who picked up reading on the fly. A man of many talents. Trevor found it disconcerting but not surprising that ghouls had less opportunities for education than a human. It certainly explained why certain ghouls like Nishiki weren't as socialized, Trevor thought, as someone else their age. They probably fell back on their more primal instincts for simple lack of a foundation to build upon. Add in their inherently predatory dispositions, and you had an incredibly volatile situation. It was a new sort of problem that weighed on Trevor's mind, one that he often drifted to during low-key moments or while he was with Hinamai. If he could somehow get a program going. Well, one thing at a time. Hinamai was, more often than not, upstairs and away from the customers. Not because she wasn't allowed to be around them, she was basically given free rein, but out of choice. Being on her own just came naturally to her, so she'd just read in solitude if left to her own devices, and at least appear largely okay with it. Even then, she slowly flicked through the pages of a book with a title that read as Kuroyagi no Tamego, or The Black Goat's Egg by one Takatsuki-sen. Trevor, strangely enough, had something of a grasp on Japanese, but even some of the things expressed in the book were a bit lost on him. Came with the territory of the language. Hinamai worked through it slowly, her brows occasionally furrowing as she focused on a particular kanji, trying to figure out what to read it as exactly. Trevor hummed, rubbing his bearded chin as he tried to discern the kanji for himself. I don't recognize that one, he admitted from his seat beside her on the couch. Does that look familiar to you at all? Hinamai squinted, opening her mouth to speak only for her lips to close. This repeated a few times. Koyata-kiyami. She finally said. Something clicked for Trevor. It was close, but it wasn't the right reading. It was easy how someone could make the mistake, her reading of it was near enough identical to the actual answer. Oh, I recognize that now, Trevor said, her own attempts at understanding speeding him along. That's, how the heck do you say it? Sayashijir? The rains that come between late fall and early winter, I think. He scratched his head. Might want to ask Irimi to double check, though I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Hinamai let out a hum as she examined the kanji closer, as if looking at it right up against her eyes would reveal its secrets to her. Sayashijir. She repeated, nodding slowly. That sounds right, I think. Oh no. I heard my name. Irimi poked her head around the corner, her expression flat and directed at Trevor. Do you need me to hold your hand some more? Lewd, Trevor dryly replied with a little smirk. Not that I'd complain, though. You child. Cold words, simple yet effective. She entered the room, looking at Hinamai as a pleasant smile, moving to lean a hand on the armrest of the girl's seat, looking over her shoulder at the book. This is a bit complex for you, isn't it? She asked. I guess, Hinamai sighed, thumbing the corner of a page lightly. Oh, not you. I meant Trevor. Hey, don't be giving the impressionable youth any wrong ideas, Trevor huffed, folding his arms. You learn the best alongside people at the same skill level as you. He blinked, then sighed. Plus kanji is annoying. I've been a filthy gaijin all my life. Words go left to right still for me. Whining is very unbecoming of a grown man, Trevor. Hinamai, please guide him, okay? Her smile became so goddamn pleasant. She was either as flat as a wall or wearing a rather polite smile, but that was just downright lovely to look at. It was something reserved for Hinamai and Tuka. Inwardly, Trevor knew she was a far crueler and more formidable opponent than Tuka. A true test of his banter chops, and lord did she kick his ass more often than not. But hey, a challenge was always fun. Irimi had too many advantages right now, acting motherly and using Hinamai as a proxy. Cold and ruthless. He would have to wait until the battlefield was more optimal for him to strike. I'll be in your care, Hinamai, Trevor inclined his head to the younger girl. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Besides, the whole point was to help socialize Hinamai more, anyway. Might as well turn this into more of a victory for her than for Irimi. Hinamai notably raised the book up to cover her lower face at the praise, looking between the two with wide eyes. I'll try. She said, her voice filled with resolve. She then lowered the book, and began to read with intensity. She was on the warpath to be Trevor's guide. She pointed at a character, and said, Tree. While staring at Trevor. It was indeed Tree. Trevor now knew that. Trevor smiled and nodded. Thanks, Hinamai. If there was one person whose authority he wouldn't chafe under, it'd be hers. Gotta give the girl some confidence. She beamed up at him, her smile one entirely deserving of protection. She was just a kid, ghoul or not. Irimi raised a hand to her lips, letting out a quiet chuckle. Trevor's changing of the victory condition was not unnoticed, apparently. She sent him a grateful nod while Hinamai was focused on her newest disciple. The girl tried, darn it. It was peaceful. There were bumps and some unpleasant work, but it all ended up returning to Anteiku. Nishiki, the bodies, maybe it was worth it if it meant these were the people he got to put up with in exchange. Eventually, Hinamai's time at Anteiku came to an end for the day. Her mother stood in the doorway, and the girl immediately shot to her feet and darted over to her mother, the picture of happiness. Ryuko brought her hand to her daughter's head, lightly tussling her hair. I'm sorry for the wait, Hinamai. I had to stop and talk about some things with the manager as if on cue. The manager showed himself, moving to stand beside Ryuko. He appraised Irimi and Trevor, his aged features set in a pleasant little smile. He was pleased with their efforts, even if it wasn't directly related to the store. How was your day? Trevor-san and Irmi-san are teaching me lots of characters, him. I'm teaching Trevor-san, too. He needs help sometimes, like me. Ah, really? That's great, Hinamai. The manager entered the room, sidestepping the mother and daughter. Thank you for your work, Irimi, Trevor. He passed them to part the blinds covering the window of the room, humming. Our pleasure, Trevor replied, setting a hand on his hip. Hinamai's been great, and learning with her has helped me out a bit, too. It's true. He has grown more fluent, I would say. I would advise making this a more regular thing, for Trevor's sake more so than Hinamai's. It's more fun than learning the old-fashioned way, I bet. Irimi nudged Trevor in the side with her elbow. Best to play along, not that it was likely an unappealing prospect to begin with. I'd certainly say so, Trevor agreed, nodding minutely at Irimi. Hinamai's an earnest teacher, I dare say she could have a future with work like that if she really wanted to pursue it. Something I'd be more than willing to back. Would you like that, Hinamai? Ryuko asked, leaning down a little to talk to her daughter. The girl seemed to consider it, folding one arm across her chest, the other cupping her chin. Finally, she broke and nodded rapidly. I like learning. So, helping others learn is only natural, right? An admirable cause. I believe we would all be eager to help young Hinamai along that road. The manager pulled back from the blinds, turning to face the family. It appears as if it is about to rain. Shall I lend you an umbrella? Oh, thank you very much. We'd appreciate it. Hinamai turned around to Trevor, her smile radiant. She then bowed. Trevor-san, Irimi-san, thank you. Please teach me more, next time. Things were winding down. Trevor's day was almost done, and now all that was left was the cleaning. Irimi wiped down the counter and kitchen, instructing Trevor to handle the tables. It was, arguably, the easier job of the two, considering the kitchen also involved the washing the leftover cups and plates. You went to university, didn't you? Irimi asked from her spot, eyes still focused on the bowl of soapy water, hands busy. Trevor nodded. Yup, did 4 years at a liberal arts college, graduated. He tapped his chin. 3 years ago? Yeah, sounds right. Got a degree in English with a minor in Asian studies. Who? That sounds nice. I'd love to go to university someday. It seems so, relaxed. I think that's how I would describe it. At least, until things are due. It looks like fun. Yeah. A nostalgic smile formed on Trevor's face. Those were definitely easier days. There was schoolwork, of course, but it was never that stressful for me, especially since I made plenty of friends. Lots of hanging out, shenanigans, drinking. Man. He sighed. Learned a lot, and not just in terms of education. Get packed in tight with a bunch of young adults your own age, you tend to get a bit of a crash course on social interaction and relationships. Useful. It's a different story, for us. I used to be a lot different, before I met the manager. He sort of taught me how to be human, I suppose. How to find happiness with the small things, she responded, smiling in a manner similar to Trevor. Before that, it was live fast and die hard. Rarely enough time for social interaction beyond a sort of mockery of it. I had a boyfriend once. He was only my boyfriend because I beat him in a fight and took his territory, and he wasn't too torn up about it. Hey, talk about violent criteria, Trevor laughed, but his expression sobered a bit. What was he like? Bit of a musclehead, really. He was good to me, but it was for all the wrong reasons, looking back on it. You know when you look back on a relationship, and all the things wrong with it just become so clear? It's like that. But, it was a different time, she looked up at the ceiling momentarily, letting out an amused huff. At the time, I didn't really care. He was kind of strong, I was strong, my followers were strong. Didn't need anything else, as far as I was concerned. How about you? Trevor looked at her, a little surprised at her openness regarding those matters. But, they had been talking more lately, and he'd been there for a while now. He supposed it made sense. I definitely know the feeling of looking back on a relationship and only seeing the bad, Trevor said with a sigh. The only major girlfriend I had was in college, second year. Lord, was that a roller coaster? I didn't know what I was doing, and I don't think she did, either, even though she had far more experience than me in almost every way. His gaze became a little distant. In the end, we were just too different. I hurt her, she hurt me, and we just parted ways. We were both young, and dumb, but I'm glad it happened. Helped me mature up, and figure out what I really wanted. To be young, MH? It's part of the reason I like to keep an eye on Tuka. She's so young, and she can make all the same mistakes we did, even if she does have us to help her along. She has the character to mess up like I did, at least. The black-haired woman chuckled, rubbing away at a plate, flipping sides to clean them both. You didn't hear this from me, but that relationship ended abruptly. Kuma killed him, you see. No hard feelings now, and we don't bring it up, but we do poke fun at one another over our past. Trevor blinked, taken aback by the casual statement. I think Kuma's cool and all, but... He killed your boyfriend, and you, joke about it. Trevor found himself asking, briefly stopping his task. MMH. I suppose you wouldn't know the history of the 20th Ward, and how it became so docile. Just think of it this way, we both made our share of mistakes, and we both hurt one another. If we let it get to us, the 20th Ward wouldn't be the place it is today. We'd be letting the manager down, too. It's better for everyone this way, and, strangely enough. She sort of just paused, looking at the plate. We really do get along, Kuma and I. He stared at her, wrestling with his own emotions. On the one hand, he agreed with her, for the sake of peace, it made sense to push old grudges aside. Even better if you genuinely got along with the person, and Kuma was very difficult to see as a murderer. But on the other, Trevor wasn't confident he'd have it in him to forgive his girlfriend's murderer, even if they were no longer dating. For all the shit that happened on both sides, he still wished her the best and was content to let her live her own life. Perhaps it was a ghoul thing, he thought a bit unhappily. I can respect growing past old grudges and thinking to the future, Trevor eventually replied, meaning his words. Though. I think you're a stronger person than me, Irimi. You all might be, in fact, he admitted. We don't know that. You just haven't had a chance to show your strength, Trevor. The fact you're here, knowingly trying to help Anteiku with our goal, says a lot about you. Don't sell yourself short. Leave that to me. Trevor snorted. I can always count on you to pick me up and then promptly smack me down, at least. It is the role of the coworker to keep their fellow coworkers humble. But, I believe your shift is over, isn't it? You've been in from 8. She asked, setting the plate down in the rack to dry, wiping her hands off with a towel. It's raining, and it's supposed to get worse. You might want to get going. Shit, you're right, Trevor noted, peering outside. You gonna be good from now on. I will be, as you say, Gucci. You expect me to be defeated by a few dirty tables? Begone, before I eject you, loiterer. Aw geez, Trevor griped melodramatically. Here I go sauntering off again. He started to walk away toward the back, but paused at the doorway briefly before glancing back. Oh, and Irene? Thank you. She kept her back to Trevor. She let out something of a snort. Get going. You will be ejected. Can't blame a fella for trying to be honest, Trevor retorted, though he was smiling and shook his head. At that, he laughed. Dash. The door to Anteiku closed with a jingle behind Trevor. The rain came down heavily, the skies grey and oppressive. The walk home had become a regular, easy bit of travel for Trevor. 40 or so minutes of walking, give or take depending on how fast he was going. The streets were busy as per usual, but less so due to the rain. Trevor had shoulder space. Two voices passed Trevor, their conversation easily heard. They looked just like humans, too. You wouldn't notice anything, but she turned into a monster. Man, I'd have liked to stay longer and watch. Never seen a ghoul. And then they were gone. Trevor had to force down his impulse to flinch at that. Hearing ghouls so casually mentioned like that, and called monsters. Some had to be, of course, but Anteiku wasn't like that. The manager, Irene, Tuka, Kuma, the Fuegakais, Yumo, they were good people. Good people that referred to violent lives with a disturbing frequency. A casual dismissal of life, even for those they were supposedly close to. There was a distance, there, that unsettled Trevor a great deal. His body was that of a ghoul, but his mind, it was still human. For whatever that distinction meant at that point. He was adaptable, which was why he'd been able to deal with the friendly personalities of his co-workers and sort of, glossing over the little bits they revealed about themselves that he didn't care for. Trevor shook his head, dismissing his thoughts and losing himself to the sound of pouring rain. What choice did he have? Yumo and the others said he did, but that didn't change the fact that he felt trapped. Anteiku had taken him in, and he was thankful because that was the best possible outcome. What else could he do? Strike out on his own like those lonely ghouls he stopped on his patrols with Tuka, only to get caught by the doves. The sound of small feet on concrete, splashing through the forming puddles, reached his ears. So absorbed in his thoughts that he hadn't seen her running towards him. Hinamai, soaked and frantic. Tears were lost in the rain that fell on her. Trevor-san. She cried out, outright crashing into him, pressing her head into his coat, her body rising and falling as sobs racked her body. Hinamai. Trevor exclaimed, eyes wide with shock as he whirled around and grabbed a hold of her. What are you doing out here? Where's your mother? He asked frantically. Her words, once so shy and restrained, poured out in an uncontrolled manner, stumbling over themselves as she tried to form a sentence, anything, to tell Trevor. In the end, all she got out was a few, weak words. Mom, all alone. Anything else was simply too muddled to understand. Trevor's blood ran cold. Yumo had said the doves weren't looking for Riz anymore. They were looking for Hinamai, he stated, kneeling down to eye level and resting both of his shaking hands on her shoulders. Where is she? Dash. The street looked familiar. It was mainly for bikes and pedestrians, but you could fit one car down there if you really needed to. But, it was clear what Trevor was meant to see. What he saw could be compared to a firing squad. Their backs were to Hinamai and Trevor, facing the clearly kneeling Ryuko, her face bloodied and clothes a mess. Two of the men were in black suits, pistols in hand, and one wearing glasses. The other two, in long white coats. One of them had a suitcase in hand, a black one. The other had a kagun. But, it wasn't coming from him. He was holding it, like one would a weapon, detached from the body. He was hunched over, his hair white-grey. And Ryuko? She just looked defeated. Her own kagun had been almost ripped apart by something, laying around her like torn butterfly wings. They would have been beautiful, were it not for their current state. Doves. Had to be. Trevor stared, feeling his whole body tense up with fear, knowing damn well he had precious little time to act. He took a short, deep breath and adjusted his makeshift mask, a sleeve torn from his own coat. Call Yumo, Trevor whispered to Hinamai, hurriedly passing her his phone. Tell him to get here, now. Then run to Anteiku and don't stop for a second. Understood. Hinamai was afraid. Not just for her mother, but also for Trevor. His words were just like her mother's. But, ultimately, she just nodded. She tried to steal her expression, but she couldn't hide the tears or outright terror. She held her hand out, wordlessly asking for Trevor's phone. He handed it to her, then gently patted her shoulder. Be strong, he said. He wasn't sure if it was for her sake or his at that point. Go. She ran. She ran fast and hard, as far as she could, leaving Trevor with the sight before him. He imagined the scorpion tail, coiling upward. If you came along obediently, then you wouldn't have had to die in the middle of the street. The man with the strange weapon said, just loud enough for Trevor to hear. Even though I dismantled you bit by bit. Trevor charged from the shadows, fear fueling his every motion as the crimson kagun sprung from his back. They lanced forward, aiming straight for the man with the kagun weapon. The element of surprise. The scorpion thrived on it, often blending into the sands they skittered across, or in the homes they lurked in. So close to running through the man who attacked Ryuko. Then, a hammer weight came down on Trevor's back. The lunge, the element of surprise, gone, replaced with the sensation of slamming down onto the concrete. The visceral pain of his own Kagun being struck caught Trevor off guard, winding more than Yamo's blows. The younger of the men in the coats had reacted like clockwork, his suitcase discarded and replaced with some sort of polyarm club, crimson lines running down the weapon like veins like a Kagun. Oya? What is this, Kotaro-kun? You've caught one. The strange voice of the white-haired man drawled, amused. He peered over his shoulder, looking down at Trevor with a wide eye. He almost looked overjoyed. Trevor's attacker, Kotaro, stared down at him with a gaze like iron, unflinching in the face of the ambush. It would appear so, Mado-san. Today was fated to be a productive one, apparently. Run. Ryuko breathed, unable to even move herself. Trevor hissed in pain, digging his hands into the ground. Stick to the plan. He stared at Ryuko, focusing on her. Then he pumped his legs and leapt to her, foregoing any attempts at attacking the doves. Too fast for them to react. He reached her in a moment, grabbed her, and then threw her upward with all his might in one fluid motion to the fire escape above them. He didn't wait for her to land before jumping after her. Ho! The older man let out as Trevor dashed through, surprised at the sudden burst of speed. It appeared as if the younger of the two weapon wielders was going to try and follow, somehow, but a hand from his apparent superior stopped him in his track. He gestured a white-gloved hand to Trevor, and the two men in suits aimed their pistols up at the two. Bullets shouldn't hurt a ghoul. Shouldn't. One managed to graze Trevor, and it felt very, very real, a fiery explosion of agony in his side. Those guns could, at the very least, hurt him. The pain was almost unbearable, making him scream as bullets peppered his skin. With a great deal of fear and panic, Trevor pushed Ryuko up the stairs ahead of him, forcing the heavily wounded woman to go while he took the shots. Tears fell down his face, and the only thing keeping him going was the fear of dying. Get away, get away, get away. Relief came when the bullets stopped coming. Even then, Trevor kept running, pushing Ryuko forward. The pain had reached such a point that it was almost blinding. He could barely think straight anymore, save to keep moving. Blood flowed from him, clothes torn by the rain of bullets. Yet, they got away. Ryuko stared up at Trevor, her eyes wide, her eyes wide. Shock, and a bit of awe. She was safe. Hinamai was safe. They were safe. Thank you, Trevor-san. Trevor's answer was to pass out and flop to the floor in a bloody heap. Trevor groaned, shifting in the comfortable sheets, then winced. MMF, he grunted as small spikes of pain racked his body at the movement. He felt sore all over, lethargic, worn down. There was a pressure on his stomach, and his eyelids fluttered open to see Hinamai, slumped over and passed out with her head lying there. He blinked dully, brows scrunching as he processed that. Slowly, he rose a hand to clutch his aching head. It hurt to think too hard. Why was he in bed, with Hinamai lying there? Then he remembered. Hinamai. Ryuko. The panic, the terror, the desperation. The gunshots. The pain. Trevor took a shaky, short breath as his hands began to shake. Oh, he breathed, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Oh, gee God. He almost died. Trevor covered his mouth with a trembling hand, trying to calm himself. The gunshots kept ringing out in his mind, the cold, predatory gazes of the dove staring down at him like a wretch. Frantically, his eyes searched for something, anything else to think about. He was in Anteiku's upper room, he recognized, voices could be heard outside, the staff most likely. He was safe. Not dead. He took one more breath. Hey, Hinamai, Trevor spoke softly, his voice cracking a little. He gently nudged her shoulder. She took a second to stir, her eyes shutting tightly before finally starting to pull apart, squinting at the source of the disturbance. Hinamai's eyes flew open after she registered who was nudging her. Her deep brown eyes had a hint of red to them, like she had been crying. She went to speak, but then hesitated, something she did a lot, only this time she seemed legitimately at a loss for words. Rather than say anything, she just reached over to hug Trevor, a silent showing of her appreciation. He held back another wince from his sore body, then stiffly tried to return the hug, wrapping an arm around her back. He kept silent, unsure of what to say as well. Are you okay? She asked, deciding to start with the easy question to ask. She pulled back, staring at Trevor with a worried frown. Do you want me to go get the others? I feel sore all over, Trevor groaned, shifting a little where he lay. But it doesn't hurt as bad anymore. Yeah, could you get the others? But before you do, how's your mother? Hinamai swallowed, her frown replaced with a wide smile. Alive. She's alive. She's fine, just a bit hurt. Like you. It almost looked like she was going to go back in for another hug, but she decided against it, keeping in mind his recent injuries. She stood from her chair, almost skipping over to the door. She opened the door, and called out. He's awake. About fucking time. Someone said from the hallway. That was Tuka, for sure. The room went from 2 people to 7 very quickly, the staff including Yamo entering. The mood was serious, to say the least, and Tuka looked pissed. Irimi and Kuma were on the other end, appearing relieved. Trevor was reeling at the sudden massive influx of people, reflexively leaning a little further back. When I said to go home, that doesn't mean you get to throw yourself into danger, Trevor. Irimi shook her head, shutting her eyes. It wasn't smart, Yamo added, staring at Trevor with his usual flat gaze. But it did work. Kuma said, approving of Trevor's balls of steel. Stupid, yes, but you cannot deny the result. The manager turned his head to Kuma. This was the most dour Trevor had ever seen the man, his aged features contorted into a look of deep thought. Kuma-kun, it would be best to not encourage this action. While it was admirable, there is difficulty that comes with it. The manager then appraised Trevor. Good work, Trevor-kun. While it may bring difficulty, you nonetheless did well. Trevor blinked rapidly, suddenly feeling somehow more uncomfortable. Well, thank you, he said quietly, fidgeting with his hands. Yeah, I wasn't thinking long-term right then, I dunno. I just didn't want to let her die. I barely had enough time to figure out how to escape, everything else after was. Trevor sighed, forcing his shoulders down. Instinct, I guess. I'm sorry if this brings troubles in the future, but at least Ryuko is alive. The manager shook his head, raising a hand and waving off Trevor's words. There is no need to apologize. You did what was natural, what was right. I doubt any of us would have done differently, in the same situation. Really, it is our fault for not seeing this coming, the manager said, gaining a distant look. But now, you have encountered ghoul investigators. What are your impressions of them, if I may ask? It was a question which a few in the room shared, as Yumo's brow showed the slightest sign of quirking upwards, and Toka leaned in. It looked like she was ready to kill something from how that sneer seemed fixed to her face. The bloodthirstiness was not lost on Trevor, who gave her a look before clearing his throat and addressing everyone. There were 4 of them, 2 in suits, and 2 in coats. Trevor started. The guys in suits had guns with bullets that actually, he took a breath, ignoring the sounds of gunshots in his head, hurt. And the guys in coats, they were wielding weapons made of kagun. One of them, they called him Kotaru, felt more like a professional just doing his job. But the other one? Trevor shivered. Mado. He looked fucked up, honestly, like a mad scientist. Got some serious serial killer vibes from him. He was a big part of why I moved so quickly, I felt like he'd cut Ryuko down any second at just a random whim. Kuma reached out to rest a hand on Hinami's shoulder, gently guiding her towards the door. Let's go see your mother, Hinami. Once the two were outside, the manager spoke. Mado. I recognize that name. A first-class investigator, if I recall correctly. Just a first class. Toka said, leaning back to glare at the manager rather, she glared in his direction, but not at him. Their rank is not always indicative of ability, Toka-kun, Irimi explained, folding her arms. Why focus in on that, anyway? Because. The younger girl started, teeth pressing together to grind away. She inhaled, then stood upright. Never mind. Never mind. The manager appeared to pay no mind to it. Those weapons you saw are called quinqua. They are, as you may have figured out, made from the kagun of their quarry. Combined with the training that they endure, a pair of ghoul investigators can make for dangerous foes. The bullets they used are coated in the same material that makes up our kagun, making them far less dangerous, but still nonetheless annoying. He moved over to the blinds, peeking out of them as he had earlier. The sun was long gone, and only the light of the streets bled through. We'll be harboring the Fuegaki family here for now. But, when the time is right, I will consider moving them to the 24th ward. Toka snapped. Her fist swung out, striking the nearest wall. It would probably require a plaster job. Is that a goddamn joke? Whoa, hang on, Trevor told her, raising his hands. He'd heard that younger ghouls had issues before, but seeing Toka like this was beginning to really unsettle him. Calm down. What's this 24th ward? It's the underground, Irimi began, sounding a tad frustrated herself. She kept it in place, though, her eyes shut. Tokyo has a vast network beneath it. You've seen the storm drains. Yeah, Yumo's taken me and Toka there a few times, he answered. Imagine that, but deeper, darker, more cramped, and it goes on for the length of the entire city. It makes for a good hiding spot for ghouls. There was an obvious but there. Many ghouls have made a living there. Some have remained hidden for years, the manager said, not looking all too pleased himself. And there's absolutely no way that those two can live alone in that shithole. Toka came back in, only a little bit less angry. At least she wasn't hitting anything. Just, kill them, manager. We need to get rid of them before they can dig up more information about them. They're not going to be left alone, are they? If we all work together, then. We can't. Yumo's quiet voice stopped Toka dead. If the lives of their fellow doves are taken in the 20th ward, then they'll start focusing on it as if there were many warlike ghouls here. If that happens, then the nest will continue to send more doves until we are all dead. Yumo let out a breath through his nose, not at all scolding Toka as much as he was explaining the situation. Please understand that, Toka. But. The manager interjected. Toka-chan. It's as Yumo-kun says. We must not get mixed up with the doves. It's the best thing to do for everyone's safety. If we kick off a series of revenge killings, that's a cycle that'll never end, Trevor added, really wanting to keep Toka from doing something stupid. It might feel good and easy to just knock a dove off here or there, but eventually, everyone will lose, humans and ghouls. There'll never be a chance for peace by that point. Our friends were just attacked and almost killed, and you guys want to sit around and do nothing? And then send them off to starve in the 24th ward? That's pathetic. They already killed Hinami's dad, they're not going to stop until they've finished their investigation. Attacking is the only way to know that they'll be safe. Pathetic. The manager said. His tone changed, becoming dire. No, Tuka. What is pitiful, however, is to be consumed by a desire for revenge, unable to live your own life. We both know that path only ends in pain. Tuka stopped. Her visible eye went wide as she recognized what the manager said. She gritted her teeth, holding herself back from saying anything else. She stormed out. 4 remained. It appears as if Tuka has much to think about, the manager sighed, looking over to Irimi. You and Kuma have both received the images of the investigators? He asked, getting a nod in turn. Good. Do not involve yourselves with them, and please urge our customers to be cautious from now on. Sir, is there really no other way for the Fuegakais to survive without having to send them to the 24th ward? Trevor asked. Because, if it's really that bad, I think it'd only do more harm than good for someone like Hinami. It likely would. It would, at best, change her into a very different type of ghoul. At worst, she does not adapt, the manager admitted solemnly. The other option is to send her to another ward that is not the 24th. However, that comes with its own risks. The doves have an increased presence in most other wards, and some wards are simply uninhabitable, either due to doves thoroughly exterminating the local ghoul populace, or because the local ghouls are simply that violent and territorial. The 24th ward is not overly violent, nor is there a dove presence, at least not most of the time, the manager paused, recalling something. Most of the time. It is just a difficult life, but it is not as risky and dangerous as living on the surface would be for them. The doves have caught their scent, and I'm afraid that it is very difficult to shake them once they have it. They are simply too organized, an entire agency dedicated to the single role of finding us and removing us. Nothing quite like an existential threat to your species to get people together, Trevor sighed. If they do have to go to the 24th ward, is there at least a possibility of visiting them, or for them to discreetly come up to the surface on certain occasions? The other 3 looked between themselves. Irimi shrugged. Maybe. It'd be tough to communicate with them, but it could be done, she finally said, not sounding entirely certain. Keeping contact with people in the 24th ward is difficult. It's easy to get lost, if you don't already know where you're going, and there's no real way to quickly get word to them. Have to come up with a schedule or something then beforehand, Trevor mused quietly, mostly to himself as he placed his bearded chin on an open palm. Lord knows Hinami will need something, maybe if I try to bring her books. You're such a dad, Irimi said, smirking. But that's admirable. Rather than revenge, you're thinking of how to make a bad situation a little bit better. It is appreciated, yes. Makes me glad that you stumbled upon Tuka, the manager added, praising Trevor. For now, rest up. If you want to go back to your home, then Yamo can give you a lift to save you walking, but you are welcome to stay here the night if you so wish. Well, Trevor rambled, feeling heat rush to his face at the praise. Maybe. I think I'll accept the offer to stay here for the rest of the night, if that's okay. My body isn't feeling much up for moving, and I want to check on Ryuko at some point soon anyway. He then rubbed his face. Also, I think I should shave before going out again. I had a jank mask on when they saw me, but there's an easy chance they saw my facial hair somehow considering how, prominent it is. Ah. That'll be so weird, seeing you without that cat attached to your face. Irimi muttered. Hey, it's a well-trimmed cat if anything, Trevor groused good-naturedly. I agree. I'm used to it. It'll be odd. Yamo of all people was agreeing. Trevor was the beard guy. Understandable, given he was one of the few people he had seen recently with a beard. A good idea, Trevor. Good thinking on finding something to cover your face, anyway. I must be heading out for the night. This news requires some investigation on my part, the manager said, moving to the door. I'll leave the keys in my office, Trevor. Be sure to lock up once everyone else is gone, if you could. Roger, Roger, Trevor replied, waving him off. Thanks again, sir. Good night, Trevor. Sleep well. Yamo followed the manager out, leaving Trevor with Irimi. The barista ghoul moved to claim a leftover chair, folding one leg over the other, staring at Trevor with pursed lips. So. Those were cue bullets. Annoying, right? It was one way to start conversation, at least. Annoying is one hell of an understatement for my first time getting shot at, but sure, Trevor sighed, leaning into his bed. Surprise, guns hurt. Glad to know for sure now though. Irimi let out a quiet chuckle, covering her lips with a hand. Oh, poor Trevor. You're just not used to it, is all. Cue bullets are a nuisance, compared to a quinqua. Getting hit by those can lose you a limb, or in some cases, immediately kill you. Blocking them with your kagun is best, but even then, the kagun can be injured. Trevor winced. Yet. That Kotaro guy smacked my back with his quinqua, right on the kagun. That hurt like a bitch, and it's a miracle I was able to keep my focus long enough to get Ryuko out of there. He let out a breath. I gotta be honest, Irimi, I don't think I've ever been more scared in my life. Even more than that cobra. Cobra? She asked, tilting her head. It's a natural fear. Most ghouls just avoid investigators, because they're too dangerous. They're humans, yes, but they're all trained and most of them have had enough experience to know how to handle themselves. Their quinqua are also custom-made for the wielders, so you are probably better off fighting another ghoul than you are fighting a dove. Noted, Trevor grimaced. That pretty much translated to them actually being able to choose their kagun, in a sense. But, yeah, I was in Cambodia for a study abroad term a couple years ago, walking through the jungle exploring and stuff. Then I round a corner and there's this fucking huge grey cobra just staring me down. Damn near pissed myself. But then I guess it decided I wasn't worth the venom, since it just darted off and swam into a nearby river. Snakes are cool and all, but damn can they be scary. I don't think it's because you weren't worth it. Snakes don't really think that way. It was more, could this thing do more damage to me before I can kill it for food? That's how they think. Ultimately, you're bigger than it, probably stronger. It just has a dangerous bite, which won't kill you immediately, may not even kill you at all, if you're lucky, so it figured that it'd be best to retreat. Irimi nodded, thinking that sounded right in her head. We've all been in that spot, here. Sometimes, it's just not worth going for food if that food can hurt you. Predators think alike, I suppose, Trevor nodded at her words. Though, in my case, I think I just lacked that killer instinct in the first place. He shrugged. And then I accidentally became a ghoul that needs that instinct to survive. That's irony for you, I guess. Irimi hummed, thinking over her words for a moment. You have it, it's just unused. Humans are hunters too, you know. You just abandoned that in exchange for an easier life, which is understandable. But, you know. If you didn't have it, then you wouldn't have gone in to save Ryuko. That instinct isn't just good for killing, you know. It's good for taking risks, and weighing if it's worth putting your life on the line. Yours seems to be working, to some extent. Trevor seemed conflicted, searching for words he was having difficulty finding. I guess I just didn't want to see Hinamai become an orphan, because of being born in a way that she or her mother had no choice in. One of his hands twitched, clenching slightly. I suppose I can empathize with having a lack of choice in how or where you end up. It's sad, but it's a reality we've come to live with. Our parents tend to die early because, despite everything, they still love their children. In the event of ghoul investigators catching onto a family of ghouls, the parents will more often than not sacrifice themselves before their child can be caught up in the investigation. Irimi paused, hands folding over her leg. That's probably what Ryuko-san was thinking, when Hinamai escaped. At least she'll live. I succeeded. So it would have been yet another typical case then, Trevor noted bitterly. Not this fucking time though. Not this time. Ryuko's alive, but who knows if that'll be good in the long term. I want it to be, but this world isn't too forgiving, to people like us. She smiled, but her words were depressing. Irimi shrugged lightly. Just some light talk about the realities of life and death for ghouls before bed, you know how it is. Not my usual go-to for pillow talk, but hey, Trevor snorted. Just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Oh, I get it. It's because you're in bed. Haha. She didn't at all sound entertained, despite her laugh. Who would have thought? But I'd suggest taking some time off to think about all of this, I suppose. Your first run-in with Tuka, Nishiki, this. It may not get easier, Trevor. The reality won't ease up. Trevor sobered up considerably at that. You're right, he said. It's easy to repress shit for me, too easy. I guess, yeah. A break does sound nice. At the admission, he seemed to sag further into his bed. Real nice. Don't repress. Accept. That's what my old man used to say. I don't really know what it means, but I think I'm pretty good at it, these days. Maybe you can figure it out, too. I think I follow, Trevor said, nodding. Something to mull over at the very least. Thanks, Irimi. No thanks required. It's the role of the coworker to make sure their fellow coworkers don't go insane because they can't cope. That'd just be troublesome, wouldn't it? She stood up, and gave Trevor a few condescending pats on the head. There. Just sleep and get better, you hear. Your magnanimity is matched only by your beauty, Trevor stated with a roll of his eyes. Truly, a kind soul. Ah, so you noticed, did you? Both my beauty and my kindness? So kind am I, that I won't even snipe at you as I leave the room. It's no fun picking on the injured, after all. She smirked, turning to leave and pushing up the bun of her hair as she did so. Truly, she was several levels above Tuka in the banter game, a deadly foe. Good thing too, since that'd make you little better than a scavenger looming over a carcass, Trevor retorted. Otherwise, one could make disingenuous assertions about your character and call you a vulture or something equally unpleasant. Good thing I would never do such a thing to those unable to defend themselves. Good night, Trevor. Sweet dreams. With a wave and a smile, she shut the door, leaving Trevor alone. The light was on, but luckily the switch wasn't too far. He had the place to himself, apparently. Alone, with his thoughts. No distractions, no people, no conversation. Trevor took a deep breath, or tried to, but it ended up more like a shaky rasp than anything. His hands clenched into shaking fists that pressed against his temples as he bent forward. Damn it, he breathed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He'd almost died. All because he wanted to play the hero, the White Knight. He would have died, in an alleyway in Tokyo, far from home with his family and friends never knowing. Perhaps mourned briefly by people he knew for barely a month, but they would have moved on. If they could laugh or shrug off the deaths of loved ones, even with the people who'd killed them, then what was Trevor to that? Nothing. A brief blip on the radar in their lives, yet another sad reminder of the violent world they took part in. Damn it, Trevor murmured in a ragged whisper, feeling his eyes water. He curled up into a ball in the bed, head resting against his knees. The words of comfort and of praise that had been offered had washed away, losing any sort of effect they might have had as Trevor stewed in his thoughts. Thoughts that were filled with doves, and the harsh sounds of gunfire. The morning light slowly creeped into his room, rousing Trevor from an uneasy slumber. His eyes felt more exhausted than anything, probably because of all the fitful dreams and quiet sobbing. It was a miracle he'd gotten any sleep at all, considering what had happened. With a groan, he managed to sit up and lethargically pull the covers off. His every movement was stiff, almost robotic. Trevor looked around the room in a daze and reached for the glass of water left at his bedside. It was room temperature, but that was still plenty refreshing against his dried lips. Trevor let out a deep breath and got out of bed. Ryuko and Hinamai were supposed to be staying here, too. It was high time he checked up on them. The two of them were sharing the small bedroom across from the living space, and they would likely be doing so for a while, if the words of the manager were anything to go by. There was no response upon knocking, but the quiet sound of shuffling did reach Trevor's ears, followed by a few gentle steps. The door opened ever so slightly, a fuzzy mess of brown hair peeking through the gap. Hinamai had been awake, at least. She looked back into the darkness of the room moment and then looked back up to Trevor. She slid out of the room slowly, closing the door behind her carefully. Once she was certain she hadn't disturbed her mother, she gave Trevor a hug. Another one, because one wasn't enough. Since the positioning wasn't as awkward as last time, Trevor was actually able to properly reciprocate that time, wrapping his arms around her in gentle embrace. You sleep at all? He asked quietly. She didn't respond, not right away. She looked away, the darkened skin beneath her eyes telling Trevor all he needed to know. I tried, she said meekly. Mom's sleeping, though. She needs it more than I do. Trevor nodded in understanding. Ryuko had been far worse off than he was, that was for sure. It wasn't surprising that she'd need a bit more time to recover. He looked down at Hinamai, feeling more sympathy roll into him upon seeing her exhausted state. It'd taken him longer than he expected to realize that he saw something of a kindred spirit in the girl. They were two ghouls not at all suited for the kind of life demanded of them. That she does, Trevor agreed, softly pulling away and patting Hinamai's messy hair. And so do you. I'm on a break from my responsibilities for the time being. I can sit in and wait for your mom to wake up if you want to shut your eyes for a bit, he offered. Even though he himself still felt exhausted, he knew more sleep wouldn't come for him even if he tried. Nor did he want to, any sleep he had would inevitably be accompanied by nightmares. The young ghoul pressed her lips together, tired eyes lidding somewhat. The temptation was there, but... I can't sleep. I saw Mom when I tried, and Dad. She cut herself off, fingers gripping at Trevor's clothes with a meager strength. I want to be strong, like you and Tuka. Trevor let out a deep breath. He didn't consider himself strong in the least bit. All he did was act. Hinamai. He started slowly, struggling to find the right words. I won't tell you that being strong is wrong, especially since that may be the only way you and your mom will survive. But, please, be careful about it. I'm only gotten where I am so far because Yamo has been training me. Even then. Another breath, and he leaned down so that he was eye level with the girl. It wasn't strength that made me move last night, Trevor confided in her. I was afraid. So afraid. He looked down, feeling his shoulders shake a little. But I didn't see any other option. It could have gotten far worse, and the only reason it didn't was because, honestly, I don't think they expected a ghoul to prioritize saving one of their own over trying to kill a few humans. If I tried to fight them, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He trailed off there, unsure of what else to say. He felt like he was rambling, but he desperately didn't want her to fall down a path that'd just lead to another tragedy. Tuka's behavior made it clear just how easily younger ghouls could give in to their violent impulses. He'd have to talk to her later. But... She hesitated, having issues trying to put her words together. I don't want Mom to get hurt, she settled on, finally pulling away from Trevor. Her hands balled into fists, anger apparent on her usually passive face. Indeed, Trevor was seeing firsthand how ghouls become as violent as they are. If you weren't around, then, she'd be dead, and I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I know, Trevor told her, resting a hand on her shoulder. I don't want her or you to get hurt either. I'm not saying you shouldn't become stronger, you absolutely should. But with strength comes a choice on how you want to use it. He paused, looking for the right way to continue in the context of a ghoul's life. An eye for an eye can feel good, in the moment, but that would only make life harder in the long run. More doves out hunting you, and your mother, and they'd want to get revenge in turn if you lashed out. And in the end, no one will win. All there will be is a pile of corpses on both sides. The girl began to shake, and her fists unclenched. She brought her hands up to her face, rubbing away at her eyes. She sniffled, her anger unable to manifest itself in any other way than tears. It's wrong, she said between growing sobs. They killed Dad, they almost killed Mom. It feels wrong, Trevor. There's nothing right about any of this, Trevor agreed, feeling his own composure waver a bit. His grip on her shoulder tightened briefly. He looked at Hinamai, and a strange feeling washed over him. He saw something when he laid eyes on the sobbing, conflicted girl who had almost lost everything because of a battle she'd never truly took part in and had no choice about her involvement. He saw something that needed fixing. A goal. It was a fool's hope, a distant dream. He still felt like a complete foreigner to the world of ghouls and their conflicts. But, seeing Hinami, seeing the fallout of what he knew had been an endless war, he felt a strong desire that may have been naive, but something worth striving for. Which is why I'm going to make it right, Trevor spoke, surprised at his own words leaking through. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to commit myself to make it better. So this won't have to happen again. Hinami didn't say anything. What could she say? Trevor had said something she had never truly heard in her life before, someone had acknowledged the cruel nature of it all, and then resolved to try and fix it. All she could do was stand there, and cling to Trevor once more. Ryuko did eventually wake up, but she was too exhausted to really talk. It was easy to see why she wasn't a Rinkako like Trevor, she didn't have the added benefit of high-speed regeneration. Ghouls recovered quickly, but what Ryuko had gone through was brutal. Her Kagun had been near torn out, and the deep gouges across her body would have been fatal to anything but a ghoul. So, in short, she was out of it. Perfectly understandable. Hinami resolved to help out around Anteiku where she could, in place of the on-break Trevor, and the manager seemed happy to let her try. She even had her own barista uniform. It was sized for her, and the image it made was frankly adorable. But, of course, while the workday went ahead, Trevor found himself left with a lot of time to himself. The first order of business was the most painful, the shave. It was with tremendous remorse that he began the process, first using a trimmer to bring it down and then smearing shaving cream on. He hadn't gone barefaced in years, and a full beard had been a key part of his look since the start of his junior year of high school almost 9 years ago. It would grow back in a matter of days if he let it. But if the doves had gotten a glimpse of the beard beneath his makeshift mask, well, there were only so many bearded white dudes in Nerima Ward. He couldn't afford to take the chance. And so, the beard was shaved. Trevor stared at his reflection in the mirror, feeling like he was staring back at a stranger. He'd forgotten that his chin was actually a bit pronounced on its own, even without facial hair to pad it out. He felt empty. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit overdramatic here, Trevor sighed, body sagging a little. All the same, it was hard to not be a little sad. You look so soft. Instantly. Not even a second after having seen Trevor without his beard, the comments were coming. Kuma rubbed his chin, appraising his comrade's now bare face. But it works. Surely, any potential pursuers would not make the connection. A wise decision, Trevor-kun. Oh my goodness. Irimi. Her reaction was, as expected, a lightning-fast jab right in the manly pride. You look adorable. And that was all she said. That was all she needed to say. Precise, deadly, that was the nature of Irimi. Like a verbal scorpion. Hinami seemed a bit speechless, but otherwise approving of the choice either way. And really, that's all that mattered in the end. Definitely not Kuma or Irimi's harsh words, they didn't mean anything at all. Totally. 1 out of 3 views on his fleshy, hairless face it may have been, but it was the one from Hinami which would see him through the day. Trevor's pride was secure. After getting feedback on his shave, Trevor moved on to the next order of business that had been somewhat spurred on by the talk with Hinami that morning. He went to see the manager. Yoshimura smiled at Trevor as he entered the comfy little office at the end of the hall, seeming quite glad to see that Trevor was up and about. If he had any thoughts about Trevor's beard or lack thereof, he was a bit better about it than Kuma and Irimi, and simply drew no attention to it. Trevor. You're looking much better, although I suppose that is not saying much after yesterday. Did you rest well? I managed to sleep for a bit, but I wouldn't say I'm well rested, Trevor admitted with a sigh. I'm a light sleeper at the best of times, and stress does little to help that. I do feel a bit better, though. We are similar in that regard. Sometimes I curse how easily disturbed I am, when I sleep, but other times it has been useful, the manager said, gesturing for Trevor to sit at the chair across the desk from his own. How can I help you? There's something I've been wondering about, but only recently thought to ask, Trevor started as he took a seat. Everyone at Anteiku talks about how they had very rough lives before you took them in and, well, I guess socialized is the right word. You helped them out even though they probably didn't want it, and Anteiku itself is about making sure there's peace between ghouls in the 20th ward. Trevor paused, pressing his hands together and resting them against his chin. I suppose I'm wondering, what made you want to do all this? Why go to the trouble? Trevor asked, leaning forward. The manager hummed, leaning back in his chair. I suppose it is only a natural question to ask, given what you have seen and what you now know, he mused, nodding slowly. It is a bit of a story, and my reasoning is, selfish. I would call it that, at least. Do you have some time? You will require a little bit of background, for it to make sense, the manager said, sounding as if he had no real issue with telling Trevor his reasoning. I'm all ears, Trevor assured him. I kinda have a vested interest in this particular subject matter now. Is that so? I am glad to hear that. The manager's smile widened, but he got back on track. Really, the origin of Anteiku, and my efforts surrounding it, come from my youth. A long time ago it was, but I have not forgotten it. I was not too different from those I have taken as employees. Yamo, Irimi, Kuma, Toka even among ghouls, it could be said that they have led conflict-driven lives. Arguably, I was worse than any of them. I ate for survival, but I went much further. I was what they called a cannibal, one who consumes other ghouls. The manager paused, ever shut eyes opening somewhat to look at Trevor. You can imagine that this does not get one many friends, among ghouls. Nonetheless, I managed to find something of a place for myself. There were those who wanted my strength and would use me for their own ends, in exchange for things like money and whatnot. But, such a life was lonely. Looking back on it, I see that now. The effects of isolation on the human psyche is something I read about once, and I believe that while ghouls are better suited for it, we nonetheless need company. Being lonely for too long, it turns us into monsters. He let that linger, the idea of a ghoul becoming a monster, even by their standards. But then, while I was visiting a cafe and drinking my coffee, I encountered a woman. She was a waitress. My visits became something of a regular occurrence, because of her. We talked and eventually grew close to one another. Yoshimura's fondness for such a time was evident, as his smile went beyond the usual light one which seemed fixed to his face at most times. In fact, for a moment, Trevor could see a sort of youthful energy behind it. Of course there was the issue that she was human, and I was a ghoul. I had opened up to her, but I had not told her of my true nature. I did not need to. She figured it out herself. When she revealed that to me, I was conflicted. Looking back on it, I am ashamed of my thoughts. I considered killing her on the spot. But, despite that, she still accepted me. We began to live together, and after some time, we even had a child. A natural one-eyed ghoul, an existence similar to yourself. I will spare you the details of how such a thing becomes possible, but it was not pleasant for her. Still, she endured it, and our child was born. But in the end, my prior, wretched past caught up to me. The people who once used me feared my wife. Things did not go well from there. In the end, I killed her at her own request, so long as I ensured our child lived. I left my child with someone who could be trusted, and decided that I just could no longer lead the life I once had. The important thing I learned through all of that, is that, well, I really do like those humans. It is an awful shame that we live on two extremes from one another. My wife showed me that our lives do not have to be violent, at least for a time. I wanted to bring that to others, to young ghouls who could have very much lead a life similar to my own. I wanted to help them before they made my mistakes. Before they became monsters. Trevor kept himself quiet for the entirety of Yoshimura's explanation, only occasionally nodding along at the manager's words. There was more to the story, he figured, but the broad strokes were more than enough. He briefly considered offering sympathy, but Yoshimura didn't look like needed nor wanted it. The past was the past, and he'd clearly moved on despite feeling regret. Thank you for telling me that, Trevor said first, nodding gratefully. I think you and I might have similar goals. This may be a bit selfish on my part, being formerly human and living a much more peaceful life up until now, but I don't want a repeat of what happened with Ryuko and Hinamai. I think, he hesitated, I think that Anteiku shows that things can be better, not just in Nerima Ward but all over. I don't know much about the history between humans and ghouls, and I understand it'd be damned difficult to make it happen, but... Trevor took a breath. I want to take serious steps toward finding some manner of peace between humans and ghouls, Trevor told Yoshimura. I know it sounds ridiculous, I just... He ran a hand through his hair. I need to know more before I do anything else. But that's what I want. Maybe then there'll be less incidents like last night. Hinamai won't have to hide, or perpetuate an endless cycle of killing. Neither of those are any way to live. The manager let out a quiet laugh, more surprised than amused. What I would not give to hear more people talking like you, Trevor. But I would not be a very good boss if I did not try to keep you realistic about your goals. To maintain a semblance of peace and quiet in the 20th Ward is a task that requires more effort than you would suspect, from what you've seen so far. To get it to this point, violent elements either needed to be chased off or convinced, the latter choice being the difficult to attain ideal. It took quite some time for us to reach this point, and to apply it to other wards would be a monumental undertaking. The manager opened up a drawer beneath his desk and took out a map of Tokyo. He laid it out for Trevor to see, and then pointed to one highlighted area. The 20th Ward. You'd be looking to do what we've done here in every one of these locations. Then comes the additional issue of areas which are considered uninhabitable for ghouls, such as the 1st Ward. How would we work towards a peaceful existence in such a place? The manager's words were by no means intended to reprimand. He was advising Trevor, showing him the scale of what his goal was. Now, Trevor, if I were you, I would not use Anteiku as your model for such a goal. Anteiku is a relatively small community effort, one born of both strength and the goodwill of those who work with us. This system would not work if the vast majority of the ghouls in the 20th Ward did not also work with us. Now imagine, trying something like that in the 13th Ward, often considered a brutal war zone by ghoul standards. You see what I am getting at? I understand, Trevor nodded, giving the map a serious look. Believe me, I know this won't be easy. I'm not going to just take the streets and preach peace and expect people to flock to me. The goal is lofty, but baby steps in the right direction are achievable, at least. He let out a sigh and shook his head. Man, I don't even know if it is possible, to be honest. I just think the present situation can only degrade at this rate. I need more information, more understanding, otherwise I'm just gonna sound even more like a naive fool. If you need to learn more, then I will help in what ways I can. But our history is not an easily revealed one. History is controlled by humans, and we ghouls are not the best at keeping records, unfortunately. Word of mouth, legends, and stories, that is what keeps history alive among us. It is an unfortunate downside of our common illiteracy, something which has only really started to see change with this generation. The manager then pointed to the 14th ward. If you want information about the present, then head to the Helter Skelter bar. It is run by a fine young woman called Idari. The others are acquainted with her. She has made knowing things her hobby, I believe. Right, Irimi and Kuma took me there once, Trevor said, recalling the woman. She mentioned Anteiku employees get a discount, so I'll be sure to take advantage of that. I appreciate you letting me know. I do try to look after my employees. Before leaving Anteiku for the day, Trevor found himself checking one last time to see if Ryuko was feeling well enough to see anyone. Self-consciously rubbing his bare chin once again, he gave the door to her room a couple light knocks. Come in. Came the familiar, if weak voice, of Ryuko. Anteiku had felt quiet that day, and the frailness to Ryuko's voice only served as a reminder as to why that might be. Kuma hadn't been seen all day, due to other duties, apparently. Trevor let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding before opening the door and stepping in. There she was, the older woman looked utterly worn, the expression on her face strained. Ryuko looked about ready to pass out once again in her snug bed, with her paler than usual complexion and drooping eyelids. Hey, he greeted softly, closing the door behind him and stepping over to her bedside. He felt awkward for some reason, the last time he'd seen her, they were both bleeding profusely and on the run from glorified hitmen. All that madness, to save her life. He still found it hard to believe. How are you holding up? Well. She started, a slight but transient smile making its way onto her features. I could be worse. I could be dead. So that is something, I suppose, she said in good-natured jest. My body isn't healing well, but that's to be expected. I used a lot of stamina, and I haven't eaten yet. She beckoned Trevor closer to sit at the chair left beside the bed, likely by Yamo or the manager. Thank you for that, by the way. It was incredibly foolish of you, but thank you. Trevor felt his face heat up at the gratitude as he sat down beside her. Hearing the words from her, the one he'd saved, apparently had more of an effect than hearing the praise from everyone else. He cleared his throat as if to dispel some of his own awkwardness. I'd say it was nothing, but that wouldn't be true, he answered. So, you're welcome, Ryuko. I saw a chance to do something, and my feet just sort of moved of their own accord. I suppose on some level I knew that if I wasted any more time thinking about it, you would have died. I would have, yes. I was prepared for it. It's a strange place for the mind to be, when you've come to accept that you are going to be killed, and that it's fine. Stranger still when you feel panic, because you were saved, she said, shutting her eyes and leaning back against a pillow, propped up against the back of her neck. I believe Hinamai and I are going to have to go somewhere else, eventually. It'd be too dangerous to stay, with the investigators on my tail, she sighed. We were doing so well, too. I can't say I relate to that feeling, to be honest, Trevor sighed, scratching the back of his head. My life's been pretty, low risk, up until the past month or so. He shook his head. The manager made mention of the 24th ward for you guys to hide, but from what I've gathered it'd be an awful place for Hinamai to live. It's not ideal, but it's the first place that comes to mind when a ghoul is looking to avoid the doves. I'd rather Hinamai stay here. Maybe she could, and I head there alone. I don't think they've seen too much of her, so, hopefully. She trailed off, pulling the covers up a little. The woman just looked tired. Wait, they haven't seen much of her. Trevor repeated excitedly, feeling some energy return to him. Oh, thank God, he breathed, sagging a little. A couple moments later, an idea formed. You know, if Hinamai needs a place to stay, I'd be more than happy to offer my place. It'd be a little tight, but she can take the bed and I'll use the couch. That is, if you're okay with that, of course. I'd appreciate it, if it came to that. Ryuko hesitated, her lips pressing together momentarily, as if she had to stop herself from saying something. It's strange, I almost reflexively said no, but that's because of how protective I've become of her, ever since her father died. But from this point onwards, me being around her wouldn't keep her safe. What a horrid thought. She brought a hand up from under the covers, rubbing her brow. The uncertainty of the future had never felt so dreadful for her. Trevor's eagerness faded at her words, briefly gazing down at his feet before looking back up at her. For now, maybe, he agreed. But I doubt it'll last forever. Once it's clear you've left, I think they'll start looking for you in other wards, or maybe even switch to higher priority targets. If we can be sure the coast is clear, then, you two can be reunited, he offered hopefully. I mentioned to the manager the idea of arranging meeting times since communication in the 24th ward is scarce, so maybe you could at least see each other, from time to time. That'd be nice. I think that if I went into the 24th ward, knowing I'd be able to see Hinamai, it'd make my time there a lot easier. She opened her eyes, looking at Trevor from the corners of her eyes. And what about you, Trevor? I see you've shaved, it's nice, by the way, but what do you intend to do now? Oh, this. He rubbed his chin yet again. More of a precautionary measure in case the doves saw my beard beneath the mask. A foreigner around here is conspicuous enough, but a bearded one at that? It'd be way too easy picking me out. Trevor paused, considering his next words. As for what's next? I'm not sure. I have a goal, but I need to figure out how to reach it. I think I have an idea, one that Hinamai actually inspired, in fact, but there's a lot I need to learn first. A goal? And what would that be, if you don't mind me asking? Trevor suddenly felt incredibly self-conscious, if his cheeks flushing red were any indication. Well, he started. I guess the ultimate goal would be peace. Making a place where ghouls and humans don't have to be afraid or kill each other. He took a breath. It's just, nothing about this feels right to me, he admitted, with some frustration. I know that's just the way the world is. But it shouldn't be. He then let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. Naive, I know, but you can't help how you feel, I guess. You can't, can you? It's something I've felt for a long time. I was never that strong, and until I met my husband, my life always felt so cheap, she said, looking at her hand for a few moments. Easy to lose and break. As you say, that is just the way the world is, but it is not a nice way to live. Your goal sounds nice, Trevor. I don't care if it is naive, if you think you can do it, then I'll believe in you. It's the least I can do, for the person who saved my life. Trevor blinked at her, surprised. To hear that someone else aside from him felt that way, not even Yoshimura exactly echoed his sentiments, at least not directly. But if Ryuko genuinely believed in him, if someone else genuinely believed it could happen. He smiled gratefully. Hinamai is really lucky to have you for a mother, Trevor said warmly. Thank you, Ryuko. And I'm glad you stopped seeing your life that way, your husband must have been a good man. He was. He did what he had to, in order to keep his family safe. Not an easy task, some days, but he always came out on top. Ryuko lowered her hand, her smile widening as she pulled the covers up some more, looking like she was about to go to sleep. Keep Hinamai safe, Trevor. I will, Ryuko, he promised. Dash. Helter Skelter was the name of Idari's joint. Tucked away, quiet and unsuspecting. The place probably didn't get much business for its more mundane aspect, but if what both Idari and the manager had told Trevor was anything to go by, she wasn't exactly running the place only as a bar. Information was her trade. Which was precisely why Trevor found himself taking the same path that Kuma and Irimi had led him through to reach the bar. He was alone this time around, since it was still a work day for everyone else, but that was fine by him. There was an odd sensation in his chest, due to his talk with Ryuko, he felt equal parts drained and invigorated. He couldn't think of a proper term for the contradictory feeling, which perhaps bothered him more than it should have. And of course I just had to shave in the middle of winter, he mentally groused as the cold air bit at his bald chin. That aside, the journey to Helter Skelter was uneventful and thankfully devoid of doves. There was increased police activity in the streets, however, there were times when he'd see 6 cop cars in less than a 2-block span. He treaded carefully and thankfully no one seemed interested in him. Casting one last wary glance back the way he came, Trevor let out a breath, vapors rising from his mouth, before stepping into Helter Skelter. Ooh, Trevor, came a familiar, male voice as he entered. He went in there to find Idari. She was there, waving over to Trevor as he entered. But he also found Yuta. I didn't expect to see you around here. You look tired, he said, spinning on the bar stool, crouched like a gargoyle. If his spinning was weird, Idari didn't notice. Got to say, this is sooner than I thought. Come for business already, Trevor. Idari said, resting a chin on her palm as she leaned over the bar top, smiling in a mischievous, fox-like manner. Yo, Yuta, Trevor nodded in greeting to the mask maker as he joined them over by the bar and smiled back at Idari. What can I say, I heard the magic word discount and I couldn't resist. I don't get a discount. Yuta muttered as he spun around, a pout visible from the brief glimpses of his rotating face. That's because you're a sucker, dear, Idari said, giving Yuta's cheek a pat as it faced her. It didn't seem like he was going to stop spinning any time soon. She focused back on Trevor. Discount, discount. Well, there's no shortage of news going around in regards to the 20th ward. It's very strange, usually you're the quiet and nice ones. Yeah, I was actually curious about what the scuttlebutt was about us, considering all the activity, Trevor told her. I've seen more cops buzzing around than I've seen in years. He blinked, considering something. Oh, and could I get a drink? Whatever you recommend, so long as it's not too strong. I've got just the drink for you, then. I'll spare you the details. It's not nice for those with weaker guts, but it's nice, trust me, Idari reassured Trevor, leaning down to beneath the bar top. From the sounds of it, she opened a fridge and drew out a labelless glass bottle, half full with a deep crimson liquid, darker than blood. She retrieved a glass, knocked off some ice into it and poured him a drink, sliding it over. With that part of her job done, she moved on to the real reason Trevor was there. There's probably not much you haven't already heard. Doves leaving the nest, a regular ghoul case turning suspect, increased attention. She listed off on her fingers. I know who was involved on the ghoul side, including yourself, and I know a bit about the investigators. Just ask, and I'll try to answer. Trevor's getting involved in dangerous stuff. I should finish your mask quick. It's pretty good, I felt inspired. That'd be appreciated, Trevor told Yuta, fingers running along the rim of his glass to hide his own unsettlement. He'd figured Idari would know about his involvement already, it was her trade after all, but it was hardly comforting to have it confirmed. I had to make do with a sleeve ripped off my coat since there wasn't time for much else. That's super ghetto. I respect that. Inspiring, Yuta said, halting in his spinning for a moment. He cupped his chin, tilting his head up to think on something. He was somehow both easy to read and incredibly difficult to get a read on. I've got new ideas. Your involvement isn't an easy thing to learn, don't worry. I just talked to Imo about it. We're close, you see, Idari explained, as if picking up on Trevor's discomfort. My ways aren't too mysterious. If I know something, it's because I probably know someone else. Trevor inclined his head and raised his glass. I appreciate that, he admitted, before taking a swig. He let out a breath, it certainly had a kick to it. I'm curious about a couple things, but since we're already on the topic, I'll just cut to it. How much about my involvement is well known, and how much of it is directly attributed to me? Idari let out a chuckle, leaning on the bar top once more across from Trevor, her hair spilling around her face. Your name, as it stands, is Ragboy. Ghoul's classification pending, provisional rate B Ghoul, the equivalent of a single lower-ranking investigator. They're curious about you, but the focus of the investigation is still on the Fuegakas. I wouldn't be surprised if they started looking into you, though. As it stands, all they know is that Ragboy is a somewhat tall ghoul with dark hair. Not exactly the easiest trail to follow, MH. She hummed, reaching out to poke Trevor's chin. Nobody knows it was you. You're just some weird new ghoul who went out of his way to help another, to them. It's curious, but not worth diverting a whole investigation. Trevor blamed the tingling at the touch on his chin still being sensitive from the shave. Couldn't have gone with Ragman, couldn't they? He pouted, taking another drink. Though guess that would have made me sound more like a murder hobo than a lame sidekick, now that I think about it. Wait, so they don't know I'm a white boy? Nothing concrete. Keep in mind, between your mask and how quickly everything happened, that was probably a slightly difficult thing to pick up on, she explained, pulling back to pour herself and Yuta a drink. You're an element in the Fuegaki investigation, but you're not the focus of it. That's how it is right now, Ragboy. Guess I can't complain too much, then, Trevor sighed, leaning back a little. Anyway, on to other side. The two investigators whose names I caught were Kotaru and Mato. Know anything about them? Bits and pieces. Amon Kotaru, not really much to say about him. He graduated from the academy as the top of his class, and he's apparently in exceptional physical shape. He hasn't really done anything yet, but he's part of a new generation. You can probably tell me more about him than I can you, from your brief meeting with him, she said, offering Trevor a chance to give his impression of the man. Yeah, I can do that, Trevor said. He came off as more of a professional than anything, not doing the job out of enjoyment. That's the impression I got, anyway. And he has wicked reflexes. He winced at the memory, a hand reflexively stroked where his kagun lay dormant. The guy was able to sense my approach from behind and smack me down before I could blink. Sounds like a decent investigator, Yuta said from the side. Really, though. They make some real monsters, those doves. The irony of a ghoul calling a human a monster aside, Idari pressed on. MMH. Lines up with what we know then. Might be worth keeping an eye on him, for the future, she said to herself mostly, nodding over to Trevor. Thanks. Now, Kurio Mato. Quite fortunate that it was him, because I know a thing or two about Mato. A first-class senior investigator, who should probably be an associate special class if his background is anything to go by. Very accomplished, and he is very enthusiastic when it comes to hunting ghouls. Supposedly, this stems from an encounter had some years ago with the one-eyed owl. He collects quinqua, more so than any other investigator, and is known as a bit of a weirdo among his peers. But, he is skilled. Trevor nodded along as she went into detail. He definitely came across as the scariest one of the bunch, he said. And someone I wasn't prepared to fight at all. Trevor rubbed his chin, mulling over her words. And what happened with this one-eyed owl that might have made him enthusiastic about ghoul hunting? He killed his wife, a fellow investigator. But that's not new. The one-eyed owl is something of a living legend, when it comes to the number of investigators killed, to the point where they're the only SSS-rated ghoul in Japan, she explained casually off the top of her head, apparently just having all this information on hand. It was easy to see why people might pay for such a service. Ah. Yeah, I can see why that might make a man motivated, Trevor allowed, sipping at his drink. He wasn't sure to think of that, other than it sounded like it was all too common of a tale heard around the world. Which just so happened to remind him of the bigger picture. I've got one last question, though it's a bit off topic, he told her. So you might have to switch gears a little. Fire away, dear. Consider the gears, switched. You wouldn't happen to know the way to peace between all human and ghoul kind, would you? Maybe not the right question to start with. Thankfully, Trevor did have a building block in mind to at least get some measure of a ball rolling. Are there or have there ever been any dedicated attempts at education for ghouls? Trevor asked. Like a school or academy? None, she answered immediately. Nothing of note, at least. It's difficult to have an institution like that when your existence basically warrants a wanted poster. I get why you'd ask that question, though. We're not the most well-read people, are we? What's a book? Yuta came in from the side once more, spinning on his chair again. I know you can read, Yuta. Yeah, like, manga and stuff. That stuff is all right. Idari sighed. Trevor snorted in amusement, though it did little to nullify his disappointment. Figured that was the case, but still, he said with a shake of his head. Damn. I'll have to look elsewhere for ideas, then. You looking to become a ghoul teacher? Yuta asked, leaning over to Trevor with wide eyes, as if the prospect was absolutely unheard of. Trevor shrugged. Yeah, kinda, he answered honestly. I think ghouls could stand to have some proper education, or at least as proper as they can manage. It'd certainly benefit them in the greater scheme of things, that's for sure. That's great. Say, if you open a school, could I be the arts and crafts guy? Trevor laughed. Sure, man. You got it. Yuta smiled, happy with the answer. I'll teach them how to make the best masks. Idari looked between the two, blinking. You two are both strange, I hope you realize this before you blow your own covers. A ghoul school, goodness. Cheers to that, Trevor stated, raising his glass. 3 glasses clinked together. The streets felt quieter. It was a strange feeling because it didn't have anything to do with the number of people, they were still busy in that respect. The people themselves though seemed to move with a bit more haste than usual, and conversations were muted. It wasn't a detail anyone would really notice, but it was something Trevor picked up on, for whatever reason. Returning to Anteiku, the store would be similarly quiet for an early evening. A few regulars, but overall there were less people than Trevor would otherwise expect. Irimi stood at the front, her eyes drawn to Trevor as he entered, throwing him a smile before returning to her work. The smell of a fresh brew told Trevor that she was dealing with a ghoul customer. Pure black, nothing added. Shouldn't you be resting? She asked, not looking back up as she spoke. Not exactly ideal weather to be going out, in your condition. Just wanted to poke my head in one last time before turning in, he replied with a shrug. This place is on the way home, so I figured why not. MMH. Nothing interesting to report, I'm afraid. Just a slow night. She set the takeaway mug down on the counter, letting out a quiet sigh. That's a good thing, given recent events. You appreciate the slow life, after things like that. No arguments there, Trevor sighed, reaching to scratch his beard, then his expression fell once his nails touched bare skin. I could do without the life or death struggle bits entirely, personally. He added quietly. Danger is the spice of life. If you like spicy food is another matter entirely, though, Irimi said, taking a moment to pause. I don't think I've ever had anything spicy, honestly. Wonder what it's like. She raised a hand to Trevor, wordlessly asking him to be quiet for a moment. The customer approached, a middle-aged man in a coat and hat, hunched over slightly. The way he looked at Trevor screamed ghoul, a sort of razor-sharp hunting instinct present in his eyes, appraising the younger man before him very quickly before losing interest. He took his coffee with a muttered thanks before moving off. You'd know more than me, there, she finished, leaning against the counter with one arm, brushing some of her hair away with the other. Definitely something worth missing, Trevor told her, folding his arms. Never got into until I went to Thailand, but once I did, I popped that cherry real quick. He made an okay sign with his fingers. Smear some green curry over rice and chicken? Oof, now that's a good kind of pain. A fond smile formed on his face, though it quickly fell a little when he remembered he'd probably never be able to eat it again. I'd say I should take you out to an Indian place to see for yourself, but, you know. The thought is sweet. She offered with a one-armed shrug, her smile widening. There are some out there who can do some very creative things with their limited options, so you never know. Like Idari, for example, she pointed out. Spice may not have escaped you yet, Trevor. I'll have to look into that for sure, Trevor said with a smile. Guess I'll ask Idari for pointers later. Anyway. He looked around the cafe. Is Tuka around? I was hoping to see if she'd calmed down a little after this morning. Nothing. She'll be back eventually, just. Irimi paused, thinking over her words. She's not going to move past it anytime soon, I'm afraid. She's that sort of person. Word of advice? Give her some space. If she wants to involve herself in some dangerous business, it's up to her. Don't get dragged into it if you can help it, Irimi said, her smile fading as she did so. She stood upright. It's not quite the same as what you did. You were thinking on the spot. If she's doing something dumb, then she has had time to think about it, and we can't afford to help her in that case. Trevor nodded along at her words, but internally he saw what he'd picked up on was a rather typical ghoul mentality. Worry about yourself first, and let others worry about themselves. Don't meddle. He knew the logic in it, and it worked for most ghouls, far as he saw. Most. Certainly not for Ryuko or Hinamai, if he hadn't been there. Ghouls weren't pack hunters. That much was evident. But he wasn't going to preach about it now of all times, and Irimi did indeed make good points. Tuka was her own person and liable for her own decisions. If she wanted to talk, she would. Until then, he'd mostly just try to keep an eye on her. Fair enough, Trevor said to Irimi, relaxing his posture. I'm a bit of a worrier, he admitted. But I'll keep your advice in mind. I know you are, a worrier that is. It's clear as day to see. Then again, it is only normal to be concerned about your senpai, I suppose. Who else will guide you through this troublesome world? And if my senpai ends up lost, I'll be even worse off, blindly following her as I do, Trevor snorted, starting to slowly make his way out. Who watches the watchman, or something like that? People who really like watchmen, she answered as if it were both obvious and without greater meaning. Of course. What a silly question, Trevor. You need your sleep. Oy vey, Trevor sighed. Uncultured, the lot of you. I don't have to stand for this. You like to take it lying down, then? I see, I see. How interesting. There's something to be said for a power bottom, he retorted automatically, then he realized what he'd said. Wait. Who? It was too late. Irimi's smile was slight, but the aura she was letting off was like a predator before an injured lamb. She was going to hold this against him for a while. What an interesting thing to say, Trevor. I am learning new things about you every day. Such a complex individual with varying tastes, indeed. The fact she hadn't just gone in on him only made things worse. She was saving it. You know, you're right, I really do need some sleep, Trevor replied, hurriedly zipping up his coat. I think I'll just skedaddle before my foot gets even more embedded in my mouth. Stay safe, M-kun. Trevor was thankful his back was turned, otherwise, Irimi would have seen the godawful cringe on his face. 4 days later, and Trevor found himself working once more. His break was brief, but it did its job. The only sign on his body that he had even been injured from the incident, and any fatigue had run its course. The weird quietness in the 20th ward had yet to do similar. As Irimi said, Toka returned without much fanfare. She showed up and got back to doing her thing, but it didn't take a good friend of hers to notice how she seemed different, more subdued and on edge. Cold, even. There was a sense of distance there. Comparing it to her previously sociable personality, Trevor didn't care for that at all. He didn't push her, knowing full well that'd only make her become more withdrawn, but he did make a point of at least asking how her day was when he saw her. Even work in a joke here or there, still call her senpai since she'd usually liked that, little gestures of that nature. Nothing dramatic. She wasn't ignorant of the small gestures, but she clearly tried her damn best to not react to them, letting out little indignant huffs whenever he dropped a senpai bomb on her. She wasn't that far gone. Over the course of the day, something did become evident to Trevor, along with her attempted cold attitude. She was favoring her left side, rarely lifting her right arm that high. When delivering an order to a table, she actually seemed to struggle a little if she was forced to use more than her left hand. Then, without any prompting, she hissed through her teeth, grabbing onto her right elbow. Before she could take the order Trevor was about to hand her, she hurried off to the back. She left small drops of red as a trail. Trevor frowned at the sight, and hastily delivered the order she'd been about to take before rushing to clean the blood. After double-checking to make sure all present customers were satisfied and the blood hadn't been noticed, he ran upstairs to inform the manager what had happened. The manager did not even seem slightly surprised at the news. Rather, he looked disappointed. And what would you do in this situation, Trevor? Figure out exactly what she's been doing and try to talk her out of self-destructing, Trevor told him matter-of-factly. He hummed in that old way of his, reaching into a drawer. He took out a newspaper. The former part is quite easy. Take a look. The manager folded the paper in half, and pointed to a story on the front, not the main focus but a front cover story nonetheless. 2 bureau investigators killed in brutal ghoul assault. Their pictures were there, and they were familiar. One with glasses, one appearing quite plain. The 2 men who were with Mado and Kotaru. The manager was right. It was pretty easy to connect the dot. Damn it, Toka, Trevor grumbled in frustration, peering closer at the newspaper. I get why she did it, but seriously? This is only going to make it worse for us. Maybe. Maybe not. On the one hand, more attention harms us all. On the other, she has made herself a target, and will be drawing attention to herself, rather than Hinamai-chan and Ryuko-san. But... The manager looked up at Trevor, drawing the newspaper away. What would you do, with this information in mind? Talking her out of it would be difficult. She has spilled blood and committed herself onto this path. Even if you did, what would it change? If she continues as she is, she will nonetheless be a beacon, a distraction. What now? He was speaking in a very clear, hard manner. This was something of a test, that much was clear. Trevor's hands clenched into fists, but he forced himself to steady his breathing. In, and out. In, and out. Flying off the handle would only make things worse. He had to be calm, especially if he was going to be dealing with Toka. I can't say if it was her intent to draw attention away from Ryuko and Hinamai, or if it's just for the sake of revenge, Trevor began. But either way, it needs to stop. And not just because I see Toka as a friend, those other investigators that were there? I looked into them more, and they are not people she can fight alone. She's good, but... He shivered at the thought of Mado's grinning face. But those people will kill her. And then they'll come down on us next. Especially if they trace her back here. The manager watched Trevor closely, his usually closed eyes opening oh so slightly, the black and red of his inhuman eyes peering through the slight openings. Very well. He rolled back on his chair, and reached under his desk once more. Yuta stopped by. I had planned to give it to you a couple of days ago, but it slipped my mind. He placed something on the table with a thunk. It was more than just a mask, it was a full damn helmet. It almost looked familiar, like a motorcycle helmet, but... This looks like a Power Ranger helmet, Trevor commented, picking the thing up to inspect himself. The helmet itself was primarily a deep red, a ruby, or garnet, with 2 insect-like bulbous eye lenses in place of the visor of a usual bike helmet. The eyes themselves were dark like a motorcycle visor, but the left eye had an odd reflection to it. It was then that Trevor realized he'd somehow fucked up and gave Yuta reason to think he was a one-eye. The mouth area of the mask looked like a vent of some sort, the gunmetal-colored plating tilted as to not show his mouth but allow for him to breathe when wearing the thing. Trailing off from the brow, over the top and bending a little, was a silver tail, the end styled as a stinger. Really, it was shocking the amount of work it probably took to make. Strangely enough, inside the thing was a bundle of white fabric. A scarf to go with it. Yuta was really pushing the masked hero angle with this one. The manager almost seemed to hesitate before speaking, tilting his head slightly. I am sorry, but this is likely my age speaking. What is a Power Ranger? Trevor sighed, though it was pretty subdued, the helmet was pretty damn cool, after all. Just from a kid's show, he replied, cradling the helmet under his arm. He really needed to be more on guard around Yuta if he'd picked up on the one-eye thing, his left eye for that matter, as well as how Trevor visualized a scorpion when using the Kagun. The mask maker was cannier than he let on, which was probably the point. So, if you wish to stop Tuka, rather, if you wish to save her, then you may need to show force. Against who, I cannot say, but if you were to do so, it may be best you cover your face while doing so. The manager was being dead serious. He was always pretty serious, but in a relaxed manner, but this was different. The weight of the situation was clear. I hear Yamo is pleased with your progress. If you think you can save Tuka, or help her, then do so. It is within your power. Trevor gulped and looked down at the helmet. Insectoid eyes stared back at him, reflecting his face within them. The message was clear, Yashimura wanted him to handle it. He didn't find that all reassuring. I see, he said slowly, looking back up. And what do you personally think is the optimal outcome here? I do not know. If I act, then things will only be worse. If Kuma or Irimi act, then the case is the same. If Yamo acts, then you see where I am going with this. I would not act. I would let her continue down her own path, and then do my best to ensure that Anteiku and our charges remain safe and out of the spotlight. But that is just my path, the one I believe available to me. My path is not your own, however. The manager shut his eyes once more, a contemplative frown set on his aged features. He brought his hands together, remaining ever calm. Anteiku will remain, either way. That I will ensure. From what he'd observed, Trevor had expected a response along those lines. Not exactly the most helpful response, but expected. Well, alright then, Trevor said. I better get going, if Tuka hasn't come back yet, the front's still unmanned. I will attend to it. I know how to hold down the front too. Would not be any good at running a cafe if I could not, MH. The manager smiled, moving to stand. Oh, Yuta made mention that the helmet can broken into two pieces, lower and upper half. As to how? I am not sure. That's so. Trevor mused, looking over the helmet. Guess I'll figure that out on my own, and go check on Tuka now. Thanks. Stay safe. And if you do something brave, then ensure you succeed. Losing tends not to be an option, in our world. Dash. Tuka hadn't actually left Anteiku. She retreated into the back lot behind Anteiku, the left sleeve of her uniform pulled all the way up. The girl tugged at the bandage she had haphazardly wrapped around her elbow and bicep, the bloody remains of an old one next to her on the step she was sitting on. Fuck. She muttered, her left arm rigid and shuddering. The amount of blood on the old bandage was telling. Hang on, let me take care of it, Trevor said, stepping in and firmly taking the bandage so he could wrap it better himself. Just try and breathe, all right. What Tuka found herself cut off by the pain once again, attempting to pull her arm away from him. Trevor's grip was a bit too firm for her to get away, in her current state. Don't, this isn't your business. When my friend's bleeding all over the place and clearly in pain, damn straight it's my business, Trevor retorted as he got to work on the bandage. Stop moving and breathe. I'll be finished soon. She didn't look too happy about that, her face red with barely contained frustration. Tuka didn't raise her voice again, though, and then focused on her breathing as instructed. Don't get involved. Unless you're gonna help me take out some doves, then it isn't your business, friend, or not. Trevor glanced up at her. You're gunning after the same doves that tried to kill me and Ryuko. How is any of that not my business? Because you're not gonna do anything about it. The manager won't do it, and the others won't touch it, so if you're not going to help, if you're gonna run away like the manager, then it's not your business. This was not a new topic. Inaction versus action was likely something that had come up before between the manager and Tuka, and this was bleed over. Do you ever stop to ask yourself why none of us took action? Trevor asked. Because that'll draw more attention and get us killed, Tuka. Those other doves, Mado and Kotaru? I looked into their backgrounds, they are fucking tough. Mado's a veteran with a grudge that'll happily slaughter us all, and Kotaru was top of his goddamn class at that academy of theirs. Do you seriously think you can take them both on? And what happens after, hey? You win, great, you made a statement, but the kind of statement that'll make more doves show up, better equipped ones to deal with a threat that they think needs the big guns. And if you lose? He shook his head. You die. That's it. Tuka didn't say anything, not for a while. She stewed on Trevor's words, her visible eye averted, her hair a bit messy than usual. That's fine, she finally said, resolved. If it's a murderer like me, then it's fine. Even if I can't take both of them, I can take one. I know I can. Tuka's voice was calm, the polar opposite to her earlier raised voice. This was the decision she had come to. I've already killed 2. They won't care about Hinamai and Ryuko anymore now that I'm around. If they kill me, then they'll be happy for a while. If I kill one of them, then I can at least go out saying I took out one of her dad's killers. Trevor's eyes widened. It's fine. He echoed, voice strained. He'd heard words just like that before, from a dear friend in the past. She was suicidal, depressed, and had resigned herself to be an utter waste of a person because she couldn't see herself as someone worth being loved. The kind of things she'd said, they haunted him. Made him look deep into himself and realize important things about himself and her and others. They were words he never wanted to hear again. Not from anyone. Your death is not fucking fine, Tuka, Trevor growled, feeling heat surge in his chest as genuine rage filled him. You don't deserve to fucking die, you don't deserve to be a fucking martyr, and I'm not gonna listen to this bullshit about you just accepting that. He jabbed a finger at her. We're not friends because it's just convenient or some shit like that, you took me in and helped me when I was completely lost. Hell, I'd probably be dead if it weren't for you. You're fun to be around, you make me laugh, and you're a good person, mistakes and all. I'll never forget what you did for me, and I'm forever grateful to you. So, please. He set a hand on her shoulder, careful not to affect the injury. Stop saying it's fine for you to die, he said quietly, feeling drained. He hated getting angry, it always exhausted him afterward. You're worth more than that. Tuka stared back at Trevor, her eye wide, locked in place from the sudden outburst. She had never seen Trevor angry before. She probably didn't even think he was capable of it, from how he usually behaved. I'm not pulling out now, she finally said. But I won't die. I don't have to die, if I do it right. I just need to separate them. If they're together, then you're right, it'll basically be suicide. She took on a very different tone, at least. She was considering ways in which she wouldn't die, instead of accepting it as something that would just happen. Which is why I've been taking my time. This, she nodded to her arm, was because I fucked up. But I got their goons anyway. That Mado guy is good, but alone he's still just a human. Trevor watched her as she spoke. The resignation wasn't there anymore, she was thinking more clearly now, but she wouldn't budge on this. Not unless he forcefully restrained her, and that was an outcome he simply couldn't entertain. If she was so determined. He sighed, shoulders sagging. There was nothing about this that he liked. But there was only one way he could ensure that she would survive. And ultimately, Trevor would choose the option that kept those close to him alive. Can't believe I'm gonna say this. You're right, you won't die, Trevor told her. Because I'm going to make sure you don't. I'll be with you. The face Tuka made should have been framed. In for an inch, in for a mile. Tuka had been very meticulous in her planning, despite the earlier disregard in her words. It was what led her to take out 2 of the bureau investigators while in the presence of the ghoul investigators, and get away with her life. She had collected notes on what she could gather during her observations, about where they had been and the sorts of areas they were paying particular attention to when they were outside of the regional CCG building. Naturally, the Fuegaki residence was one of those areas of interest. It made sense. With both the mother and the daughter alive, they would want to keep an eye on the place they were most likely to return to at some point. Over the course of their talk, Tuka laid out how she intended on going about it. She was going to start by dropping some false testimony regarding the Fuegakas at the CCG headquarters, disguised as a regular concerned teenager, both in order to draw the doves away from Anteiku's general area, and to lure them into an advantageous position for herself. Then, she'd try and split them up by appearing at a different location while they were en route. With only one dove to deal with, she'd have a better shot at getting away with her life again. If she could do it quickly, then she hoped she'd be able to do it without any reinforcements showing up. The big flaw was, of course, there being no certainty that any of the 2 doves would go alone at any point, but it was a shot she was willing to take. But with Trevor in the mix, now it was a serious possibility. You'd be going to Hinamai's home, and you'd make it look like you're going inside to look for something. While you're doing that, I'll be waiting at my spot. If none of them show up, I'll go and help you out, and vice versa. If one shows up, then we both know what we're doing. Think you can handle that? Tuka rolled her injured arm around a little, getting used to the pain and no longer hissing in agony. Or she was putting up a strong front. Hard to tell. Trevor watched her, mulling over her words. He still felt distaste at the idea of deliberately going out to kill someone, even if they were doves. For the sake of making sure a friend wasn't killed, he'd be a party to a murder in turn. It didn't sit well with him at all, but... He made a significant nod at her injured arm. How long until that's fully healed up? And don't try to act tough, no bullshit here. Tuka tilted her head from side to side, her long bang moving with the movement, thinking for a few moments. 3 days, maybe? It only happened last night, so it's still pretty raw. If I sleep on it a few more times, I should be alright, she answered, doing her best to give Trevor as little bullshit as possible. 3 days may have been slightly generous, but it was close enough. But I meant what I asked. Can you handle it? If it's one dove or the other, think you can survive? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Trevor clicked his tongue. Yeah, I can survive at the very least, he replied. And I'll certainly do my best to injure them, if I can. But if there's an opportunity to kill, and I freeze up. He sighed. Well, I've never killed before. I can't honestly tell if I'll land the killing blow or not. She tugged. Then don't worry about that. Just don't die, you idiot. After all that talk, you can't go and do things that'll get you killed. As long as you hold up one of them, then that's good. Optimal, I guess, Tuka said, looking away with a huff. Can't expect you to be some merciless ghoul from the get-go, I guess. Call it growing pains. At her response, Trevor snorted and nudged her uninjured side. I don't know if you picked up on it yet, but I'm a bit of a meddling warrior. Kinda hard to be merciless with a disposition like that. Yeah. I noticed. I don't want you getting hurt because of my stupid plan, you hear? That's a bad look for me, she said with a dismissive tone, bringing her hands to her hips. My senpai can't possibly be this sweet, Trevor chuckled. Tuka snapped around, facing Trevor with a stomp of her foot. Why you? She raised her arm to sock him one. Then she remembered the injury. The arm went back down very quickly, and she clutched it with her other hand, hopping on the spot from one foot to the other, hissing through her teeth as she fought back the urge to either yelp or straight up scream. Ow. Okay. She calmed herself, finding firm ground once more. She pointed her good hand at Trevor, lips pursed and brow furrowed. You. Shut up. Yes, senpai, right away, senpai, Trevor drawled, making a zipping motion over his lips. Tuka nodded, content with his silence. 3 days actually turned into 4. As expected, it was a bit too optimistic a time frame for Tuka's arm. They went by quickly. Tuka basically dropped off the face of the planet for all of them, not showing a hint of herself around Anteiku beyond the bit of work she had. On the 3rd day, she had informed Trevor, probably reluctantly and with some embarrassment, that they'd need to wait another day by text. On the 4th night at 10 in the evening, just when it almost seemed too late for anything to happen, Trevor's phone went nuts. Across several messages spanning roughly 2 minutes, she delivered the general message of "Hurry up, you big idiot." From his apartment to the Fuegaku residence. It wasn't a short journey, but if he ran. He only paused briefly to pack up his mask, which according to Tuka was actually Kamen Rider inspired rather than from Power Rangers. Either way, he took it, ready to don it for the first time since receiving it. Well, maybe he had put it on while completely alone and watched himself do a bunch of silly poses in the mirror. But that was besides the point. It was showtime. In the shadows of an alley next to the Fuegaku household, Trevor knelt down and slowly donned the insectoid mask with gloved hands. The 2 parts clicked into place, and the entirety of his head was covered. He double-checked himself to make sure zero skin was showing and that there weren't any stray hairs or dried skin on his clothes, and then buried the pack under a bunch of garbage. He took a deep breath, and then walked out. It was damned difficult keeping his nerves under control, eyes anxiously flitting about for any sign of trouble. The street was totally dead, no one out to scream about the creepy bugman dressed in all black emerging from the shadows. That was nice, at least. Trevor walked up to the ajar front door and, after making a show of looking around, stepped inside. It was eerie, stepping into a former home that was now utterly quiet and still. Ryuko and Hinamai used to live here. Since nothing was immediately happening, he decided to look around curiously, all while keeping his ears perked at the first sign of trouble. One thing that caught his eye was a family photo, featuring the Fuegakais, including Ryuko's husband. There was a tired but genuine smile on his face. From the picture alone, he seemed like an honest man. Trevor briefly considered it before hastily removing the photo from the picture frame and snugly placing it in an inside pocket in one of the spots that Yumo had taught him were less likely to be targeted in a fight. That done, he continued snooping around, but it quickly grew boring. So, he waited. It couldn't have been too long. Footsteps on metal, one step at a time, approaching the 2nd floor of the simple apartment complex. Heavy, filled with meaning. They weren't even slightly afraid of being heard. Please don't be Mado, please don't be Mado, please don't be Mado. The source stood at the open door of the apartment, the moon hanging above their head, their front cast in shadow. But, a single eye visibly glared into the barely illuminated apartment, the other covered by medical dressing. Amon Kotaru. He felt taller than he actually was. They were both the same size, but something about how Amon held himself made him seem that much larger. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room for Trevor to hide, aside from a counter in the kitchen area that was way too obvious and would have likely gotten all of Kotaru's attention anyway. So, like a total asshole, Trevor was just standing there, looking back at the dove's bandaged face. Trevor did a little wave. Hey. He belatedly realized his voice was distorted a little by the helmet's modulator. He'd have to thank Yuta for that later. Amon's gaze intensified, grip on his silver suitcase tightening. An imitator? He asked to himself, letting out a sigh. You're not Rabbit. But you're working with them. Click. The suitcase swung open, and from it unfolded a metal stave, as long as Amon himself, a clubbed end of some sort resting on the end, covered in familiar crimson lines, like the veins in a ghoul's blackened eye. The suitcase fell to the ground, and the weapon took its place in Amon's hand. Ghouls like you. He raised the club into a guard, the dangerous end of it pointed downwards at an angle while the rest of it crossed over Amon's body, protecting him from any immediate, obvious attack. Really make our jobs harder. Unforgivable. Trevor gulped, and fought back every impulse to piss himself and scream. The man wanted him dead. Considered him a stain on existence. A parasite. A monster. It was the first time he'd ever been the target of such disgust. His body tensed, Trevor found himself speaking. I'm only here because you're wasting your time targeting ghouls that stay out the way and don't kill anyone, he said, unable to keep the tremble out of his voice. There are far more others more deserving of your attention than them. Maybe in retrospect, the idea of certain humans being trained to fight ghouls would result in something like Amen. That being the fact, he was able to move with enough speed to startle even a ghoul, closing the gap between the two of them with 2 powerful strides, the force of his feet carrying him through the air. The club tore through the doorway, forcing it to accommodate its length, sending debris into the apartment. The club went from a guard to being poised to attack, swinging down from Trevor's side, just out of his peripherals, the gap between them nearly non-existent. Investigator or not, Amen Kotaru had balls of adamantium. Mentally cursing himself for being goddamn idiot, Trevor kicked himself backwards and tried to move to Amen's left, noticing he was favoring the right. The damn club had range, so his best shot had to be getting in up close and personal. Swing, miss. Thump. A body blow, right to the gut. It didn't hurt, so to speak. It did in its own way. The fist hit the right spot, just hard enough to force air out of a man. It was shocking, more so than painful. Either he expected it, or his reactions were ridiculous. Maybe both. Amen's fist opened, and then gripped Trevor's front. Right as he felt the fingers curl into his clothes, Trevor reared back for a split second before smashing his helmeted face right into Amen. Helmet crashed against skull. Skull didn't budge. It bled, for sure, skin split open and red flowing from it, but Amen Kotaru stared right into the eyes of Trevor's mask. It had to have hurt. It had to have been disorientating. But, the investigator was resolute. He threw Trevor, one-handed, out of the ruined doorframe of the apartment. That alone was ridiculous enough. The fuck are they feeding these guys? That speed and strength. For a second, I thought you were just a human, and almost felt bad. He pointed his weapon at a groaning Trevor, glaring still, taking slow steps towards the ghoul on the building walkway. You mask-wearing demon. There's something I've always wanted to ask you guys. He moved his weapon to the side, ready but not immediately about to strike Trevor. You talk about those who deserve it, but to fulfill your desire to eat, you creatures murder indiscriminately. How many children have lost their parents, because of you monsters? To live a life after losing your loved ones like that. Are you even capable of imagining? His grip on the weapon tightened, his teeth exposed, pressing down against one another. Your friend, Rabbit. That bitch killed my allies. Why? Because he was human? Because he was an investigator, who only exists to stop what your kind are destined to do. What's the reasoning behind it, ghoul? Where's the justice in what you do? You who exist solely to corrupt this world. How dare you claim that what we do is a waste of time? In the face of such outright, justified rage, Trevor couldn't have had an immediate reply. He could barely spare a thought to wondering where the hell Tokyo was before knowing that if he didn't give Amen some kind of answer, he'd just kill him on the spot. But what the hell could he say? Maybe I'm just a dumb asshole in over my head, Trevor groaned, pushing himself up and sliding into a cautious, defensive stance. His kagun itched under his skin, ready to release at a moment's notice. Nothing I say will change your mind. Just do your job. He needed no further instruction. Amen's attack came out like a spear, the quinqua shooting out at Trevor's down self, driven by the strong arms of the investigator behind it. It wasn't a spear, or even pointed, but the last time Trevor had been hit by that thing, it had done its job. For once, Trevor saw the attack coming, and dodged accordingly. Slid to the right, so as to avoid a sweeping attack that would follow up, and then he imagined the scorpion. Crimson writhing tails burst from his spine, arcing like scorpion stingers before lunging at Amen's center mass. The club moved through the air in response, making a deep booming sound as it forced its way through the air, meeting the deadly, prehensile talons halfway. It was no easy task, for Amen to hold them at bay, as displayed by the way his expression deepened, his teeth grinding together. Sparks flew from the meeting of the weapons. Amen was the one to break away, jumping to the side and away from Trevor, opposing him on the walkway. He spun the club around rapidly, the revolving noise from the speed and weight of the thing returning, tearing through the walls at either side of him with very little effort. He brought it into a different stance, the lang resting behind his back, his right hand gripping close to the weighted end, pointing downwards. He was strong, but the kagun was nothing to be laughed at either. After all, Amen was just a human. Trevor lowered himself, bending forward so that his fingers were just grazing against the cement floor. The kagun coiled once more, raising to almost their full height with the stingers pointed directly at Amen. Searching for an opening. The dove was tired. Whatever insane feats he was pulling off earlier, they must be taking their toll, or he was simply being cautious with the kagun now in play. Either way, that suited Trevor fine. There was a metal railing to the ghoul's left, in disrepair and looking ready to crumble from all the rust. It would do. Trevor's gloved hand darted for the railing, gripping tightly, and then yanked with all of his might and hurled it at Amen. The instant after, he charged in its wake. With his hand so close to the end of his quinqua, the weight played far less of a factor. He swung it diagonally upwards, sending the railing spinning off to the side and down to the ground, but not before it caught Amen's cheek with a sharpened edge in its motion, adding more blood to his already red-painted face. His reactions were evidently not a fluke. Then, with Trevor following it, he brought his other hand to support the quinqua, swinging it downwards to meet Trevor in his charge, aiming for the center of the crouched mass. Right now, Trevor had only one goal, get Amen away from his weapon. The quinqua was so close to him, dangerously close. There was no time to think, only to act. Trevor twisted, so much so it ached, but he had no choice to avoid the brunt of the attack. His Kagun abruptly stopped targeting Amin himself, instead sliding themselves along the quinqua's handle, slashing towards the investigator's hands. In one last desperate bid to keep Amin from avoiding it entirely, Trevor latched onto the quinqua with his own hands to hold it in place. A frustrating move, if Amin's attempts to swing Trevor off were anything to buy. The earlier strength returned, with a great visible effort from the tense blood vessels along his temples. Each swing was simultaneously an attack and an attempt to avoid the striking tendrils, bumping Trevor into wall and floor while expressing that near-inhuman strength. But, he slipped. A repositioning of the hand too late, and the vibrant red tip of one of Trevor's Kagun tore through Amin's hand, lodging itself in there. No noise of pain, just the next movement. They were attached to one another, so Amin decided to make use of that. Through the railing he took Trevor, using what must have been the last reservoirs of his stamina to do so, kicking off the ground. Through the railing, and onto the ground. The drop didn't do the investigator any favors either, even using Trevor as a shield for the impact. He bounced off the ghoul and tumbled to the side, coughing as he did so. At least the tip of the deadly organic weapon was no longer sticking through his hand. He tried to get up, but only got as far as his knees. Damned ghoul! He rasped out, using his quinqua to support him. I will protect the people. He stood. With one hand out of the fight, he nonetheless held his quinqua in the other, lowering himself somewhat. He looked dizzy. Between the headbutt and the fall, it was going to catch up eventually. In contrast, Trevor was a bit sore and winded, but in far better shape. He might actually be able to beat Amin for good. Maybe even kill. But Amin's words gave him pause. For that moment, it might have been just a naive hope, but Trevor thought he felt a kindred spirit. Amin crumbled. He fell back to his knees, his quinqua hitting the ground with a earthy slam. He used one hand to stop himself from just falling onto the ground beneath him. I'm sorry, Nerima. I failed your Dejima. He rasped, gripping concrete pebbles and biting down on his lower lip. Trevor took a deep breath, pressing a hand against his helmet. He couldn't kill him. He just couldn't. Instead, the ghoul walked toward the human. He kicked the quinqua far enough away so that it was out of reach, then knelt down to regard Amin. You'll live to fight another day, Amin Kotaru, Trevor said quietly, but firmly. I doubt you'll believe me, but I wish to protect the people, too. Where I can't, you can. He felt absurd, saying such words to a man who only felt hatred for him. Hell, he felt absurd just saying them in the first place. A childish, selfish ideal, one that had been beaten down and battered by life over time, giving away to cold, a dull reality. But when he thought of Hinamai or Ryuko or the countless others whose suffering he hadn't even been aware of until over a month ago, Trevor had made a decision. It would likely bring pain, a lot of it, but he was going to stick with it. He needed a world where ghouls and humans could at the very least coexist. For his sake, and others. Feeling his cheeks flush with self-conscious embarrassment, he shook his head. He willed the Kagun to retreat back into his skin. Don't fuck with me, he managed to growl out, looking lost between confusion and anger. What do you think you are? Some sort of hero? Impossible, you can't ignore what you are. Your existence will lead to the death of innocents. You think I can accept this? Trevor sighed. Never killed a single innocent, never will, he replied simply, standing up and stretching his aching body. Tuka's absence was no longer annoying and now concerning. He needed to look for her. And I don't really consider you innocent, but I'm still not going to kill you. You've got people to protect, and so do I. He looked down the street. Speaking of which, I need to go. See you around, Amin Kotaru. There was no response. Just the silent horror of a man forced to watch a ghoul turn a back on him in mercy. Tuka had been considerate enough to tell Trevor where she would have been waiting. Unfortunately, where that place was exactly ended up being pretty vague. Under the bridge could have meant a few things. Which bridge, for starters? What part of town? There were several bridges in Nerima. It probably made sense to her. She probably had a bridge she associated with the term the bridge, but for Trevor it was absolutely useless. So it was all down to groundwork and putting a few pieces together, in order to try and figure out where she could be. There was a bridge that came to mind, a miles east of Anteiku, which would have put it a fair distance away from the Fuegaku household. Part of the point was to put space between the two locations, to force the doves to either choose one or split up. They chose split up. It took less time than it probably should have to get there, to the bridge in Trevor's mind, the one which seemed like the most likely culprit for Tuka to pull her side of the plan. The blood that slowly streamed through the near-drained urban canal confirmed it. Beneath a humble road bridge, in its shadow and between the pillars that supported it, was three figures, two standing. A haunting, crimson light illuminated the back of one, shaped as wing-like petals. The light color to the flesh that held the streaks of light were familiar, but the last time he had seen them, they had been damaged, ruined almost. Ryuko Fuegaku stood over a pulverized body, its white coat and segmented, tail-like quinqua being the only recognizable things about it, its blood splattered against a wall and across the floor between its current resting place, limbs a disjoined, compounded mess and its face cracked in two. Strands of stray white hair came from the head of the battered skull. But, the person Trevor had been looking for, Tuka, was safe. A deep wound running from her shoulder down, but alive, slumped up against one of the pillars, her breathing heavy. Trevor slowly walked toward the two ghouls, expression slack from shock beneath his helmet. Of all the people he'd expected to see, Ryuko had been the last on his mind. He admittedly had some mixed feelings about the utterly ruined corpse of Mato, but, in all honesty, he was more relieved that Tuka and Ryuko were alive and safe. Still though. Jesus. Trevor breathed, slowly removing his helmet with shaky hands as he drew near. Holy shit, Ryuko. I didn't expect to see you here. Tuka was the first to respond, her head snapping away from the grisly display before her to Trevor. Although he had approached them both openly, it was like the raw savagery of whatever it was she saw pulled her attention away completely. Trevor, you're all right, she said somewhat weakly, nonetheless putting on a cocky grin through the pain she must have been feeling. I had to be here, Ryuko said quietly, the soft kindness she usually radiated desecrated by a harrowed expression and bloodied dress, eyes turned black and red in the signature style of a ghoul. It didn't suit her. I could not forgive myself, if both you and Tuka got hurt for my sake, or for Hinami's. She turned her head to look at Trevor, slowly, uncertainty, her long light brown hair hanging by the sides of her face in a messy manner, matted down a little with some blood and water. So I killed him. The man who killed my husband. Trevor looked back at her, their gazes meeting for a few moments. He then let out a breath, and felt his body sag, all of the tension of the night finally leaking out. Hopefully this brings you and Hinami some peace, after all this time, he said tiredly, nestling the helmet underneath his arm and fishing out the photo from his pocket. Here, found this at your place and managed to grab it before things got too hairy. Ryuko stared at the photo, reaching out for it slowly, taking it in a stained hand. She lowered her gaze to stare at it, her thumb running over both Hinami and her husband. Her lips pursed. You are too thoughtful, Trevor-kun. To think, someone would do this for someone else, while they were in danger, she said, the barest vestiges of a smile returning for a moment. Thank you. I feel like I am saying that to you a lot. A worn smile crossed his face, shaking his head. You're welcome, Ryuko. Trevor fidgeted a little awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. I guess I'm just a bit of a sap. I'm happy to help is all. A bit. Tuka piped up from her spot, because of course she would. Try the biggest sap ever. Just call you General Sherman, you've got so much sap in you, she managed to get out, despite being injured. She tried to force herself to her feet, and succeeded by using the pillar for support. Thank you for helping me out, Ryuko. I probably would have died. Sorry. Ryuko shook her head, her pale wings lined with red veins folding inwards and back into her back in a steady display. I am sorry you had to get hurt in the first place, Tuka-chan. But you won't have to worry about it anymore. Tuka tilted her head, eyes squinted. What's that supposed to mean? They'll send more. But not here. I'm taking my leave from Anteiku's hospitality. If they figure out that it was me who killed the dove, then I doubt they'll be too interested in you. I'm the reason they're here, after all, she explained, her shoulders sagging once the cocoon had completely vanished, leaving only a torn spot on the back of her dress, exposing the skin her wings erupted from. Trevor frowned. He knew that was the smartest thing to do, and the inevitable conclusion of what had happened over the past week, but, a selfish part of him didn't want to see her leave. Are you going to the 24th ward, then? He found himself asking, not quite able to hide his true feelings on the matter in his voice. As he spoke, he walked over to Tuka and offered himself as support so she could move. I am. It's better that way. Tuka looped her good arm over Trevor's shoulders, leaning on him as a support. She looked none too pleased with Ryuko's words. Who'll look after Hinami? Well. I was hoping you two could. Maybe Irimi-san. It is very selfish of me to ask such a thing, I know. I am sorry. She turned to face the two of them, going into a deep bow. Even though the fight had ended, her eyes hadn't changed back. Maybe she didn't know how to. It was very much an associative feeling kind of thing, something learned after being in a few high adrenaline situations. Yamo had made sure to give Trevor more than just a few of those. Don't worry about it, we'll be more than happy to look after her, Trevor assured her warmly, gently resting a gloved hand on Ryuko's shoulder. Ain't that right, Tuka? Shut up, don't pressure me like that, she huffed, openly pouting. I ain't happy with it. Hinami deserves to have her mom around, and it sucks you're leaving already. But I get it. Fine. I'll help look after her, but only if you promise to come back someday. Got it, Ryuko. Her delinquent tone was breaking through. It was almost funny, how strong she could lay it on when she was angry. Understood, Tuka-chan. Please take good care of my daughter. She finally brought herself back up from her bow, not smiling but not as distraught. She looked resolved. Whether it was the adrenaline finally calming him down or some other factor, Trevor realized the finality of what was going on. Ryuko was leaving now, and for God knew how long. He blinked rapidly, finding that his vision was fogging up just a touch. He mumbled, slowly untangling himself from Tuka in a way so that she could at least stand on her own, set down his helmet, and then, without further aplomb, hugged Ryuko tightly. She squeaked. Oh. The woman seemed to be at a bit of a loss for a good few moments, eyes darting about from Trevor's shoulder. Such sudden physical contact was not what she expected, but she eased into it, returning the hug gently, her hands resting on his back. It will not be forever. Just until we're safe. Why yet, Trevor managed, clearing his throat so as to get rid of the emotion in his voice that surprised even him. I know. Just. He sighed. Take care of yourself, okay? You big pussy, Toka whispered from the side. Ryuko pulled back from the hug, smiling at Trevor in that familiar, gentle way of hers. I will. You do the same. I'd hate to come back and see you in trouble, after all. She looked at Toka. It was a hard look. Both of you. No promises, Trevor weakly chuckled, picking his helmet back up and once more getting a hold of Toka, though perhaps a wee bit more roughly than he needed to. Just to make her squirm a little. Trouble seems to find us, it seems, and even if not, my senpai over here likes to seek it out for herself. Toka's eyes were wide, teeth pressed together, a slow hiss coming from between them. Ow. Ow. Fuck you. I only seek out trouble that needs to be, troubled? Confronted. Yeah, that. She then elbowed Trevor in the side. Support or no, she was just the kind of person to snap back at anything that messed with her, including the guy currently holding her upright, if a bit too tightly. The older ghoul stared at the two with a fondness. Well, I am not comforted at all, but at least I know you will both look out for one another. Like a husband and a wife. Her smile took a turn for the mischievous. She knew exactly what she was doing. Wah. Toka actually coughed on her words. She looked like she wanted to say something really bad, but they just weren't leaving her. She was stun-locked. PFF Trevor somehow managed to violently choke on empty air at that moment for whatever reason. Too much like Irimi, too much. It was a weird note to leave on, but it was a positive one. With the two younger ghouls stuck in a state of shocked embarrassment, she made her leave. On that night, Ryuko Fuegaki descended into the 24th ward. Dash. Well, ahem, Trevor awkwardly cleared his throat as the two started shuffling their way through the city. Arm in arm, leaning on each other. After Ryuko just had to say something. Where do you want to go from here? Toka said absolutely nothing. Where am I dropping you off, dummy? Trevor hastily clarified. That was apparently the correction she was waiting for. I dunno. Drop me off close to my home. I can make it some of the way. I don't want to look too suspicious, going home with a foreigner dropping me off. Yeah, us good-for-nothing shady foreigners are just the worst, he drawled. It's true, you are. Because of you, we're both going to have to deal with what Ryuko said. It's so awkward. She complained, hobbling along with Trevor's aid. She tutted, trying to look like she was in less obvious pain than she was. Because of me, is it? Trevor grumbled, casting her a lidded look. I didn't say shit. I was just there, helping you out and being accessory to murder and shit. I didn't ask for this. And I appreciate that you were an accessory to murder. It was very helpful. We murdered the shit out of those guys. You're still at fault for all that last stuff though. I bet it was because you hugged her. What in what world does me hugging someone make them want to tease about me being with someone else? That makes no sense, you dingus. Dingus. Idiot. Bald beard. Rag boy. She shot right on back. It makes you seem soft, which is why she did it. She knew she could get to you like that. Yeah, well, maybe I don't mind seeming soft in front of friends. Trevor retorted. Maybe I like it that way. Maybe you should come up with better insults. She revealed her secret weapon. Butt chin. Wah. Lady, I'll have you know I've got a chiseled cleft. Consider yourself lucky you're one of the few people that gets to see it while it lasts. He cried in dramatic offense. I'm gonna gouge my eye out, is what I'm gonna do if I have to keep looking at those rounded pair of cheeks on your chin. I've never seen such a good butt in my life, it's just a shame it's on your chin. Keep talking like that and I'll keep my face clean out of my spite, just for you. I'll shave every day, spend precious money on shaving cream and razors, just so you have to see this butt you seem to think looks so nice. How about that, hey? That sounds like hell. That sounds worse than hell. She hissed, bringing her volume down a bit. They were walking through the streets at close to midnight, after all. But I'm Toka Kirishima. I've endured worse, and if it means you waste your money, then I'll handle it. It hurts you more than it hurts me, assface. Fart jaw. What's that? I can't hear you over the sound of you bleeding all over the damn place, Trevor snapped back. I think that was your spleen that just slipped out for, what, the 5th time this week? You should get that checked out, you know. Well, excuse me for taking the difficult fight of the two. You got the newer guy. I got the veteran professional. It's only natural that I would come out scathed, unlike you. Humph. Toka turned her head away from Trevor, a look of disdain on her face. Please stop yelling, Yamo said. Wait. Yamo. He stood before them, dressed in long coat, staring at the two of them. If he was impressed, which he probably wasn't, it wasn't going to show past his airtight poker face. I'll take her from here, Trevor. She's not going home with those injuries. Fair enough, Trevor sighed, gingerly removing Toka from himself, actually putting more consideration to her in spite of the little spat they'd had. He bit his lip, then let out a breath. Look, all that crap aside. I'm glad you're okay, Toka. Call me a pussy if you want, but I really don't care. Suhuftai, she said as she moved over to Imo, taking up a spot at his side. He moved to support her, much as Trevor had. But thanks. I'm glad you're not dead either. I mean it. You really went out of your way for me, and, that doesn't happen often, you know? So yeah, thanks. You're welcome. Water friends 4. I'll see you around, senpai. Get home safe. She called back as she was once again guided away. All things considered, mission complete. Dash. Trevor sat on his bed back at the apartment. He hadn't changed yet, so there was still some blood on his clothes. Across from him, the insectoid helmet stared right back. He looked down and rubbed his temples. I almost died tonight. Again. He'd almost died. He held a man's life in his hands, and chose to spare it. But that act of mercy didn't change the fact that someone else had died that night, and he was complicit for it. He'd agreed to be a part of it. Mado had hardly been innocent, and would have likely only brought more suffering on everyone he'd come to care about. Trevor looked down at his shaking hands. God damn it, he whispered, hands clenched into fists. Everyone he'd come to care about, even though they would have seen him as food only over a month ago. People that seemed to have a different mentality than him on, more than he was comfortable admitting. He felt himself sinking, becoming entangled in something that he barely had a grasp of. So many faces, so many responsibilities, all of which he was taking on himself. All for Anteiku, for a childish hope that he'd have some measure of his old life. As if to pretend he hadn't become a man-eating monster. As if to pretend he hadn't been eating human flesh for over a month now. Trevor let out a long, shaky, shuddering breath. I have no idea what I'm doing anymore, he admitted to the helmet. This is all going to come crashing down in the worst possible way, isn't it? The helmet didn't deign fit to reply. Yeah, that was a stupid question anyway. Dove emergence arc complete. That's a good passing grade for it, too. Anyway, on to the next bit of questionable content. Dash. It has been 10 years since the last time the main office lost a ghoul investigator in the 20th Ward, the radio behind the counter at Anteiku began. Both the CCG main office and the 20th Ward branch headquarters are working to grasp this serious situation. Furthermore, they are currently increasing their efforts on the 723 case, now renamed the Mother Moth investigation. It was everywhere. All the local stations mentioned it once every now and then, and that was a bit of a mood killer for a cafe. The murder of a ghoul investigator in the peaceful 20th Ward had sent something of a shock through the area, putting people even further on edge. The news had got out an entire day later, giving Trevor some time to ponder quietly over his situation, but the morning has been abuzz with the news. The CCG had told the press. Irimi, Kuma, and the manager went about their work, though, not showing a hint of worry. It was admirable how solid a front they could put up for the sake of their work. But that might have just been some really good customer service training at work. It was just another day. A day with some questions, obviously, but work went on. The manager and the others almost didn't seem to notice the fact that Trevor had pretty clearly been a part of the whole thing, but he knew better. Perfect masks. It was a little unnerving, having a whole lot of mundane nothing happen after the turbulent events of 2 nights ago. Trevor supposed he should find comfort in the familiar, joking with Kuma, endless teasing from Irimi, all that. But there was no denying he was more on edge than he used to be, eyes occasionally darting around as if expected doves to come kicking down the door at any moment. No doves came, but still. Either way, there was an important matter that needed to be figured out, that being where Hinamai was going to live during Ryuko's extended absence. MMMH? With Tuka, obviously, Irimi said once he finally found a moment away from the front with her. Although they didn't smoke, Irimi and Kuma often went out there on their breaks just to get some fresh air. At least as fresh as a city like Tokyo would allow. Did you think she was going to be staying with you? Irimi asked, looking at Trevor with a raised brow. Tightrope question. I was just curious, he replied with a hand wave. Ryuko also mentioned your name before she left, so I was wondering where Hinamai would end up. No, definitely not me. My apartment's a mess, and I don't think I'm really well equipped to look after a girl. Tuka's better off than I am, there, she explained in a relaxed tone, leaning back against the wall beside the back entrance. The air was chilly, as they proceeded deeper into December, but the snow had yet to make its appearance. Trevor could feel it on the air, distant but not quite there. That, or she stays at Anteiku, and I think that would make things harder in the long run. At least Tuka can pass her off as a sister, or something like that. They don't look similar, but who is going to question 2 cute girls, right? Trevor opened his mouth, but then closed it when he sensed yet another landmine. He really couldn't let his guard down around this woman at all, could he? Your attempt to make me fall for your clever ruse is noted, Trevor replied, folding his arms. Irimi sucked her teeth. No need to be so on edge. Just let the conversation flow, Trevor. I'm not going to pick on you all the time. Only when it's the most entertaining option. Besides, I know you're not into younger girls. Look. Yeah, she was messing with him. Trevor hummed. I'm lucky to have such a kind and understanding coworker that would never make disingenuous assertions against my character. Of course. You are of the highest character, helping people with their problems every step of the way. But, you might want to be careful about that. I'm not trying to be a wet blanket, but it could lead to you getting hurt, and your Kagun cannot heal everything. So, be careful out there, Trevor. He sighed, leaning against the wall. Yeah, I know. I've been damn lucky so far, but Lord knows how long that'll last. Trevor folded his arms. I wouldn't mind some peace, I suppose, for a time. Fighting just to survive sounds romantic on paper, but man, that couldn't be further from the truth. Isn't that the truth? I'll admit, I do kind of miss the more exciting days of my youth, but I like this life too. I suppose it's two different kinds of enjoyment. The power that comes with winning your fights, versus the consistent peace of a regular life. I'd choose the latter over the former, though. She tilted her head back, staring up at the sky. But sometimes we have to fight. You felt you had to fight, so you did. That's all it boils down to, with our lives. If we're pushed into a corner, we still have that option. We're still ghouls. I suppose we are, aren't we? Trevor mused. Ghouls. Not humans. He shook his head. There was much he wanted to say, but didn't know how to say it, or even if he should say it to her. Self-imposed or not, he still felt a sort of distance, there. Irene was definitely going further than she needed to by talking to him, which was against the whole leave each other alone mentality she herself had impressed upon him. He appreciated that. He could see himself being more open with her. Eventually. Well, maybe he could take steps in that regard. Irene went quiet, shutting her eyes as the cold air washed over her, taking a deep breath, and then exhaling through her lips. After a few moments of silence, Trevor had an idea that brought a nervous flutter to his chest. It'd been a while since he'd done something like this, but... So, Trevor spoke. They're doing an 80s night at the nearby theater next weekend. She opened her eyes with a hum, looking back over to Trevor. Oh, really? I hadn't heard. What's on the lineup? She responded coolly, smiling somewhat. Blade Runner, Aliens, Back to the Future, and, I think Ghostbusters. He rattled off. Looks like it's a sci-fi theme. What, Ghostbusters and no Reanimator? For shame on whoever arranged that. But that sounds like a good lineup. You asking me if I want to go, Trevor? Boom, straight to the point. That is exactly what I'm asking, yes, he replied. Wanna go on a date with me, Irene? If I say yes, is that you saying you'll even walk me home after? I'm a gentleman and a scholar, so of course. Play your cards right, I might even offer to make coffee. Trevor, you've come a long way, but no. Leave the coffee to me. You just worry about fending off any big mean doves that would try to ruin the date. You have more experience with that than you do making good coffee. Fair point. Okay, I can play the big strong man for a bit. Hope you don't mind nursing me back to health should I take any unfortunate hits, thought. Irene smirked. On second thought, let me handle the fighting too. I'm better at that, as well. Actually, just let me hold your hand the entire night. It will be safer for you that way. That's a mighty strong front you are putting on, but I understand that you need some physical contact to comfort you when you're so nervous. Don't worry, I'll be happy to help you feel better about yourself. Oof, she let out with a wince. That was a good one. You're learning. I learned from the best, he replied with a wink. Dash. There are times when you know somebody is going to be trouble. As a grown man, Trevor wasn't completely unaware of what troublesome people looked like. The man that walked into Anteiku was certainly one of those people. As I thought, this place has really calmed down, he said with a refined hint to his voice, leaning against the open door frame. Up to Trevor's height with an undeniably attractive face, dressed in a formal suit with an odd, eccentric, and multi-shaded purple diamond pattern. What possibly stood out the most about him was his neatly combed, blue hair. Everyone else Trevor had encountered had relatively, normal hair? Not absurd, at least. Dark shades, mostly. His expression was gentle, but in a strange way, like he was a model on a catwalk, putting it on for others to see and enjoy. A model. That was a good way of describing him. Tuka, who had returned to work, immediately had her mood soured. The look on her face could be anywhere between completely unenthused and unimpressed, and ugh, this guy. Irene was firmly neutral, her expression flat. Ah, long time no see, Kirishima-san. Irene-san. He said, raising a hand in an admittedly pleasant greeting. Why are you here? Tuka said, sounding far less pleasant. Oh my, am I not allowed to come and see your faces every now and then? He asked, putting on mock hurt with a dramatic flair. Kirishima-san, you're as cold as ever. But, I do suppose that is what is appealing about you. You're so creepy, you smug bastard. It looked as if he was going to respond, but something caught his eye. Trevor caught his eye. A tall man, It was you then? The man who repelled an investigator. He asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, Trevor replied neutrally. What was your name, sir? Oh, I do apologize. I am Jukiyama Shiyu. Shiyu being my given name, and Jukiyama my family. He paused, regarding Trevor for half a moment before speaking again, using a language that Trevor had not heard consistently for an entire month. I can also speak English, if that is easier for you. It was, frankly, a near-flawless received pronunciation accent. He was clearly Japanese, but his language education must have been extensive from a young age. Trevor blinked, momentarily stunned at hearing his mother language after going so long without it. Ah, I appreciate the gesture, he replied, inclining his head. But thankfully I'm fluent enough in Japanese to get by, and that way no one's excluded from the conversation, he said in Japanese. So fluent. How surprising. Jukiyama said, genuinely surprised at Trevor's command of the language. Then it is for the best that we stick to Japanese. And what is your name, if you do not mind me asking? Just Trevor is fine, he answered. It's nice to meet you, Tsukiyama-san. Tsukiyama extended a hand for Trevor to take, his eyes shut and his smile pleasant. It is wonderful to meet the man who defeated a ghoul investigator. As expected, you appear to be quite well built for a ghoul of the 20th ward. Keeping fit only seems sensible, Trevor shrugged. The man was going out of his way to be amicable, which normally he would appreciate, but Irimi and Tuka's reactions to him were impossible to ignore, and he'd have to ask them about that later. For now, he'd be polite and shake the man's hand. A firm, brief shake, without any trickery. He wasn't immediately repulsive, but there was something about him. It clicked. He was very predatory. Really, that is a natural thing for a ghoul, but everything about Tsukiyama seemed crafted for the exact point of finding food. It wasn't something Trevor would have noticed, prior to his little incident, but having spent his time around ghouls, both his co-workers and customers, he had picked up on those little signs. You're getting in the way and you're creepy, so go away already. Shoo, shoo. Tuka came in with all the grace of a truck, making a flicking gesture with her hand as if Tsukiyama were an insect. Tsukiyama looked at Tuka. You're so inelegant, he sighed. Before turning to face the door, he gave Trevor a nod. Next time I'll come to leisurely drink coffee, and when Yashimura is around too. I'll see you then, Trevor-san. He left with a wave over his shoulder. Once he was gone, Tuka let out a grunt. Irimi just focused on setting out glasses, completely unfazed. So I take it he's an undesirable. Trevor hesitated to kickstart the conversation. Yes, Tuka snapped. Not exactly, Irimi said in a more level tone. It's a bit more complex, in the case of Tsukiyama-san. We're not at odds, but he can be a bit of a nuisance. He does not operate out of the 20th ward on a completely permanent basis, so we have no real trouble with him. His appetite is reasonable, he's self-sufficient and he doesn't step on the toes of anyone else's territory. I'm sensing a big OL but, there, Trevor observed. He's a smug asshole. He has a history with Tuka-chan, from when they were both younger and brasher. Tuka raised a finger, about to object. She gaped a few times, and then just didn't say anything. Irimi continued. But yes, he is a bit colorful, a bit too much for my tastes. He's also one of the few ghouls out there who can say they have lived a high life, as it were. Affluent family. Hey, Trevor grunted, looking back the way Tsukiyama had left. I didn't think ghouls could even be affluent, considering that more money means more attention, and that'd make it a bit more, difficult to hide certain things. I wish I could tell you that I had any idea how his family got their fortune, but I can't. All we know is that the Tsukiyamas are comfortable and secretive, and if that's all we can really learn, then they are indeed incredibly secretive about their methods, Irimi said, starting to think aloud somewhat. It's a weird thing to see. I don't associate ghouls with money, even as a ghoul myself. We make enough to get by, and that's about it. We avoid things that bring scrutiny, and we don't really want to be on the system as it were. Having time to prepare for food is important too, because hunting without any form of caution is a fast way to end up dead. So how they got there? I can't say. Well, I'll keep him at arm's length anyway. I can be polite and all, but if he rubs you both the wrong way then I won't get super friendly, Trevor replied with a shrug. Can't imagine he's a common sight around here either, considering I haven't seen him at all since I started. He'll probably be around for a few days. As how he usually operates. Usually comes in to speak to the manager, Tuka groused, none too happy about any of that. Stuck up, prim little flower. Language, Tuka. Watch it, Irimi chastised, finishing up with the morning tasks. NNGH. Sorry. I'm going to go check stock. Tuka left the two, basically stomping away across the front of the store to the door leading into the staff-only section of the building. She really did not like that guy. Trevor watched her go, then let out a breath. Man, I wanna ask, but if it really bugs her that much. He shook his head and started wiping down the counter. I dunno, uncomfortably reminds me of stuff I've seen before. Oh? Well, she's not going to go out and kill him, if that's what you're worried about. Not quite what I was thinking, but I can see why you'd think that, Trevor said with a small chuckle. Nah, just stinks of some kind of unhealthy relationship. It's nothing like that, I'd say. Her and her brother used to have a bit of a rivalry with him, a few years back. Ah. Well, I guess that's not as bad as I thought, then. He shrugged. I imagine Tuka will have a more colorful account, if I asked. Might do that if today drags too much. You want to have Tuka ranting at you about a guy who has a lot of money? I don't think that would be a charming experience, she said with a hint of amusement. Kuma should be coming in earlier today, so you can take a longer break, if you want. Just a heads up. If anything, it'll provide good material for writing, if I ever get back into that, Trevor snorted. But I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Oh? You're a writer? I don't think you've ever mentioned that before. What subject matter? Oh, fantasy stuff, usually, Trevor answered, until he realized something. Well, I used to write. Hard to admit that, he added quietly. Been a bit busy, on account of everything, I suppose. Irimi moved out from behind the counter and to the front door, flipping the closed sign around to open. Hey. Find some time to get back into it, I say. Better than just living to come to work. I know Kuma's into motorcycles, outside of work. I watch my movies and work out. It's how we keep sane, outside of each other. Trevor nodded. I think I'll do that. Don't expect any super flowery poems declaring my undying love for you, though. I was always garbage at poetry. Moving on to love already? Trevor, please. Control yourself and get back to work, she passed him, and gave him a light whack on the shoulder. Ah, shot through the heart, and you're to blame. Trevor replied dramatically. And I do, indeed, give love a bad name. Tuka paused in her step, blinking. You following me? From schoolgirl to on guard in 1 second flat. It was almost hard to recognize her, outside of Anteiku. Even the way she carried herself in her uniform was completely different. More normal and casual, but Trevor had seen her fight. There was a tense predator beneath all of that. But despite that, she still had a school schedule to stick to, which led to them bumping into each other at 4 in the afternoon. First off, just a little insulted you immediately assumed I was stalking you, Trevor replied dully, adjusting his grip on the satchel. Second off, just thought I'd pop in and see how Hinamai was doing. Give her some books to read in case she's bored. He jostled his satchel for emphasis. Took a tut, adjusting the back strap to her shoulder, shifting her weight to one side. I never said stalking, that was you. Stalker. She turned and began walking down the street, seemingly ignorant of the cold weather despite her lack of a coat, and then made a beckoning gesture over her shoulder. Man. It's all about the implication, he retorted, rolling his eyes but following all the same. Implication, implishmation, she said, a completely low-effort retort. The area Tuka lived in was actually fairly nice, with a small row of stores across from the 3-story apartment building she lead him up. It was certainly a higher quality residence than what the Fuegukas had, which felt rather cheap, if the construction and surroundings were anything to go by. In contrast, the building Tuka lived in appeared recently renovated, and closer to the heart of the ward, but also having the benefit of only having a footpath next to it, instead of the traffic just down the road. They went up a set of stairs, overlooking the road and shops, people passing as their days came to an end, and doing some last-minute grocery shopping across the footpath, to the door numbered 103. Tuka opened it, already removing a shoe as she did so, hopping in on her still-shoed foot. Hinamai, I'm home. Tap tap tap. The girl came around the corner of the apartment, her hair cut just a bit shorter and wearing a new dress. Her face lit up when she spotted Trevor with Tuka, near enough skipping over to them. Trevor Unai-chan. Gah, my heart. I can't. How's it going, kiddo? Trevor asking with a beaming smile. He was waiting for me on my way back from school. Isn't that weird? Tuka said, shooting a knowing smirk back at Trevor. She moved deeper into the apartment. Ooh, Hinamai blinked, looking from Trevor to Tuka, and then back again. I'm fine. She said, plowing right past what Tuka said. Either she didn't care that Trevor was a bit creepy, or she was choosing to ignore it. Either way, how nice of her. Tuka Oni-chan cut my hair. Did you notice? There was almost a moment of hesitation, but maintained her wide smile anyway. This was a very different Hinamai from the one before. Proximity to her friends must have been doing wonders for her. I did. It looks good on you, Trevor praised, sliding his own shoes off and stepping inside. MH. She nodded, reaching out to grab Trevor's hand, and guide him into the shared apartment. It was getting a bit long. We didn't really have much time to stop and do it, before. Long hair is pretty, but it's not good on me. Tuka removed her school jacket, tossing it onto the arm of the low couch, immediately going for a metallic cylinder on her kitchen counter labeled coffee. You want any, cow or hay? Yeah, that'd be nice, thanks, Trevor replied, letting himself be led around at Hinamai's pace. So what be you been up to lately? He asked the younger girl. Setting up my room, mostly. It's a lot of work. Earn your keep. I'm not going to do all the lifting for you, Tuka said with a teasing edge to her voice. Mean. Tuka sighed. Yeah. I am. And then continued with making some coffee. Hinamai pouted with a huff but, being the mature one, moved on. Did you come to check up on me? She asked, sounding uncertain. That I did, Trevor confirmed with a nod. Also brought you some books, in case you were bored. Her smile grew less intense, but there was something more genuine about it, as if her previous smiles were efforts on her part to appear happy. Thank you. I'm not bored, but I want to learn more about kanji with you. I'd like that a lot, he replied, setting the satchel down. I'm a bit worried my skills are getting rusty since we haven't done it in a while, so I'll be relying on you. The doorbell rung. Oh, flip, Tuka not quite cussed, turning quickly from her coffee to run carefully over to the door, peering through the peephole. And then she turned around, back to the door, her eyes wide with the fear of God. Oh, shit. Oh shit. She took a moment, shutting her eyes, and then opened them back up, pointing over at Trevor and Hinamai. Hide. She hissed. Hinamai complied, tugging on Trevor's hand as she did so, taking him to the door frame leading to the bedrooms. All the while, a buzzing came from Tuka's jacket pocket, causing her to jump slightly. Gah. She let out, then grumbling. Once the two of them were out of sight, she opened the door. What's wrong? She said, whoever was at the door unseen by Trevor. Ah, sorry, to come over so suddenly, came a different voice, a girl with a softer sounding voice than Tuka. You were acting a little weird at school, so I got a little worried. What are you on about, Yoriko? You worry too much. Toka responded, playing it off in a cool manner. Well, you were making a sad face. It reminded me of the time your dad went to work abroad, you know? I mean, if I'm wrong, then I'm sorry, but a pause, big shoes? Did Ayato grow up? Wait. No way. Toka-chan, you. What are you on about? I'm sorry. I'm just in the way. I honestly thought it'd just be the two of us, but, here. I made meat and potato stew. Eat it with him. What are you on about, Yoriko? Alright. I believe in you, Toka-chan. The sound of the door shutting followed shortly after. Don't alright me. Trevor stepped around the corner and started laughing out loud. Gee, good luck, Toka-chan. He snickered, clutching his stomach. Toka turned around, glaring at the foreigner with bared teeth. It almost looked scary, if she wasn't holding a pot of stew on her hands at the same time. Shut up, Bigfoot. I'll beat the blood out of you. Right, Trevor chuckled, smiling and shaking his head. Have fun dealing with that at school. But really, she seems really nice. She's too nice. And this is your problem too, you old weirdo. You don't want people thinking that you're my boyfriend. She stormed over to the kitchen, planting the pot of stew down on the counter and staring at it, lips over her teeth, in deep consideration. She never saw my face, and it's not like we actually act like a couple, so he shrugged. Shame that all that will have to go to waste. No, you idiot. She glared right back at Trevor for a few moments before looking back at the food. It looked good, but it kind of stank. Natural thing for Trevor now, for good-looking food to smell like varying degrees of butt. I'm going to eat it. He quirked a bushy eyebrow. Really? He drawled. She went out of her way to make it. I'm not going to let that effort go to waste. She was already spooning herself out a bowl of the stew. She was incredibly serious. In fact, she almost looked sick already. Trevor stared at the pot and grimaced. He hated it, but the food he would have loved as a human was only revolting now. It really was a damn shame. But it was actually a little touching that Toka would do that for her friend. In that case. Trevor started slowly, taking a deep breath. I'll help out. I was going to make you anyway. A second bowl was poured out, and pushed it over to Trevor. She held her own bowl up, chopsticks in hand. It looked like she was about to cry. But thanks. Ahoy, Trevor replied, shaking his head and picking the bowl up. And then a dark, insidious part of his mind came up with something in retort. You know, you didn't have to take her suggestion to heart. But he decided against it, instead bracing himself for the trial to come. Toka forced a chunk of pork into her mouth. There was a delay as she forced it down without even chewing, an audible gulp coming from her throat as she tilted her head back, the grip of her hand snapping the chopsticks with ease. After a struggle against her own natural reactions, she finally exhaled, slumping over, hands resting on her knees. Then she gave Trevor a thumbs up, her eyes tearing up. Tea tastes great. As expected of a she coughed, a future chef. Famous last words, as not an hour later, the two of them shared the toilet, projectile spewing their human lunch from their mouths all over the porcelain together. It was a bonding experience of some description. Eventually, Trevor left Hinamai and took it to their business, and returned to his own. He had made plans with someone else, and he didn't plan on missing that arrangement. It was important. Incredibly important. Hours passed, and the time of meeting finally arrived. Their meeting place was Helter Skelter, and their topic. So, Trevor slowly spoke up. How does dating work for ghouls? The devil ape sat on a bar stool, already nursing a glass of vermilion fluid, dressed in a long coat appropriate for the outside temperatures. My, what a question. I cannot say that it works, as much as it does function, if you understand my meaning. We tend to be quite bad at it, if I am to be honest, but it gets the job done. What brings this on, if you do not mind me asking? Kuma said smoothly, eyes shut. He radiated an aura of coolness. Or, at least he probably thought he did. Trevor let out a breath, scratching his once more grown beard. I asked Irimi out the other day. We have a movie date tomorrow. A single eye opened, and peered at Trevor with some surprise. He hummed, shutting his eye. He moved with the relaxing crimson ambience of Helter Skelter effortlessly. How brave of you, my junior. I cannot say I did not see it coming. You have been quite fond of her, and she has been rather open with you. An unusual thing to see, he said, sipping from his glass. I imagine she will be far more polite with you, than she would be with any other ghoul. It is as they say, live fast and die hard. No matter how we try to prolong our lives, there is a certain truth that the chances of our lives being short is great. We all know this. So we behave as if it is, especially with our relationships. Trevor tapped his fingers against the bar, pausing to sip from his drink as he mulled over Kuma's words. Yeah, I've gotten that impression lately, he agreed, nodding once. When you feel like you have less time, I imagine there's little desire to dance around any bullshit. But if that's the case, then why? He frowned, looking for the right words. Why would she do something that's unusual, for me? Because you're nice. Would you not be willing to go out of your way for someone you are fond of, Trevor-kun? It is not as if it is a burden on her. It is simply something different, I suppose. The devil ape nodded with his words and opening his eyes, looking over at Trevor. Despite being somewhat goofy, he had quite the solid gaze, unflinching. We court each other through danger. Fighting, eating, survival. Basic ideas that even bleed into our manner of loving. Naturally, this is not a universal principle, merely a trend. You protect one another, cover each other's trails, and feed the other if the other is incapable of hunting for themselves. Trevor went quiet, lips quirking downward a touch. When put like that, ghoul couples sounded more like, well, predator animals. Not much there aside from the instinct to feed and reproduce. He'd gotten so used to the immense amount of baggage that humans typically put on dating and/or marriage, that he'd quickly applied that to ghouls on account of such similar appearances. The Fuegukas didn't seem to be that way, he mused aloud. At least, from what I gathered from the way Ryuko would refer to her husband. I take it their case was an outlier or sorts. Not at all. Such a way of courting is not absent of true affection, my friend. Her husband, rest his soul, was a provider. Ryuko-san was quite good at covering the tracks. But even still, they were husband and wife, they loved one another, and had a daughter they truly cared for. It just so happens that their initial meeting was likely not something you would consider much of a first date, he explained calmly, seeming to have some grasp on the matter. While he usually spoke in a very relaxed, almost faux-cool manner, it seemed to fit him as he explained the matter. Maybe not that much of a goof. Maybe. Survival and love are not mutually exclusive things. Trevor nodded. I see what you mean. Sounds just as complicated, if not more so, than human dating, he sighed. It is. All relationships are, you know this. Just because we eat people doesn't mean we get to skip that part of existence. That wasn't what I meant, just. Trevor groaned. I guess I'm still trying to get a hold of all this, even months later. I'm living in a city I've never been to before and don't remember entering, became a ghoul, which I didn't know existed, because of events I don't remember either. His shoulders tensed up a bit, fingers tapping more rapidly before slowing down again. On top of everything else. I dunno, man. The whole reason I asked to meet you here was to make sure I didn't stumble upon some ghoul taboo without realizing it. I don't know what I'm doing. Kuma raised a hand, urging Trevor to slow down a little. I wasn't reprimanding you, Trevor. If I may bore you with some details, my father was actually quite religious. A Buddhist, an unusual thing for a ghoul to be. He tried to teach me a lot, most of it I ignored in my youth, and I only really caught on after meeting the manager. One of the things he tried to teach me was to regard the moment. Past and future should be of no import when the present brings with it more troubles than either. You are without an explanation as to why you are here, but that is fine. You can seek an answer, but right now? There are other things to concern yourself with. Your fear of stumbling is a concern of the future, stemming from the unknown you find yourself wrapped up in. That is fine, but I ask you, does it really matter? Irimi is not brash, nor easy to offend, this much you have observed. If anything, you should be concerned for the contrary. What if she does something to offend you? How will you react? Trevor opened his mouth, and then closed it. I genuinely never thought about that, he admitted. I'm so used to worrying if I'm doing the offending. You're the least offensive person I know short of Hinamai-chan. But the right answer is that it does not matter. You do not know how you will react. You can think about it, ponder and plan, but ultimately, when the moment comes, it will be as new an experience as any. Embrace the moment. So, basically, just do it and see what happens, Trevor noted, letting out a small snort. Good advice for an overthinker like me. There is no other advice to give, as I see it, Kuma said with a smirk, shutting his eyes once more. This is all unknown territory. Do the standards of us ghouls matter before one such as you? Do your standards of human relations matter before a ghoul? All you can do is find out, together. And if needs be, stumble. I do not doubt you would catch Irimi, or vice versa. You are both fond of your comrades, after all. That we are, Trevor agreed, taking another, longer drink. Ah. Thanks, Kuma. I guess that's what I needed to hear. Simply call me the loving devil ape. I am a man with much experience in it, after all. My advice, for you, is free. My, what a generous ape, Trevor chuckled. Thought I might call you senpai now and again, if only to mess with Tuka when she gets too uppity. Ah, teasing our dear Tuka. It warms my heart. Irimi and I never had siblings, but she is undeniably the closest thing we have to one. I welcome this, if only to see her behave in such an adorable manner. She's like a slightly ruder version of my actual little sister, Trevor said fondly. Safe to say needling her is one of my new favorite pastimes. Kuma nodded in approval, crossing one leg over the other. Do put a good one in for me. As much as I would like to try and tease her, I do believe she would respond with a most vicious attack on my being. This I will do for you, Trevor answered sagely. Thankfully, Tuka hasn't left me quite off balance yet. Irimi holds that honor alone, at least once per conversation it feels like, no less. Her tongue is the blade of Susanoo itself, it's true. It is no shame to lose to her, in that regard. You are among comrades, on that front. He reached out and pat Trevor on the shoulder, feeling that defeat himself. It's all you can do just to bear it with dignity, sometimes, Trevor sighed dramatically, though a smile appeared on his face. Though I can't say I mind the feeling. You are fond of a woman who can beat you up. I cannot blame you. That is a very cool attitude to have, my friend. I am sure your date will go well. Here's hoping, Trevor replied, raising his glass in cheers. Kuma left before Trevor, leaving him alone in the warmth of the small tucked-away bar. Unlike Trevor, he actually had to work in the morning. Apparently he enjoyed working weekends, it kept him busy. Idari finally emerged once Kuma was gone, a knowing little smile on her face. Oh my, a date. She moved over to the counter, leaning across it, elbow propped up and her chin resting on her palm. Her peach-colored hair fell down beside her face as she did so. What a useful bit of information, she teased, letting out a quiet chuckle. I'm sure you'll get a lot of business with that little nugget, Trevor snorted, leaning back and roll his stiff shoulders. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you heard it all. It is my bar, after all. But don't worry, not a word will leave these lips without a sufficiently exorbitant price. You'd be surprised what some of my clients come in here asking for, you would. But, on the matter of business, I do have a nugget for you, Mr. Ragboy. Trevor quirked a bushy eyebrow. Color this Ragboy intrigued. What day I got? She leaned back, taking Trevor's glass with her as she did so. I was thinking on a few things, keeping an eye out and whatnot. Your circumstances are curious, no? And anyone with enough of a curious mind could find out that what happened to you was clearly intentional, she started, turning around and perusing her collection of alcohol, some of it probably ghoul only. There was someone standing on top of the building where the construction beams fell, I've heard. A completely intentional act, if that's to be believed. Someone wanted you to be hurt that day, Trevor, if you remember it or not. He frowned, tensing up slightly at her words. Try as he might, he simply could not remember anything about that fateful day. One moment, he was back home in the States, and the next, he was waking up in hospital in Tokyo. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the bar as his brows knitted in heavy thought. I don't remember anything, Trevor eventually said, a touch bitterly. But if someone wanted to hurt me back then. His fingers twitched. Then why? Who? It's not like I had any enemies, before I came here. And why haven't they done anything since? She turned back around, bottle of labelless, crimson fluid in one hand, Trevor's topped-up glass in the other. She slid it over to him, before pouring her own, humming as she did so. Who knows? It's hard to say with any certainty, but, well, if I was looking for answers, I know where I'd start. Curious enough. Trevor hesitated. That way led to a rabbit hole, he knew. A very, very dangerous one. But, the question had been eating away at him, no matter how hard he tried to keep it buried under his everyday life. However, when it came down to it, someone was responsible for the way things were now. Sure, the people at Anteiku were good to him, and friends moreover, but he was far from home, from his family, his old friends. He wasn't even sure he could go back to them now, the way he was. He needed to know who'd done this to him. Who'd taken away everything precious to him. Yeah, Trevor replied, nodding once. I'd say I'm curious enough. Idari's smile widened into a cheeky smirk, looking quite pleased with Trevor's intentional step into the rabbit hole. Gourmet. He's a ghoul with a lot of connections to this little establishment called the Ghoul Restaurant. He may even be the one who runs the show, she paused, regarding Trevor for a moment before continuing. I'd start there. Trevor opened his mouth, and then closed it. He tilted his head to the side. The Ghoul Restaurant? Really? That's the best name they could come up with. Right. Idari agreed, leaning forward once more, planting her hands on the counter. With a name like Gourmet, they could have at least called it, the abattoir. She gestured with her hand like an Italian chef, thumb and fingers meeting. But that is just me. You know about secret societies and their membership systems, right? You have all these people grumbling that they'd do anything to get in. You always kind of figure those kinds of place exists in cities like Tokyo, but actually knowing they exist? It's a well-guarded secret. But Gourmet seems like the kind of person who could at the very least give you some information about it. She paused again, her mischievous little smile growing some more. After all, you've already met Gourmet, from my understanding. Trevor blinked, frowning slightly, until it clicked. Oh. Tsukiyama, isn't it? He guessed. Correct. I doubt any ghoul you've met recently fits the bill, right? He's quite the character. I'll say, he sighed, shaking his head. He was pretty creepy, to be honest. Kinda got the vibe he wanted to eat me. And Tuka hates him. Heated conflicts of youth, she mused. But we're all a little bit creepy, Trevor-kun. Unless, of course, you have been completely captured by my womanly charms. She brought a hand to her cheek, putting on a completely forced smile. He rolled his eyes, laughing. Sure, sure. Totally what happened. But alas, hitting on a woman not even 24 hours before a date with another isn't exactly my style. I regret to say I can't exactly respond in kind this time. So principled, so gentlemanly. How rare. She said, her voice gone up a pitch in mock adoration, finally breaking to laugh with Trevor. But, that aside. Tsukiyama would not really be the goal, as much as he is the method. See, this little secret society is kind of a blind spot for me. I'm curious about what sort of customers they get in there. I imagine that, if they can even escape my little net, then they likely have some very knowledgeable people among them. And I'm sure you have some questions of your own. Not just about your circumstances, but about us, if you catch my meaning. Trevor nodded. That would be useful. He wanted to know a great deal about ghouls, their history, anything that could help him figure out where all the problems truly laid, and the steps he could take to fix them. If the gourmet was the path he needed to go on to figure that out, along with his own circumstances, he'd take it. You're absolutely right, he agreed. I'd appreciate anything you could do to help me get in, and I'll be more than willing to do something for you once I'm there. Tsukiyama is a good place to start. You said he wants to eat you? Means he'll probably want to be friends. I mean, you're not stupid, so you can probably use that. At least I hope you're not stupid. You want to open a school, right? That's the plan. Book smart doesn't really translate to street smart, but I like to think I've found a healthy balance, Trevor chuckled. I've found I can get along with most people, even creeps if I feel the need to. So long as I'm on my guard, I think I'll be okay. And if things go pear-shaped, well, he shrugged. I feel no shame about running away. Running away is a very powerful technique, after all. One reserved for the simultaneously smart and quick. She said, nodding in approval. Good to know I can rely on you to at least try and get away. Now, all I really want you to do is take stock of some general appearances. Anyone who stands out in terms of body shape, or mannerisms. That will be more than enough for me. You got it. Are there any names you want me to watch out for? He asked. I'm not expecting them to be operating under any name I can associate them with. I'm only privy to Tsukiyama's because he's a bit loud, in his own way, she said with a disappointed sigh. I would just go myself, but Tsukiyama would probably suspect too much of me. There, it's okay, Trevor assured her. I'm good at being an unassuming, low-profile schmuck. I'll give you the hookup. You're a darling, Trevor-kun. A free drink for your troubles. By the way, you've really gotten into the whole drinking blood thing. I remember when you first came here, you were so squicked out. She chortled, spinning the bottle she had been holding up in the air, catching it as it came back down. You're adapting. Trevor grunted, sobering up a bit at her observation. I suppose I am, he mused quietly. And he wasn't all too sure how he felt about that. Well, drink up. You've got a lot of work ahead of you yet. And a date. But that's kind of stressful too, isn't it? Considering I haven't been on a real date in, like, 3 years, yeah, a little bit, he sighed, taking a sip. Man, I'm out of practice. Clearly, you should bring Irimi-chan to your favorite bar and spend some cash while you're there. This establishment is, of course, helter-skelter, as owned by yours truly. Have a bit of liquid courage before you hit the road back to her place. Or yours, she corrected herself, a vulpine grin on her face, swaying from side to side. Troublemaking woman she was. And it certainly worked, considering Trevor felt some heat rush to his cheeks at the implications. Damn it, he'd done it all before, so why was this getting to him now? A awful lot of assumptions you're making there, Idari, he managed, after clearing his throat. Nothing wrong with suggesting that two adults would simply go home and indulge in their desires. Their desires being, late-night Godzilla movies on TV. Or whatever they're basically playing on loop at that time. Bait and switch. That actually sounds kinda rad, Trevor admitted under his breath. Doesn't it? She whispered right on back. Why do you think I implied it in the first place? Geez, Trevor. Get out of my bar. You're too vulgar a client for me to keep around. You'll spook the other guests. She gestured around to the stunning number of other customers. That being, none. Aw geez, Trevor sighed, looking at his drink. After taking a deep breath, he brought it to his lips and gulped down the whole damn thing. He set the empty glass down, and then blinked rapidly. Oof. That was stronger than I expected it to be. She snorted in a very unwomanly manner, turning her nose up and placing a hand on her chest, looking prideful. I do not coddle my customers. There are few ways for us to enjoy the likes of alcohol. None of the oh-so-praised Japanese draft beers, no tequila, no whiskey. So, when the opportunity arrives for you to partake, to imbibe, then there should be no half measures. Not in my house, mister. While that's certainly appreciated oof, Trevor started, pounding a fist against his chest to clear his head. Man, if I'd come here to drink maybe 6 or even 5 years ago, I'd be a total wreck. Good stuff. Plenty of time for you to wreck yourself once more, my good patron. But, as one of my valued customers from Anteiku, I do have something of a duty of care towards you. So the drinking ends here, for tonight. You have a date to worry about while trying to get some sleep. With that, she snatched his glass away, giving him an absolutely lovely smile while doing so, eyes shut. Humph. Glad you keep reminding me, Trevor groused, shaking his head and forcing himself to stand up. Best I get going, then. When should we meet up again to plan out the whole restaurant thing? Of course I keep reminding you. You suffer beautifully, Trevor, and I simply cannot help myself. Idari slid the glass away, doing the same with the bottle. But it is hard to say. There's not much to plan, really. I cannot say where it is, nor when the restaurant opens. I'm afraid it may mostly be a solo mission, on your part. But, if I hear anything, I'll be sure to give you a heads up. For now? Just go ahead as usual. If Tsukiyama likes the smell of you, he'll be back. Have you ever left a meal at a table, after all? Idari said, her sing-song voice treating the matter as if it was completely normal. Ugh, Trevor blanched. Can't say I missed being looked at like a piece of meat. Juicy and thick. Trevor gave her a blank, dull look. You just had to wait until I was going on a date to pull out all the stops, didn't you? He drawled. She tittered. Of course. But if it helps, just imagine Irimi-chan saying that to you. That'll help you. I don't think he began to say, but he cut himself off upon thinking it over. Wait, if she knew it got to me, she probably would, and only get more aggressive with my reactions, and then. He felt himself heating up again. Aw geez. I think I should get going. Idari just cackled maniacally. The powerful information broker of the 14th Ward struck again. Dash. United Cinemas Toshiya-en was probably the most modern and large of the local theaters. Waiting about inside, it felt incredibly similar to any high-end one he had been inside back home. Spacious, crowded and multi-floored. Ticket collection in the ground floor lobby was done from a screen you barely had to do anything to for it to print out your ticket. Unfortunately, all this also meant the smell of food. Food that now smelled reprehensible to Trevor. Hot dogs, soft pretzels, popcorn, all the junk food he'd loved back in the day. Oh how he longed for a time where he could enjoy it all once more, but right now, it was only disgusting. But luckily for him, his suffering was cut short. Hey! Nostalgic! Came the voice of Irimi just behind and beside him, cutting into his remembrance of food. Maybe a little, he admitted, tearing his eyes away from the food to look at her. Used to come to places like this pretty often, back in the day. Went with friends, family, to watch whatever, and wolfing down buckets of buttery popcorn while doing so. Terrible for your health, but hey, it's part of the experience. His date had come dressed in a more casual manner than he had ever seen her in. A long-sleeved, deep crimson blouse covered her upper body, the fabric around the arms thin enough to see the skin beneath, the collar high and clinging around her neck gently. Around it, a golden necklace with an emblem dangling from it at her chest, shaped like a wolf head as viewed from the side. All things considered, that particular, lone piece of jewelry was pretty hardcore. Beneath that, tight black jeans. Rather normal, for a girl around Tokyo. She did a good job at not doing anything too outstanding, which was likely her goal. But somehow, she wore it all very well. I wouldn't know. But I'll take your word for it. You can tell me more about your awful eating habits while we're waiting for the movies to start. I'm sure our fellow moviegoers will appreciate you revealing your love of butter buckets greatly, she said dryly, staring at Trevor with a perfectly flat expression for about 3 seconds, until it broke into a smile. You look good. He did put in a little more effort into his appearance, after all. He wore a not too tight dark blue button-up, along with black jeans he'd only gotten recently to update his wardrobe. His freshly grown beard and mustache had been smoothed over with beard balm so there wouldn't be any stray hairs jutting out like they usually did. It also smelled nice, which was always a plus. Thanks, though you look better, Trevor replied, smiling back. I'm really digging the wolf's head, by the way. It's a badass touch. You think so? It's a bit of a memento. There's a few of them out there. My old friends and I got them a while back, she explained, avoiding the details for obvious reasons. As they hung around a pillar on the ground floor, other customers milled about and moved past them, families, couples and lone patrons alike. As a group of teenagers walked past them, chatting between themselves about something they saw on the news, she continued. I wear it because it looks cool, though, Irimi admitted, delivering the line so flatly it almost came across as comedic. I dare say it gives you a femme fatale vibe, Trevor said with a laugh. Should I be worried? Very, she said, offering her arm to Trevor. Not shy at all. Come along, come along. We don't want to miss any trailers. The best part of coming here, for sure. I mean, that's the only reason I drop money on the tickets, if we're being honest here, Trevor stated super seriously, taking her arm as the two made their way to the theater. Some huge, high-def trailers. No greater entertainment experience. What makes it even better is when people cough next to you. It's wonderful, and not distracting at all, she droned, keeping up with the faux seriousness of their conversation. She kept pace with Trevor, trying not to lead him, and instead trying to move with him. She kept her eyes forward. What's first on the list? Oh, just some light stuff. Blade Runner. Looking forward to questioning the human condition all over again. All well and good, until you get to the end. After the good part of the ending, I mean. I think whoever wrote in the ambiguity about Decad's humanity was, not thinking. Her tone lost the seriousness, speaking in a more light, conversational tone. She ran her free hand through her silky black hair, an eye-catching gesture that almost made Trevor stare. I really liked that movie, until that point. It was unfortunate. Yeah, I had the misfortune of watching the god-awful second release first, Trevor groaned. You could feel Harrison Ford's sheer boredom with every line he was forced to narrate over what was going on. I thought the actual movie was bad because of it, until I saw the first release. I know that feeling. Still, even with those complaints, it's a notable movie. Not perfect by any stretch, but notable. I'm surprised it's all Western movies on the list, but at the same time I'm not. Irimi momentarily tilted her head, as if threatening to rest her head on his shoulder, sighing. There were so many good movies coming out over there. I'm not really one to get super nostalgic of a certain time period, but that was definitely a good time for cinema, Trevor agreed. What would you say were your favorites? From both the West and locally. The Funeral, she said, letting it linger for a moment. Itami Jozo, 1984. It's a funny movie, if you know what to look for. It's hard to really describe it, but I'll be sure to show you someday. It's a very intense movie based around a single family unit, and a funeral. Sort of shows how weird people can get over small things. If anything else, it was clear that she liked her movies, with how quickly she picked out her favorite. But Western release? Breakfast Club. I regret to say I haven't seen that, Trevor sighed. My sister kept pushing for me to watch it, but I just never got to it. I'll definitely have to watch it, if it's your favorite. And I'm always down to watch an intense movie, should be fun. I would hope so. If it's not, then clearly my tastes are becoming more and more strange and arcane. They handed their tickets over, not even getting any inquisitive glances. Almost literal wolves among sheep, simply going to see a few movies, blending in without any issue. At the same time, Trevor found himself surrounded by food as they moved into the screen. It wasn't overly packed, but there were enough people for it to feel lively. About 3/4 of the seats were filled. Mostly people around their age, some younger and some older. People liked their old movies, apparently. You good with sitting toward the middle, or do you have any preference? He asked Irimi, noting the seats filling up rather quickly. A seat is a seat. Take a pick, she said with a nudge to his side, as much telling him to take the lead like the big macho man he was not. Gotcha. Middle it is, then, he declared decisively, gently but firmly pulling her along to 2 seats he spied. And, oh thank God, no kids behind us either. They just love kicking the backs of seats. Just threaten them and they tend to stop. It was hard to tell if she was being serious. She went along with Trevor, scooting along the aisle and settling down in the seat he scouted for her. Or kick them back. Brutal. Trevor exclaimed in mock offense. But undeniably gets results, I suppose. That'd be a fun one to explain to an irate parent. Kick them too. You see, Trevor, if you defeat them all, they won't be able to complain. That is how our world came to be, after all. The strong rule, and it applies in here. In a Saturday movie night. Assert yourself as the dominant movie watcher. I like to think I already have, considering I've got the prettiest woman in the whole theater at my side, he replied, unable to help himself. She turned her head slowly, creaking around until her soft hazel eyes came to rest on Trevor, eyes lidded in an unimpressed, dull manner. She kept staring for a good few moments. I forgive you. Next time you say something that embarrassing, and I swear on your life, Trevor. Oh, you knew I was a sap when you agreed to this, Trevor chuckled, though he'd be lying if he said he didn't feel at least a little embarrassed saying it himself. I'll try to be more clever about the compliments next time. She looked back at the dark screen, shaking her head. Never mind. Keep it up. It adds to your endearing image even further, when you try to be a Casanova. She brought her hand to his shoulder, and gave it a reassuring pat. I believe in your ability to think up something better. Fight on, Trevor. The lights dimmed. I think we both know it's a fight that'll never truly end, Trevor answered, sliding up the armrest so that there was nothing between them. Your words, not mine. I am the ever-supportive friend in this situation. She looked off to the side, as if dissociating herself from Trevor's inability to be slick. Sure, Trevor drawled. I'm just feeling all the support coming at me. All that benevolence. Much kindness. Wow. That is not even proper Japanese, she lowered her volume as the room went dark. You're just being silly. You're a silly man, Trevor. But that's fine. I accept that. And you're silly too, but you hide it well, Trevor replied, his own voice going hushed so that only she could hear. Some might say that's dishonest, but don't worry. I accept that, too. Whatever helps you sleep tonight, Trevor. On a scale of, say, 1 to alright, how do you think that went? Irimi asked, an arm looped around Trevor's as they walked down a quiet street. Many hours after Blade Runner had begun, Alien ended, signaling the end of the move night. It must have been getting close to sunrise, because for what felt like the first time in a while, the city was just dead quiet. No stress of needing to fight an investigator, no collecting bodies in the dead of night, nothing. Just, walking with Irimi. Tokyo at night. It was pretty well lit. Trevor tapped his bearded chin dramatically in thought. I dunno, alright seems a bit too low. Oh, I'd say a 5 out of 7. Yeah, let's go with that. She let out an amused little snort. Nice reference, big man. Epitome of humor, right there, she said, as dry as the Gobi Desert. At this point, I suppose I'd offer if you wanted to come back to mine, but that's a bit rushed. At least, by most other standards. Well, that depends on your standards, rather than most, he replied. If I recall correctly, you had previously offered to make coffee right after I asked you out. Personally, I'd think it'd be rude of me to turn down free coffee. That was a joke. Did you take that seriously? How sad. Are you saying I shouldn't trust you? Wow, I should expect nothing less from the cutthroat big city gal. Taking advantage of a simple country boy like myself. Trevor, you're from Chicago, she said, so deadpan one could probably batter Trevor with how blunt it was. But of course you shouldn't trust me, I take every chance to prod at you I can. Obviously you enjoy suffering. Chicago suburbs, he corrected. Huge difference. And I wouldn't call it suffering, more like keeping me on my toes. It's dangerous out there, and I have to be alert at all times. If I'm being attacked verbally frequently, then I'll be more prepared for being attacked physically. Or something. Irimi ID Trevor out of the corner of her vision, not looking convinced by his reasoning. She eventually let out a little titter, her free hand moving to a pocket. I figured that Yamo's training would have done that for you, not our little chats. Are you making excuses, Trevor? He shrugged. Maybe I'm just looking for a more convoluted way of saying I legitimately enjoy talking with you. It's fun, even when you make feel stupid. Reminds me of home. Simple as that. If it means anything, you're not stupid per se. Just, brave. Very brave. Brave enough that I have to poke you for it. Brave? If you say so, Trevor snorted. If I'm honest, I'm scared more often than not. Well, that might be an understatement, but I just try to keep myself busy. I'm sure if the manager was here, he'd say something about fear being a requirement of bravery. He's right, but I'm just going to say you have consistently chosen to go forward instead of running away. Scared or not, you're pretty brave, she said with a casual tone, treating the discussion of Trevor's bravery, or lack thereof, as something completely normal. So, keep it up. Or don't. Either way, you're good people. Trevor didn't have an immediate response to that, simply taking the words in silence. The first instinct was to blow it off with faux surprise at a non-backhanded compliment from her, but such a pithy reply died on his lips. He didn't feel brave, but more so, running forward was the only thing he felt he could do. He was too lost to do much else. Thanks, Irimi, he eventually said, pulling her a little bit closer. You're good people, too. Speaking out of ignorance. Poor boy. It's adorable. He snorted, shaking his head. Believe it or not, I like to think I can read people pretty decently. I'll choose to believe what I want. I dare you to prove me wrong, but that's a bit too much of an invitation for more pain and suffering than I'm willing to deal with. See? There's that bravery again. Running your mouth off to a ghoul, when it could get your butt kicked. It's charming, really. Irimi took her hand from her pocket, running her fingers through her midnight hair. But I could prove you wrong. I just won't, not today at least. Consider it fair warning, though. I'm not actually that nice of a person, when you get down to it. At least. I think the reason the manager took Kuma and myself in was because we were anything but nice. And I don't think that, deep down, that has changed. We're just trying to play nice, because it has been pretty relaxing for us. You sound like you don't have much faith in yourself, Trevor noted. It sounded a bit too familiar. I have plenty, I just know where I should be placing my faith in myself. I know I can make some damn good coffee, I know I could take on an associate special class ghoul investigator and their squad handily, I know I can make an average look good, she listed off on her fingers, indeed sounding quite confident in those things. And I know I'm one of the strongest in this ward, and the surrounding ones. But, I also know you don't get to that point by being nice. Those are good things to have faith in, Trevor said. But I don't believe they're made any better or worse just because you weren't nice about reaching that point. He let out a breath, watching the thin vapors dissipate into the cold winter air. I wasn't exactly the nicest guy in the past, either. I never had a life quite as violent or brutal as yours, but I've still made plenty of bad mistakes. Said things I shouldn't have, burned bridges in the worst possible way. Failed to be there for. He trailed off, biting his lip. But all those bad things can't define who I am now. They're still there, and the potential is always there to repeat them, but way I see it, it's a choice. I choose not to be the asshat I once was, you choose not to be what you once were. I know it's not that simple, but overthinking it anymore can get cyclical, and messy. Before he could finish, her arm tightened around his, a gentle sigh coming from her lips. You know how to be dramatic and meaningful, you know that? I see your point, Trevor. Coming right off of Alien, and you know what to say to make me think about things. What a cursed ability you have. Obviously this means that movies about horrific monsters bring out my more profound side, Trevor replied in a mock-haughty tone. I critically analyze every piece of fiction I see, so naturally I speak most good after watching Alien. She paused, brow furrowing. That makes a bit too much sense, really. Eventually, they came to the entrance of an apartment complex, something of a running theme with ghouls. Getting onto the housing ladder must have been an issue, for most of them, so renting out a small place was likely the norm. This is my stop. So it would seem, Trevor mused, looking the building up and down. Looks like a nice place. It looks okay, don't try and flatter me through where my apartment is of all things, Trevor. She parted from his arm, giving his back a pat as she did so. It's cheap, the area could be better, but I'm not complaining. Most of us chip in for Tukas so she doesn't have to have a bad place to live. No point in making her live in this kind of area. Irimi gestured around. For sure, there was more graffiti in the area than in other parts of the ward, looking closer to one of the places near Helter Skelter, a notably rough area. Can't a guy, wait, Trevor cut himself off, blinking owlishly. You guys helped Tuka out with that. No one told me. Shit, what the I been doing? Man, I'll have to chip in, too, hopefully lighten the load on the rest of you. She raised a hand, shaking her head. A smile found its way to her lips. Don't worry about it. It was an arrangement that was there before you were around, so there was no way you could know. Don't feel pressured, Trevor. You have your own things to work out, after all. I've got enough extra cash as is, he dismissed. Besides, with Hinamai there now, Toka probably has more expenses to worry about. It's only fair I help those two out more. The only things I really pay for these days are rent, books, stylish clothes to impress a certain lady, and movie tickets, he added. So stylish and hip. Irimi's smile became a cheeky smirk. But if that is what you want, I won't try and stop you. As you said, it'd probably be for the best, but only if you want to. Now, I'm going back to my room. I suggest you head home, before the sun actually rises. I suppose sleep does sound good, Trevor sighed, running a hand through his hair. He was admittedly a bit unsure of how to actually part, he could read well enough that this was the end of the road for the night, which was fine, but beyond that. Well, fuck it, she kept calling him brave, he might as well act the part. So, feeling his face already burn up a little, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. For all the bravery he put out, she immediately pressed her lips to his own cheek in exchange, a mutual trade of smooches, a blush completely absent from her face. But she did seem to be having a good time looking at Trevor's own nervous expression. There. Not that hard, is it? Ah, guess not, he admitted with a small laugh. Testing boundaries has always been the hardest part for me. Never been one to test them, myself. But I know how to break through them. Anyway. She reached up, patting his shoulder gently, smiling still. See you at work, Trevor. And make sure you don't mess up your sleeping pattern, because of this. Trevor smiled back. I tend to be an early riser regardless of how late I'm up, but will do. See you at work, Irimi. At that, he reluctantly pulled away and began to walk off. Sweet dreams. Only the sweetest. Dash. But, of course, the night could not just end there. Lost in his thoughts, Trevor had wound up walking a bit into the neighboring ward, just next to where Irimi lived. It was a natural continuation of the area she lived in, rough around the edges and with a certain bit of grime to it. He could still get back to his place, going around, but... Thump. It started quiet, the muffled sound of impact, along with the rattle of metal shutters. It wasn't the kind of sound that needed much thought, a natural byproduct of being in a more dangerous area. He could have just ignored it, and kept walking. Trevor sighed, and ducked into an alleyway to prepare his mask. It was going to be a long night. On approaching the tucked-away area where the sounds were coming from, a dead end with the entrances of a few small establishments, shutters drawn down with unwashed graffiti across them, it became clear where the sound was coming from. It was a beatdown. 3-on-1. The three men, anywhere in their early to late 20s and with varying degrees of short hair, one in particular standing out because his eyes seemed to be looking off in different directions in the complete opposite of Cross-Eye, stomped and kicked on the downed figure, a few droplets of blood on the floor as much showing how far they were going. The smell of the blood made it clear, though. The one on the ground was a ghoul. Trevor gritted his teeth behind the helmet, watching the beatdown from above. He had too little information, no idea how this had started, or what any of the men or ghoul were like. But even so. He shook his head. He had to do something. After a breath, Trevor jumped down, aiming to knock out at least one of the men instantly before roughing up the other two. With only the quarter of a moment to realize he was being rounded in on, the man's narrowed eyes widened. Before he could do anything, Trevor's fist slammed into his temple with a fierce hook, knuckles digging against the bone beneath his skin, and sending him flipping off to the side and into the shutters of a store, denting into them. The other two, one of them being the guy with the inability to look at anything directly, were a bit luckier, now having had their fair bit of warning to react, obvious shock on their faces. Closer now, Trevor could see the face of the ghoul on the ground. It was a familiar one. What the fuck? One of the ghouls, one with a completely shaven head, exclaimed, bringing fists up and stand slow. Even a bastard like Nishiki has friends, hey. Teeth ground together, and his eyes turned that familiar black on red, glaring at Trevor, seeking his mask for something. Wait, that's that one eye, isn't it? The shorter of the two with the odd eyes commented. The A-class one from the posters, ragboy. Then it clicked with the other, bald, ghoul. Ah, shit. The two looked at each other, a silent conversation taking place with their glances and expressions. Nishiki groaned. All right, it's cool, it's cool. The bald ghoul raised his hands to Trevor, and the other one followed. We won't start shit with you. Dunno why you're out of the 20th ward, helping this shithead, but you ain't no trouble we want. We'll split, aight? This turf is yours. Trevor silently watched them, looking for signs of deception, and finding none. They were legitimately scared of him, which was just weird to think about, but for now it was appreciated. Anything to resolve the issue without people getting killed. Fine by me, he replied, keeping his tone clipped. Like hell would he actually consider the turf his, but arguing semantics would be counterproductive. Grab your buddy and get going. With a bit of trouble, and eventually deciding who was going to carry him, the two picked up their friend, and made a dash for it past Trevor, their ghoul physiology clearly kicking in with the raw speed which they made a break for it. To think, that helping Toka that one time meant that people in another ward would have heard of him, and be scared of him. Fucking, who? Nishiki rasped from the floor. He was at a low point in his life, that much was clear. Face bruised, clothes on the tattered end, hands covered in scrapes. In the time between when Trevor had last met him, something had gone wrong. He seemed so proud, last time. Confident in his strength. Now, that was gone. The man who had tried to kill him earlier was reduced. Trevor looked down at him, wondering how the hell he was supposed to feel about it all. But he recalled Kuma's words about Nishiki, and others like him, about the unique difficulties younger ghouls faced with their own aggression. Trevor sighed. He was terrible at holding grudges. Or perhaps it was just hard connecting the cruel, vicious Nishiki with the pitiful wreck laying before him. Can you move? He asked, electing not to answer Nishiki's question for the time being. Nishiki made his effort, but only got as far as his hands and knees before just remaining there, fingers gripping at the concrete, trying to find some form of internal strength. His blonde hair hung over his face like a curtain of shame, hiding his expression. He could hardly move. Without another word, Trevor stepped over and helped prop him against the wall so that he was upright and somewhat more comfortable. At the very least so he wasn't face down in the dirt anymore. Was it just a turf scuffle? He asked. Clutching his arm, Nishiki sucked his teeth. Why do you care, hey? He asked, question weak and defensive. Who are you? Everyone seems to be calling me ragboy, so it stuck, Trevor replied, shrugging. Though you might know me better as the little shit or whatever the hell you called me when you kicked my ass a month ago. With Tuka. Nishiki groaned again, leaning against the wall some more. You're kidding me. He almost spat out, grip on his own arm tightening. Don't think you're some good person, just because you helped me, he forced out, weakness evident in his voice, sounding like he was moments away from passing out from the beatdown he had just been on the receiving end of. Trevor elected to ignore the comment. Is there some kind of spot around here where you can rest without getting jumped? You look like you're about to crash and I'd really rather not have to babysit you all night to make sure someone doesn't come by to finish the job. It's way past my bedtime. And then, after a good minute of contemplative silence from Nishiki, he told Trevor in the most pained and reluctant voice where he lived. It could have been further, but it wasn't exactly a few steps away. To think Trevor had intended to not mess up his sleeping pattern too much. Dash. The night could have ended with Trevor walking a lovely woman home, finishing it off with a kiss on the cheek. Yet somehow, he ended up walking Nishiki home while the other clearly hated being so close to Trevor, holding his tongue while he was at Trevor's mercy, but nonetheless communicating clear enough that he was not fond of Trevor. The prolonged stumble back to Nishiki's went ahead without issue, until they reached their destination. It was a student apartment for the nearby university. That was strange enough. Entering Nishiki's apartment, there was a distinct mess about the place. Coffee cans on the floor, trash on the verge of starting to build up. This wasn't a consistent thing, the mess, it was recent, as if he had only just suddenly forgotten how to clean up for himself. Nishiki forced himself off of Trevor, promptly slumping over onto the wooden flooring of his apartment. Something went off in the back of Trevor's head. The air suddenly felt different, and the source of whatever it was, came from, directly behind him. The crackle of electricity reached his ears before the image of a woman, a taser raised up to jab him, got to his eyes. She lunged forward. Trevor let out a yelp, easily dodging the jab. Those slow movements, that panicked expression on her face, she was human. Shit, she probably thinks I did this to him. Friendly, friendly. He shouted, waving his hands. Just brought him here, I swear. She held her taser out still, lips pulled over her teeth, unblinkingly staring at Trevor. The adrenaline must have been running. Why you're not the narcissistic man? I don't know who that is. Trevor told her, keeping his hands up. I swear, I was just bringing him back here and leaving, that's it. She didn't look convinced. Like an inexperienced fencer, she held the taser out still, shocking arcs jumping between the two prongs. Kimmy. Nishiki got out from inside the apartment, immediately drawing the woman's attention. With her not immediately about to attack Trevor, her appearance became clear. Dark brown bob-cut hair, with equally colored bright eyes and full lips, dressed in a black and white striped shirt and beige khaki pants. Stop it. He's not the guy who did this. Nishiki managed to just about look up at her, holding himself up with an arm on the floor, but weakly so. Nishiki-kun. And like that, at seeing the sight of Nishiki barely able to support himself while on the floor, she dashed to his side, sitting on her knees and holding him up in her arms, her back to Trevor. It was like she just forgot he was there. Where did you go? She said in a hushed voice, the concern clear as day. You were already injured, why would you go out again? And, the wound on your stomach, it opened up again. Yet. It was pretty stupid. I got a bit weird, because I was so hungry, Nishiki admitted without any shame to her, the woman called Kimmy. They looked to be around the same age, just a bit younger than Trevor. Don't go outside anymore. You'll heal at home, all right. She gave him a jostle, getting a wince out of Nishiki. It's like, something is going on, Nishiki-kun. That guy came to the university, the person you called the narcissist. He was looking for you, I think. So, you should stay inside today. Jukiyama? Motherfuck, why was he at Kamiai? Nishiki wondered, a sense of calm and order now in his tone compared to his earlier weakness. Stay away from him, Kimmy. If I'm found by him, I'm dead. He tugged, head tilting back in the arms of Kimmy, looking up at the ceiling. It's all because Riz went and died. Lots of weird things have been going on, little by little, and in other parts of the 20th ward, since her time of death. Ghouls that don't make any sense are showing up around here, and a ghoul investigator died in the 20th ward, can't goddamn hunt without worrying about doves. Can't do anything without worrying about doves. It's messing with me. Sorry, Kimmy. He went quiet, out cold finally. He held out admirably, considering how close he was to blacking out when Trevor ran into him. Kimmy gently moved him over to the futon on the other side of the room, settling him down onto it, and gave his hand a squeeze. She stood, and looked back to Trevor, giving him a thankful look and a nod. It faded quickly, and turned into a look of suspicion. Trevor-kun, was it? Trevor frowned, surprised she knew his name. Though if she talked to Nishiki, who knew about who worked at Anteiku, maybe it wasn't so surprising. Yet, he grunted in reply, before letting out a yawn. He reflexively moved to cover his mouth, which he quickly realized was pointless since he was still wearing the mask. Damn, was he tired. Please, I beg of you, don't say anything about us. She bowed, hands coming to above her knees. Nishiki-kun needs to recover, and he needs to be left alone. If anyone came after him now, then... She hesitated, and did not finish that train of thought, moving on from it. There's also a severe penalty on those who harbor ghouls. More severe than harboring a criminal, and it has a punishment that can be carried out on the spot with the full force of the law behind it, so please, do not tell anyone about us. Wasn't planning on it, Trevor replied, giving Nishiki one more once-over. But if he's not doing well, he should drop by Anteiku. At the very least, he can get some food there without having to worry about hunting. Until he gets back on his feet, anyway. I'll be sure to tell him. I don't think he'll like that, but, he's not exactly in the position to turn Anteiku away. I'm sorry about the trouble we've caused. Trouble I willingly got involved in, Trevor said, once more yawning. My own damn fault. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I need to get going. Hopefully the sun doesn't come up before I get home. Oh. Of course. If you ever need any help, she left it at that, figuring it was evident enough. Trevor had done them both a big favor, so it was only natural. Likewise, he sighed. I'll leave you my number. Use it how you want. It was one way to end a date night. Snowfall. The first of winter. It was a gentle sort, but it had all happened overnight at a consistent rate. The Monday morning after the date was pretty white. The air temperature plummeted to match the snow, and the roads were busier than usual as people got used to the disturbances the weather brought with it. But the walk to work was nice. The snow hadn't frozen yet, so it wasn't slippery. It just meant Trevor had to dress heavier than usual. As the morning rolled by, so did the customers. The chilly weather had apparently put people in the mood for their coffee and hot chocolate, as it seemed to be even busier than usual for a Monday. Christmas was just around the corner, no more than a couple of weeks, so maybe that played a part in it too. Irimi, Kuma, and Tuka found themselves working more than usual, as did Trevor, but that was how they preferred it apparently. A busy day was a fast day. Tuka in particular seemed to really throw herself in, if given the chance. She took up the front with Trevor, taking orders and dishing them out at a steady and impressive pace. Really, she was just making Trevor's job easier. Miso katsu, chopped cabbage, toasted bread, she recited an order, looking over at Trevor. Sandwich duty was Trevor's once again. Roger, Roger, he replied, moving to gather the ingredients. He glanced her way, noting she was already dealing with another customer, and so held his tongue. Tuka's sudden boost in work ethic was appreciated, but a bit of a break from the norm. He was admittedly curious about what brought such a change. Tuka exhaled as her customer moved off to find a seat, and she started on the order, pouring some milk into a cup. Milk was another one of those things which could be kind of nasty to handle as a ghoul, but it's something that had to be ignored if you were going to be making coffee. Finally, it appeared as if she had a bit of a reprieve from the rush of customers. Snow. Hate it, she muttered, eyes shutting momentarily. Trevor nodded in agreement. Yeah, the older I get, the less I like the winters. Used to love them, since that meant I could play video games while not being forced to go outside, but now. He rubbed his AMS. My old bones, how they ache. Tuka snorted. Poor baby. She brought her hands to her cheeks, giving them a pat. I don't know about how they make an old man like you feel pain, but it just gets ugly and slippery, you know? It starts nice, at least for a day or so, then it gets all dark and icy. Just makes things worse. Indeed. Chicago's a hot mess during the winter because of that crap. He blinked. Wait, wouldn't it be a cold mess? He shrugged. Well, you get my point, I hope. No, it went completely over my head, she rolled her eyes, looking out over the tables. Although there were no customers waiting to have their orders taken, the place was still at near max capacity. A few regular ghouls, but mostly just people seeking to escape the cold for a few moments. Then the door chimed, opening to show a very familiar customer. Familiar enough that Trevor could almost feel Tuka's mood take a dive. Dressed in a heavy yet stylish deep purple coat, its hood and collar furred, was Tsukiyama. He took in the number of people present, notably stopping to peer at each customer Trevor knew as a ghoul, before regarding the two behind the counter, his smile perfectly pleasant and polite. Good morning, Kirishima-san, Trevor-san. Lovely weather, no? He greeted, approaching the front with one hand in his pocket, the other come up to pull down his patterned scarf a little. Good morning, Tsukiyama-san, Trevor greeted in kind, a mild, neutral smile on his face as he went up to the counter. Best not to let Tuka have the initiative here for now. Indeed, quite lovely out. How can we help you? We can start with a black coffee, naturally. Nothing special, he said, nodding over to Trevor. Toka sucked her teeth, barely restraining the blatant displeasure that came with Tsukiyama even being vaguely close to her. Coming up. That should be with you in a moment, sir. She managed to say in the most polite customer service tone conceivable. She even forced a smile, eyes narrowed at him. You're a darling, Kirishima-san. How have you been, Trevor-san? I hope you have been staying out of trouble. Trevor took in a short, simple breath. Time to schmooze and be as utterly fake as possible. Oh, you and I both know it's never that easy, he said with a light chuckle. That it is not, he mused, brow raising at Trevor's response. A little trouble does help to keep you on your toes, so there is that silver lining to take from it. Toka was notably ignoring Tsukiyama as she went about making his coffee. Even as he rested a forearm on the counter, one foot hooking back around the other, she didn't even look directly at him, but rather through him. But do color me curious, Trevor-san. I've heard certain things as have many people in and around the 20th ward at this point. I'd like to get your take on a few matters, with those things in mind, Tsukiyama said, his voice an ever-pleasant purr. His purple hair framed his face in such a way that made his eyes appear particularly striking. The investigators, he meant. It wasn't too hard to infer that fact. Trevor felt a shiver crawl up his spine. He was already going full predator way too goddamn fast. It was actually incredibly unsettling, and he found it difficult to totally maintain his composure in the face of that. That's so. Trevor replied, scratching the back of his neck. Would I be wrong to assume this would involve any of that trouble we were just discussing? Somewhat. Mostly just questions of motivation, and what you have planned for the future. Of course, not here. You are working, and I'm just here for a pick-me-up. I do play some squash on Tuesday afternoons, so if it is okay with you and the manager, we can meet up tomorrow after that. Fuck, he knows I spared Amin, doesn't he? And probably about the whole school thing, too. Trevor grinned his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. Just bear with it. Everyone seems to know everything you are doing now anyway. Just bear with it. I'll have to check my schedule, but Tuesday afternoon should be free, Trevor answered, nodding along. Also, learn how to play squash before then. Tsukiyama's smile widened. Brilliant. Do you know where Kamiai University is? That I do. Hell, he'd just been there the night before, in fact. Seemed like Tsukiyama liked to prowl there, if Nishiki was to be believed. Any specific time you want to meet? Does 2 sound good? Tsukiyama offered, leaning back off of the counter as Toka slid his coffee to go, without even asking him over to him. If he noticed he didn't make a fuss about it, and simply handed over his payment. In loose change. Rar. Works for me. I'll see you then, Tsukiyama-san, Trevor said. Have a good day, you two. With his coffee in hand, Tsukiyama took his leave. Good thing too, because Toka only seemed to be growing more and more aggressively passive. But with him gone, she flipped back to her regular self. Snapping her head around to Trevor, she stared at him with wide and confused eyes. Dude. I know, Trevor sighed. Unfortunately, I need to use him to find some information and he's my best lead. I don't actually want to be friends with the guy. Trust me, I'm not happy about it either. Information? She asked, squinting a little. What's this about? It's about he cut himself off, looking around to make sure the coast was clear before leaning in close. It's about what happened the night Riz died and I became like this. Something's up, and I need to figure out what before it comes finding me again. Toka eyed Trevor for a few moments before finally relenting with a sigh. Riz. That's all it's about, now that she's dead. But yet, guess that would be kind of important for you, wouldn't it? Trust me, I'm kinda sick of hearing her name all the time too, considering I don't even remember meeting this lady I'm supposedly living in the shadow of, he groaned. But there's context I'm missing, and I'd rather not have it bite me or you or the others, in the ass at the worst possible time. Toka turned back to face the establishment entrance with a huff. I'm sure that I, of all people, don't have to tell you that you're walking into trouble, do I? No, you don't, Trevor noted, but then smiled slightly. Your concern is appreciated though, senpai. It's only natural. I'm supposed to be the one looking after you, and here you are getting involved with Tsukiyama. TCH. She took to wiping the counter down, but didn't add anything more. She wasn't going to fight him on it. Not like she had much right to, after the whole investigator business. You've been working a bit harder than usual, lately, Trevor offered, figuring that was a cue to change the subject. Come to think of it, your friend also said you were looking pretty down at school. Is something up? Nope, she responded immediately. Just been thinking about things, is all. She just worries too much. And can't I want to work hard? It is a little out of character for you, Trevor said with a slight snicker. But what kind of things you thinking about? Maybe I could offer my worldly advice. I work hard anyway, you. Toka inhaled, containing herself. If they were anywhere but work. Just about family. You have that sandwich ready, or what? Yeah, here you go, Trevor replied, handing the plate to her. And all right. All kidding aside, I'm here if you need to talk or whatever. That's usually better than just letting stuff fester. You're so soft, I swear to God, she shook her head, taking the plate. I'll keep it in mind. But don't worry about me, it's just some stuff I have to work through. I got issues, Trevor. Not sure if you've noticed. Trevor snorted. I noticed. We all got issues. But I don't mind. Issues are the spice of life, I think is how the saying goes. I thought that was danger, she said, moving out from behind the counter. Same, but different, he replied with a wave of his hand. What does that even mean? She muttered, bringing her free hand to her brow. How does Irimi put up with you? I think she's the super weird sort that actually likes it, Trevor shrugged. But I'm honestly a bit afraid to ask. I would be too. Of all the women, you went for Irimi, the scariest woman I know. Good bad taste, Trevor. She left Trevor with that to think about. Dash. The snow didn't let up, as expected. By the time Trevor got to Kamiai, Tsukiyama was already there and waiting, dressed in a similar manner to the day before but with the slight change of there being a sports bag over his shoulder. Oh hey new buddy that totally wants to eat me. Hello, Tsukiyama-san, Trevor greeted, walking up to the man. And here I thought I was punctual. I've never been one to buy into the whole fashionably late thing. You're either on time or you're not. Tsukiyama stood up from the bench he had been sitting at, just beneath the branches of the tree to offer some coverage from the light snowfall. I was here earlier anyway. I'm friends with the head of the Kamiai sports societies, so I tend to use their admittedly decent facilities, even if I attend a different university. Ah, I see. So he was actually younger than Trevor after all? That was a weird thought. And what university would that be? Seinengakuin University. I study social welfare with the Department of Human Sciences. It's not too far from here, more of an exclusive school compared to Kamiai. Not to say Kamiai is bad, it's actually quite prestigious, he explained, adjusting the sports bag over his shoulder. Never heard of it. Seinengakuin, that is. There's some kind of irony there, a ghoul studying social welfare under human sciences. I'm not terribly familiar with the local universities, admittedly, Trevor told him. Got all my education done before leaving the States. Of course. I just did not want to assume that you did not know. Foreigner or no, that does not make you ignorant. Now, I was quite rude yesterday. Have you any interest in squash? If not, then we can just find somewhere to sit and talk. I do not mind. Ah. Yeah, I've never played squash in my life, Trevor confessed. I imagine our conversation would have to be constantly interrupted by you teaching me how to play, which might be counterproductive. Tsukiyama waved off Trevor's concern, chuckling in a good-natured manner. That would be no issue for me, either way. But as you say, counterproductive for a conversation. We can talk here, if you so wish. The campus is quiet today. Any excuse to skip a lecture. He gestured to the snow on the university campus, which had piled up some but wasn't nearly bad enough to not go to a lecture for. But still, that university life was very real. Then let's just take a seat and chat for a bit. And out in public. Where people could see if something fishy went down. Trevor moved to sit down at the bench. So what was it you wanted to talk about? Tsukiyama sat back down, but not before brushing off the spot of any snow. I'm sure you're aware that, thanks to how a certain group of individuals share their information with the public, you have something of a reputation growing. One I've somewhat belatedly begun to realize, yes, Trevor said, recalling the 3 ghouls from a few nights ago. It does tend to sneak up on you, I have found, yes. One day you're a nobody, the next you have a nickname and a rating, and everyone's talking about you for a few weeks. It's natural, especially if they're saying you killed an investigator. Even if that isn't quite the case. Tsukiyama as much confirmed one of Trevor's concerns right then and there, that Tsukiyama was aware of how Trevor spared Amin. That wasn't too surprising, unfortunately. You seem pretty well informed, Tsukiyama-san, Trevor said slowly, quirking a bushy eyebrow. But if you know that much, then what do you want from me? I am as informed as I need to be. The movements of those people, and the reasons behind them, are necessary if you want to live as I do, moving from ward to ward, he explained in a light-hearted manner, not at all placing any gravitas on what he knew. Quite casual, in fact. But I don't know everything. I'm just curious is all. You see, I've been quite starved of halfway decent conversation in the 20th ward for a while now, with Kamishiro-san having died and all. And a ghoul who spares investigators is a curious matter, one which reminds me of her in some ways. Well, that saves me some trouble of having to edge the conversation her way. How so? Trevor asked. From what I understand, she had been on the more aggressive side when it came to hunting. Of course, you are correct, but she had her own curiosities. Rather, you remind me of her but in the way something that is the complete opposite of something else reminds you of that thing. She was never concerned with food beyond the fact it filled her up. You, on the other hand, seem willing to spare even your own natural predator. Surely, you see the reason for my interest. With that contrast in mind, he reasoned out in a harmless tone, a friendly stranger. He crossed one leg over the other, tugging his coat shut some more. Tsukiyama was very good at asking questions while not actually phrasing them as questions, it seemed. However, Trevor found it difficult to provide an answer right away. The truth was that he'd never killed before and preferred that it stay that way. Also, he saw a kindred spirit in Amin Kotaru, one that Trevor truly believed would make the world a better place like he himself sought. But he couldn't tell Tsukiyama of all people that. Even if he needed the man, saw the benefits of a favorable working relationship, total honesty was off the cards. But he sure as shit wouldn't buy the total lie that was the just as planned card. No, he had to phrase it the right way. Simply put, I felt no desire to kill him at the time, Trevor eventually answered. I had more pressing concerns, and wasting more time on him was something I didn't feel I could afford. Presented with a life or death situation, and even with the tools at your disposal, you chose against killing him. To me, that just says you're not a savage, like a lot of us tend to be. Would I have made the same choice? Unlikely. I am not so forgiving, but nonetheless. We ghouls need characters of a more careful, refined sort. Role models to help guide us from becoming mere animals. He looked over at Trevor, his eyes seeking something. Much like your manager, for example. Man, he's really buttering me up, huh? This feels so fake. It's making me sick. On that, we agree. Just keep going with it. Move it along. I'd rather ghouls not have to slink in the shadows all their lives. But if you feel the same way I do, then surely a man of your station has a means by which to push such an ideal forward? Or begun to take action. To some extent, but it is much easier said than done, as I am sure you are already aware. But my station is not so grand, I am merely someone who is to inherit something great. The most I have done is begin gathering similar, like-minded individuals, and granted them a place to discuss matters privately. Social change is a lumbering beast that moves at its own speed, all we can do it prodded a little, Jukiyama pondered, tilting his head back slightly to look up at the snow-filled sky. And from the sounds of it, you wish to take action yourself. And there it is. That I do, Trevor said, making sure to appear interested and a touch surprised. I'd very much like to meet these individuals, if they share similar beliefs as us. If it's no great imposition on you, of course. Jukiyama smiled, hearing some unspoken joke. It would be a stretch to call their beliefs similar, he admitted with the roll of his eyes. Similar in station, but their beliefs vary heavily. Some are more reasonable than others, but they're all there for the same reason. I would extend an invite, but it may be a bit soon. I simply wish to see what kind of man you are, Trevor-san, and to see if it's the kind of man I can work with. So, tell me, what kind of action would you take, if you had the means? I would start with education, Trevor replied, slowly. That way, ghouls can start making informed decisions for themselves, rather than only rely on instincts. That's how humans have come so far, right? And I am inclined to agree. The influence of a simple book can be far-reaching, but the question is how you go about convincing the culture itself to pick up that book. It is all well and good saying you have a place where ghouls can learn in peace, but how do you make them want that? They have survived on instinct for this long, no. Jukiyama reasoned, actually seeming to enjoy talking about such matters. And therein lies my current issue, Trevor conceded. I haven't spent much of my life interacting with ghouls, so there's a bit of a culture clash. I was hoping that with your help, and perhaps the help of other individuals, we could brainstorm methods to figure out the path ahead. Trevor would be lying if he didn't feel a nervous energy from the conversation. Jukiyama was dangerous, and the type of individual Trevor typically tried to avoid. But, he was also the only one who talked to him at length about something like this. Not even the manager had shown as much interest, and it was starting to become difficult for Trevor to figure out what was feigned and what was genuine. It was terrifying. But there was only one way to find out the truth. Jukiyama regarded Trevor evenly, finger tapping at his knee to some unheard beat, a hum coming from his throat. Eager, aren't you? I appreciate that, but it is best to start small. Some reading material for yourself, maybe. While our history is one largely passed down through fanciful stories, there are a few records, some of which belong to my own family. Would this interest you? I'd certainly say so, Trevor replied. Excellent. The best way to overcome that clash is to have some context, after all. While it should almost feel self-evident, there's a lot of details the broad strokes of our relationship with humanity and the world glazes over. When would you like that assigned reading? Whenever is most convenient for you, he said. I appreciate you indulging me, Jukiyama-san. Jukiyama stood, offering a hand out to Trevor. A harmless gesture, from a man who felt like danger itself. And I appreciate you entertaining my curiosity, Trevor-san. I will drop them by Anteiku when I have the time. Trevor stood up and shook Jukiyama's hand. Thank you very much, he said. Outwardly, he was smiling widely. Internally, he was fervently praying he wasn't making a deal with the devil. Trevor got his reading list a day later, delivered first thing in the morning to Anteiku by Jukiyama. It got a curious look from Tuka, but beyond that the day went by in a quiet fashion. With nobody stopping him on his way out, and nothing pressing emerging in the middle of the day, he stepped out of Anteiku and into the cold, snow-laden air. It still had not reached that point of being the inconvenient kind of snowfall. He'd been given 2 books. The first was a general history book that made mention of ghouls, to give Trevor a broader view on how ghouls in history interacted. Of more interest was the second book, that thoroughly covered ghoul migration patterns and other interesting tidbits. Evidently, it was hypothesized that ghouls originated from the Middle East, which was at least one connection Trevor could make with what he knew of ghouls before this whole mess began. They were also the source of various other supernatural monsters with similar modes, such as vampires and ONI. Hardly surprising, but it also seemed that the lines between supernatural and ghoul was blurred heavily so much so that no one was sure which was which. Trevor found his attention drawn to one particular incident roughly around the end of World War II. An incredibly powerful one-eyed ghoul called the Underground King, a Nagaraji, gravitated many weaker ghouls towards him, beginning to form a large force of monsters under his command. Humans were forced to intervene in a bloody conflict, and miraculously they'd won despite the lack of quinqua. The group that triumphed over the king would eventually become the CCG as it was known today. One eyes seemed to be real movers and shakers, Trevor murmured to himself in his apartment, flipping through the pages. There was the one-eyed owl in more recent times that was apparently a heavy hitter, and now this underground king. He was keenly aware that he himself was a one-eye, and wondered what on earth gave the subspecies so much potential for power. Was it really just because of their half-human nature? Either way, Trevor had vastly more information at his disposal now, which wasn't saying much. Still, it was a step in the right direction. Since he was borrowing the books, and from a creep like Tsukiyama at that, he made sure to take extensive, even exhaustive notes on everything he thought had merit, and also stuff that didn't. You could never be too sure, and the less time Trevor held onto Tsukiyama's property, the better. The two books together made for a productive night of reading, but there was something missing from them. The one which covered ghoul migration patterns had made mention of cultural changes among the ghouls, or rather the apparent lack of cultural change outside of adapting their appearance to the times, but it had not gone too deep into the matter. He had knowledge, but some context was still lacking. But still, it was better than nothing. The night had been a net positive. The next day, Toka approached Trevor with a serious look. A very serious look. You like reading, right? She asked, the very first words out of her mouth upon meeting him that day. The sun hadn't even completely risen yet, the interior of Anteiku lit by its lights. Trevor quirked his brow, looking at the girl through the wafting vapors of his usual morning coffee. One could say so, yes, he replied before taking a sip. Poor K. I don't know what that means, she deadpanned. Whatever. Anyway, Hinami's been reading this book. It's really weird. It's called The Dark Goat's Egg, or something like that. She really likes it. The author is going to be having a meet and greet with fans at some point, dunno when. You fancy taking her to that? I'm not sure I'll have time with school and stuff. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing her with that book, Trevor nodded along. Sure I can make time for that. Could be fun. Wouldn't want to deprive you of your education, especially since you don't know basic Spanish, he teased. I've never even seen a Spanish person. Why would I know their language? She said with an indignant tut, rolling her eyes. Americans. Anyway, make sure she gets to see the author. She seemed pretty excited about it when I brought it up. Toka leaned on the counter from the customer side, not actually dressed for work. She usually stopped by on her way to school, if someone was slated to open up early. A good way to get some decent free coffee if there was one. So, getting buddy with Tsukiyama. Like I said, only because I have to, Trevor sighed tiredly, wiping his eyes. Was up all night reading those books he sent me. Interesting stuff about ghoul history and other info, more than anything I'd ever seen before. He scratched his beard. I fully acknowledge he's not someone I should be around, and after I learn what I can I have every intent of disengaging. Looks can be deceiving, so goes the adage, but Toka apparently had not heard it as she gave Trevor the most disbelieving look possible. He has money. People with money are always useful. You're never not going to be friendly with him, if you're basing your time on him off of how much you can get out of him. Trevor pondered her words, and eventually nodded and shrugged. Yeah, you're probably right. But who knows, maybe there'll be a time where I won't need him anymore. Future's always uncertain. After a few moments, his features grew more serious when he looked at Toka directly. Come to think of it, do you mind me asking what exactly happened with you two to make you hate each other so much? He hunted in my territory, when I was younger. Refused to back out, so me and my brother had to kick his ass. Then he got kind of weird about it, so we used to fight a lot. He holds it over my head that we needed to fight together to beat him, not like it matters. Winners win, doesn't matter how. The words didn't quite match her posture. The fact looked to bother her too, if the folding of her arms and the furrowing of her brow were anything to go by. That tells me he has way too much personal pride, and you poked a hole in it by beating him, Trevor mused. And you're right, it doesn't matter how you beat him. There's no shame in relying on someone you trust, especially in a bad situation like that. It's not like you're weak to begin with, anyway. I get it, I get it. The manager said the same thing. It only bothers me a little, it's not going to make me go out and pick an almost impossible to win fight, like last time. You're safe. Trevor snorted. Not my safety I was worried about. Well, okay, maybe a little, at certain points. Only a little though. You should be a bit more than a little worried, Kman. Where's your survival instinct, Mr. Goldman? She said, striking a very familiar pose, one arm shooting upwards at a diagonal angle, the other hand resting by her side in a fist. And you call me a dork? Trevor wondered dubiously, trying and failing to hide his snicker. It's normal to know what Kamen Rider is. Don't try and make that weird, you dweeb. Idiot Kaohei. My senpai can't possibly be this much of a freaking nerd, Trevor sighed, shaking his head wearily. The straw that broke the ghoul's back. She brought a foot up to the other leg's knee, hopping on the foot, reaching for her shoe. She then launched it at Trevor. Gah, not while I have coffee. Trevor exclaimed, barely able to turn in time for the projectile to his shoulder, jostling his arm and sending the black liquid spilling to the ground. Oh come on. Clean up an aisle, idiot. Maybe you should think before you speak. She said victoriously, moving around the counter to retrieve her shoe. Resorting to violence after a bit of banter just shows your true weakness that you can't hack it, Trevor declared, even as he bent down to wipe off the mess. I have the moral high ground. And totally won this exchange. Shut up and clean your spillage, Trevor. Dash. It was a harmless invitation. A perfectly mundane one without any ill intent on the surface. It was almost too normal, really. Coffee at a neat little cafe which was apparently in a nice spot. The issue only really came in when one considered it was coming from Tsukiyama. Questionable. But the invitation was there. It had been a couple of days since he had last talked to his pseudo-friend, and it was not entirely unexpected for Tsukiyama to want to check up on Trevor after having given him books of his own collection. Was ghosting on people part of ghoul culture? A great and important question, for sure. One that could really only be answered by participating, Trevor groused internally as he made his way to the aforementioned cafe. The 2 books were nestled in his book bag, and he was eager to return them after having drained everything he could from them. He figured that Tsukiyama might want to talk about their actual content, so it would be wise to bring them with anyway. It was easy to spot Tsukiyama from the cafe window. Not only was he sat right beside it, but his mode of dress was, as per usual, quite colorful. More muted than previous encounters, but still more outstanding than most of those around him. Midday streets tended to be pretty tame in terms of what colors people were wearing, but Tsukiyama's love of patterns made him a sore thumb. But, so was Trevor. Tsukiyama waved Trevor over, a generally pleasant expression on his face. Nice to see you again, Tsukiyama-san, Trevor greeted, sitting down across from him and setting the bag down gently. I wasn't expecting an invitation so soon. I know an eager reader when I see one, Trevor-san. You did seem quite intent, so I figured I would pick your brain a little. At the phrasing, Trevor both internally screamed and nervously laughed, careful to keep his face pleasantly neutral. So, what did you think? Anything more you'd like to know specifically? Anything that brought up more questions than answers? He asked, his voice quiet to the point where Trevor would be hard-pressed to hear him were he a table across. Still, it was a conversational quietness. Having their conversations in public did come with a risk, but on the other hand it was a sort of in plain sight kind of tactic. Trevor took the cue, lowering his voice to match Tsukiyama's as he replied. First off, I really do appreciate the books, they've provided so much more than I'd known before. But, yeah, there are a few questions I had that they seemed to gloss over. He leaned forward a little, adjusting his seat. I noted that the matter of ghoul culture was rarely, if ever mentioned. It looked to me like, in general, ghouls simply take on the culture of whatever human society they hide in rather than cultivate their own, even in secret. Would you say that's the case? You cannot expect someone outside of a secretive culture to be able to glean much, academic or no, Tsukiyama started, looking over to a member of the waitstaff as he did so, making a gesture at them before looking back to Trevor. But you're not incorrect in your assessment. Now, I can't say if it's a natural instinct, or just something done to survive, but cultural adaptation does appear to be a recurring trait. However, within that there is a culture. When acting in isolation, it comes to the surface, but when there is a sizable population to hunt off of, that native culture will move to the back. It is still there, just not as prominent. Trevor hummed, nodding along. That makes sense, easier to blend in. It comes off as rather. He searched for the right word. Parasitic, I suppose. Not just on the feeding level, but culturally as well. Everything they do is to integrate themselves closer to humans, without, again generally of course, making something of their own. He frowned, recalling another tidbit. Except in extreme cases, from what I read. Maybe a long time ago, when it was possible to function apart without fear of retaliation, it was less parasitic and more clearly a hunter-prey relationship, allowing for a more distinct way of life. As time moved on, and the prey progressed, so too did their ability to fend for themselves. But it is as you say, parasitic, Tsukiyama nodded along, not having any problems with Trevor's conclusion. It was as clear as day to anyone who looked at it. You'd have to go underground if you wanted a taste of genuine ghoul culture, rather than whatever we have up here on the surface. Underground, like the 24th ward? Trevor asked. He was reminded of Ryuko, and wondered how she was doing. Or something else. The 24th ward, correct. It's ultimately a bit of a blind spot for even people like myself. Between the CCG forays and the native population, it becomes a bit difficult for anything to be recorded down there. Not only are the natives skittish, to say the least, but the CCG like to try and clean up down there. It does not work, so it is regarded as something of a safe haven to anyone really desperate to vanish. But in turn, it is also home to some very nasty things. So I've heard, Trevor sighed. And while I'm tempted by the idea of learning more, I would have to be a fair bit smarter going about an expedition down there. Interacting with people and trying to learn from them in a hostile environment is a bit different than reading a book. That it is. Tsukiyama offered an approaching waitress a smile, a signal for them both to keep it quiet until she had left. She placed 2 cups of coffee on a pristine white plate down closer to Tsukiyama than Trevor, bowed her head, and then left. Tsukiyama hummed, looking back to Trevor once the coast was clear. And for that reason, the 24th ward will remain a mystery for the foreseeable future. He gripped 1 cup, and then handed it out for Trevor to take. Thank you, Trevor said before taking it, seeing the challenge for what it was. As the cups exchanged hands, Tsukiyama's nail nicked Trevor's finger, an unintentional mistake, but the sting was sudden and quite painful. Living in a body that was not only immune to most forms of cutting, short of from other ghouls or a specialized weapon, made experiencing little cuts odd. They just didn't happen, short of when they did. Tsukiyama blinked, eyes widening. He noticed immediately, and his hand went for his pocket, taking out a floral patterned handkerchief. Apologies, Trevor. They're sharpened for use, you see. He offered it over to Trevor. Ah, it's fine, Trevor replied slowly, alarm bells ringing in his head. In the flustered moment, he took the handkerchief without thinking and lightly dabbed at the cut, trying not to get too much of his blood on the cloth. The whole thing felt off, maybe even calculated. Thanks, he said, handing it back to Tsukiyama. He folded it up several times, careful not to touch any of the bloody patch, and then pocketed it. At least on the outside, he appeared normal about it. Awkward, my bad. You were saying. Well, Trevor cleared his throat, trying to dispel the rising unease in the back of his mind. Fortune favors the bold, but not the suicidally so. If I were to do something like that, it'd be after a lot of research and preparation. That's not something I can just blindly jump into, even for the sake of knowledge. To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't expect you to go that far. If no one else has before you, after all these years, then it's likely for good reason. You'd need governmental support, at the very least, just so you could get an accurate layout of the underground. Getting lost down there would do you no good. No, it wouldn't, Trevor agreed, running a thumb along the edge of his cup. The cut still stung, but he tried to ignore it. I don't see a lowly coffee shop worker such as myself getting government support for exploring an overwhelmingly hostile underground network, either. On the surface you may be that, but we all lead two lives. Any person you meet on the street could be like us, on the surface mundane, but beyond that you do not know what they do. They could be a leader of a large faction in the 13th Ward, for all you know. There is no reason you cannot be more. Trevor saw what he meant, and suspected where Tsukiyama was going with this. He nodded along, recalling just how terrifyingly violent the 13th Ward was supposed to be, even by ghoul standards. I see, he mused aloud, taking a sip of coffee. I suppose I'll have to make more use of my other life and see if it bears more fruit. In all honesty, he was trying to fish for more info. Tsukiyama was obviously nudging him in a certain direction, but he really hoped that didn't mean he should go off to the 13th Ward. Tsukiyama stuck a finger up, a flash of realization going across his features. That reminds me. Have you eaten yet, Trevor? No, not recently, Trevor answered, caught off guard. While he ate when he absolutely had to in order to survive and be healthy, he never sought out food until he had to, and even then it was always through Anteiku. Why do you ask? Well, there's a certain event taking place tonight, and I was wondering if you'd like to attend. Exclusive restaurant, you see. The Ghoul restaurant. What Idari mentioned several days ago, where she said he'd get the answers he sought. Every instinct in him screamed that he shouldn't go, that it was going to be very, very dangerous and there was a high chance he would get involved in something terrible. But it was the only he'd get to the bottom of what the hell led to him becoming a ghoul in the first place. Color me interested, Trevor answered, keeping his hands beneath the table to hide them shaking from nerves. Tsukiyama smiled. Brilliant. Trevor had a bit of time before he went barreling into a veritable lion's den, since he wasn't set to meet up with Tsukiyama until the early evening. He was also starting to get a bit nervous, and by a bit he meant a lot. Thankfully, he liked to think he had friends, so in the privacy of his own home, he made a call. If I was mean, I'd pretend to be an answering machine. Irimi answered. There was a sort of white noise in the background, the sound of an afternoon Anteiku bustling. You're such a dear, Trevor replied, finding the joke somewhat calming his nerves. Somewhat. So, you know how I've been talking to Tsukiyama lately to try and get some info and whatnot. Oh goodness. All in all, a promising start to a conversation. Yes, I recall. What did you do, Trevor? She asked with a hint of fondness behind the otherwise exasperated question. I might have gotten an invitation to the Ghoul restaurant from him for tonight, Trevor began, clearing his throat before continuing. And you know, Idari made a point of saying that'd be a good place to figure stuff out, so I might have said yes. A silence followed. Trevor could almost see Irimi rubbing her eyes. I'll ask you. Do you think this is a good idea, Trevor? Honest answer. If you say yes, then I'll help you out. If you say no, then we're brainstorming the second I go on break. Trevor opened his mouth, and then closed it. The best he could come up with was asking Irimi to tail him on the way to the restaurant, then wait outside in case things went pear-shaped. No, he sighed. I would really appreciate some brainstorming, Irimi. You're lucky you have a cute grin, Trevor. Otherwise I'd be more annoyed than I currently am. See you in an hour. She hung up, leaving Trevor with his thoughts until she arrived. I have a cute grin. Dash. The door opened to reveal Irimi, still in her work clothes and with a backpack hanging from a hand. She walked right into Trevor's apartment, and started talking without even a hello. The Ghoul restaurant is a tricky thing. Nobody in Anteiku really knows all that much about it because we're not its target audience. We've had no reason to know about it, outside of when it sometimes shows up. She marched into the bathroom, and shut the door behind her. The sound of the bag unzipping followed. And we don't actually know where it's going to be, from how you worded it over the phone. So we're going in mostly blind. But I've got a plan for that, and if you like it or not doesn't matter. Trevor blinked at the rapid assault of words, then let out a breath. Well, I am the one that asked you to help me out here, not like I have much room to complain, he conceded. So what is it? It sounded like she was getting changed through the door, another zipping sound following not long after the first. I have nothing against Tsukiyama myself, but I know he's a social hunter. If he does have anything planned for you, it will be a matter of isolation in a favorable environment along with the element of surprise. He wouldn't be savage about it. You know the fastest way to ruin a social hunter's day, Trevor. Surprising them instead. He guessed. Correct. It's a particular kind of surprise though, especially in this case. She stepped out of the bathroom. High heels, and a deep crimson dress. The answer is third wheeling, Trevor. And it's the worst kind of surprise you can ever have on a date. Now. She tossed a clump of black fabric at Trevor. I don't know your sizes, but I took a guess. I borrowed them from Yumo. Get dressed. It was a suit. Trevor barely caught the clothes, unable to keep himself from staring at Irimi's sudden, radical change in attire. God damn, you're gorgeous, he managed. Irimi allowed that particular, knowing smile of hers to encroach on her features. I know. But I'm serious, get dressed. Once you're done, I'll give you the last elements of the plan. He hummed, heading to the bathroom and proceeding to get dressed. After doing so, he stepped back out, adjusting the suit and dusting off little flecks of dandruff off the shoulders. Well, alright then. Yumo dress is good. Irimi hummed in agreement, focusing on whatever she had laid out on Trevor's bed. On closer inspection, they were masks, simple ones, far less elaborate than the helmet that had been made for him. Closer to ones found at a masquerade ball. Irimi had already picked hers, a mask that bared a striking resemblance to a Venetian hound while retaining the aesthetic of a masquerade ball mask, golden patterns decorating it. The others were less themed. He's ready for most if not all situations. A real hunter, at heart. Now, pick. Trevor glanced over the assembled masks, and quickly found one to his liking. A bone-white beaked mask, with black patterns running along it. It reminded him of the plague doctor's, which he always thought looked pretty cool. Alright, he stated, picking the mask up. What else? In the event that Tsukiyama is luring you into a trap, and springs it even with me present, it's safe to say he'll have backup if this is the ghoul restaurant. You have any experience fighting more than one person at a time? If you don't count when I grabbed Ryuko and ran away from those doves, not really. I did end up standing off against 3 other ghouls one night. He paused for a moment, considering, the night of our movie date, in fact, but I just knocked one out and they just gave up after that. I imagine we won't be up against people quite so skittish. Irimi stopped in her mask, appreciating. A dog person, it seemed. Wait. I thought I told you to go home and go to sleep that night. She rounded in on Trevor, squinting at him. Hey, I heard a tussle going on, so I just went to see what was going on, Trevor explained. I saw 3 dudes beating up another guy who was helpless on the ground, so I had to step in. I was worried they might kill the guy. Such a hero, she said with a shake of her head, letting out a sigh. What are we going to do about you, Trevor? You're a troublemaker with good intentions, I swear. I don't want no trouble, he replied, doing his best Jackie Chan impression. I'd just rather end it, you know. Rush hour won't save you. Now, back on track. In the instance where you are fighting more than a singular opponent, space is your friend. You won't have much control over it, so you have to rip it from them. Avoid backing yourself up against a wall or into a corner. Run if you have to, she explained, walking up to Trevor and tugging on his suit a little, brushing it off wherever he had missed a spot. If they're using Kagun, keep track and count of what types of Kagun are being used. That will also determine how you are going to keep your space. 5 Yokaku Kagun are going to want their space too, so in that instance you need to eliminate the space. But more importantly. She reached up, patting Trevor on the cheek. Follow my lead, you big idiot hero, and let me do the killing. Yeah, Trevor sighed, nodding along. Normally, he'd contest the idiot part, but considering that he was the cause of the current situation, he felt it best not to comment. He then gave her a serious look. Thank you, Irimi. This is more than I could have asked for. Sorry for dragging you into my problems. She blinked, tilting her head slightly. I believe you missed the memo, then. If you're in trouble, it is kind of my problem anyway. If you went and died I would lose the only real boyfriend candidate in the running. Besides, this is something of a date. A bit last second, but it counts. Oh. He blinked dumbly, then blushed a little and straightened up his posture. Well then. If it's a date, I'll have to try harder to look cool. Not used to my dates being so potentially violent, but hey. Spice of life, I guess. Oh, Trevor. Your actual mask is a custom Kamen Rider helmet. You'll never look cool in my eyes. I think it looks kinda badass, he grumbled. Should have pushed for the Godzilla angle, I swear. I'm not sure a giant rubber Godzilla mask would have been much cooler. But at least for tonight, you'll get to look kind of cool. Now, you're there to collect information. Get as much as you can, then we call it a night. Understood. Yeah, I'd rather not be there all night, Trevor agreed, running a hand through his hair. Also if it feels like we're getting too much undue attention and Tsukiyama is getting a bit too leery, we'll bug out. Don't want to overstay our welcome. Good man. Give me a moment to touch up, and then we'll hit the road. Irimi pat Trevor on the arm before entering the bathroom once more. My hair's a mess, and I need to make it convincing. I think you'll blow them all away anyway, but do what you gotta do, Trevor shrugged, starting to further inspect his choice of mask. A few minutes passed, and then Irimi emerged, her hair done into a bun at the back with 2 long bangs flowing down the sides of her face. She grabbed her mask, popped it into her handbag along with Trevor's, and then extended an arm. Let's hit the road, hot shot. Let's do it, Trevor replied, taking her arm and stepping out into the world. When did my life become a supernatural spy thriller? Dash. The look on Jukiyama's face. It lasted all of half a second, but it was a good half second. The brief widening of his eyes, the pursing of his lips and lines forming around his lips, only to be supplanted by a pleasant smile and gentle expression. Oh my, what is this now? Irimi-san? Will you be joining us tonight? Jukiyama, to his credit, looked eccentric yet as well dressed as ever. If that is no problem. Trevor-san briefly made mention of it, so I decided to impose myself. I hope that is okay. Irimi could play the game too. Her voice was gentle, outright ladylike in its candor and purely inoffensive. Because that's what would be more frustrating to hear in that situation. She even bowed her head slightly. Nonetheless, it's good to see you again, Jukiyama-san. You look well. Jukiyama placed a hand to his chest and bowed. It will be no problem, madam. It was just unexpected, but I would be a poor host if I could not adapt to one more guest, he responded effortlessly. Social hunter. The idea of it made sense for someone like Jukiyama. Thank God for high-class social etiquette. It's relieving to hear you say that, Jukiyama-san, Trevor replied, putting on a measured amount of relief that may or may not have been actually genuine. Shall we get going, then? Jukiyama nodded at Trevor. Let's. Dash. The area was a bit sketchy. By a bit sketchy, it was actually incredibly sketchy. The building Jukiyama led them to appeared to be a warehouse that had long been out of commission, windows boarded up and graffiti scrawled across the walls, some marks belonging to different gangs, others just attempts at being crude and creative. Don't mind the outside. It is merely the cover, you see. We deal in discreetness, as well as food. The eccentric ghoul approached a metal door at the back of the building with Trevor and Irimi following, and knocked on it several times in a particular sequence. Jukiyama put his mask on, a crescent moon-looking mask which only really covered his eyes, a toothy mouth with red lips over where one of them would be, and gestured for the other 2 to do the same. It creaked open, and a blank, featureless mask peered through at them for a few moments before opening up completely. It belonged to a skinny man, shorter than Trevor, dressed in the manner of a waiter. He bowed deeply. Gourmet. That is 2 guests, correct? Correct, waiter 2. If anyone has any problem with it, they can take it up with me, Jukiyama said, already sounding bored of that particular conversation. He passed the one called waiter 2, who remained in a bow. Understood, gourmet. Enter, guests. He stepped aside, arm extending out into the building welcomingly. There was the briefest of hesitations, when Trevor felt the rushing weight of what they were about to step into. His grip on Irimi tightened briefly, and it managed to give him the resolve to step forward into the ghoul restaurant. Hopefully they wouldn't have to break their way out. The hall had a warm lighting and a red carpet leading all the way up a set of stairs. It all seemed new, as if done not a couple of days prior, the scent of a new paint cover still in the air. They followed Jukiyama deeper into the deceptive structure, the hall finally leading to a single set of doors, wooden and with gold designs. Jukiyama paused. There are several ways to enter, but I tend to have at least one reserved for myself. Too many people try to stop and talk, you see. It would explain why there was nobody else waiting by the door, or anyone else around it for that matter. Morbidly, Trevor thought it was the perfect place for an ambush. Welcome, my guests, to the Ghoul restaurant. I believe we have several items on the list tonight, but if none of them are to your fitting, I am sure I can arrange something. He parted the doors, and there was noise. Ghouls, masks anywhere from simple like Irimi, Trevor's and Jukiyama's, to pieces of gaudy and expensive art. Conversations were taking place among the candle-lit tables, perfectly casual and harmless from the gentle bouts of laughter that followed from some tables. Old friends, reuniting after some time apart. There was, however, one problem. It was not a restaurant. It was the stance of an arena. Pillars lined the elevated space separating the audience from the then empty arena along with a metal railing. Trevor spotted that there appeared to even be VIP booths higher up with a couple of ghouls sitting in complete privacy. The unexpected side of ghoul culture. The affluent side. Now, come. You can sit with me and my fellow. I do not believe he will be bringing any guests himself. And so Jukiyama led them again through the tables, past the sitting clientele, to another set of stairs, and into a space that could only be described as the Emperor's booth, not completely cut off from the tables just below, but nonetheless elevated. Sat at the table was a ghoul in a clown mask. Ah, Gourmet-kun. I thought you were going to be late. You're usually so prudent and punctual. You brought friends. The clown said, a relaxed-sounding young man in a white suit and checkered shirt, black hair combed to the side elegantly. That I did, Suda. Suda, meet the up-and-coming rag boy. And this is... I'd recognize that body anywhere. Dober-san. I don't think we've met. Irimi said, blinking in an unimpressed manner. What a way to word it. Oh, we haven't. I just remember a time when you were one of the 2 devil kings of the 20th. Oh Good times, good times. Suda leaned back in his chair, arms dangling down, and let out a nostalgic sigh. Behind his mask, Trevor quirked an eyebrow. Devil King, hey. That's quite the title. They were certainly different times, Irimi said. Don't just stand there, Dober-san, Ragi-kun. The show's about to start. He leaned forward, patting one of the chairs next to him. Jukiyama shook his head, taking the seat next to Suda. Irimi, fearless, just strode on over and took her own seat. Trevor followed suit, sitting between Irimi and Jukiyama. What kind of show do you have in store for us tonight? Trevor asked conversationally, already having a pretty good idea of what was about to happen and not caring for it in the slightest. Tonight Jukiyama started. I picked one of the items tonight. Suda barged in like a rhino. It's a bit different than what most people are used to, but I think it spices things up a little. Most of us can't really handle actual spice, so all we can do is add some variety. Isn't that right, Gourmet-san? You stole my line, you inexcusable shoe of a clown, Jukiyama chided, not at all sounding seriously offended. Suda gave an exaggerated shrug, chuckling. I'm faster on my feet, what can I say? But yes, as this is your first time, it may be best if you watch and learn, ragboy, Dober. We tend to do things in rounds, with the first round being the main course, and the second being to satisfy any big eaters, Jukiyama explained, smiling yet sounding less than pleased at the prospect of a big eater. The more either man spoke, the more Trevor had to force himself to appear calm. It was becoming blatantly obvious just what kind of shit they got up to in the ghoul restaurant, and he realized that information gathering might end up being the least of concerns before the night was done. Primarily, keeping himself from wanting to burn the motherfucker down. But, between each course, we can look into seeing if there's anyone who shares similar thoughts to your own, ragboy. Ooh, what does that mean? Suda asked, clapping his hands together. Big thinker instead of a big eater. I was hoping to find some good conversations while I was here, much like the ones I have with Gourmet-san on occasion, Trevor replied mildly. You're such a flowery fellow, Gourmet-san. But it's fine, I'm sure there's plenty of people like that in the crowd. We've got all sorts. Take Madame A for example. He stood and then pointed into the crowd to a voluptuous woman with a set of goggle-like glasses on, a fur-lined, red dress, blonde hair and a hand fan, lightly wafting herself as she waited with two identically dressed ghouls at hand. She's the sort who trains scrappers, very involved with human psychology she is. If you wanted to talk about behaviors and how to use them, she's a good bet. Then there's a few people here who have managed to wriggle their way into politics. Suda slowly turned his head to look at Jukiyama. Are you trying to say something, my friend? Why, nothing, Gourmet-kun-san. Well, it's not really you as much as it is someone related to you, but that's not my business. Kahahahaha. Suda sat back down, crossing one leg over the other. All walks of ghoulmanity. Or, all walks that involve somehow coming into money. Myself? I just make friends. A good skill to have, Trevor replied diplomatically. Were he actually in a situation that he could relax, he'd be more inclined to share some details about himself. Unfortunately, the overwhelming sense of dread tended to keep him from doing so. I'm sorry, but what is a scrapper? Ragi-kun, that's a deep philosophical question which I don't think I have time to answer. So instead. Suda shot to his feet, faced the arena and put his hands to the mouth of his mask to amplify his voice. Let's get this show on the road. A roar of agreement followed. The arena, once dim, drowned in light, all focused on the space which was, by all evidence, constructed just for this night. A door on one end opened, where 3 people filtered in. 2 women and a man, all looking especially confused. Then, walking out from the blind spot of the arena for their vantage, was another man. A giant, almost misshapen one, rippling with raw muscle, towering over even Trevor if he were up close to it. He wore only a sack with eye holes over his head, a singular suspender running down the back and front connecting it to his black, baggy pants, holding them up. Rather than tell you, let's just show you what a scrapper is, Suda giggled. The lion and the gladiators. Trevor's worst fear was realized, and his eyes narrowed as outright rage burned into his chest. Yet. He wanted to burn the motherfucker down. The show began with a round of applause. A lumbering hulk of a man, if it could even be called a man at that point, trudged forwards toward the 3 smaller people, each dressed in suits, and a dress in the case of one. They had come for dinner themselves, but it was not to be. How close was I to being right there with them? Trevor wondered grimly. If Irimi hadn't been with him as a deterrent. The woman in the dress screamed something up to the stands, at Suda even, to which the clown-masked young man just waggled his finger down at her, tutting to himself. One of the men even tried to reason with the Hulk, only to have its hammer hand clasp around his head. It was hard to hear what exactly was being said, but there was something in the air, a sickness that infected even Trevor. It hammered away at his ears, stirred in his gut. It was a frenzy, barely restrained by a veneer of class. That's what the ghoul restaurant was. Jukiyama sat with one leg crossed over the other, hands resting on his lap, his visible lips quirked upwards. Just another day. Trevor's hands tightened as he desperately fought down the damn near primal urges that threatened to overtake him. There was a hunger now, not just for food, but for blood. To see terrible violence done and to revel in it. He was keenly aware of his heart pounding in his chest, excited by what he was laying eyes on. Keep control, he kept repeating the mantra in his head. He tried to force himself to think of historical precedents, to distance himself and not get lost in the sensations. It was like the Romans, he tried to rationalize. Drunk on blood sport, raving for violence from the stands of the Colosseum. The decadent empire, the decadent class of the monsters around him that oozed malice and hunger. All things he hated. He hated them for creating this in the first place. He hated Tsukiyama for wanting to lure him into that pit for his pleasure. He hated himself for daring to think he wasn't in over his head. Trevor took a deep breath, not trusting himself to speak at that moment. He clung to the cold rationalizations, the cold hatred, to keep the blood-craving, ravenous beast within him at bay. It did not get better. Trevor watched the scene unfold before him. A man attempting reason had his neck broken with but a squeeze of the giant's digits. From there, he was torn apart in a manner that could only be described as primal, the most basic and instinctive manner of making food into smaller, more palatable shapes with your hands. The giant dug his nails in, then pulled. Again and again, it was a perversion of a butcher and his product. Flung to the stands, the food delivery was nothing if not a bit on the messy side, but the crowd appreciated it. And then it was on to the next, the other man of the three. And that, my fresh-faced bucko buddy, is a scrapper. Madame A's, I think. She has a preference for brute force in her collection, kind of a direct opposite to Big Madam when I think about it. Suda said, losing himself in the comparison momentarily before turning his attention back to Trevor. Just think of them as prized gladiators and chefs slammed together. It's a thing some ghouls are into, rearing a human to become something like that. Pretty weird hobby, right? Weird, right, Trevor managed to say, staring at the monstrous scrapper. Just think. Dig for information. Any information. Keep focused. Never seen a human look like that. How are they changed? Chemicals? Transplants? Suda kind of just stared at Trevor for a moment, disregarding the show going on beneath them. You know, that's a really good point. How the heck does Madame A get them to look like that, Gourmet-kun? Tsukiyama shrugged. Dietary, maybe? It is hard to say. Madame A in particular has some strange scrappers. The others are more recognizable as people, so it is certainly something unique to her, Tsukiyama explained with the gesturing of a hand. Frankly, I have no clue what her secret sauce is. You would be better off asking her, but I doubt she would answer. Secrets of the trade, yes. I suppose so, Trevor replied in a neutral tone. And what would you do with that information? He asked himself. Dismantle her operation? Deprive her of the means to make more? Kill her? Is that what you think you can do? Stop it. Keep it together. Then who is Big Madam? Another scrapper supplier. Something like that. She's a big name. Also big. Literally big. She's a fatty. She does the whole scrapper gig, but she has her fingers in a bunch of other pies. The fatty. Suda shook his head. Sometimes comes down here, sometimes doesn't. You're more likely to see her at other functions, looking to add to her assets or something. That's why Madame A is better. She's a bitch sometimes, but at least she hangs out with us. Gotcha. Trevor looked once more in the direction of Madame A, the voluptuous ghoul standing off to the side. Was it worth talking to her? No. He wasn't here to handle the matter of scrappers. As much he wanted to rip and tear the Operation Dow. Stop that. Calm down. Why are you here? To find out what the hell happened the night he became a monster. Suda, you said you make friends, right? Trevor spoke up again, praying that his old acting skills were working after a few years out of practice. Did you consider Rizkami Shiro among your friends? Suda hummed, tilting his head to the side, clown face regarding Trevor with a casual ever-present disdain. A stark contrast to the peppy personality behind it. Once, maybe. It has been a really long time since I talked to her, you know? Then we went down different paths in life. Then she died, oh well. A disappointment, but that didn't necessarily mean Suda had nothing to offer. I came to Tokyo shortly after she died, and everyone loves to talk about her, I found. I suppose I was just curious what about the woman got her so much attention. It couldn't have just been because she was a big eater. Suda leaned forward, bringing his elbows onto the table. He looked back to the arena, to watch another person get mulched in a dispassionate, almost degrading manner. Life was cheap, to them. There was no significant value in death or witnessing it, and that did not seem to be a unique outlook to the present audience alone. Same reason everyone talks about a typhoon, when they roll around. Hard to ignore them, when they're ripping your home apart. Nasty combination of a natural apathetic charisma and not giving enough of a shit to ever stop doing what she was doing. You either got caught up, run over, or you moved out the way. She liked to eat, it sort of became what she was after a time, just this moving maw that chomped its way through your pantry. If you played nice, she might help you out with some trouble, if not, then she'd just keep doing her thing without helping you. I see. Sounds like someone who'd generate a lot of enemies. Trevor buried himself in his thoughts, desperately keeping from focusing on the grisly display before him. The feelings being stirred inside him were unwelcome, ugly, and threatened to be self-destructive. But from the sound of it, I doubt many people could have been capable of making that last hit. You're right. A lot of people hated her. Some people liked her because of the way she was, but it was mostly hate and general feelings of please go away. There was a certain way to how she used to fight. Like a goddamn animal, all the time. Hard to read, hard to stop once she got going. A lot of us ghouls like to think we're natural killers, and we are, but, hear me out, we dull our edge with this sort of crap. He gestured around to the whole song and dance happening around them. Tsukiyama, while looking at the show, seemed to be listening. She didn't deal with any of this. She focused on the one thing that really matters to us, these days. Food, just get the goddamn food. Doesn't matter if it's crap, or if it's some exquisite wagyu steak human, just get the goddamn food. Don't stop, keep going. That's the kind of thing she was, dressed up in the body of a woman in her prime. But hey, she overstepped and got clapped for it, or something. Happens to a lot of us, when we hunt. Could even happen to her. Yeah, pretty sure I was on receiving end of her just get the goddamn food bit, Trevor thought bitterly, suddenly aware of the graft in his left shoulder. She was without a doubt the one who tried to eat him. And now her kidney was inside him, turning him into something like her and keeping him alive. For some reason, he couldn't find the humor in that irony. No matter how great something or someone is, it'll have to die eventually, Trevor said aloud, voice hollow and grim as he found his gaze once more drawn back to the bloodbath. That's just the way this world works. That applies to the ghoul restaurant, too, you bastards. I'll make sure of it. Amen to that, brother, Sita said, letting out a melancholic sigh. Man, we got pretty deep, didn't we? What did you think, Dober-san? Irimi, who had almost managed to erase her presence from the conversation, was immediately pulled back in. Kami Shiro spent her life overreaching. It was inevitable. Short and curt, a fatal outlook. MMH. I suppose. That fact she lasted as long as she did is more of a testament to her, than anything else. You could say that, Irimi said back, not making much effort to hide her lack of fondness for Riz. But yet, everyone liked to talk about her, when she was around. Think you bringing her up is the first time I've heard her name in a while, raggy fella. How you finding the show? Loaded question. To be honest. Like hell would he give an honest answer. Boring, I suppose. He'd been thinking about how to respond to that inevitable question. A one-sided slaughter isn't really what I consider a good time, personally. You know, that's fair. I perfectly get where you're coming from, Rags. I'll be honest myself, I'm more here for the conversation than the food. Oi, Chukiyama finally said, a hint of frustration evident. No offense, Mr. MM. Or is it gourmet? What do I call you around here, anyway? Please. But you have a problem with the food, even when you picked out one of the items. I'll be honest, I picked a chubby chick because I thought it'd be funny to fuck with everyone. You ever see that video with the McDonald's and the like, art gallery with the critics? How they present it all nice and let people try some and they're like, wow, this is amazing, absolutely succulent, high quality product. Sita waved his hands about in a toffish manner, putting on the accent and everything. I kind of just wanted to do that. And it worked. Look at them, they're eating it up. Literally. Chukiyama palmed his face. You are such a hassle at times, Sita. I'm a creature of comedy, what can I say? Nobody is laughing, Chukiyama retorted. But I am. And that's what matters. Sita cupped the chin of his mask, tilting his head slightly. It was a very Kuma-like thing to do. It's fine, Raggy. Soon this will be done, and then you can go around talking to people or whatever it is you want to do. Just avoid the orgy. Trevor's brows shot up. Not quite what he'd been expecting. There's an orgy. He found himself asking, not sure if he wanted the answer. Sita. Sita recoiled back from Chukiyama's tone, waving his hands in a disarming gesture. Oh scary voice. I'm just messing with you, Raggy. No orgy here. I think Kun wants to kill me for even suggesting that near his food. Some things are best left unmixed, Trevor said coolly. Even if it was a thing here, I'd avoid it anyway. Not really my speed. I get that. I'm a lover, but not a mass lover. Kinda weird, ain't it? But anyway, you came here to what, just kind of mingle? Get a feel for the town? If invited you, you've probably got a big brain on those shoulders of yours. Bigger than most the people in here, at least, Sita said, seeming to find the next point of conversation effortlessly. How he made friends was clear, he just had that kind of personality. Trevor was familiar with the type, if not of the man-eating variety. Aside from curiosity about Kamishiro? I've been trying to do research on ghoul history and culture, he replied. After some good conversations with I found myself more interested, and thought that here would be a good place to ask, considering the type of people here. However, if he were being honest with himself, he was seriously considering just getting out once the main course was done. Trevor could barely stand it anymore, hating every moment. He got some faces, or masks rather, and names for eatery. Some info, if not a lot. But he didn't see it as worth it much at this point. He'd rather be at Anteiku, talking with his friends, helping Hinamai, training with Yumo. Anything, anywhere but here. But speak of the devil. The gentle patter of crimson liquid was followed by a sickening squelch as a pile of red stuff sort of just landed onto their shared table. There was a small selection to choose from, all in all enough to keep the four of them going for a few days without feeling any hunger pangs. It was like when Trevor first met Tuka, months ago. The sight was disgusting, but the smell. Sita clapped his hands together, some red staining the side of his mask from their meal had landed. Here we are, boys and lady. The main course. Enjoy. Trevor hated it, how good it smelled. How delicious he knew it would be, to devour a bloody chunk of his formerly fellow man. He hadn't ever had food presented this way since the first. Anteiku was more clinical about it. Not as outright barbaric and such a blatant reminder of where it had come from. He saw it himself. The scrapper, a human, ripping and tearing another human for the pleasure of its masters that would gladly eat it if given the chance. No matter how good it smelled, or how much of a frenzy was stirred in that foreign, monstrous part of him, he could never unsee that. What am I doing? Trevor realized. What the fuck am I doing here? Go ahead and eat without me, he said. His posture was stiff, and he rested a slightly shaky hand against his stomach. I must have caught something, feels like my stomach's in twisting knots. Best to let it settle before I put something else down there. He couldn't do it. He felt as though a personal line would be crossed. He didn't know what the line was, or why this would be the one that broke it, but the feeling was even more overpowering than the hunger. If I do any more to enable this abomination, I won't be able to look my family in the eye anymore. Ah, that's fine. I get like that sometimes, you know. Maybe next time, Raggy. And so they ate in silence. Dash. The night came to an end early for Trevor. He left the moment Irimi was done eating. At least one of them had, making it seem that bit more convincing overall. Suda bid them both an optimistic farewell, while Jukiyama bowed his head. They should talk soon, he suggested. In an almost jarring occurrence, it turned out there were showers installed just for that event, to clean off anyone who made a mess. Irimi, a clean eater, just needed to wash her hands off. Trevor escaped into the fresh air. The sun was gone, but he wasn't. He had toughed it out. Don't think I've ever seen you that close to snapping before, Irimi said, mask still on. She was leading. Trevor grunted, hands in his pockets and eyes somewhat unfocused. Wanted to burn the motherfucker down. Still do. Without the social pressure and feeling of being surrounded by sharks sniffing for blood, his tone had become clipped. More honest. More openly angry. Irimi looked over her shoulder at Trevor, an unreadable expression on her face. Do you think that's an option on the table? She asked. It's something you want to do. How do you go about doing it? Don't know. Right now it's just a want. Can't do it now, or maybe ever. I can't afford to be stupid about it. Trevor sniffed, shutting his eyes briefly before opening them again. I'm not about to start flipping tables and burning it down in the immediate future, if that's what you're worried about. I'm not worried, actually. You're an idiot, but you're not stupid, if you get what I mean. But in the short time we've known each other, I think I can say you won't just drop it. That got to you, Trevor. It's just a matter of how you're going to go about doing it. She finally removed her mask, packing it away in her handbag, undoing her hair after. Finally, she muttered. Trevor removed his own, but didn't pack it away, instead looking down and playing with avian mask in his hands. He ran his fingers along the edges, pointer finger trailing across the beak. I don't know anymore, Irimi. I feel like I'm in over my head. Just, bouncing around goals, people, plans, throwing myself at something, anything to keep momentum. But it was finally when I stepped in that cancerous shithole that I realized that. He let out a long breath, running a hand through slightly curled brown hair. I really don't know what to make of anything more. He sounded exhausted, drained. It happened every time he got insanely furious, doubly so when he was forced to repress it. Feeling such an emotion so strongly was always an ordeal, no matter how much time had passed. Are you going to let it slow you down? You were looking for momentum, why should that place be what stops you? She asked, cutting through any conception of being comforting and instead going for the heart of the matter. You haven't done anything wrong, Trevor. Tonight you learned about whatever it is you went in there for, and you also learned about how a type of ghoul lives. And you also know that you hate something, and that's good. That means you're growing familiar with the world around you, it means you're building your own perspective. It means you don't have to have a vague goal anymore. Trevor was silent for a while, mulling over her words and seriously considering them. She had good points overall, and sensible ones at that. He knew more than he did before. That was a step forward, no matter how you swung it. He and Irimi didn't get hurt, or stepped on anyone's toes aside from denying Jukiyama another plaything. But those people still died. After a few moments longer, Trevor let out a breath. You're right. It's a step forward, at any rate. That was just my first time dealing with, well, anything even remotely like that. Closest I've ever come is being nice to a slimy politician trying to get rid of my job back home. He scratched his beard, shaking his head. Fucking hell. I wish I could drink scotch again. Irimi approached Trevor, taking the mask from his hands gently before hiding it away. She gave him a smile, reaching up to pat him on the cheek. You did good. Not blowing up at something that makes your gut turn is a skill, if there ever was one. Don't downplay yourself, all right. Force of habit, Trevor sighed, lacing an arm around her as they continued to walk down the street. Let's make sure I don't spend the next date so pissed off, yet. She let out a sigh, leaning into him as they walked. Now I'm trying to think of something that would annoy you for our next outing. What bad American movies could we watch? You're going to have to work for that knowledge, Trevor replied. My lips are sealed on that topic. I'll be sure to ask around. She paused. But really, Trevor? Good work. Trevor's mouth opened, then closed. He wasn't sure how to respond to that. Thanks, he eventually replied. And thank you for helping me, Irimi. Don't mention it. After a fitful, mostly restless night, Trevor found himself shuffling into work, rubbing his eyes and suppressing a yawn. Even though he and Nerima had left the ghoul restaurant relatively early, the stress and residual anger over what had happened still got to him. He was also worried that he may have accidentally committed some kind of big faux pas at some point or another that would come back to bite him in the ass. Not to mention the overwhelming impression he got that Tsukiyama had fully intended for him to be in the pit that night. So no, Trevor was not well rested when he arrived at Anteiku. Not in the most talkative of moods as a result, simply working and performing his tasks with a distinct lack of his usual chatty and easygoing nature. Nerima was not in that morning, starting a bit later. Kuma had gone about opening up, the lights on and kitchen area ready for use, while the absolutely disgusting smell of pastry being made came from downstairs. The jovial man was counting through the till when Trevor arrived, humming an upbeat little tune to himself. He looked up at Trevor, raising a hand to greet his co-worker. "Ah, Trevor-kun, looking particularly tired today. You're not ill, are you?" he asked. "Nah, just didn't sleep well last night," Trevor grunted in reply, washing his hands with cold water and splashing it on his face before getting to work. "Lot on my mind, I guess. I'll get over it as the day goes on. You can take it easy until you get into it. No pressure here, Trevor. Going by the weather." Kuma looked outside, the snow really coming down finally where it had been gentle but consistent before. "It may be a bit quiet today. No complaint from me, it'll be nice to soak in the ambience. I always appreciate a good atmosphere." Trevor nodded slowly, gazing out at the snow. "Dang, it's almost Christmas already, hey? Means my birthday's coming right up too." He raised a single hand, his pinky and pointer fingers pointed upward, and in an utter deadpan voice, added, "Party. Oh, is it now? I'll be sure to bring it to the attention of the others. Maybe we can look into a little celebration? Another year, another bunch of experiences to add under your belt. Wiser for it? Maybe. But they are there." Kuma put a bound stack of bills away into the till, shutting it. He stepped out from behind the counter, humming still. "Christmas, I've never been one to celebrate it, but since coming here, the manager has made a point of ensuring we take some time out to have fun. With your birthday and Christmas? This will prove to be a most relaxing time of year." "Ha, maybe," Trevor admitted, smiling slightly. "This time of year is usually a gauntlet of parties for me. Grandma's birthday, then mine, Christmas Eve with Mom's side of the family, Christmas Day with Dad's side of the family, all back to back. Lots of food, lots of drinking, lots of good company." He trailed off, voice turning wistful and nostalgic. His eyes glazed over a bit, watching old memories pass by as snowflakes drifted in the air outside. He hoped his family was doing okay. Lord, did he miss them? "That sounds fun. Tiring, but fun," Kuma said with a smile, sympathetic to Trevor's nostalgia. He unlocked the front door, testing the handle to get rid of any frost, and moved back to the counter. "It may be a little bit different with us, but we do try to make it as good a time of year as any. I'm sure Hinamai would like us to spend Christmas with her, too." "Oh, absolutely," Trevor agreed, wiping down whatever dirty spots he could find on the tables. "I'll have to see about getting a gift for her. She likes her books, so maybe I'll try getting her something she hasn't read yet. Oh, actually, does Anteiku do anything like a Secret Santa, or is it just a do-your-own-thing kinda deal?" "The latter. Frankly, I've not really thought about doing that. It might be fun." Kuma mused, rubbing his chin. "It may be worth bringing up with the manager, and see if everyone else is interested. It certainly adds a more surprising element to it all." Trevor shrugged. "Certainly no harm in it. It certainly spice things up in a less volatile way, that's for sure." For some reason, that train of thought reminded him of something almost entirely unrelated. "Say, Kuma, a little off topic, but by chance have you seen or heard about Nishiki coming by Anteiku at all in the past week?" Kuma shut his eyes for a few moments, trying to recall. "Nishiki-kun? No. He rarely comes by Anteiku in the first place." "Were you expecting him, Trevor-kun? I was not aware you were on better terms with him." Kinda. I ran into him about a week ago and he was in a real bad way, starving, pretty sure," Trevor explained. "I suggested to him that he come by here so he could, eat without too much worry." He sighed. "Guess he wasn't keen on listening to me, which I should have figured. He is nothing if not hard-headed. But I would not worry too much, he is a young man who can look after himself." The greeting bell rang. A bob of brown hair speckled with melting snow, full lips, and a heavy, fur collar coat. The woman was familiar, for a particularly striking image of her stuck in Trevor's head. "Taser girl. Speak of the devil." Trevor blinked, nearly struck dumb by the appearance of Nishiki's girlfriend right as they were talking about him. What a small world, or something. He supposed more bullshit things had happened in his life before, though. "Oh, hey, Kimi-san, right?" Trevor greeted, managing a small wave from behind the counter. She nodded in response, retreating into her coat, looking between the two members of staff. "I'm looking for manager for Yoshimura-san. Is he in?" she asked, looking particularly tired herself. "Yeah, should be," he answered slowly, brows knitting in concern. "Let me go see if he's not too busy." "Thank you," she said without acknowledging the fact that she had met Trevor before. Kuma stepped up, his voice calm as a still pond. "Can I interest you in a coffee while you wait?" "Yes, please. 2 sugar, no milk. Coming right up. As Kuma began to prepare the coffee, Trevor made his way upstairs and knocked on the manager's door. Enter, came the voice of the manager. Hello, sir, Trevor greeted, stepping inside. There's a human woman here, specifically asked to speak with you. The manager, apparently in the middle of some housekeeping with several folders of paperwork laid out and ready to be reorganized, looked over at Trevor with a harmless smile. Oh? I do hope it is not because of bad customer service. Do you know why? He asked, turning to face Trevor completely, hands folded behind his back. I doubt it's because of that, sir, Trevor offered with a shrug. But I can't say I know the exact reasoning. I'm right, she'd specifically asked him not to tell anyone about her relationship with Nishiki. Well, I'm pretty sure she might know who we really are, and it might be something related to that. Otherwise, I don't know. I see, I see. Very well. I'll be down in a moment, I just need to put some of this away before I get distracted. The manager gathered some of the paperwork together, tapping it on his desk to straighten it up and stashing them away in their folder once more. Not often we get inquiries from humans about that side of the business, but it's not unheard of. Trevor quirked an eyebrow. I might be interested in hearing about those other occasions, but perhaps another time. The woman seemed a bit troubled, so I don't think we should keep her waiting. I'm aware, no need to remind me, Trevor-kun, the manager said, proceeding with his miniature clean-up. A few moments later, the office looked much better already with the paperwork stashed away neatly. There. If I came back to that, I would just be lost, the manager exhales, content with the brief bit of organizing. He walks to the door and past Trevor with a nod, and down to the ground floor. In the time since, Kimmy had received her coffee and was just about to start it when Trevor returned with the manager. She blew off the rising steam, only noticing Trevor's return after a few seconds. She looked over to him and the manager, mid-sip. The manager stepped forward, bowing his head. Good morning, ma'am. I am the manager of this establishment, Yoshimura. How can I help? Kimmy visibly hesitated, eyes shifty. It's about, you know. Food. Not for me, but for someone else. The manager raised his head, letting out a contemplative hum. I see. I suppose this may be best discussed with some privacy, no? Kimmy nodded. I'm not really sure how this whole system works, so if it costs anything. The manager raised his hand before she could continue. Free of charge. I believe I have an inkling of who you are asking for, and for him to come to us, well, he must be in need. Follow me, ma'am. With that, the manager led Kimmy to the back of the cafe, and down into the basement. A large cool storage unit was kept down there, functionally a giant fridge. Unsurprisingly, it is where all the other product was kept. Not a familiar face. You recognize her, Trevor-kun? Kuma asked once the manager was on, resting on the counter while twirling a butter knife between his fingers. Ran into her some time ago, he supplied. If Yoshimura pretty much knew already as he implied, and Kuma had heard Trevor call her by name in that moment of surprise. She's connected to Nishiki, pretty sure. Nice girl. Tried to taste me when we first met. Oh. That's a neat little coincidence, isn't it? But weirder things have happened in my time. Not too sure about the whole tossing thing, but if that is what she enjoys, I am not one to judge. Kuma shrugged. Different strokes for different folks, as they say, Trevor offered, not feeling much need to elaborate further. Such a colorful world we live in. Helter-skelter was, as usual, quite comfy. The heat was on full blast to match the frigid conditions outside, and it was notably empty, bringing on the question of how often Idari actually got customers for the more recreational side of her business. Then again, with the other side of it, she may not even need a consistent flow of customers. They might just pay enough to keep the place. Idari herself rested her chin on a palm, and her elbow on the bar top, looking as bored as, humanly possible. A slow day for everyone, it seemed. Yo, Idari, Trevor called out as he stepped inside, wiping the snow off his shoes before walking to the bar proper. Guess who finally paid a visit to a certain place of interest to you? Oh thank God something's happening, Idari whined, shooting upright, her dull expression replaced by an eager grin. Was it you? It better be you, Trevor. If it's not, I'm kicking your ass right back into the snow, with no shoes. Yikes, you must really be starved for any kind of activity, aren't you? Trevor said with a roll of his eyes, plopping down on the bar stool across from her. As a matter of fact, yes. Just last night, in fact. Against my better judgment, I might add. Have you seen the weather? Of course I'm starved, nobody's out doing anything. She huffed, speaking in a likely literal manner, but also figurative. But go on, go on. Wording it like that, you make it sound like it was exciting. Trevor blanched, tapping his fingers against the wooden countertop. If by exciting you mean goddamn terrifying, then sure. It's a gladiator pit, Idari. High-class looking ghouls all sit around this cage-like arena and watch as humans get butchered by scrappers. You know what those are? The byproduct of a strange hobby. Rearing humans to fight for you? Pointless, unless it's for entertainment. I figured it was about as tactless as its name, but a gladiator pit is, an interesting choice. She raised her hands in a vague, uncertain gesture. That was likely the nicest thing she could say about the idea. But that's good to know. What else you got? Strange isn't how I'd describe it, Trevor grumbled, but shook his head and forced the anger down for the time being. Tsukiyama invited me, of course, and was referred to as while we were there. We spent most of our time seated with a man named Suda, guy with a clown mask and very, well, sociable and chatty. Still unnerved the hell out of me. Suda, hey? So that's where he's at these days. Also good to know. He talks a lot, it's true, but mostly harmless from what I remember. Suda, any other names? Lady by the name of Madame A, looked like a model straight out of a magazine, he supplied. Evidently one of the scrapper hobbyists and provided the scrapper for the event. Prefers the brute force method, if her product is anything to go by. Didn't get a chance to talk to her. Because I would have throttled her if I had, he mentally added. Sound like anyone you might know. Idari tapped her finger against the bar top, running the name through her head, trying to recall. I don't know her, but I know of her. Difficult person to get much information on, but she has her fair share of resources. How would you describe her scrapper? Big dude straight out of a horror movie. Gargantuan, horribly out of proportion with bulging muscles that looked about ready to burst out of his skin, Trevor recalled with a grimace. Wore suspenders and had a bag with eye holes cut out for his head, which I'm pretty sure didn't even have a neck to connect with so much as sheer muscle. Wielded a hacksaw, and was strong enough to just casually rip. He winced, then let out a breath. Rip a person apart with no trouble. Idari's expression had taken on a more serious, contemplative look. Really now? Humans have enough trouble opening jars, let alone ripping each other apart. Scrappers are human, at the end of the day, so it brings something into question. Madame A must be putting some powerful stuff in their feed. She paused, steepling her fingers together, smile returning. I'm curious, I'll admit. You think you could take him in a fight? The scrapper, that is. Trevor pondered it, pressing his lips into a thin line as he considered it. Yeah, I think so. Even putting aside my own strength as a ghoul, his body is horribly designed for a serious fight. He's so top-heavy that it'd be too easy to damage his legs and have him go tumbling down. He frowned, remembering something else. Suda had called them gladiators and chefs in equal part, but they're really just glorified butchers. Useful for instilling terror, at best. Not what I'd call practical in any way. To be fair, they're probably not much of a gladiator either. You're right though, they're likely just made to look impressive. Show off to the other ghouls, let them know you make good stuff or something like that, she thought aloud, wafting her hand about. I'll have to look into that, and see what exactly she's doing to get such interesting sounding specimens. You interested in some more work? Trevor's hands tightened. The very idea of scrappers made him sick to his stomach, and going to the ghoul restaurant had stoked something inside him. Whether or not it came from a good place was another question entirely, but he did know one thing. He wanted the practice gone. I think I might be, he answered, tapping a finger on the wood. What did you have in mind? Nothing too big. Just a bit of snooping around, finding out what's going down on Madame A's range. But maybe not you, not the job for you. You've already gotten in with Tsukiyama, or so instead we should just focus on the restaurant. How was he, by the way? Act strange at all? He tried to act coy when Suda suggested he was getting involved in politics, and found a very polite way of telling the clown to shut up about it, Trevor said, hiding his disappointment. And, well, I did manage to see his facade crack once, even if briefly. He smirked slightly. When I didn't show up alone, but with Irimi on my arm instead. Strange choice for a date night, Trevor. Good work, though. Tsukiyama's a tough cookie to crack, but that's not exactly a good thing. It means he clearly wanted to spend some time alone with you, for one reason or another. Hopefully it's for a more innocent reason. She returned the smirk, tittering cheekily. So we've learned quite a bit. Enough for me to work around, enough for me to be happy with our little exchange. So, with that in mind. She leaned over the bar top. What questions do you have, young man? Trevor hummed, contemplating. What kind of Kagun does Tsukiyama have? And if you know Suda's as well, I'm curious about that. I feel like he may be a recurring figure if I'm going back there and I'd rather be prepared. From what I recall, the Tsukiyama family are partly defined by their Kaukaku type Kagun. Ever run into one before? She asked, moving on to the next point. Suda's an unknown to me, sorry. I don't think he really fights, if I'm to be honest. Kaukaku. Yamo had taught him about those, Kagun that came from beneath the shoulder blades. High density, tough as all hell, could take the form of armor, swords, hammers, essentially, the bruiser type. Pretty separated from Trevor as a rinkaku. I've never fought one, but I know of them, Trevor said. He'd have to ask Yamo on how best to counter that type next time they trained. At least I'll know what to expect, whenever Tsukiyama decides our friendship is over. Thinking ahead, getting ready for a fight. Now you're thinking like a ghoul. I like it. Now, Suda's comments about politics is interesting, because the Tsukiyama family is not without their connections. In particular, Tsukiyama's father is quite friendly with a few, very important, humans. They've always stayed out of it though. I wouldn't place Tsukiyama as the sort to actually involve himself in it, though. Perhaps the times are a-changing, Trevor offered with a shrug. Maybe Tsukiyama wants yet more clout, even among human circles, or maybe he has some other goal that he needs politics to reach towards. Or Suda was simply being a cheeky fucker. I got that impression from him just by watching the guy. That sounds more in character. For now, we'll just stick with the restaurant. Madame A is a good start. Maybe you can get more out of him, who knows. Idari turned around and moved about behind the bar, eventually turning back around with a glass of something red, sliding it over to Trevor. On the house. Consider it a benefit of being a business partner. Cheers to that, Trevor replied, taking the glass. If he was going to be risking his life for the sake of improving relations with the local information broker, a free drink was the least he could ask for in return. Tsukiyama made it clear he wanted to meet with me again. I'll let you know what fruit these little dates bear for us. You're a little bit crazy, Trevor-kun. Even with ghouls, I don't think many of them would go this far for lil old me. She chuckled, bringing a hand to her chest. If I did not know better, I would feel flattered. But it is appreciated anyway. Thanks for being crazy, Trevor-kun. It's really useful. Trevor snorted and rolled his eyes, taking a sip of the drink. Way I see it, knowledge is power. Especially in a place like this. I'd just like to know everything I can before the problems inevitably come my way. You can just say you like the company, you know. It's fine. He laughed at that. Yeah, the company is good too. Fishing for compliments, I see how it is. I wouldn't stick around if I didn't like you. Idari smiled, a smug-looking thing. And there's my compliment tax. At least one per encounter, you hear me. You'll get two at most per encounter, any more and Irimi would probably gut me, Trevor stated firmly. So that's how that relationship is, hey. She looked at Trevor, eyes full of pity. I'm so sorry for your parts. I'm sure it'll be worth it in the end. I don't care for these disingenuous assertions on my private life, Trevor huffed. Besides, Irimi's, like, an amazing woman that's helped me a lot anyway, so I don't mind. He took another indignant drink as if that helped prove his point. Oh. So you're like that, are you? He was not helping himself in the slightest. Idari took a coy little sip from her own glass. Certainly explains why you are willing to throw yourself into danger anyway. Feel free to stick around as long as you like, at least until you're confident to confront the snow again. You must be really bored if you are saying that to someone you just started using as a verbal punching bag, Trevor accused. But I'll stay at least until this drink is done, so I have some kind of booze blanket before heading out. Smart man. Drink up Trevor, to a job well done. She raised her glass. Chok-di, Trevor replied, clinking his glass against hers. Oh, that's Thai for cheers, by the way. In case you wanted to learn something else today. I'm sure it'll be useful someday. Just not right now. Kimmy looked like shit, for a lack of better words. Tired and worn out simply didn't do justice to the raw amount of stress it looked like she had been going through, as she stepped into Anteiku once more, not 24 hours after her last visit. Trevor was alone that morning, opening up before the others arrived. Seeing someone stand at the door an hour before it was even supposed to open was unusual, to say the least. Hello. He trailed off, upon noticing how terrible Kimmy looked. Shit, you okay? He asked, voice heavy with concern. Been better, she replied with an attempt at mirth, failing miserably. I just didn't know where else to go. Who else to ask? Kimmy shivered on the spot, pulling her coat tighter. I don't know what to do. Trevor frowned, leaning forward slightly. Well, I'll listen to whatever you have to say. And if you want anything, he slid the menu forward to her, all you have to do is ask. Don't worry about paying, I'll cover it. She glanced at the menu for a few moments before focusing back on Trevor, running a hand up and down the side of her face. It's about Nisahyo Nishiki, I mean. I can't get him to heal. The little bit of food he had yesterday wasn't enough, and last night, it just got worse. He can't even drink his stupid brand of instant coffee right now. She let out, leaning forward to cup her forehead in her hands. I'm not sure if he needs more food or what. I'm just looking for someone who knows more than me, here. Of course it had to do with Nishiki. As far as Trevor knew, the only way he could get better was by eating more. How well you ate had a direct correlation to how well you healed, when it came to ghouls. Unfortunately, the manager had the keys to the secret fridge, and he wasn't in yet. It sounds to me like he just needs to eat more, Trevor sighed as he started heating up some tea. Just simple stuff, but at the very least it'd give her something to do and soothe the nerves. But I can't get you more until the boss gets back, so we'll have to wait. How was he when you left, this morning? Screaming. The weight of a single word. The way she had to force herself to say it said much about how it was impacting her. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I've spent years learning about biology, medicine, treatments, medical practices and conduct, only for it all to be useless the moment my boyfriend needs it. It is ridiculous, Trevor agreed with some frustration, minding the tea until it was ready, sliding a steaming cup toward her. I really don't get why ghouls can only have one food source. For an organism as complex as, or even more complex than a human, that just makes no sense. The fact that modern medicine hasn't caught up with something that's existed for God knows how long is disappointing. He let out a breath, shaking his head. Kimmy rubbed her forehead. It is. There's actually a law prohibiting widespread dissemination of that sort of information about ghouls. The CCG and their affiliates are the only ones who really know about the material surrounding them, she explained, sound as exasperated as she looked. At least it took her mind off of Nishiki for a moment. You're allowed to figure things out on your own, but the actual academic business? That's all locked away. I can't help him without it. Trevor frowned, tapping his fingers against the counter. That sounds, frankly, incredibly stupid. Withholding information on ghouls like that is counterproductive at best, self-destructive at worst. That just cuts off so many people that could be trying to research and figure out solutions to the problem. Like, hell, given enough time, I'm sure they could figure out a way around the food issue. At the very least, create synthetic meat that might as well be the real thing. As he kept going, he spoke a little quicker and with a little more energy than before, clarity coming to his eyes. It won't outright fix everything, but at least it'd be a serious step forward. At least, I'd like to think so. The synthetic meat idea has been tried before. There's issues with RC cell count, something they can't really wrap their head around. The reason it has any restrictions in the first place is because, technically, under Japanese law, ghoul corpses are property of the state. More specifically, the Commission of Counter-Ghoul, she said, revealing a bit of information most ghouls probably didn't even know. Their bodies didn't even belong to them, if they died. If you were going to do anything, you'd need permission from them, and then they'd likely just make you an affiliate. He began to reply, but something she'd said gave him pause. RC cell count? Trevor echoed, tilting his head to the side. Never heard of that before. You and most of the general public. It's what your cogun is made out of, that liquidy muscle stuff. Humans and ghouls have them, but in different quantities. Kimmy was staring right at the tea, but not drinking it. It was like she hadn't even noticed it. It's all weird. The qualities and behaviors of the cells are strange. But, I only know this because I ask. She finally took the cup in her fingers, sipping from it carefully. How never mind. Do you do, deliveries, or something? Trevor watched her for a few moments, then let out a breath and leaned back a little. I can bring some over once I have access to it, he offered. After a pause, he said, no delivery charge, as a weak attempt at humor. Because that was my major concern, she smiled, his attempt hitting home. I just don't want to leave him alone for too long. Understandable, Trevor nodded. But, be careful. I know you two care a lot about each other and he wouldn't want to hurt you, but that might be forgotten if he's in a bad enough way and gets too desperate. He might lose himself. If that's the case, you should be prepared, he cautioned. I'll try to drop by as soon as possible, either way. Kimmy threw back the tea, exhaling after downing it so quickly. College skills. Thanks for the concern. It's something I've accepted, that all it could take is one bad day for me to get hurt. But, that's the same with everyone. I wouldn't leave him alone because of that. She stood, looking a bit better after their brief talk. It had clearly been a long night for her, focusing on one thing and wearing herself out over it. It was a break for her. And thanks for helping out, Trevor-san. Don't mention it, I'm happy to help, Trevor said with a smile, before leaning in for a conspiratorial whisper. If you ask my co-workers, I'm a bit too happy to help, but hey, as far as character flaws go, I like to think it's not so bad. You could be in love with your natural, Mother Nature given, predator, she muttered, frustrated at her own tastes. I'll see you later. You remember where we live? Trevor snorted. I suppose so. And yet, I remember. See you in a bit, Kimmy-san. Take care. She smiled, bowing low before leaving the cafe, disappearing into the snowy streets. And then he was alone, with time to burn. What's a half-ghoul to do? Man, Nishiki is one lucky guy. With a grunt, Trevor straightened up and turned on the radio, figuring he could jam a little until things picked up around Anteiku. Dash. The manager looked surprised when Trevor requested some of Anteiku's special product, but did not turn him down. In fact, he appeared a tad disappointed that he was not there to help when Kimmy showed up. He encouraged Trevor on out, almost booting him into the street from the back of the store. He was a man who cared, that much was clear. Something Trevor was quietly thankful for as he headed out, being sure to hastily make his way to Kimmy and Nishiki's place and not wanting to waste any more time. The streets were busy despite the annual snowfall, and the way to Nishiki's place was well gridded. Once he arrived, Trevor could hear a quiet groan coming from the second-floor apartment. Right away, he knocked, calling out, Kimmy-san, it's Trevor. No answer, other than a slight shuffling from within. It stayed that way, until an airy, haggard what the fuck came from within. Clearly not Kimmy's voice. The hell are you doing here, you motherfucker? The pain shot into his voice like a bullet, cutting him off. Nishiki. Trevor suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Nishiki was and always will be an asshole, but he was an asshole that was hurting. He was also worried about Kimmy, so there he was. Helping you, he grunted, going on to open the door, which really should have been locked. Coming in. Special delivery, he said as he stepped inside. There was an almost clinical smell to Nishiki's apartment, a sign that Kimmy had done all she could to help her boyfriend. Where's Kimmy? Nishiki called from deeper in the apartment, sounding confused and disorientated. A piece of paper crumbled under Trevor's foot. He frowned, brows furrowing. I don't know, dude, Trevor replied to Nishiki, picking up the paper and inspecting it. It was folded in half, and a rose went through it. Holy shit. Please tell me this isn't what I think it is, he breathed, eyes widening and heart pounding. Flowery borders lined the piece of high-quality card paper, the lettering handwritten in perfect English with what appeared to be a fountain pen of all things. Trevor-kun. Let us enjoy dinner tonight at 10 p.m. I believe we have some matters to discuss. The lady with whom you were conversing with shall be accompanying me. Shall we not enjoy a special night together? P.S. She is unharmed, so do not worry about that. However, I cannot promise that shall remain the case if you do not attend tonight. Instructions are as follows. A church. He wanted to meet Trevor in a church. What was even more frustrating was how he ended the letter. Kind regards and love. Tsukiyama Shiyu. Trevor stared at the letter, a harsh ringing echoing in his ears as he read it over and over again. His hands shook, and the sound of his teeth grinding was actually audible. He was barely keeping himself from ripping the damn thing into pieces. Tsukiyama. He growled. You motherfucker. He cursed and shook his head, stomping over to Nishiki and grumbling under his breath. Fucking Saturday morning cartoon villain motherfucking piece of shit, he spat. You're going to eat all of this, get your strength back for tonight because you're gonna need it. Motherfucking Tsukiyama has her. Says she's unharmed. We're gonna make sure it stays that way. Wait, what? Came the reply of Nishiki, the sound of feet on wooden flooring thumping through the apartment. He stuck his head out of his room, looking pale and disheveled, the bags under his eyes dark. But the anger on his face looked raw, unabated by his current weakness. Wait, what? He said again, glaring at Trevor. Here, he sent this, Trevor grunted, tossing Nishiki the letter before kneeling down to undo the packaging of his delivery. If you can't read English. Of course I fucking can't. He shouted, going into a wheeze. He finally stepped out of his room, weight leaning on the door frame. Specks of blood stained his white shirt, and his legs visibly shuddered from the weight of standing. Where is he? At some church at 10 p.m., Trevor said, voice thick with tension and aggravation. He's using her as a fucking hostage to get me to talk to him. Or to eat me. I don't fucking know what his deal is anymore. He took out some of the meat, for once his anger keeping the disgust of what he was holding at bay. Eat. Nishiki ignored it completely, something that would be impossible for most ghouls. Between the smell and taste of it, their attention would be grabbed immediately, but... How the fuck did you drag Kimmy into this? Why are you dealing with that narcissist in the first place? Hey. He was focused purely on Kimmy. Trevor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, or at least try to. With the accusations thrown in his face, guilt did start to sink in after the initial rage. I was trying to help her help you, he slowly replied in a measured tone. I never did anything to try and get her involved in my personal business. For all the fucking worth that's been. Trevor's hands balled into fists, and he shook his head. I was dealing with the purple fucker in the first place because he knows things I need to know. Obviously that was a mistake. He sighed. I'm sorry. And he meant it. Nishiki's stare did not lighten up. His grip on the doorframe tightened, as futile as it was in his current state. Come man, he's clearly an asshole. Fuck it, never mind. Throw it, he rasped, extending a hand outwards. I don't think I'll be much help against Tsukiyama, but I don't plan on leaving Kimmy alone. Trevor tossed him the meat. You and me both. Just, leave Tsukiyama to me, you can focus on getting her out of there. He paused, mulling things over. And I've got friends I can rely on, though I suspect if Irimi shows up again he'll just flip the table and make everything worse for us. Not the dog, he said, bringing the still cold cut of meat up to his mouth. Liver. He wolfed it down, teeth gnashing at what was once a person with a fevered look to his eyes. You kidding me? He'd just kill Kimmy. Do you even know what kind of beast Kaya-san used to be? He wiped at his mouth, panting after rapidly chewing down his food. He only continued to consume as Trevor handed him more, like a man starved. Something about being one of 2 devil kings of the 20th ward, Trevor replied. And vague references to her being a monster that dominated everyone. Enough to get the impression that she cast a large shadow back in the day. But yet. You're right, I won't call her. Good. The Black Dobers were big time, a few years back. Her rating was, what, SS? He ruminated, looking a lot better already. Not fighting fit, but some color was returning. The kind of ghoul you'd see one of those special class investigators coming out to fight. Who else could you bring? Trevor clicked his tongue, mulling it over. Toka would probably be willing to help if I asked. She hates Tsukiyama big time. I could try Imo, too. He's been helping me a lot with training, so who knows. The shitty kid. Go with the shitty kid. Trust me, he'll hate it. Despite himself, Trevor snorted. I know that much. Fine, I'll give her a call. You eat up, growing boy. He slid over the rest of the package to Nishiki, standing up and reaching for his phone. Gonna need all your strength to rescue your girlfriend. In a scene of outright desperation, Nishiki dropped to his knees, ripping and tearing at what was left of the food, falling into something of a feeding frenzy, completely ignoring Trevor as he made his call. What? Came Toka's hushed greeting. Hey, how much do you want to ruin Tsukiyama's good time tonight? Trevor asked. What they? She paused, the words processing in her head over the line. That almost sounds romantic. Time and place. Trevor rolled his eyes, but gave her the pertinent information. Including the hostage situation and key parties. Got it. 10. Creepy church for a creepy creeper, Shidashiki's unfortunate girlfriend. Well, it was an accurate summary if nothing else. MHM, Trevor hummed. See you there. And thanks. Don't wait for me. With that, she hung up. A weird request. Well? Nishiki asked, glowering up at Trevor, rage bubbling away behind his glasses. It was not directed at Trevor, for once. She's in, he answered, sliding his phone into his pocket. She said to not wait for her, too. Guess she's going for the element of surprise. He frowned, considering. Tsukiyama will probably figure you're gonna be around somewhere, since he dropped the note at your place. He'll be prepared. Like hell will he. I'll kick his guts out from his ass, that narcissist fuck, he rasped, standing up once more with a slight hunch. What's stopping us from going now, anyway? Other than waiting for the kid. We got over 12 hours until then, Trevor told him. Tsukiyama probably won't even be there until close to the appointed time. I want to kick his fucking teeth in almost as much as you, but we don't know where he'll be at this hour. Best we could do is, maybe scope out the church, see the layout. TSH. Never mind. I'll just focus on not feeling like shit until then. He lifted his top, showing the extensive bandage work he had done to his torso, spots of red seeping through still. It didn't heal right, after you and that shitty kid showed up. Then those jackasses from that one night only made it worse. Dude. Trevor leaned in, inspecting the wounds. Were you not eating much even back then? He mused, before something else finally clicked. Wait, you mentioned something earlier about Tsukiyama stalking you. What's the deal there? I hate his guts. I'm enemies with people I hate, he said as if it was as simple as that. And I don't eat much, enough to fight. Enough that I can look Kimmy in the eye and say I'm trying. That made Trevor pause. It sounded, eerily similar to his own circumstances. Eat enough so he could defend himself, never in excess and never outright hunting. All for the faint hope that maybe, just maybe, if he ever saw his family again, he'd be able to face them. It was just a dream. One he desperately hoped could be real, and something he clung to keep him going. I understand the sentiment, Trevor said in a shaky, tired voice. He ran a hand through his hair, looking at the ground. For what it's worth, I really am sorry, man. Kimmy doesn't deserve to get caught in my fuck UPS. I'll make sure she gets back safe. Nishiki tutted, not looking Trevor in the eye, staring past him. Shut up. I've got to take responsibility myself. What she gets for being my girlfriend, that idiot. Why would a human date a ghoul, of all things? Trevor was quiet for a few moments, folding his arms across his chest. I don't know. But for whatever reason, she loves you, even if you think you don't deserve it. I've felt similar, before. I can't speak for you, but for me. I dunno, that's enough for me to want to make it work. He sighed and shrugged. She really is an incredible gal, from the limited time I've spoken with her. Maybe she sees something incredible in you. It was strange, trying to talk about such things with the man who tried to kill him over a month ago, but time passed. Nishiki was down, brought low by circumstance, and now Trevor saw why he acted the way he did. Still an asshole, but it looked like his heart was in the right place. It was far easier to be sympathetic towards him than the likes of Tsukiyama, that was for sure. Yet. She is. Don't get any ideas. Trevor snorted. Don't worry about me, boyo. I'm already on my way toward being spoken for. There's a reason Irimi was first to come to mind earlier. That caught Nishiki's attention, eyes wide. So you really like women who can kick your ass, huh? That is always what people say, Jesus Christ, Trevor groaned. Why do people always assume that? Can't I just like her company? I dunno. You have that air about you. I mean, there's no problem with it, man. It's your taste, I guess. Trevor clicked his tongue. I didn't even know how strong she was when we started dating, he grumbled. That was certainly a church. Only Tsukiyama could have picked the western church with vines creeping up the side of it, flowers running rampant in the surrounding brushes. And only Tsukiyama could have been playing an organ. Man, really? Nishiki muttered, looking better but utterly done and disgusted with what he was both seeing and hearing. Bastard sure loves his theatrics, Trevor sighed, shaking his head. What a weirdo. He might have found Tsukiyama's antics more amusing if it weren't for the whole hostage situation. Whatever. What were you thinking about doing? I was going to just walk in, since that's probably expected of me and I'd rather not piss him off before we even see Kimmy. I'm going right through those biggest doors, the tired-looking ghoul declared, already taking a step forward. That was that, then. Nishiki put his hand to the large wooden door, pushing it open slowly and carefully with a creak. Tsukiyama's music blared through the gap, only pausing for the briefest of moments as he looked up from his playing. Between him and the door was a quaint, well-maintained place of worship. Although relatively small compared to quite a few American churches, it was clearly well made. It did its job, and nothing more. Do you like Beethoven? Came the deceptively relaxing voice of Tsukiyama. If his music touches you, the transparent darkness of Europe from a different time comes to mind. He looked up once more, not even to the door, but to the body upon the altar. Man, really? Nishiki growled out between his teeth, looking about ready to dart forward. Not a good idea, he still wasn't in good shape. Trevor narrowed his eyes, annoyed that he couldn't get a good look at how Kimmy was doing. Laying down, unconscious, and that was it. His hands balled into fists at the sight. She's up there because of me. God damn it. He had to fix this. Tsukiyama, he called out, slowly stepping forward down the aisle. If you wanted to have a serious talk, you could have just told me. You didn't have to drag her into this. Voice was barely level. He had to keep control. He had to keep his anger down, until the right moment. Yes, well, I did not have to drag her into this, much as you did not have to drag Black Dober into our arrangements. Tea is only fair, non. He explained, a self-assured smug smirk on his unblemished features. He hadn't even acknowledged Nishiki, eyes on Trevor as he moved to stand from the organ, a single hand still playing a few notes. But this is a good location, no? Perfect atmosphere, good conditions, all in favor of airing out the truth. Trevor grunted. He'd allow Tsukiyama that one, if only because digging into semantics would lead to an argument, and he personally doubted his ability to win, or at the least not get frustrated. All right then. What is the truth? He asked, still walking, edging closer and closer. Why do you not tell me? You were digging for something from the get-go, were you not? Monsieur, you must be silly to think I would not have noticed, especially after invoking a bodyguard of some repute, he pointed out, a hand on his hip while the other idly played the organ. Skilled fingers. As for myself, I believe you know what I intend to do with you now, Trevor-kun. I was rather conflicted, between the slightest taste of your blood and the fact you appear to have a brain. But you resolved that for me. Trevor grinned his teeth, fighting down the pounding in his heart. Tsukiyama wanted to eat him. That was clear as day. I invoked Irimi for the simple reason that I didn't want to get caught into a trap that night, Trevor said slowly. And you want to know what I was digging for? Fine. 3 things, though you already know the first. I wanted to learn more about ghouls, what they do, where they come from, what kind of culture they have, all that stuff. That much was genuine. Second, Rizkami Shiro. Though I don't remember anymore, that woman evidently played a big role in my circumstances here, and I wanted to know what happened the night she died, which I've been told I was there for. Third, I wanted to see what the ghoul restaurant was. What it did, how it worked, who ran it. I wanted to see what ghoul high society looked like. I wanted knowledge, Tsukiyama. That's all I wanted. And maybe someone, anyone, that could at least offer more than a shrug when I try to ask bigger questions. He narrowed his eyes. So much so that I'd even talk to someone who very obviously saw me as a piece of meat and little else. There was a certain glint in Tsukiyama's eyes, his smile widening, as if Trevor's words had just proved him right in one way or another. He went to speak. Tsukiyama. Nishiki was done. I won't let you mess around with Kimi's life, you piece of. Oh my. Nishio Nishiki-kun, it has been a while. I'll be honest, I did not intend to summon you here, but... He finally looked at Nishiki, appraising him quietly for a second. I thought I had heard some remarkable stories about you, lately. I did not think it would turn out that you'd be a walking disappointment, to say the least. Give her back, you gross smug bastard, Nishiki hissed, body hunched, looking like he was about to leap the gap between them. Give her back? Oh, I see. Tsukiyama stepped away from the organ, putting an end to the music. He brought his foot up, resting it on the altar, gesturing to Kimi's unmoving body. Had you intended to consume her, Nishio-kun? I am sorry to say that she is to be tonight's dinner spice. I have yet to begin the process, though, and I'd like to sample Trevor-kun while he is at his freshest. Trevor's ears began to ring, his entire body growing even tenser at the words. Nishiki's teeth ground together. His smile turned pleasant. Too pleasant. What I'm saying is that I'd like to eat Trevor-kun, while Trevor-kun is eating her. That is what I want. What? Trevor exclaimed, eyes bulging. He made retching noises, placing a hand over his mouth. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck it. He was so done with all that bullshit. Fucking pervert. Nishiki growled. Wrong with me? Not much, I would say. I am simply a man who seeks to find himself, and were my feelings perverse in any manner. A blur of a movement. What space was left between Trevor, Nishiki, and Tsukiyama was eliminated in a blink. Tsukiyama's fingers already dug into Nishiki's shirt. Then would that not also be partly your fault, Trevor-kun? Nishiki went to move, to resist the sudden contact, only to be shoved away. Tsukiyama's palm struck out, colliding with Nishiki's jaw. Flesh rippled from the force, an audible crack coming from the contact, both from the blow itself and from the broken pews that followed Nishiki's brief flight. Tsukiyama finger-gunned after him. You can rest over there, Amiko. He had moved almost as fast as Yumo. Without any preparation or change in stance. Trevor had known he was a tough customer, but seeing it now. Trevor gulped, lowering into a stance. What choice did he have, when this fucking monster wanted to eat him? Fight, or die. Hopefully he could buy enough time for Nishiki to get Kimi out of there, or last long enough until Toka showed up. Without another word, he launched at Tsukiyama with all the speed he could muster, fist swinging right for his jaw. Fist met forearm. Tsukiyama was still smiling, amused at Trevor's attempt at hitting him. He was letting him try again. Trevor sneered, grabbing onto Tsukiyama's forearm and yanking downward before sending a bent knee right into his neck, all the while twisting the arm. Contact. Tsukiyama let out a GRK with Trevor's knee hitting true, arm twisted in a most uncomfortable-looking manner. Unrefined, like a baby bird taking its first flight, tottering along. Tsukiyama rose back upright, Kokugan glowing bright, black, and crimson eyes leering at Trevor. This, my friend dash. A painful vibration rocked Trevor's body, starting from his jaw and resonating through. It may as well have been a blur of purple. Is a punch. His twisted arm corrected itself, gripping onto Trevor's in return. He held up his fist to Trevor. A real fist. He then shoved Trevor away, much as he had Nishiki. He moved effortlessly, like a dancer, body winding on the spot, leg raised. And straight into his side. Trevor let out a wordless cry, briefly blinded by the sheer pain that racked his body. It was without a doubt the worst pain he'd experienced since this whole nightmare started, worse than Nishiki, worse than the Q bullets, worse than Amen. He fell to the ground, chest heaving and sweating bullets. Beneath his skin, the Kogun began to itch, pushing upward. His back bulged, not quite releasing them into the air. Not yet. He growled, pushing himself up with a fist and spitting on the ground. Every motion hurt, so soon after the attack. You have a strong mind, pushing through even after that. I commend you. What kind of attack would you like to see next, Trevor-kun? I do have to break your body into pieces, after all dash. The rustle of movement, and a darting image of blue crossed before Trevor, landing off to the side on one of the pews, crouching on it like a gargoyle. Tsukiyama inclined to the side, turning around with a hand to his face. How about that one? Tuka said. Just a regular surprise attack. Tsukiyama corrected himself, facing them once more, hand over his eyes, blood trailing down beneath it. Thank God, Trevor breathed. You're welcome, Tuka replied, a small smile on her otherwise serious expression. Was gonna say you're more like an angel right now, but that works too, Trevor managed, shaking himself off and feeling the recovery working on him. He was still winded, but it was nowhere near as unbearable. Tuka pursed her lips, a slight hint of red to her cheeks. Not now. She hopped off from the pew, getting into stance, stretching out her arms. Shorts that went to her knees, and a blue hoodie. She came in looking ready for a workout. My. This is a tough situation. Tsukiyama said, taking his hand away, looking down at the ground. He tugged, and then looked up. It has been a while since I've been grazed. A jagged line ran across his eyes and nose, blood pouring from it, but looking superficial, almost, with how Tsukiyama carried himself, smiling still. He reached into his pocket blindly, taking out a handkerchief and wiping away at it. Trevor charged while he was distracted, lunging for Tsukiyama. Straightening his fingers into a knife hand, he chopped at his enemy's cut eyes, seeking to take advantage of any weak point he could find. The Kogun were ready to burst at a moment's notice from his back. Tsukiyama's hand peeled away, revealing his perfectly functional eyes, weaving back in time to avoid the hand. It was a taunt almost, telling Trevor and Tuka that even with that, it wouldn't be enough. Luckily, Tuka had a similar idea. The small girl had jumped up as Trevor charged, over his back, and coming down on Tsukiyama with a two-legged dropkick. Tsukiyama took it to the chest, sliding backwards across the church walkway, rooted firmly on the floor. Tuka grunted. Slow it down, Trevor. We've gotta figure out what our pace is. Rushing in will get us caught up in his. Tuka stood back up, stretching her arm out across her front, the other helping with the motion. Getting in the way again, Kirishima-san. Tsukiyama said, pocketing the bloody cloth with only a minimal scar across his face to show for the damage. Fine. I suppose a little exercise never hurts. Huh? Don't kid around. I'm going to break you so badly, you won't even be able to eat, Tsukiyama. She dropped her arm back down, shaking off her hands. I have no memories of ever being broken by you, Kirishima-san. She tugged, shaking her head. You've been darting in and out of Anteiku like a noisy fly recently, so I figured I'd have to beat you stupid one of these days, just to get rid of your noise. Besides, shitty Shiki aside, I'd rather it if Anteiku didn't lose a member of staff. That just makes work for me. How kind of you, Tsukiyama said in an almost genuine manner. It's not like you at all, really. Have you calmed down? Last we truly met, all those years ago, you were as keen as a knife. If your little surprise attack was using the strength of the old Tuka, that little wound would have taken me almost 10 seconds to heal. Enough of the chit-chat, Tuka insisted, staring at Tsukiyama carefully. The Tuka of years ago was not a topic she was interested in. Still lacking conversational skill, though. I suppose you are still a child. Tsukiyama pulled his purple jacket off, tossing it to the air, leaving his pristine white shirt. And then he moved before Tuka, much as he had with Trevor, leg coming down like an axe, cleaving through a pew, Tuka absent, jumping away, and then back to Tsukiyama, foot slamming against his cheek. A fast response. Just enough time for Trevor to follow up, kicking in a sweeping motion to undercut Tsukiyama's legs and get him off balance, followed up by his fists interlacing with each other and slamming down onto Gourmet's spine with all his might. Tsukiyama went down, catching himself with his hand and pushing himself off to the side, avoiding the hammer blow by a fraction of a second, elegantly sliding back onto his feet, crouching low. He rubbed his cheek. Good. A very good response, both of you. Have you been training together? It certainly feels like it. There's a bit of synchronization there. Dare I say, I did not think I would see the day you would try that with anyone other than Ayato-kun, Tuka. Tsukiyama was not idle as he talked, legs swiping at Tuka, causing her to jump once more. She had a command over her movements that Trevor lacked, a keenness Tsukiyama called it. When she moved, it looked much like a feline, bounding around with certainty. She knew the limits of her body, as a ghoul. It was only natural that Yukiyama would be more concerned with finishing her off first. That was entirely fine by Trevor. While his focus was on Tuka, Trevor lowered his stance, searching for the right moment. His features sharpened when he finally saw it, then kicked himself off the ground. His Kagun burst from his skin, twin red vipers that lashed out right for Yukiyama's leg joints with blinding speed. A fluorescent lilac flower erupted from Yukiyama's shoulder. One of Trevor's tails lashed over Yukiyama's joint, enough to rip at the flesh before he stepped away, while the other. Trevor got to feel what having his Kagun broken felt like. A blade carved through one of the tails in an elegant arc, coiled around Yukiyama's arm from shoulder to finger. He favored one leg for a few moments. Tuka backed up quickly, standing beside Trevor, who was hissing in pain while his damaged Kagun hung limply. Yukiyama's Kagun. It looked like a drill, one which ended in a nasty, sharp blade instead of a point, like the stinger of a hornet. Oh? A rinkaku? I must be careful. But... Trevor, have you not been eating much? Even for a rinkaku, that was pathetically soft. Yukiyama launched himself off his favored foot. Tuka pushed Trevor to the side. The sound of flesh parting filled the church, blood dripping. His Kagun lanced through Tuka's gut. What a shame. How dull you have become. Trevor's heart stopped. She'd saved him. Everything hurt so much. Tuka was hurt badly, because of him. Kimi was caught up in this mess, because of him. His body felt like it was on fire, blood dripping from his battered Kagun. All his fault. Yukiyama was right. He was pathetic. Something switched in Trevor's mind at the admittance. Something cold. Something furious. I'm sick of this, Trevor spat in a hollow voice, pushing himself up. His remaining, undamaged Kagun raised, pointed straight at Yukiyama like a scorpion tail. Yukiyama. I am not food. His entire body felt like it'd run 1,000 miles, and it could keep going. Every sense was magnified, something flooding into his system that all worked toward one goal. Finishing this fight. Trevor sprung high, darting over Yukiyama and firing off a rapid series of strikes right at his head. The Kagun moved like lightning at his command, firing off and retreating just as quickly. Yukiyama used his other hand. He reached up, the scorpion-like tips of Trevor's tail going through Yukiyama's palm. For the first time since Trevor had met him, Yukiyama was grinning, teeth on display. While his hand was almost blown apart by the rapid series of blows, Yukiyama swung his blade arm upwards, aiming to arc through Trevor. Only, there was something different. Yukiyama was fast. But, with that arm, he was slower. Trevor could see it coming. Trevor could react. So he did. His body twisted, not only to avoid the blow, but to encourage it. Using Yukiyama's momentum against him, Trevor pushed him onward, directing his enemy's arm downward with the aid of gravity so it had nowhere to go but into the floor as deeply as possible. It did not get stuck in the ground. In fact, it didn't go anywhere near the ground. Upon reading the intent, the ribbon-like drill blade Kagun warped, twisting into a different shape, no longer hugging Yukiyama's arm, but protruding out, jutting from Yukiyama's shoulder like a twisted, dense glaive. And right through Trevor's shoulder. Barbs along the glaive caught onto flesh, holding Trevor in place, suspended in the air. The vessels around Yukiyama's eyes were clear, the Kokyugen glimmering with predatory intent. Caught you, Trevor-kun. Trevor glared, tears falling down his face from the sheer agony. In his maddened, heightened state, all he could think was one thing at his tormentor. Vate Ferincular, Yukiyama, Trevor snarled with as much hatred and venom as possible. Yukiyama tittered. Oh, the language of love. Is it not wonderful? The blade was ripped out of Trevor's shoulder forcefully as Yukiyama flew into a wall. Stood in his place was Nishiki, a blue-scaled serpent coiled around his leg, dust rising from the raw amount of force put into it. Talking about kicks. You don't know shit about kicks, he grumbled, hunching over. Fuck, oi, get up. Get to Kirishima. Feed her yourself, or something. I'll hold him off. Nishiki was in absolutely no state to fight. Even with the food he was given, after the blow Yukiyama had given him, he still couldn't go toe-to-toe. The exhaustion of being in his unhealthy state for so long brought him low, but the food Trevor had given him acted as enough to call out his Kagun, and for him to make use of his kick. Kimi. He dropped into stance. Yukiyama moved, rising up from the mess of crumbled stone and shattered wood. Nobody puts Kimi in a corner. Stay alive. Trevor wheezed as he shambled as fast as he could to Tuka's side. Kimi would kill me if you didn't. Yeah, she'd kill me too. Yukiyama approached. What's this? You have some business with me, Nishio. Yukiyama glared at him, Kagun reforming into a nasty-looking, wide blade, running down the outside of his arm. Nishiki gritted his teeth, and charged. A sky-blue snake against a lilac blade. Trevor turned away, praying that Nishiki could hold the line for long enough. Hey, senpai, Trevor murmured urgently, almost falling down as he knelt at Tuka's side. He gently patted her cheek, even as he forced himself not to retch at the grisly state of her stomach. Or what remained of it, rather. Hey, come in, wake up. I'm awake, just wish I wasn't. She muttered, eyes flitting open slightly, looking up at Trevor. Got anything for it? She asked, trying her best to sit up despite the hole torn into her gut. A testament to the resilience of a ghoul, if nothing else. Trevor took a deep breath. It was gonna hurt like hell, but he was in so much pain already, and she'd done so much for him already. Everything was just so fucked up now, he had no idea what else to do anymore. He pulled back his collar, half of it sliding over his shoulder to leave the skin bare. He edged closer to her, so much so that they were almost touching chest to chest. Take what you need, he whispered, shaking slightly. Just do it. Kick his ass. She stared at him questioningly. What they? A glance to Nishiki and Jukiyama. It hadn't been more than a few moments, but Jukiyama was already winning. Nishiki tried his best, but he already had entire sections of flesh carved off by the gourmet, his kagun trimmed down from clashing with Jukiyama's hardy blade. Irritating. How irritating. Irritating, irritating, irritating. Over and over, Jukiyama lashed out, taking a bit of Nishiki with him each time, splattering the church with blood. She looked back to Trevor, and nodded. We used to be even, a few years ago. I don't know if I can do that anymore, but... She swallowed, looking at Trevor's exposed skin. I'm still gonna kick his ass. Teeth sank into Trevor's flesh, and tore away quickly, gone as fast as they arrived, taking with them a chunk of whatever they could tear away. Tuka blinked. Tastes good. Trevor winced, not so much at the pain but at everything that was happening. His shoulder hurt more now, but it blurred with every other spike of pain that racked his body. And the fact that she said he tasted good, he had no idea what to think of something so fucked up. Jukiyama stopped, looking at the sight in utter horror, eyes wide. Nishiki was defeated long ago, but Jukiyama had to stop in his victory lap. He reeled back, fury building on his usually self-assured expression. The mask of the calm man was broken. No, no. That was mine. He screamed, making for a full-on charge at Tuka, swinging his kagun at her in a blind rage. It was only natural that she'd dodge it. Tuka's kagun revealed itself, unfolding from her back like the wing of a butterfly, shifting around to cover her front before slamming into Jukiyama, knocking him upwards, followed up by her leaping up to kick him back down into the ground. She landed, looking across as Jukiyama as he scurried back onto his feet, creating distance between them. Nothing in this place is yours. A multitude of minor colors were overwhelmed by a deep flowing red. Tuka's kagun was strange, unlike the other three in the room, like flames spurting from a furnace that took the shape of a gentle wing, all the while a fleshy, smaller protrusion jutted from her other shoulder. The substance of the wing consumed her entire left arm with it, coating in another layer of flesh. It was like a constant explosion of flesh. A bloody wing. In the semi-delirious state of constant pain and overwhelming emotions, Trevor just stared at it. An absurd, detached part of him found the sight oddly beautiful. The fuck is wrong with me? Jukiyama smiled, pleased at the sight. For what reason was anyone's guess? Tuka vanished from the spot. Only the rupturing of wood and cracking of stone heralded her landing in other locations, almost invisible to the naked eye in her sudden bursts of speed, a crimson cloak flying around the room. Jukiyama's eyes darted around, trying to keep track, trying to get ready to defend from the inevitable. Tuka's coated arm came down on Jukiyama's shoulder, blurring into existence right before him, her wing following like a guillotine. He raised his kagun to meet it, the two predatory organs clashing in a display of might. One which Jukiyama had to back away from, his solid, armor-like kagun clearly cracked and scuffed from the clash, while Tuka's continued to shift, almost formless. Jukiyama scoffed. Kamito. Tuka's wing rose up, taking on a more solid shape, crystalline almost. The distinct crackle of electricity filled the air, arcs of energy leaping around between the mineral-like, shaped structures that began to make up the shape of the wing. Cal, what? She asked. And then she rained feathers down on him, a rain of crystalline hail that tore his flesh and shattered against his kagun, putting the once powerhouse on the defensive. She did not stop, peppering his body with her feathers, until he finally dropped. Tuka's kagun, the Yokaku type. A long-range, speed-based type. There was a pause, a moment of peace. Kahoo, ha 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 ha. He rose up in an uncomfortable-looking manner, as if he were a corpse rising from the grave. At least he looked damaged, now. To think, that I would be harmed so much by an opponent with a kagun I'm supposed to have an advantage against. Outstanding, Kirishima-san. He brushed off his kagun, not deterred in the slightest. I'll never forgive you for taking from my meal, but, to see this side of you again. His kagun transformed once again, warping into an extended blade, jutting far past his hand. He dropped into a stance. Your passion has been revived, it seems. And for that, I shall decorate my meal with your entrails, Kirishima-san. He swiped his arm, across the air, and then approached. Tuka stepped forward. And for the first time, Trevor got to see two ghouls fight, giving their all. They quickly left the floor of the church, avoiding each other's own mutually destructive attacks, meeting on the balcony above, beneath the glass-stained windows, exchanging blows one for one, their very surroundings seeming to just break and crack from stray contact. Tuka landed a hit. She followed it through, her kagun carving through the wall as she ran Jukiyama down, pushing him while trying to build enough force to carve through his kagun. And then she flung him, wings playing out, a spray of red shooting out across the church as Jukiyama flew across the middle of it, into the other side, and then down into the pews. Tuka stared down at his downed body, eyes oddly empty. He got up again. Again. Wonderful, tougher than I expected, but... I cannot be stopped, Kirishima-san. He began to step forward once more, moving towards Trevor this time. Toka's eyes widened, and pushed herself off her high ground. But, Tsukiyama overlooked something. The hand which reached up to grab his tie, pulling him down into a hunch. Nishiki, why won't you stay dead? Tsukiyama yelled, raising his Kagun-encased arm. But it was too late. Toka glided past him, and for a moment, time stopped. She locked eyes with Tsukiyama, and the inevitable became clear. She landed on the other side of him, stopping just before Trevor in a crouch. Tsukiyama's arm landed beside her not a second later. God, I'm. She smiled down at Trevor, her hoodie lost at some point, leaving a simple black t-shirt which looked as scuffed as she did. Nice, was all Trevor could find himself able to say, feeling more exhausted than anything. He was leaning heavily against a pew, slowly trying to regain his energy. He managed to give a tired thumbs up. Just, one bite. Tsukiyama wheezed, standing once more. Only, weakly. There was no threat there, his eye carved out by Toka's passing attack. His body waved on the spot, threatening to fall over under the strain of simply standing. He took one step, then fell onto his front, creating a pool of blood. He didn't move again. They beat Tsukiyama. Toka looked over her shoulder, tutting. You're not the top of the food chain, gourmet. Never have been, she said, shutting her eyes for a moment and letting the energy of the fight run its course. She offered a hand out to Trevor. Man. Stand. You'll feel better once you've worked it out. Trevor wordlessly complied, groaning as he took her hand and pulled himself up. Fuck, did everything hurt? He deliberately didn't think about how he got all of his injuries. He couldn't, not now. If he did. He shook his head, then glanced back to the altar. Gotta make sure Kimi's okay. He rasped, already shambling in her direction. Nishiki was ahead of him, crawling up the altar, his legs ruined in the confrontation, entire parts of his sides missing. It was amazing he was even alive, but he managed to push on, his goal in sight. Toka took the lead, moving ahead of Trevor, Kagun still blazing from her back. Even though the fight was over, she looked tense, readying herself for another confrontation. To Nishiki's relief, Kimi was bound and blindfolded, unharmed by her captor. Tsukiyama was not the sort to bruise his ingredients, it seemed. Kimi. Nishiki managed, already untying her. Nishiki-kun. She whispered, fear evident in her voice, shivering from what she just had to be a blind audience to. She had the sound and feeling of it all, but no clear picture, left completely in the dark for the entire confrontation. Don't worry. I got this. Nishiki groused, trying to sound reassuring but just coming across as exhausted. He fiddled with her bindings, until finally getting them undone. He chose to ignore the ominous feeling coming from behind him, focusing on Kimi and Kimi alone. Toka loomed behind Nishiki, wings spread out, as if ready to strike. Nishiki finally turned to look at her once he was finished. He regarded her neutrally, unfazed by the still active Kagun, and the underlying threat of what that meant. Nishiki. Both you and Trevor are known to a human, I can tell that much. You know that's dangerous, and you know I'm not just going to let it slide. He just stared at her, unmoving from his spot, in the way of Toka and Kimi. He looked so tired. Toka. Trevor spoke up, edging closer and barely able to stand upright. He moved partway between her and Nishiki. Kimi's not gonna tell anyone. There's no need to do anything drastic. Besides, the only reason we came here was to save her. All this, for her. His shoulders sagged. If that's not the case, then this whole fight was just an utter waste. Toka did not flinch or look away from Nishiki. Her Kagun billowed in an invisible wind, rising up. Kimi rolled over, staring at the sight with wide, enraptured eyes. It was something that was going to kill her, that sight. The claw of a ghoul. How beautiful, she muttered. Toka froze. All of this, what the hell? Toka turned on her heel and marched out, not even looking at Trevor as she did. Nishiki let out a breath. Thank you. Trevor, right? He asked, a hand moving to take Kimi's as she sat on the altar. Yeah. Trevor had to wonder how the hell he didn't know his name by that point, but found that in the grand scheme of things it didn't matter. Not when both of his shoulders were fucked up, his body felt like it was on fire, and his actions led to such a fucking mess. Yeah, never mind. But thanks. I said some shitty stuff, but, you know. Not gonna say I didn't mean it, but it wasn't right. You went this far, for me. Kimi asked Trevor, confused. Nishiki she understood, but Trevor was a relative stranger, someone she has seen a few times, and had a decent conversation with. Trevor stared at them both, letting out a tired sigh. Yeah. Only reason you got involved was because of me, so I had to, he winced at another jab of pain, had to make it right. Besides, you're the only person I met so far that. A ragged breath escaped his lips. That asks the same kind of questions I do. So, yeah. It was the right thing to do. Simple as that, he finished in a quiet, almost hollow voice. Kimi regarded Trevor quietly before a wide, grateful smile graced her face. Tsukiyama's entire arm had been cut off, leaving little more than a gaping, bloody hole. A decent chunk of his head had also been apparently blown off, mostly around his eyes. Whatever Toka had done to him, it really fucked him up. But he was still alive. Trevor stared at the still form of the monster who kidnapped Kimi, had explicitly stated he wanted to eat Trevor in the most obscene way possible, and would undoubtedly continue to be a threat to his life if left to recover. Tsukiyama might even go after Hinamai. He gritted his teeth, hands clenching his fists. For the first time, he was seriously considering killing someone. With the support of Kimi, Nishiki hobbled up beside Trevor. His hair was matted with dust and blood, his clothes torn and eyes almost hollow after the whole experience. He clung to Kimi, as if afraid. I know what you are thinking, Nishiki rasped, casting his look down to Tsukiyama's still living body. It'd feel good, to rip him apart. Yes, Trevor thought from a dark part in his mind. It would. You sound like you're about to tell me to not do it, he said instead in a hollow voice. Nishiki let out something resembling a scoff, although he quickly came to regret it, wincing. Nah, just give you some advice. He has a family, Trevor. A big one, with a lot of support from fuck knows where. Kill him if you want, but you know how it goes, man. Nishiki shut his eyes, taking a deep, calming breath. Better the devil you know than his whole pack of equally shitty devils. Leave him, and a human might call the doves, get him taken for something probably worse than death. Kill him, and someone finds out. Nishiki looked at Trevor, letting him figure out the rest. Trevor stared back, then looked down at Tsukiyama. He was shaking, both from the pain and the outright loathing he felt for the wretched monster in a man's skin on the ground. A human, hey? As much as he wanted to just slit Tsukiyama's throat right then and there, Nishiki had a point. He wasn't strong enough to have a ghoul mafia aimed square at him. Certainly not with Hinamai in the picture. But if he could give the doves an anonymous tip, that would mean an insane ghoul is off the streets and the heat would be on CCG instead of himself. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the best he could think of to both make Tsukiyama pay while improving his own chances of survival. God. When had things become so fucked up that he even had to think about stuff like this? I won't kill him, Trevor said with finality, grimacing and clearly unhappy. But I have something else in mind. How long until he recovers, do you think? Fuck if I know. Kimi-chan. Nishiki inclined his head to Kimi, glancing at her from the corner of his vision. Her face set in concentration for a few moments. It's hard to say. Assuming he has eaten recently, 20 minutes before he can move again. Maybe less, she said, lips pursing. There's too many factors to consider, when it comes to the speed of recovery for ghouls. In that case, we should hurry. Trevor didn't want to use his cell for a call like this, so he'd have to find a phone booth, and fast. What will you guys do? We could take you to Anteiku if need be. Gotta find a new place to stay, shit, Nishiki grumbled. Already paid this quarter's rent, too. If you could shelter us, at least until Nishiki's better, we'd be grateful, Kimi answered in Nishiki's place. Okay, I'll call the manager to see if he's cool with it, Trevor said, starting to walk out. If not, you guys can just crash at my place. Thank you, Kimi said with a bow of her head. Nishiki for his part just kind of looked out of it at this point. He grinned weakly. Finally got to kick his ass, though. Can always say I did that, from now on. Be sure to rub it in his shitty face when you see him next, Trevor remarked. You kidding me? I'll make sure he never forgets. Dash. Toka had totally ditched after the fight. Trevor peered around, but she was nowhere in sight. That bugged the hell out of him, but what could he do or say? She was her own person, and she'd only been there to help him anyway. He'd have to thank her later. Tastes good. At some point. First thing Trevor did was call in the anonymous tip to the CCG, after which point the group hastily vacated the surrounding area. There was still another order of business to tend to, though. The manager answered the call quickly, and remained completely silent during Trevor's explanation of the night's events, aside from the occasional noise of confirmation to let Trevor know he was listening. He agreed to meet Trevor at Anteiku, and to give Kimi and Nishiki a place to rest. If there was any disapproval, he didn't make it known through his voice. Trevor thanked him profusely for it, knowing full well that wasn't something Yashimura had to do in the least. The lights inside Anteiku were already on by the time Trevor and his accomplices arrived, the back door unlocked. As they entered, the distinct smell of brewing coffee filled Trevor's nose, a distant musical hum coming from down the hall, inside the café actual. The radiators clinked and panged as the heating warmed up, the feeling of Anteiku's interior already remarkably more comfortable than the cold Tokyo air. The manager looked completely chill, visibly unperturbed by much of anything. It was serene, and Trevor wasn't sure if he found it calming or uncomfortable with the sheer dissonance with what had just happened. Hey, boss, Trevor greeted in a ragged voice, looking and sounding like the utter hell he felt. Thank you. The manager raised his hand, shaking his head gently. He slid a cup of enticingly hot coffee across the counter towards Trevor, following up with 2 more for Nishiki and Kimi, the latter of which bowed her head in thanks. Nishiki was just unconscious, propped up between Kimi and Trevor. No thanks required. It sounds as if you have had a long night, so focus on rest, the manager ordered in a soft manner, a slight smile on his aged features. He moved out from the counter to stand before them, dressed not in the work uniform, but a simple black t-shirt and chinos. Trevor had never seen him in anything but the uniform. He actually looked incredibly ripped, now that he was showing some skin. Considering what the manager had told him of his past, that wasn't too surprising. I can take Nishiki-kun upstairs. Then we will see about some food for both of you. Okay, was Trevor could really say in response, shuffling a bit to hand Nishiki over. He was finding it increasingly difficult to think higher thoughts, worn down by physical, mental, and emotional fatigue all around. The manager took Nishiki in as careful a manner as he could, carrying up the stairs on his back, like a child who had simply been out playing for too long. He returned, moving back behind the counter, inviting both Trevor and Kimmy to sit at the stools. Young miss. Before we continue, I do hope you understand the amount of trust we of Anteiku are placing in you, as ghouls to a human, he said, regarding Kimmy evenly. It was a point that needed to be addressed. I do, she replied, nodding. And I don't plan on saying anything if not for your sakes, then for Nishiki's. Kimmy gripped her jeans, looking resolved. If I put you all in danger, after what you've done for me, I could never live with myself. She bowed so low her head almost hit the counter. Thank you for saving me, and for helping Nishiki. Trevor looked down at her, and let out a tired sigh. It was the right thing to do. Simple as that. With a groan, he plopped down on the stool, resting his forehead against his propped-up hands. After a moment, he grabbed the steaming coffee and brought it closer, but didn't sip it quite yet. MMH, that it is. Trevor-kun, would you like to stay here for the rest of the night? I'm willing to leave a key with you, the manager asked, taking the cup of coffee that was intended for Nishiki, sipping from it. Forgive my bluntness, but you look quite tired. I imagine so. For some reason, saying that alone made Trevor's bones feel like they were aching all over again. Sure, I'll stay here. Thanks. If he were honest with himself, it didn't matter to him where he stayed right then. He swirled the contents of his coffee, watching the brown contents shift at his command. It was oddly hypnotic. There was not much else to be said or done. Food was had, and the manager left Anteiku in Trevor's care for the night. If there was going to be any discussion about what happened, it was not going to happen then and there, that much was clear. Trevor was left with the couch upstairs, the bed in the room across occupied by Nishiki. It was impressive that Nishiki had remained awake as long as he had, considering what Yukiyama had done to him. But the same went for Trevor. The rush was gone, leaving only exhaustion. The exhaustion was the only reason Trevor managed to fall into a fitful sleep, his thoughts filled with anger, frustration, and a horrible, sinking feeling that this was going to be his life from now on. A life of bloodshed and monsters. He had nightmares that night. Yukiyama and other deformed, monstrous ghouls, cackling in delight as they devoured him and his family back home. Dash. If there was supposed to be fallout from beating Yukiyama, it never really came. In fact, everything kind of just proceeded as normal, with a few new additions. Most notably Nishiki to the staff of Anteiku. It was something that was arranged the day after, when Nishiki was more aware and able to consider the proposal. The details of it were between him and the manager, but there was likely some sort of protection and support involved. Trevor was no longer the new guy. Now, he was the senpai. He slipped right into the role, even if the manager mostly had him on minor tasks like cleaning and waiting. Customers of the ghoulish persuasion were surprised to see Nishiki working at Anteiku of all places, but they didn't question it. The world seemed to go from batshit to mundane in 3 seconds flat. Trevor kept mostly quiet during that time, typically not speaking unless spoken to for once. He did his work, putting on the service with a smile bit for customers, a mask that very quickly faded once they were gone. The usual trend of banter with his co-workers was just something he couldn't bring himself to do, not now. And so Trevor made his way home. His birthday was growing close, not a week and a half away, and there was no family to celebrate it with. Just people he had known for close to 4 months now, at best. The streets were quiet, and snow absent in the air, instead a sheer cold brushing over his skin in its place. Someone bumped into Trevor gently as they passed, their presence almost completely missed. Yawa. The person slipped, and landed on their butt. Oof. Ow. Sorry. Trevor looked down at the odd individual who just bumped into him. They were human, and it was honestly hard to tell if they were a boy or a girl. Definitely young, in the teens at most and likely younger than Tuka. They were wearing a blazer jacket type thing that looked too big for them, like a kid trying out their parents' office clothes. Suspenders colored a vivid red and orange, making him think of a pumpkin. Matted white hair framed a pale face from which reddish eyes stared up at him. But the weirdest part had to be the stitches. Actual, honest-to-God stitches that had been lined through their skin at random spots, from under their eyes to along the neck. Trevor didn't see any signs of wounds that needed such a treatment, suggesting the stitches were done for purely aesthetic reasons. Weird. I hope this isn't what Japanese kids are getting up to these days. You okay? Trevor asked instead, offering a hand. Oh. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. The odd-looking youth hopped back onto his feet with Trevor's help, clapping his hands together in an apologetic, almost prayer-like gesture. I was lost in my thoughts for a bit, there. And I'm fine, no harm no foul, all dandy. Good to hear, he replied slowly. Well, there's no need to apologize. No harm no foul, like you said. MH. Right, anyway. Stay safe, mister. And that was that. The strange youth continued on their way, joyously skipping down the Tokyo streets without a care in the world. How Trevor didn't notice him coming was a question in and of itself. Shrugging, Trevor carried on to his home, thinking little more of the encounter except that the kid looked really fucking weird. And then he got home, and he realized he'd been pickpocketed. Oh for fuck's sake, Trevor groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose, empty pocket dangling out of his pants. And life just kept on coming. If it wasn't a literal monster like Yukiyama, it was weird kids taking his wallet. Thanks Tokyo. Trevor shook his head, mood soured more than it had been before. Losing his wallet wasn't that big of an inconvenience in the long run, since he never kept much money in there to begin with. His expenses were few, and shopping trips were few and far between, especially without the need for conventional groceries. Didn't change the fact that it sucked, and was yet another little misfortune to drop on top of the big ones. With an incoherent grumble, Trevor fell down on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. As expected, no one had put much effort into prying about what happened with Tsukiyama. They all knew, to some degree or another. But that was the end of it. No conversations, no questions, nothing. Not even Irimi had spoken to him about it. In hindsight, he shouldn't have been surprised. The double whammy of the very Japanese attitude of not prying in private affairs as well as the typical ghoul mentality made for a very closed-off state of affairs. He'd noticed that with Anteiku would be more than willing to listen, talk, and help, but ultimately you had to be the one to reach out. No one extended the hand of their own volition, even if they might have wanted to. It was so unlike his home. For all that they would joke about nosy Italians, it was an attitude he'd taken for granted and appreciated. People always asked how you were doing, if things were okay, and if they could help. Sometimes, it was admittedly grating, but just seeing that someone cared enough to ask was all he needed to get through something. Eventually, no matter what, either his family or his friends would be there for him, even when he didn't ask. But they weren't here. And Trevor wasn't sure he wanted them to be, if that meant they'd be surrounded by ghouls. If that meant they'd see him like this. The main reason he tried so hard to do the right thing was so that he hoped he'd be able to look them in the eye if they ever saw each other again. But for the time being, he was here, in Nerima Ward. A foreigner in more ways than one, surrounded by people he was only just getting to know now. People that would have seen him as food if not for the kidney transplanted into him. At some point, he'd opened up his phone, flitting through the contacts until he landed at Irimi's name. He stared at it, until that last thought. He grinned his teeth, and then closed the phone, tossing it to the floor. Tastes good. Trevor simply lay there, wishing he was back home and away from everything. You look out of it. Tuka was giving Trevor a critical look, squinting. You have for the past day. You sick or something? They were at Anteiku, after school, which meant Tuka was in for work. The two of them were alone for the most part, the only two on shift. Even the manager was out on business. Trevor let out a breath, shaking his head as he went about wiping a counter. No, not sick. He hesitated, unsure if he should really say it. Just, thinking about what's been going on and stuff. Tuka hummed, shifting on her heels in a sort of idle, pointless movement. It's a lot, to say the least. Things were quieter, but I suppose you're a magnet for fun times. It's to be expected with new people, though. Things have to adjust. She paused in her thought, moving her hands behind her back. You want to come over tonight? Hinami's been asking about you. At Hinami's name, he found himself nodding along. Yeah, that'd be good. I never really see her enough, Trevor said, tossing the rag to the sink. I dunno, Tuka, I'm a bit dubious about things ever really adjusting. Not when I'm apparently a delicacy, he added with a grumble. Tuka blinked a few times. Oh, so that's what it's about. She exclaimed, hitting her palm. Don't think too hard about it. We think a lot about food because, you know, it's a bit hard to just get a snack unless you want to take a risk. Sure, you taste great, but I'm not about to eat you. You're still Trevor at the end of the day. Hinami would probably cry, too. She was trying to treat it lightly, to not bring the mood down any further, but her way of going about things was blunt, to say the least. Tuka was no counselor. Trevor held his tongue on how, well, bad the attempt was, especially since she just had to say he tasted great. Again. But at least she was trying, right? That had to count for something. He kept telling himself that, anyway. I suppose she would, he replied tiredly, not feeling up to responding to any other part of Tuka's statement. Well, seeing Hinami should cheer me up, at any rate. The teenage ghoul visibly clenched her jaw, a look of uncertainty flashing across her expression for only a moment before she continued. Listen, I'm sorry. I probably should have said it earlier, but... I don't know, all right? What was I supposed to say? Yeah, sorry Trevor, your flavor caught me off guard, or sorry, really needed to kick Tsukiyama's ass, the taste was just a bonus. Tuka stopped herself, her tone growing heated as she talked. Trevor wasn't the only one thinking about recent events, it seemed. Trevor sighed. I literally begged you to do it, so no, it's not really an apology I wanted, though I do appreciate it, he said. It's more like... all Tsukiyama wanted to do was eat me, right? Because he thought I tasted good. I try not to think about it, other than I can't let him win, but then to actually hear that I taste good, from my friend, hell, the first friend I made since coming here, just made me realize something. In a world where ghouls are apparently obsessed with food, I taste fucking delicious. He paused, taking a breath. And now I figure Tsukiyama will just be the first of many. It's not a good feeling. That's stupid. The only reason Tsukiyama did it in the first place is because he's a freak who is concerned with things like quality and texture, all that artsy crap. Most other ghouls wouldn't bother because you're a ghoul, Trevor. She tried to explain, growing visibly frustrated. She wasn't a social creature, and trying to navigate carefully only made her angry, as was on display. And how you taste doesn't matter. There's problems, that comes with eating ghouls. Anyone sane just wouldn't fucking do it, alright? So yeah, you taste good, but so does my best friend, probably. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything? Trevor was quiet for a few moments, tapping a single finger against the countertop. Tuka was trying to make him feel better, that was obvious. While he didn't exactly feel better about all of it, that fact alone helped somewhat. What kind of problems come with eating ghouls? He found himself asking, a little spark of morbid curiosity getting through. Tuka winced, his curiosity hitting on something that made her uncomfortable. It makes you strange. You can get a high off of it, can make you strong, but it's just not worth it. Cannibals aren't right in the head. No, they aren't, Trevor thought before he could stop himself. On some level, he still saw himself as human. Anyway, Yoshimura is a cannibal. Or was. He doesn't seem wrong in the head. Maybe he was? Does Tuka know that? He shook his head of such thoughts, filing them away for later. Got it, Trevor replied. Well, thanks, Tuka. For, you know, trying to pick me up. It does mean a lot. She huffed, stepping off to move towards the back of the cafe. Probably didn't work, but can't say I don't try. Even if it only makes things worse, she grumbled, hands in her pockets. Yet, not the person to go to for a gentle opinion. She left Trevor alone at the front, the sound of her heading up the stairs following soon after, likely to get changed. All they had to do was close up for the night. Trevor hummed, leaning forward and resting his elbows on the countertop. He stared outside, watching the snow billowing by along with the crowds. Very deliberately, his mind was blank, simply appreciating the solitude. That was all he could really do, at the moment. Dash. So goddamn cold. Tuka almost barged into her apartment, an adorable hand-knit beanie atop her head, a neat little stack of snow having gathered atop it in the time between leaving Anteiku and arriving at Tuka's. She shook her head like a dog, sending cold white flakes everywhere, including onto Trevor's face. Usually it snows in the new year, but not this much in December. Weird. Guess we're getting a white Christmas after all, Trevor dryly remarked, mechanically wiping off the snow Tuka had just sent flying to his face. And you should see Chicago winters. Imagine all this, but with biting wind all the goddamn time. Going, like, 40 miles an hour sometimes. America sounds shit. Depends on where you go. Or if it's during election season, Trevor stated, hanging his coat and sliding off his shoes. After a moment, he called out, Hinamai. I'm here. The sound of small feet tapping against polished wooden floorboards followed shortly after. Hinamai came sliding around the corner into the hall of the apartment, her white socks not having the best means of stopping her movement. Bump. She went right into the wall, stumbled back and then onto her butt. Oof. She let out, rubbing her forehead. Hinamai looked to Trevor, her eyes wide and radiating a simply adorable positive energy. Trevor Uni-san. She let out, surprised. She got back onto her feet, almost skipping over to him. I can't believe you actually hit the wall, Hinamai-chan. Tuka said, a severe case of second-hand embarrassment coming over her. She shook her head, smiling nonetheless. I didn't know the floor was that slippery. Hinamai cried in defense. Trevor chuckled, shaking his head. Sorry about that, didn't think you'd come running so quickly, he offered, reaching up to rub the spot she'd been dinged on the head. You okay? Hinamai smiled ever so slightly, patting Trevor's hand. She wasn't harmed. I'm fine. I just didn't know you'd be coming around. She stammered, not sure what else to say. She glanced around momentarily. How have you been? Tuka hung up her coat and hat, moving off into the living space of the apartment. A bird squawked from within. I almost forgot you were here, you stupid. Tuka growled, cutting herself off. He peered curiously in the direction of the sound, but held back his comment for the right time in the conversation. Been pretty busy, he told Hinamai. A lot of work and other stuff kept coming up. But I wanted a break, and realized I hadn't seen you in a while, so I thought now would be the perfect time to drop by. The bird squawked again, getting a frustrated groan from Tuka. She turned the television on, the sound of Japanese evening programming mildly drowning out the bird sounds. Hinamai nodded, taking a step back. She gestured meekly for Trevor to follow, entering the living area. The source of the squawking was in a spacious cage set up closer to the other end of the apartment, near the window that overlooked the street. A yellow cockatiel with grey wings, hopped on its perch, awake and aware. Hinamai pointed over to it. That's Hiter. Tuka named him. The ghoul in question sank deeper into the couch, as if trying to avoid the bird while focusing on the television. It's a good name. He deserves it, she called from her defensive position. It's mean. Hinamai shot back. From what Trevor could recall, Hiter meant good for nothing. A very Tuka way of naming a pet. He glanced her way. So, not a fan of birds, I take it. He guessed. They're not fans of me. It's mutual, Tuka groused, peeking up over the back of the sofa, eyes narrowed at the bird. It looked right on back, head tilted. It knows. Hinamai marched on over to the cage, opening up the door and sticking her finger in. The bird quite happily hopped onto her finger, using it as a perch. It made a noise that almost sounded like it was saying not a fan. He's fine with me. Hinamai wondered aloud, patting the cockatiel's head with the tip of her finger. It bobbed on the spot. Ahoy. So Tuka has ornithophobia. Gonna file that away for later use, Trevor noted, walking over to stroke a single finger along Hiter's back. Good bird. Squawk. Hiter approves. Does that mean I'm afraid of birds? Tuka asked, turning her gaze to Trevor. It's not a phobia. I'm not scared of birds. I could kill that bird, you know. No, Hinamai said simply, shielding Hiter from Tuka with her body. We're returning him to his owner, she explained, looking up at Trevor. At least, we're gonna try. That's a very kind thing to do, he assured her, patting her shoulder before glancing Tuka's way. Also, say, Hinamai, I see a perfect opportunity for Tuka to prove that she's not afraid. Has she been closer to Hiter before than she is now? Yaha. But she doesn't get that close anymore, after he chased her around. Trevor snorted, covering his mouth. Hinamai, don't you dare, Tuka hissed. There was something almost cat-like about how Tuka looked ready to dart. Oh. Trevor purred. He chased her around? I'm really curious about how that all went down. All the while, he was fighting back a snicker, barely suppressing a wide smile. She tried to pet him, then he started flying after her, Hinamai said, recalling the little incident with a giggle. I didn't know Tuka Oni-san could scream like that. At that revelation, Trevor broke out into laughter. The mere mental image alone was enough for him. That's it. You're both done for. You can sleep on the streets. Tuka declared, pulling a blanket over herself, leaving only a bit of her eyes to peek out from, watching the television on the couch like some sort of sulking worm. Hinamai lowered her voice to a whisper. I think, something happened, when she was younger. Ah. Trevor nodded, letting out a sigh. After a moment's hesitation, he came to a decision and walked over to the couch, sitting down next to Tuka's new cocoon. Hey, senpai. He poked it a couple times. Was just teasing you a bit. The cocoon didn't react beyond a gentle kick at Trevor's side. Complete and total radio silence from the comfy worm. That was fair. Trevor reclined, leaning back into the couch and looking Hinamai's way. So, sounds like you and I are going to meet a favorite author of yours soon, right? He asked. Ah, it's been delayed. She said with some disappointment. Takatsuki-sensei has been ill. She'll be doing it later, though. She nodded, resolved that she would meet her favorite author one day. We can still go together. Absolutely we can, Trevor said, relaxing further. Hopefully she gets better soon. I'm looking forward to it. Hinamai beamed at Trevor, setting Hiter back into his cage carefully. She came to sit next to Trevor, but not before retrieving that book of hers, the one with the odd and ominous name The Black Goat's Egg. And so the evening went, Tuka huddled up and warm, watching the television, and Hinamai reading her book, with Trevor between. It was almost familial. It was warm. That was the best way Trevor could describe it. Deep down, he knew something like that was always what he ended up needing to feel better. Good company, a bit of banter, and ultimately someone to relax with. The troubles of outside weren't gone, but for the time being, they were distant. For now, he felt like part of a home. Dash. The greeting bell of Anteiku chimed. A group of 4 enter, 3 in gas masks with their hoods up, with the one remaining the clear leader of the group scanning the room with narrowed eyes. A spiral pattern of facial hair marked his strong chin, his features notably more masculine than a majority of people Trevor had seen, standing at least 6 foot and finally making him the first taller person Trevor had encountered in a while. He dressed for the weather, a heavy jacket over a hoodie over a shirt, with similarly heavy blue jeans. The guest's eyes settled on Tuka and Trevor at the counter, and let out a huff. It was safe to say the new arrivals gave a strong delinquent vibe, and the gas masks made Trevor feel like they were about to attempt a robbery. The manager, Irimi, and Kuma were all out on business, a very strange state of affairs since that rarely ever happened. Nishiki was at school, leaving Trevor and Tuka to run the store for the time being. Well, this should be fun. Welcome to Anteiku. Is the manager here? The tall, central figure interrupted, hands moving to his pockets. He approached the 2 members of staff, looming and looking, confused. Trevor shot down the pang of annoyance at the interruption. I'm afraid not, he replied. The manager's out on business. Would you like to leave a message for him? The large fellow glanced between them, eventually shrugging. Whatever he wanted, it didn't look like he was about to cause a fuss over it. I wanted to ask him a question. You too as well, actually. He paused, his next words careful, concerned even. Do you guys know Rizkami Shiro? We're looking for her. Trevor sucked in a breath, really caught off guard by the question. Tuka looked at Trevor, shaking her head. Message received. How about we talk about this in the back? He suggested. You and I can talk about it, while Tuka and your friends stay out here. Sound good? You know her too? He asked at Tuka. She sighed and gave the slightest nod, not particularly looking too keen to deal with the Riz brand of trouble. We can all go, then. Tuka looked up at Trevor, shrugging. Can just put up the out for lunch sign, I guess. Haven't used that one in months. I suppose so, he sighed. All right. We'll do that, then. The large man nodded, letting out a slow breath. Dash. The comfortable break room was then populated with 6 people. The large man sat on one couch, his uniform gang standing just behind him, Tuka across from him on the other couch, with a comfy chair set between them for Trevor. Let me see your eyes, Tuka ordered, leaning forward slightly, staring right at the tall guy. Without pause, his eyes activated, white turning black, brown becoming crimson. He was certainly a ghoul and not an undercover investigator, with that bit of information. Happy? He said, getting a nod from Tuka. I'm Banjo. I used to run with Risan in the 11th ward. A ghoul named Banjo. Okay then. And why are you looking for her? Tuka asked, squinting at Banjo. For his part, Banjo seemed kind of relieved to even hear that she was in the 20th ward. Do you know where she is? He stopped, and sniffed the air. His eyes locked onto Trevor. Oh god. Please no. He leaned over, sniffing some more, picking something up. He lowered his tone, a dangerous edge to his words. Why the hell do you smell like Riz? He shot to his feet, standing over Trevor, using the height advantage to its fullest. Are you? He growled, teeth bared. Are you Arize-san's boyfriend? Trevor's jaw dropped to the floor. What? Fuck. Tuka's expression was as flat as a slate. She's your girlfriend. Banjo's fist was already moving, his expression stuck in a rictus of pure rage, veins bulging from the side of his head, his face as red as heated iron and eyes blank with anger. Thankfully, Banjo was far from the fastest and deadliest thing Trevor had to deal with lately. Certainly slower than Yama or Jukiyama. So, even while still outright shocked at such a ludicrous question, Trevor easily dodged the highly telegraphed blow, spinning around and letting Banjo carry on. And that he did, his overly obvious punch taking him past Trevor, and then over the chair where Trevor was sitting. He tripped over it and smacked his head against the coffee table on his way down. Dude, I am not dating her, so just chill out. Trevor shouted, rapidly growing annoyed. He wasn't even sure if it was a good idea to tell him she was dead, considering how Banjo was acting like a jealous ex. Can we talk about this like adults, please? No response. Banjo was out cold. Jesus Christ, Trevor groaned, palming his face. One of Banjo's gang, who had A1 printed on the back of their hoodie, rubbed the back of his head. I knew it. Another, too, squat down next to Banjo and prodded him with a finger. That was embarrassing. Sorry about our leader. Tuka continued to look thoroughly unimpressed. He's so weak. A magnet for fun, hey. Trevor grumbled, shaking his head. Banjo awoke not too long after his shameful display, moved onto the sofa he was sitting on before his little tumble by his masked cronies. Oof. The tall ghoul brought a hand to his head, rubbing where it had met the corner of the coffee table. His friends, who really had been totally chill about everything the entire time, had filed out of the room to leave Banjo to deal with it. Okay. Trevor sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. You good now, dude? We can talk now. The large fella sat up, eyes wide as if suddenly remembering exactly where he was. His gaze shifted around before settling on Trevor again, swallowing nervously. Oh, right. Sorry about that, dude. Sorta kinda just reacted, he muttered, embarrassed over his clear overreaction to what was basically nothing. No kidding. Well, no harm no foul, Trevor said, waving a hand dismissively. The words were for himself as much as Banjo, since they did help mollify his own annoyance. Might as well lay things out clearly for you so there's no more misunderstandings. I'm not Riz Kamishiro's boyfriend, Banjo. Because, well, he let out a breath. Sorry man, but she passed away a few months ago. Banjo's relieved exhale was quickly sucked back in at the news, his nails digging into his baggy jeans. Tuka glanced at Trevor, and gestured to the door, taking a step towards it. She'd let him handle that particular conversation. Trevor nodded silently in understanding. Banjo eventually brought a hand up to his face, covering his eyes. You're totally sure? No doubt. He asked desperately, lips curled inwards. I never saw it happen myself, but... Yeah, it's been pretty well confirmed, Trevor stated, head dipping slightly. It wasn't that he felt particularly bad for Riz, but more for Banjo's sake than anything. She clearly meant a lot to the guy, and he knew what it was like to have sudden, horrible news dropped on you like that. I'm sorry, man. The large ghoul's hand shifted down somewhat, 2 fingers still resting on his eyes while his palm covered his nose. It's fine, man. I'm kind of glad. She won't have to worry about those guys coming after her, now. Trevor quirked an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Who are those guys? He asked. Banjo slowly drew his hand away, looking Trevor right in the eye. A gang. Aojirai tree. Heard of them? He asked carefully, the name carrying a gravitas to Banjo. I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't. They're still spreading. Never heard of them, Trevor said, shaking his head. Were they rivals or something, or did they just not like her? A new name to ask Idari about. And shit, I never talked to her after the Jukiyama shit show, did I? I don't know, man. Banjo paused, then continued. I used to be in charge of the 11th ward, kind of like how the manager keeps things tidy in the 20th. Those Aojirai guys showed up one day, rushed into the ward like a damn army. My guys did what they could, stood up to them, but I just couldn't stand to lose any more people. Regret and resentment poured out of Banjo, the tears he had been holding back finally rolling down his cheeks. He sniffed. They subdued us, made us part of their gang, then they started hunting down doves. I thought they were nuts at first, but they actually thinned out the doves in the ward. I think they're going after the doves in the northern part of the 11th ward soon, and they plan on building up their numbers too. Well, wipe them out, Banjo explained, looking down at his lap. The guy in charge is real cold-hearted. All I know is that he's looking for Riz, and I think he wants to hurt her. That connected with news reports Trevor had been hearing over the past few weeks. During the conflict surrounding Ryuko and later Tuka, there had been talk about increasing dove presence in the 20th ward. However, such a thing never really occurred, indicating that the doves had other, more immediate issues to worry about. Looked like the Saojirai tree gang was the cause. While it was comforting to have a solid reason as for why the 20th ward wasn't getting more attention these days, Trevor found himself frowning at the news. Aside from the fact that doves would gladly target and kill him simply for being what he was, he knew that they played a large role in keeping the general populace safe. To hear they were being thinned out, as it were. Not to mention that Aojirai tree, or at least its boss, was apparently specifically looking for Riz. Normally that wouldn't worry Trevor, but if Banjo was any indication, he smelled like her. Who knew how maniacs looking for her would react if they got a whiff of him? That sounds like a real shit show, man, Trevor said, unsure if he should try to be more comforting and decided to go with what he saw as the bare minimum. Are you still technically with them or? Banjo nodded. Yeah, we are. We're stuck at the bottom though, mostly just manual labor stuff. It's rough, but it keeps us alive. Hopefully, things'll change, but until then we'll do what we gotta do, he resolved, swinging his legs over to sit on the couch rather than lay on it. Listen. They'll come to the 20th ward eventually. When that happens, either run, or do what they say. It's for your own good. Are they looking to take over the rest of the wards? Trevor asked, frowning and leaning forward. If they're actively hunting doves, that makes me think they have straight-up conquest in mind. Yeah, sounds nuts, don't it? I'd say it's impossible, but, after the war, apparently ghouls used to run a lot of stuff. Not directly, but we weren't as tucked away as we were. It happened once, it can happen again. If that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. I just don't want to deal with Aojirai tree. Trevor rubbed his chin, mulling over Banjo's words. Another looming threat. Not an immediate one, but it would inevitably come banging at Anteiku's door. When that day came, the deterrent of the manager, Irimi, and Kuma might not be enough to scare them off. If they subjugated and absorbed Anteiku with everyone in it. God, if they forced Hinami to join them. He grimaced. Neither do I, Trevor groaned, shaking his head. But I appreciate you giving us the warning. What are you gonna do now, knowing what you know? Tell them that she's dash. A shadow over the window, followed by a crash. Banjo's head snapped around, just about getting onto his feet, but the rest of his body was too slow to react to the kick that came literally flying through glass, sinking right into his solar plexus, the area contorting around the offending boot, before sending Banjo to the ground, tumbling across wooden floorboards. He didn't even get to let out a noise. Standing on the couch, hand in his pockets, was a young man dressed in all black and messy, dark hair looking awfully pleased with himself. You got a big fucking mouth, Banjo, he began, voice calm and without any concern for the man he just kicked or the property he just smashed. You wanna get beaten until you puke blood again? Hey. He didn't even look at Trevor, which was different for a change. Great, so it's going to be one of those days, Trevor thought with a great deal of annoyance and resignation. He'd jumped up at the sudden bout of violence, and was now eyeing the newcomer warily. Belatedly, he realized that he would have been freaking out and pissing himself if this had happened not even a month ago. Fuck, was his new life desensitizing him? Ayato. Banjo just about got up, his face contorted in pain and fear. Hold up, Trevor cut in. Was wrecking our property really necessary? Can't we just talk about this shit like adults? Who are you? Shut up, Ayato dismissively said, stepping off the couch. You property don't mean anything. The sound of feet rushing across floorboards. The door to the room opened with a slam, Banjo's 3 gang members barging in and hurrying to their leader's side. Banjo. Number 1 was the first to speak to their leader, sitting him up. They all froze once they took in who exactly was standing across the room from them. MMR Ayato. What are you? He wasn't answering his phone. Anteiku is the first place I'd go to, if I wanted to look for him. It's where all the information gathers, around here. That's why I came here myself. That clear, you morons? The young man, Ayato, almost hissed at the henchman, glaring at them. You're wasting your time, Ayato-san. Riz not dash Banjo forced out, absent of breath. You say something? You scrub. Ayato wasn't interested in what Banjo had to say. He tugged, looking about the room and settling on the doorway or rather at the person in it. Tuka, frozen like a deer in headlights. She thought, eyes narrowing dangerously. Ayato. Hey. Long time no see, idiot. Still running with weirdos, hey? That's my stupid big sister for you, he said with a nod in Trevor's direction. Oh. Oh shit. What? And how old is this kid if he's younger than Tuka? Where the hell you been? She asked, cutting right past his little comments. Learning about the world. What you been doing? He caustically asked, voice filled with nothing but derision for his sister. Living a sheltered life, learning about the world of humans or some crap. What a fucking waste. The energy between them was clear. They weren't too far from just hitting each other. You little punk. Tokyo growled from between bared teeth. Shut up, bitch. Okay, that's it, Trevor declared, stepping up and now thoroughly pissed. Are you done? Because I'm about 2 seconds from booting you the fuck out. Take your business elsewhere. Who are you? He asked again in the most flippant way, looking up at Trevor with a snide little grin. Some goddamn foreign ghoul? Gross. Now, Ayato-kun. New voice, from behind Tokyo. No need to be so mean. Two people, one as tall as Trevor while the other stood over both him and Banjo. The larger of the two wore a white suit with wide facial features, and a sort of relaxed-looking smirk on his face, half-lidded eyes appraising the situation evenly. The other was slim as anything, flamboyantly dressed in bright colors with a magenta shirt only done up to his mid-chest. Hair shorn short, he wore bright lipstick, resting over a cleft chin. Trevor had to fight down his eyebrows twitching, but kept his mouth shut. It just had to become a fucking party, didn't it? I knew you had a sister, but I didn't expect her to be working here. The flamboyant ones continued, taking a step into the room. You're both so pretty. What a cute family. Tokyo, for her part, looked horrified at they had snuck up on her. Where they had come from was Trevor's guess, but they hadn't forced their way in like Ayato. We've been waiting for you, Ayato. We arrived a few minutes ago, the largest of the ghouls in the room said, crossing his arms. Had to interrupt our drink, didn't you? They had showed up when Tokyo left the room, and while Trevor and Banjo were talking. Customers turned potential intruders. Ayato's face went blank, letting out a sigh at the sight of the two. Surprised you found this place, Yamurai. The white-garbed ghoul let out a pleasant, hearty chuckle. All thanks to Nico's nose. Follow the scent, and wham. The slender one, Nico, said with a smile. What are they doing here? Banjo was terrified, color fading from his face. Arisan's not here. There was no point in you two coming. Yamurai nodded along with Banjo's words, offering a shrug once he was done. MMH? Well, you're not wrong, Banjo. The order was to capture Riz. He then turned to look at Trevor, his almost serpentine gaze enough to lock a person in place despite his otherwise cordial mannerisms. Or anyone who smells like her. So, bingo. You found him, Banjo. Trevor's eyes dilated, frozen in place. Oh no. Nico beamed, clapping his hands together. He's not from around here. How exotic. Let's get his butt out of here. Tokyo blurred into motion, standing beside Trevor, her body tense in preparation for a fight. You don't honestly think you can just do whatever you want, do you? Tokyo asked to the gathered intruders. Yamurai stepped forward. And then Tokyo was on the ground. Yamurai's hand remained flattened out like a board, the actions between his step and hitting Tokyo something of an incomprehensible blur, the chop sending her flat to the ground. Whatever we want. The huge ghoul's hand shot out, fingers clamping down on Trevor's throat, elevating him off the ground somewhat. The huge hand curled around Trevor's neck with ease, a vice grip threatening to cut off circulation for good. That's the right of the strong, isn't it? Oh fuck everything about this. He knew that it could have been pointless. He felt like he was up against people that'd give Tsukiyama a run for his money. And he also knew that his Kagun were apparently the same as Riz, but right then he didn't care. All he knew was that he had to get Tokyo and himself out of there, now. Trevor imagined the scorpion. His Kagun burst from his back, darting out to slice off the hand that held him up. Tail met tail, 1 for 1. Where Trevor brought out 2 of his Rinkaku's tendrils, so too did Yamurai. They were the same type. The difference became clear in the shape of Yamurai's Kagun, almost barbed looking and covered in razor edges, protruding outward slightly like particularly vicious clubs, or a flower that had yet to completely bloom. They seemed more weapon-like than Trevor's. Underdeveloped. You don't eat much, do you? Yamurai asked, looking unthreatened by the appearance of Trevor's claws. A third tail erupted from Trevor's back, lancing out for Yamurai's face. He went for the giant's elbow, trying to force it upwards, to break the joint. The floor and Trevor had a very intimate moment before he could, Kagun grazing the large man, the sensation of blood on the tail clear, but unsatisfying. Shallow. Yamurai pressed down for a split second before elevating Trevor once more, and then slamming him back down, the wooden floor shattering under Yamurai's strength, threatening to give out beneath Trevor. Up, then down. Up, then down. The giant ghoul relentlessly bashed Trevor's head against the floor, smiling all the while, unconcerned by what appeared to be routine for him. The world of ghouls contained more monsters than Tsukiyama. That much was clear, even to the dazed Trevor. He could barely see straight, feeling himself fading. He was utterly helpless, weak, insignificant in the face of the utter monster. All he could was rage impotently, and be overwhelmed by pain. Yamurai stood back upright, brushing off the dust from his hand. He gave Trevor one last blow, a kick across the jaw, to seal the deal. With his quarry immobile, he chuckled, popping the knuckles along the hand he had used to beat Trevor across the head one by one. You getting up, or staying down? Suggest the latter, but the former's more fun. Come with us quietly, and we won't hurt anyone. Through bloodied teeth, Trevor let out a rasping cough. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight. He couldn't do anything. But if there was the slightest chance that Tokyo would get out of this unscathed, and send for help. Fine, he wheezed, his body sagging in defeat. Good man. Don't worry, I don't tell petty lies, Yamurai assured Trevor, reaching down to help him up. No. Tuka had other plans. She dashed towards Yamurai, her eyes crimson with an inhuman fury, only to be interrupted by Ayato coming between them, his fist sinking right into her cheek. It was a clean hit. Too weak. You remind me of Dad, Ayato mocked, looking down at his sister's kneeling form. He was fighting for us. You don't know anything, you brat. Her Kagun erupted, the bloodied wing of a butterfly jutting out with a solidity to it, forming a sort of guillotine at its edge. She dashed towards Ayato, swinging for her brother. Another eruption, 2 wings from the back of Ayato curled around him, forming a fleshy shield. Mom and Dad died because they were weak. Just goes to show how much you know about the world, Tuka. Oh fuck you. With his last vestiges of strength and defiance, Trevor spat his blood right on Ayato. Nico whistled. Oh, you sassy bitch, it honestly sounded like a compliment coming from him. Ayato glared at Tuka, his wings unfurling, their quality changing from a solid wall to more of a flowing, half-liquid mass, 2 glowing points located to the center of each wing, like eyes, glaring forward. Your wings can't take you anywhere, Tuka. But I'm different. I'll prove that ghouls deserve to live, that we're better than humans. He leaned back. See. The wings shot into action, like several blades carving into Tuka at precise points, blood spurting from pinpoint slices into her skin. It was over before it even really began. Ayato was stronger. Yamurai was stronger. Trevor could only watch in horror. She crumbled. Do me a favor, and just stay there groveling for a bit. Nico clapped his hands together. That was such a cool line, Ayato. Ayato leaned away from the flamboyant ghoul. Don't touch me, Nico. He pouted, but obeyed the younger ghoul. Strangely enough, he just treated the whole incident like it was normal, not showing any form of aggression to Trevor or Tuka. Just, watching, commenting. Ah, fine. Should we take your sister too? Trevor's heart seized in his chest. No. She'll slow us down. Oh thank God. I also made a promise. No petty lies, remember. Yamurai intoned, as if trying to remind them that he was there. He huffed. Yamurai looked over at Trevor, holding him up by the arm, and blinked a few times. Oi, a one eye. Looks like Totaro was right, Nico said, his tone taking a slightly more serious cadence, appraising Trevor with a raised brow. What a pleasant surprise. And then it was gone. Ayato tutted, still completely dismissive of Trevor's general existence. Stuff him in a bag or carry him. I don't care. We're going back to the 11th. Banjo, get up and bring your crew, he instructed, making his way for the window once more. You heard the kid, One Eye. We could bag you, or you could be a good recruit and tag along without fussing. Which is it gonna be? The larger ghoul asked, grip on Trevor's arm relaxing, an offering of better treatment. Recruit? Was that what they wanted? Well, whatever. There was only one way to find out, and he sure as shit wanted to be able to actually see where he was going. He'd be a good recruit for the time being. Not like he could do much else. No fuss from me, Trevor groaned, wiping the blood from his mouth. Yamurai smiled. Good man. Dash. They left the scene through the window and made their way a few blocks down, eventually climbing up the fire escape of an apartment block until they were on the roof, giving them some view of the 20th ward. Scouting, Nico had called it. Making sure they weren't being tailed by doves, while also getting a good idea of where they'd be going. Trevor had briefly entertained the idea of making a break for it, but it was instantly shot down. They'd just hound him, easily overtake and overpower him regardless of where he went. He was just, going along with it, sufficiently beaten down to the point of compliance. For now, he could only pray that Tuka would recover and send for help. Yamurai and Ayato stared out over the city while the former held a cell phone up to his ear. Hello? Tatara? Yeah, couldn't find Riz. MH. Don't worry. We managed to nab the one you mentioned, the one containing Riz. There was a pause in their conversation where Yamurai just nodded along, moving his free hand to his pocket and staring upwards at the darkening, cloud-dotted sky. I'll have my guys keep looking for Riz. We'll bring the new guy with us to Noro's place. Sounds Gucci. Talk to you later. The call ended. Trevor made a small, choking sound of shock at the man using that word. It almost derailed his growing concern about how someone believed he was, containing Riz, whatever the fuck that meant. It was an organ transplant. How the fuck did that translate to containment? Banjo and his crew stood off to the side, the leader with his eyes cast down, fists clenched, a conflicted expression written across his face. He didn't mean to fuck up, but he had. Again. All settled, then. All right kids, we all ready to head back to the 11th? Yamurai asked, turning to face the rest of them with a pleased look on his white face. Figuring the question wasn't for him, Trevor merely rested against a railing. He'd gone past the point of burning hot rage over what had happened by that point. He was at a cold burn, as he usually called it. The kind of hatred and loathing that made him at his worst, constantly thinking of how to hurt, and destroy those who hurt him and his own. He would dig, he would search, he would observe, he would find everything he could to stack every odd in his favor. He would get even. Nico was the only one to respond, giving Yamurai a thumbs up. He shook his head, but didn't let the lack of a response dampen his visible mood. After all, he had just found the guy they were looking for. Tough crowd. Fine. Let's get a move on, Aojirai. LuckyChaos, moments before being told Ayato is Tuka's brother, oh that's Tuka's broth heir. The southernmost section of the 11th ward was a ghost town. Or rather, a ghoul town. The thuggish ghouls had brought Trevor to their hideout, a place that was once run by Banjo and his crew but had since been co-opted by Aojirai Tree. The surrounding area was as still as a grave, echoing Banjo's recollections of how the gang had swooped into his territory like an army. It was distinct from the rest of the Tokyo that Trevor had experienced so far in that it all felt like a city, where the southern 11th ward felt like a battlefield. One which had seen the fight come and go, with only vultures left to pick the bones. The residents were long gone, either having fled or dead. It was a part of Tokyo ruled by ghouls. Their base of operations was a series of closely packed tower complexes, dilapidated looking even from a distance. Hooded, ratty figures dotted the occasional lookout and balcony, diligently keeping watch. Yamurai entered the centralmost tower with a confident stride, a hand in his pocket, leading the others to their destination through rickety and stained halls, floorboards letting out uncertain whines with each step, until they were before a set of doors. A series of knocks later, and they opened to reveal gymnasium of sort, although hardly recognizable as one from how it had been completely stripped down. Kneeling figures populated the hall, their bodies covered by tattered-looking cloaks, each lined up uniformly with only a split down the middle breaking up the perfect formation. There had to be at least 100 of them. Down the walkway formed by the gathered ghouls was a man sat on a chair. A humble thing which looked like it had been taken from a kitchen table. His eyes, a vibrant red, locked onto Trevor. It was not the red of the Kokugan, but simply the natural color of his eyes, unusual and out of place. Equally red was the mask that covered his mouth, a simple thing that still yet stood out starkly amidst the white. The man's hair was white as snow. Not grey, or silver. Pure white. Steadily, it felt like the temperature in the room began to drop. Trevor felt an unpleasant feeling wash over him from the man, as though he were being sized up. Not like a piece of meat, no. Like the man was thinking of all the ways he could kill Trevor with a cold, clinical efficiency. With no small amount of horror, Trevor now understood how this man had managed to wrangle so many ghouls under his leadership. He'd been hoping it'd just be another thug, but there was no way that was the case here. Trevor was dealing with something he never had to before. Alone. Surrounded by enemies. His boiling anger had cooled, slowly becoming replaced by a genuine fear. He had no idea what to do anymore. Yo, Tatara-san. I've got a gift. Yamurai called out, hand coming to rest on Trevor's shoulder, urging him to step forward. The man, Tatara, leaned forward in his chair, fingers linking across his lap. Suddenly, the raw feeling emanating from him dissipated. The invisible fingers around Trevor's neck relaxed. Good. Step forward, if you would be so kind, he inclined his head slightly to Trevor. All attention was on him, the newcomer. There were others in the room not knelt before Tatara, standing just off to the side by the windows of the hall. He tried not to look too hard on the creepy figures he saw out of the corner of his eye, in particular one that looked way too much like Slender Man for his tastes and another short girl dressed like a mummy wearing a purple, flowery hoodie. Trevor gulped, then silently stepped forward. Your name? Tatara asked once Trevor was before him, his voice calm in an almost disquieting manner. Trevor, he managed to reply, ignoring the pounding heart in his chest. A foreigner, like me, Tatara observed in a bland tone, a simple thing he just decided to point out. Can you bring out your Kogun, Trevor? There was really no choice, with Yamurai right behind him. With resignation, Trevor unfurled his Kogun, the three writhing crimson tails slowly emerging from his back. They were sedate, slow in their movements, like snakes in the cold. Non-threatening. Tatara watched them move in their lethargic manner, a total apathy about his expression. TCH. So she's really dead. And that eye of yours? Tatara trailed off momentarily, focusing on Trevor's own crimson eye. The left one. And it's not as soft as I was expecting. You feel angry, don't you, Trevor? Trevor took a deep breath, feeling utterly helpless and lost. Yeah, I do, he found himself replying. I don't like being kidnapped when I was just minding my own business, he spoke frankly, careful to keep his tone measured. Tatara stared at him silently, and then began to lean forward, rising to his feet, his face just an inch away from Trevor's. You honestly think that this is none of your business? Another question, one carrying a threatening undertone to it. You honestly think a half-ghoul, carrying the Kogun of another ghoul, wouldn't be involved in something greater than their individual, pointless life? Trevor stared at Tatara, eyes widening slightly. Of course he'd picked up on that, which was terrifying enough, but, his words did hit their mark, though not the one Tatara had intended. Trevor still had that dream, despite everything, after all. But to have it like this? No, I don't think that, Trevor said slowly. But I'd never heard of Aojirai Tree before today. I don't know what you're doing, besides pushing for ghoul supremacy. I have no context. He felt himself steadily reaching a heightened state, not too dissimilar from flight or fight. Hyper-aware of his own body, of the sounds around him, of the body language of the person in front of him. Everything he said and did would have to be like a machine, if he wanted to survive this. Tatara observed Trevor's reaction carefully, his own muted to a mere tilt of his head. He eventually gave Trevor some space, steadily moving to sit back onto his chair. Typical. Old Yoshimura must have known, but he decided not to tell you. Just like a bonsai tree, you and everyone else in that Anteiku place are his little pastime. When the branches grow, they're trimmed. That is why you are ignorant. Trevor's eyes narrowed slightly. Ignore the insults. Get information. And just what is he hiding from us, then? He asked. How change is coming. How you're part of that change. How your little operation wasn't as mundane as you think. You don't think it was a kidney Dr. Kano put in you, right? The half-ghoul frowned. Kano. The man who'd made him this way. Turned him into. His heart was pounding again, but not with fear. Outrage. You know Kano. Trevor stated. Not a question. What did he do to me? It was difficult for him to mask his outright loathing leaking into his voice. That's a good look, Chitara noted with a ever so slight hint of approval in his voice. The Kakuhao. It's an organ we have in our backs. Just think of it as where your Kagun comes from. You have Riz's Kakuhao, not her kidney. How ridiculous. More information was absorbed. File it for later. Focus. Keep digging. I see. Why did he do it? Trevor asked. Who knows? I would ask him myself, but he's slippery. Never mind that. Chitara turned to look over at Ayato. Kirishima. He's not entirely useless, but I'll leave it up to you what is to be done with him. Use him as a soldier, punching bag, second in command, gardener I don't care. Just don't waste him. Ayato nodded, standing off to the side with the other ghouls who lacked uniform. Yamurai pressed his lips into a straight line. Chitara stood to his full height, looking over to the creepy, stock-still ghoul and the mummy girl. Noro, take over here. I've got to get going, the others are waiting for me. Ito, let's go. Okay the mummy girl said, jogging over to catch up with Chitara as he made his way past Trevor towards the exit. Hup. The doves should be getting whiff of this place soon, so stay on schedule. The door shut behind him, leaving Trevor with the others. The one keeping them in check had left. Eyes were on Trevor, the stranger among an army. Ayato kicked himself off the wall with an indignant huff, scratching his head. Guess you're with me. What's your name again? Trevor. Great. He was stuck with Tuka's shit brother. Trevor, he replied blandly. Could be shitheel for all I care. Whatever. Come on, new guy. Banjo, get your ass back to work before I kick it off. Ayato stuffed his hands into his pockets, walking towards the door. He glanced over at Trevor, beckoning him over with a flick of his head. Trevor rolled his eyes at the kid's weak-ass attempt at an insult. He'd heard and dealt far worse in his time. Silently, he walked over to Ayato, hands at his sides. He'd just have to play along, look for openings and weakness. Hopefully Tuka had sounded the alarm already, and Anteiku would pull him. Hopefully. Ayato led Trevor through the worn halls of their base, only passing another ghoul occasionally. I wouldn't be expecting any help anytime soon, he said, breaking the quiet that ruled the Aojirai base. Yashimura knows how dangerous it would be to take us on. So get comfortable, at least for a little while. Trevor grunted. What are you going to have me do around here? Chitara-san doesn't think you're useless. I'm not convinced. You'll be working with Banjo and his lot for a bit, sorting and arranging food for the others. Unlike Banjo, I'll have you doing some training with the others, just to see if you are worth shit. If you are, then maybe I'll have you dove hunting with us. Sound good enough for you? He finished with about as much sarcasm as he could manage. So he got food service with the bottom dregs, with room to climb the ladder and be a murderer. Fucking fantastic. God, he just wanted to go home. Doesn't matter how it sounds to me, Trevor retorted coldly. You've all made that abundantly clear. You catch on fast. Ayato stopped next to the door to what looked like a classroom. Just completely empty. It was a school? The base seemed to be in a sort of all-in-one communal living space. It was, at least. Here's your room. You start work tomorrow, first thing. I'll send someone to get you, so don't worry about getting lost. Poorly veiled threat received and understood, Trevor said, not even bothering to let his resentment be hidden anymore. Roger. A flash of red. A warm feeling from Trevor's foot. Then the ground. Ayato looked down at Trevor, hands still in his pockets, a crystalline, jagged wing furling around his shoulder, dripping blood onto Trevor's chest. He had cut off Trevor's foot. Don't get smart with me, you soft little shit. Spend the night putting your goddamn foot back on, while you're at it. That's an order, by the way. A steel-capped boot met Trevor's temple. And then he was alone. Staring at where his foot had been, little more than a bloody stump. He hadn't even registered. That was when the pain hit, an overwhelming white-hot lance that tore through his body, lighting his nerves on fire. He desperately tried not to scream, to not give the little fucker the satisfaction of hearing his voice in agony. Trevor failed, screaming and rolling on the floor, racked in pain he'd never felt before. Tears fell down his face, both of agony and the keenest, sharpest wrath. Now he wanted to burn the entire fucking tree to ash. Dash. It was dark. The night had arrived hours ago, and the moon was well into its travel across the sky, beaming a pale light into Trevor's room. Amidst sobs and curses, he put his foot back on. Absurdly, it actually worked, and he could feel his flesh slowly melding back together and making him whole. The memory of the pain lingered, however, along with everything had happened. His thoughts were dark, unpleasant, and full of hatred. The sound of the classroom door creaking opening broke Trevor out of his thoughts. Hey, Trevor. came the hushed, urgent whisper. Banjo. You awake, man? Trevor didn't even know how to feel about Banjo. He was the damned fool that led Aogiri Tree right to Anteiku, dragging him into this whole mess. It hadn't been intentional, but... Yet, he eventually answered in a raspy voice. What is it? You mind coming with me for a bit? I got some people I want you to meet. They're the good sort. He'd be lying to himself if the idea of simply sitting there and wallowing in his rage wasn't more attractive right then, such was his state of mind. It was oddly comforting, stewing in those awful emotions and feeding them over and over. But then, what would that change? He certainly would know less if he didn't go. He had to learn more. That alone got him standing up with a win-ce. Common, Trevor replied, walking over to Banjo. The larger ghoul had his arm bound in a sling, looking like he had seen better days himself. He smiled at the sight of Trevor getting up, quickly being replaced with a regretful look. I'm sorry, man. I messed up big time, just wanted to make sure Riz was alright, ended up getting you and your friend hurt instead, he started, keeping his voice quiet. So. I want to help you get out of here. That's why we're having a meeting. It's kind of like a rally. Trevor frowned slightly. An apology was nice, he had to admit. But he wasn't expecting an escape attempt so quickly, and without outside help. Just. Whatever, man, it's obvious these assholes just do what they want, Trevor dismissed tiredly. And what's this about a rally? I doubt your superiors are going to listen if you start protesting. Yet, well, luckily Yamurai and Ayato aren't in the building right now. We've been thinking escaping for a while anyway, so including you feels right, you know. Banjo asked, beginning to lead Trevor to the meeting place. To say Trevor felt unsure was an understatement. Just because Yamurai and Ayato weren't in the building didn't mean that they, or that other guy Tatara had left in charge, Noto or whatever his name was, couldn't do anything. But Trevor really wanted to escape, and every second he spent as Aogiri's recruit was a painful one. He wanted out. He'd just have to be careful about it. And try to figure out what happened after, along with the inevitable consequences. If you say so, Trevor replied, eyes flitting around. What about? Noto? Noro? The creepy one with the smiling mask. Is he around still? He is, but he doesn't actually do anything. It's weird. He always stands there, never says a thing. He's in charge, but it's going to be down to Yamurai, Ayato, and the Bin brothers, Banjo explained. He just eats a haluva lot. He's kinda creepy that way. But don't worry, we'll go over the details of how in a second. In a bare and stripped bedroom waited 8 people. 3 stood out as being Banjo's gang, the actually kind of pleasant gas mask fellas. Everyone was positioned in a semicircle, with only the barest bit of quiet chatter going on between them. 2 of the present ghouls looked to be a couple from how close they were, while another 2 were clearly mother and son, the latter still but a boy. The final member of the group stood at the ready, arms folded with a serious expression and slicked back black hair. Oh, hey. One of the gas mask guys noticed Banjo's return first, waving over at Trevor. Guys, this is Trevor. Yeah, we met at the cafe. Sorry about all that, by the way, considering they got you 2 and all. It was a scary situation, but it was our fault. We'll make it up to you somehow, man, another of the identical gas mask trio said. These guys were all in the 11th ward while I was leader, so you can trust them to not rat us out, Banjo said, gesturing to the others. I can't believe a one-eyed ghoul really exists. The man of the youthful-looking couple pointed out, an optimistic smile on his face. I've never met one before, it's an honor, Trevor-san. I hear Aogiri's leader is one too, 2 of the gas mask trio said, reclining back a little. Nobody ever sees them, though. Might be BS. Yeah, but low-level guys like us don't even really know how the structure works. All we do know is that Tatara and Noro are direct subordinates to the one-eyed king, Banjo shrugged, moving to stand with the others, urging Trevor over with a hand. You've met Tatara and seen Noro. What did you think of Tatara, man? Trevor licked his dried lips, glancing around at the shadows. Tatara is. I can see why so many people follow him. He's more than the common thug, and knows it. That special kind of killer. Not someone to be fucked with lightly. Tell me about it. He's stupid strong, but smart too. Oversees most of Aogiri because of it. Noro I told you about. That leaves the other officers in the 11th ward. Banjo let out a breath. Yamurai's a batshit sadist and a top-notch fighter. He came from the 13th ward, where a bunch of thieves and aggressive ghouls live, but just killing got boring for him. He started going after doves. The Bin brothers, you've not seen them yet. We don't actually know which ward they came from, but they used to lead a massive group. Most of Aogiri's men in the 11th ward are their men, and from what I get, they're deeply devoted to One-Eyed King's ideas. And Ayato-san. He caught Tatara's attention when he was causing havoc across the wards. He's pretty into Aogiri's idea of ghouls ruling over humans with strength, so he climbed the ladder quick. When the leadership are around, there's not much we can do without it being reckless. Attempting to escape would be out of the question, Banjo explained, locking eyes with Trevor. But they're not always around. Not all of them. I've got a plan. Trevor silently soaked it all in, though a lot of it was what he already figured. Tatara was smart and strong enough to lead all these ghouls. Yamurai was a sadist, shocker. Ayato was a shit kid that exemplified what Trevor could only assume was the worst of ghoul puberty. The bad kind of what Kuma had explained in Helter Skelter so long ago. Thank God Toka hadn't ended up like that. But the one-eyed king, he remembered that name. A prominent figure in Japanese ghoul folklore, a symbol of power. Was it the same individual, or just a title passed down to a sufficiently powerful one-eye? A question he wouldn't find the answer to yet, he knew. He had to think about the present, and how to get out of this god-awful situation. Let's hear this plan, Trevor said, leaning forward. Like hell would he just let things stay as they were. Yuka, look at this freaking mess. You can tell which ones are Yamurais. Ayatos are clean and easy to handle, but this shit. Two ghouls at the end of the line fussed with the messy remains of what was to be food, dumbfounded at the prospect of getting the flayed and shredded flesh and other bodily bits into some sort of presentable, ordered manner. Bet the BNB packing team don't got to worry about this kinda stuff. They don't. The Bin brothers never go on food duty, so their guys just kinda handle maintenance. Lucky guys. Trevor was experiencing firsthand the mess they were talking about. His first day of work was akin to the equivalent of ghoul food service, readying and packing food for the troops as the one ghoul overseeing the little operation called them. It was fitting, because there was a clear uniform air about Aojirai. The masks were standardized, the cloaks all had the symbol of the organization on the back, and the one overseeing Banjo and his crew as they worked looked like an officer, wearing a cap with more of a coat than a cloak. The key was to sort out the food evenly, whatever that meant, putting roughly the same amounts into neat little packages that could be given out without any sort of favoritism. One ghoul opening his food pack should have the same amount as the ghoul next to him, and the ghoul next to that ghoul. The overseer reasoned it as ensuring that the actual meat of Aojirai's forces didn't suffer from being unable to pull out their kagun at the drop of a hat, while keeping the actual amount of food required to a minimum. Efficiency. Of course, ghouls like Banjo's crew got even less. They were not expected to fight, just to live and support the organization. Keep cuttin'. Squad 1 needs to be fed soon, and I don't plan on getting dressed down by Ayato because you lot were slow, the overseer commanded, hands folded behind his back. The human body before Trevor had the benefit of no longer looking like a person. At least there was that. It undoubtedly the most morbid assembly line Trevor had ever seen. He would have puked at all the grisly, mutilated corpses if it hadn't been for Yamo taking him out on those nightly trips to collect food. Another thing he had to be thankful for of the man. God, I hope you guys show up soon. Either way, Aojirai Tree was coming across as a bit more organized than he'd initially given it credit for. The efficiency of the food packing group, placed in a former science classroom, he noted, was about as good as it could be without resorting to precise measurements. There certainly was an attempt at a more military air for the group. That said, the uniform creepy robes and masks made it feel like he'd just been press-ganged into a cult. The robes were also just ugly in general, even if the emblem was okay. He looked forward to being able to rip the damn thing off. Until then, he'd play the role of a good mook and bide his time. Hey, Trevor. You alright? Banjo asked from beside Trevor, focusing on his own workload. You can pass half my way, if you want. I'm actually pretty good at this. Thanks, but don't worry about it, Trevor replied, robotically going about his task. If I look like I'm lazy or shirking my duty, that'll just draw more attention to the both of us. Best to be as under the radar as possible. As unfortunate as their first encounter had ended up, Trevor was finding it hard to totally dislike Banjo. The man was just too earnest and actually kind, in spite of his mistakes and situation. Got it. Don't worry, we don't do this for too long. Just need to get the most recent batch out of the way, then it's back to doing whatever they ask us. For you, I think it'll be training with some of Ayato's guys, Banjo said quietly, keeping the conversation low-key. It's not that they didn't allow workers to talk, but they did not let them get distracted. Trevor grunted, nodding along. How good are Ayato's guys, typically? They're not bad. Better than Yamurais, both in how they act and how strong they are, but I could be wrong about the strength thing. I just know that Ayato's guys are kept on hand and the suits ain't. Yamurai's guys, the white suits, ain't on base, but they're supposed to be real pieces of work. Ayato's got a pretty strict ship, though. He's a nasty kid, but he knows how to make his guys work. So Yamurai's more loose, expect wild animal tendencies from him and his people, Trevor mentally noted, filing the information away for later. Good to know, Trevor replied, finishing his package and moving on to the next one. Well, it'd be nice to deal with the closest thing to professionals around here, I guess. Could call them that, yet. They're interesting. Most of them don't actually come from Tokyo. Some foreigners, even. Not sure why Tatara-san made them work under Ayato, but it's working, Banjo said, sliding a finished bundle of packed food down to the end of his table to join the rest. He had quick hands, if nothing else. Hey. Punk. Thump. Someone hit the floor across the room, one of the overseer's assistants looming over whoever it was. The man was an ugly piece of work, the more slap-happy of the overseer's goons. Work came to a halt as all attention fell on the scene. The one on the floor, back up against the wall, was called Kauto. He was a boy, likely younger than Hinamai, and the son of one of Banjo's crew. Trevor had spotted him briefly in the meeting the night before, huddled up with his mother. You trying to take what isn't yours? Show me the meat you hid. The overseer's ugly, scar-faced, and chameleon-eyed goon said, raising his hand up to hit the child again. Little thief. Banjo was gone from his spot next to Trevor. The slap of flesh by no means a light hit rung out through the room. Banjo had dived in, taking the hit for the boy. Banjo, what the hell were you doing? The goon asked, leaning back a little. The built ghoul, rather than getting up, just repositioned on the ground, going into full seiza. I'm sorry. I told him to steal it, Banjo said, a steely resolve in his voice as he stared up at the scarred man. It was a lie, if the reaction of the boy was anything to go by, looking at Banjo with shock and no small amount of fear. What followed was an angry tirade from the overseer's assistant, and a violent beating on the larger ghoul. But he took it without a sound. Trevor was, frankly, shocked at the way Banjo had dealt with that. He'd already started to think of ways to verbally twist things in Kauto's favor, trying to spin it in a way that made Aojirai tree stronger, some bullshit like that, but Banjo had just straight up went all the way. Lying and taking a hit, just for his own. While Trevor wouldn't do it quite the way Banjo had. At the very least, Trevor knew he'd do the same thing for his people. Dash. The packing group parted ways, each to do their own individual thing a couple of hours later. The overseer had stopped Trevor, helpfully directing him towards where Ayato was expecting him. Despite his gruff demeanor, he nonetheless complimented Trevor on a good first day of work. Weird how normal that bit of interaction was in light of the context of it all. The series of building complexes had several courtyards and gardens, all in a state of overgrowth and disrepair, and Trevor had been directed to Yard 1, at the back of it all just before a stretch of trees. Off in the distance was an old and rusted playground, while the rest of the yard itself was just a section of fenced-off grass with a few benches and a paved road leading through it. Several cloaked figures stood around, with Ayato most notably standing out among them, dressed in his own style of clothing. They talked among themselves, roughly 8 in total. Ayato just relaxed, laid out across one of the benches, kicking his foot to some tune in his head. Whatever talk was happening halted as Trevor approached. No masks showed that the group did look quite diverse, split down the middle between men and women with there even being a dark-skinned man amongst them, which was a first while in Tokyo. Wow, how long have I gone without even seeing a black person? Or Latinos, for that matter, Trevor wondered, belatedly realizing that he hadn't seen the more common kinds of people from America for way too long. With that thought, Trevor walked up to the group, hands in his pockets. He didn't feel much need or desire to greet them, simply standing to the side and waiting to be spoken to. Ayato looked up from his bench, coming to sit forward, resting his arms on his knees. Oh, right. Nearly forgot. Guys, this is Trevor. He's going to be sitting in on some training. You'll probably get along with him, Joe. He's American. Not all Americans get along, Pipsqueak, the dark ghoul said with a deep baritone, throwing a smirk in Ayato's direction, getting a tut from the younger ghoul. That's boss to you. Right, Joe said with a roll of his eyes, turning to look back at Trevor. Welcome to the group, new guy. I'm Joe. Takeo, another ghoul, an older-looking man with visible stress lines, said. Fan, a woman with a visibly burned eye said, arms folded. And so it went. The group of 8 introduced themselves quickly, each carrying themselves with the aura of adults at work, rather than thugs. That's all out of the way. We'll get to the training. Fan, Agistus, square off. Ayato gestured at the two, and they stepped forward to stand in the middle of the group, the rest forming a ring around them. Agistus, you've not taken on any real investigators, so I'm gonna keep picking on you. I don't know what they do in South Africa, but the CCG don't mess around. Fan's gonna be the investigator, and I'll rate your performance, that clear? Yes, sir. Good man. Start. The spar kicked off with Ayato's command, and the two combatants blurred into motion, striking at one another and trying to bring the other into a grapple of some sort, but there was a clear even match between their movements. Which then lead to their Kagun coming out. Fan's all-rounder Baikaku tail against the sturdy plating of Agistus Kaukaku armored arm. In theory, neither Kagun type had any inherent advantages over the other in that particular matchup, but Fan's tail and general movements became too much for Agistus, the well-rounded aspect of the Baikaku coming to shine above the Kaukaku. Fan herself clearly had a firm and skillful grasp of what it meant to fight as a ghoul, utilizing inhuman movements closer to an animal to keep Agistus, a very systemic fighter, on the back foot. Where Agistus was firmly rooted to the ground, Fan did not hesitate to leap and perform acrobatics mid-fight. Which led to Agistus getting knocked on his ass. Fan helped him back up. See, this is the problem, Ayato started, pointing to Agistus with a lazy look. You fight like you're an investigator, Agistus. A lot of them can't pull off the sort of stuff Fan was doing, but there's still a fair number of them who can. But you've clearly been trained by a human, your background's showing. You gotta let loose, man. Get hungry. Yes, sir. I'll keep it in mind. Good man. Trevor, you're up. You against Fan. Don't shit the bed. Aight, Trevor replied, moving from his previous position leaning against a tree and walking up to where Fan stood. He made sure to pay careful attention to both Fan and Agistus and how they fought, especially since he'd never dealt with a Baikaku before. Agistus made it clear that the slow, methodical approach wouldn't work against her without a clear power gap. She fought like an animal, but not a stupid one. That said, Trevor had spotted several times where he could have forced her to the ground, clear openings made possible by the simple facts of his own training with Yumo and the multiple attack vectors given to him by being a Rinkaku. In no small way, he was just thankful to be going up against someone that wasn't a total monster like Jukiyama, Yamurai, or Ayato again. Fan stood across from Trevor, offering a bow of her head. As Trevor returned the respectful gesture, he found it odd that a ghoul could get a burn that wouldn't heal. What kind of nasty stuff could pull that off? Something to research. Alright, you two ready? Start. Fan moved, lengthy, coiling Baikaku Kagun already out and ready, shaped like a whip with a violently spiked tip, pulsing with fluorescent green light. It lashed about the air in a confusing manner, aiming to disorientate and distract as she leapt up, twisting mid-jump and lashing out with her Kagun, the slim thing coming down at an angle towards Trevor's shoulder. Pure defense wouldn't work against her. Aegisthus had proven that. And Trevor had always been an eager student. 3 crimson tails burst from his spine, one already moving to deflect the shoulder blow. He pumped his legs and leapt into the air to meet her head-on, other 2 tails spearing ahead like lances for her gut and chest. The woman moved like a serpent herself, weaving around the lances mid-air up until she collided with Trevor. She reacted without hesitation, legs coming to wrap around his core, striking out at his face with an open palm. He ignored the pain in his face, easy to do after all the shit he'd gone through at that point, and had his Kagun strike like scorpion tails repeatedly at her knee joints, now firmly locked around him. She hissed, the pain of the predatory limbs carving away at her knees unable to go ignored. Fan instantly released, dropping to the ground, legs bloody from broken flesh, and hopped back on her hands, landing like a cat and staying like that, her tail waving behind her. Quick reactions, Fan said, watching Trevor carefully, a bead of sweat rolling from her hairline. You've been in a few nasty fights. Enough to get some lessons beaten into me, Trevor replied, rolling his shoulder and tensing his 3 Kagun. One hovered above his head, while the other 2 were poised at each flank. And he still had one left in reserve, a 4th tail that only Imo knew about as of yet. You up for round 2? Of course. You are not the only one who had lessons carved into their body, after all, the reserved woman said, a slight smile on her face despite the injuries around her knees. They mended, albeit slowly compared to Trevor's own abilities. Pushing through the pain, she darted forward and began the second round. But ultimately, she lost. The simple fact was that she was not Jukiyama or Yumo, let alone Ayato and Yamurai. There was several degrees of separation between both her and Trevor, and people like them. If it was a mindset thing or an experience thing, it was hard to say, but as it was Trevor stood the victor against a member of Ayato's squad. The benefits of fighting absolute monsters most of the time, one might suppose. Fan pushed herself to her feet, cloak long gone and exposing baggy military-styled cargos, boots and a tight black vacuum top. Although the top itself had taken some damage from Trevor, wounds still sealing. She bowed to Trevor. Good fight. Thank you. Right back at you, Trevor replied, mirroring her gesture. I learned quite a bit. You were my first Baikaku. Do not take my Baikaku for the standard. It is relatively weak, compared to most others. Less strength, more precision. It inverses the matchup, so I have to work differently from other Baikaku, she explained, standing back upright. Your Kagun is tough, for a Rinkaku, but your best trait lays in that you never over-dedicated to offense or defense, while keeping an element of style in your movements, she analyzed, looking contemplative. A very experience-based way of fighting. Your mentor was a ghoul, and a tough one, I bet. Trevor hummed, resting a hand against one of his idle Kagun, fingers tracing along the crimson skin. Very tough, he admitted. But I'll take what you say to heart. Thank you. Most of us are mercenaries, is the reason she's bringing up the fact your teacher was a ghoul, Joe said from the side, having watched quietly the entire time. We're not picky about who teaches us stuff. I suppose you can't really afford to, Trevor replied, recalling his Kagun back into his skin. Ghoul mercenaries? He wasn't surprised to hear they existed, but if most of these ghouls in particular were from that background. Then were you guys hired by Aojirai Tree, or believers in the cause? He asked curiously. Amix, Joe answered with a nod. I followed Itara, Fan said, resting a hand on her shoulder. It had taken a beating from Trevor, but not from his Kagun. The lock he had tried on Yamurai most certainly worked on her. He is a good man, and a good leader. If it is for his cause, then I fight for free. Hired, Aegisthus added from the side. I was in Thailand when one of Mr. Tatara's men approached me about a job. For a Chinese ghoul, he has a lot of connections. And I'm somewhere in between. Call it a fight for freedom or whatever, but living a life as a ghoul in America, makes you want some change, doesn't matter how it comes about. Figure it needs to start somewhere, and Aojirai Tree's our best bet, Joe said, a serious look on his face. Trevor soaked in all of their comments, mulling the words over. Fan was a true believer and, while Trevor personally didn't believe Tatara was a good man, it did confirm his belief that Tatara was the biggest threat. Especially if he could inspire people like Fan to work for him for free. Aegisthus was a typical mercenary, sounded like. And Joe, his words discomfited Trevor. How bad were things in his home country? At the very least, it proved that not everyone in Aojirai Tree wasn't forced into it by overwhelming strength. That just made it all the more dangerous. Gotcha, Trevor nodded, biting back a comment on how it must have been nice to have a choice in the matter. With some reluctance, he turned to Ayato. Your verdict? He asked. As much as I hate to say it, you're not bad. Tatara was coming from somewhere, Ayato said with a slight reluctance, lips in a thin line. But the thing with Joe and that lot is that they came here by choice. We expect them to be good at what they do, because we're looking after them. Beating one of them means you're worth your weight, at the very least. But you still need work, One Eye. Your movements are above average, but you're not getting nasty enough. You could have beat Fan in a moment if you had the nuts to. Fan bowed her head, almost apologetically. I only wish I could have performed better. Never mind it. Sometimes people are better than you. That's just how it is, Fan. As long as you don't get lazy about it. Ayato shrugged, not at all fussed by the fact one of his men lost to an outsider. Finish up the spars. Fan and Trevor, take a break for the day, rest of you back at it. Ayato clapped his hands, urging his squad back to work. Trevor silently listened and complied with Ayato. It was possible he could have beaten Fan so quickly and easily, but going that extra mile could have killed her. Maybe, he wasn't sure. The only person he'd tried to actually kill in the heat of combat was Jukiyama, and that monster had to earn that kind of hatred. Nuts or no, Trevor wasn't about to become a killer so easily. Either way, Ayato was definitely right about one thing. Trevor had never been given a choice before being forced into Aojirai tree, and that was never going away. They were keeping him from Hinamai, Irimi, Tuka, and the rest of Anteiku. All he really cared about was learning as much as possible so he could dismantle them piece by piece. Maybe turn it into something actually productive. Trevor departed, returning to his room. Later in the night, Banjo came by again and invited Trevor over to hang out with the rest of his crew, just like the night before. With little else to do besides squat in his bare-bones room, Trevor went along with him. They were all trying their best to enjoy what counted as dinner for the lower rungs of Aojirai, mostly scraps like pieces of bone and the occasional bit of actual meat, but in such small amounts that it'd only really keep a ghoul going for a couple of days, whereas the ideal meal would keep them sated for at least a week before being driven to maddening hunger. Bits and pieces again. What do they think we are, dogs? Banjo growled, staring at his share. The boy from earlier, Kauto, was sat next to his mother. He shiftily looked from Banjo to his own bits of food, eventually finding the courage to speak. Banjo. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking earlier. It's my fault you. Kauto. Relax. If they suspect anything, then the plan's finished. If it looks like I made you do it, then it just adds to the image I've built up. It's business as usual. So don't worry. You're gonna protect your mom, and we're going to get out of here. We just have to hang in there, alright? The large ghoul said in a quiet, almost relaxing voice. Here, take my share. He tossed his scraps over to Kauto, smiling. It's a kid's job to grow up, and besides. I think I've done enough growing. Gotta stay slim for the ladies, you know. And then his stomach growled. Banjo blushed, clearing his throat. Ah. Oops. Stomach's just upset, is all. The others were quick to reprimand their leader, immediately forcing their food onto him, which he eventually came to reluctantly accept. It was a sweet little scene to see, in the general grim mood of Aojirai tree. But it just brought some words that Banjo shared with Trevor the night before, after telling him about the plan, in private. We probably don't have much time. The moment I couldn't find Riz is the moment I became useless to Aojirai tree. I need to get us out of here before they get rid of me, cause I'm their leader they won't be far behind me, if I'm killed. To this day, I think if I'd been a strong ghoul like Riz, the 11th ward never would have been taken over. All of us could have lived better lives, if I was better. Banjo was on a time limit. Trevor remembered those words, and grinned his teeth. The looming pressure on his shoulders was only growing, magnified by being separated from Anteiku and the feeling that he simply had to try and save Banjo's life. People like him didn't deserve to be cut down, especially not when they had potential to do actual good. As much as he wanted to cater to the cold, calculating, and distant side of him, Trevor simply knew he couldn't stand by and let Banjo die. With some resignation, he knew one simple thing. It was the right thing to do. 2 days passed. 3 more until the execution of the plan. They went as steadily as one could expect from life in an underground ghoul militia, with one half of Trevor's day spent sorting foodstuff for the squads and the rest of the day involving some form of exercise, with the evenings filling the social niche. Banjo knocked on his door each night and invited him over to spend some time with his crew, a generally optimistic affair despite the reality of the situation. It scratched a basic itch for Trevor, that being interacting with relatively normal people. Thankfully they all seemed to be decent folk. However, as the days passed with no sign whatsoever of Anteiku, he forcefully suppressed a growing concern. Had Ayato been right, when he said Yoshimura wouldn't dare cross Aojirai tree? Was Trevor really left to fend for himself? In the meanwhile, he was left with Banjo and his crew. 3 of them, Moku, Tetsu, and Yusu, were apparently capable fighters in their own right, while the 3 members of the gas mask crew were meant to be more supportive types than upfront combatants. They also all had rather mundane dreams and goals, most of them just wanting to find a job and settle down somewhere they don't have to worry about needing to fight. Yusu, the most regular looking of the group, actually wanted to teach mathematics, something his father had taught him when he was still a kid. He treated the study itself as a sort of family heirloom. Such a normal, kind group of ghouls used to run the 11th ward. Maybe it was their softness that led to them being overtaken, as Banjo had alluded to on Trevor's first night there. Kota remained quiet, retreating after the incident with the stolen flesh. Out of everyone, the boy seemed to be the one with the least amount of optimism. Maybe he'd learned to smile as the others did, but maybe he was just being realistic. Trevor had his own doubts, but he didn't have much other choice. He wanted out, plain and simple. At the very least, he could try to escape with the few decent people he'd met and make sure they had a chance at a better life. Hey, Trevor, the overseer called out, beckoning the foreigner over with a backwards tilt of his head. Got a minute? Have some work for you. Trevor was momentarily surprised, mostly since he'd been doing his best to lay low outside of the sparring sessions. But either way, he shrugged and walked to join the overseer. What's the job? He asked. The overseer reached into his Kelly green coat, revealing a fairly sizable yet familiar-looking packet, similar to the sorts Trevor and the others made in the commandeered science classroom. The way it kind of slumped to one side made it clear to the contents meet. Delivery. Everyone else is busy making preparations. Figure I can afford to take you off the line for a few minutes, and you're the least likely to make a clown of yourself doing it. You up for it? A break from the monotony of packing human flesh was always something to be taken, as far as Trevor was concerned. Sure, he replied, taking the packet. Who am I bringing it to? Executive Ito. She's usually on the roof frontmost central tower. Luckily, she's moving out soon, so we'll have more hands doing the morning packing once the deliveries stop. The overseer moved his hands behind his back, offering Trevor a nod. Don't keep her waiting. She's not as bad as Tatara, but she's still an executive. Never know. Ito. The mummy girl, someone I know very little about. Opportunity. Roger Roger, Trevor answered, moving to leave. I'll get to it then. The overseer grunted. Get it done. Aojirai had certainly set themselves up in a place with a lot of room. As Trevor moved through the towers, heading for the front central one, there was the distinct impression that the place was long abandoned before they even moved in. The design of it all felt very 90s, almost. Signs of products at the time, dusty and worn but still recognizable even to Trevor, occasionally popped up. Game Boy Color, of all things. Past the unusable elevator and up the durely lit stairway, Trevor finally emerged onto the relatively well-maintained roof of the central tower. It had a tiny little pot garden close to the door at the middle of it, and the floor was not completely grimy. Frequently used, if nothing else. It gave a good view out into the 11th ward and wider Tokyo beyond, a reminder of the very night Trevor was made to accompany Yamurai to the very same ward he now found himself isolated in. But no sign of the mummy girl. Executive Ito. He called out, displaying the packet and figuring she was just one of those types that like to hide. Food delivery for you. Food. It came from above Trevor. Steadily, a hooded, bandaged head poked out from atop the stairway entrance. I was wondering when it'd be coming. I haven't eaten in days. Noro keeps forgetting to eat, so I have to force my food down his throat. I feel like a mother sometimes, I swear. She hopped down from atop the elevated entrance with a hop, landing just in front of Trevor and brushing off her purple tattered dress. Ito was very small. She had to crane her head up to look at Trevor, darkened eye holes somehow revealing a curious look nonetheless. The mummy girl brought a finger to where her lips made a slight indent in the all-encompassing wraps. Oh, you're the new guy. Hi. Trevor didn't know what to say. So he defaulted to an old standby when it came to girls that acted like her. Yeah hello, he greeted, handing her the package. Nice to meet you. You too. Ito reached out, grabbing the packet in a blur of movement, letting out a eager little hum at the feel. Very good. Come on, let's slack off a little. Usually it's someone else who drops off my food, but no reason to send you away so soon, she said with a titter, skipping over towards the edge of the tower, sitting herself down on it. She pat the spot next to her. Trevor shrugged, seeing no reason not to and walking over to join her. It was the most extended interaction he'd gotten with an executive that wasn't Ayato, which was a curse in its own way. Besides, if the overseer complained, all he had to say was that Ito made him do it. He plopped down next to her, looking out over the Tokyo skyline. You know, Tatara-kun usually doesn't approve of new people too much. That's why he leaves the recruiting to everyone else. He's a bit too heavy on first impressions. Word for him to look at you and be all. Do not waste him, she said, in her best impression of the calm menace of Tatara. Super impressive, Trevor-san. Despite himself, Trevor let out a small chuckle at her attempt at English just then. Is that so? He wondered. I thought it was because I had Rizkakuhao making me super special for reasons I still don't get. That helps, but if you just had Rizkakuhao and only that, he would have gotten rid of you or just let Ayato do whatever. A Kakuhao, and the Kagun, are only as important as the ghoul using them. It's a little different, in Riz's case, but it still applies. MHH, she nodded along, letting out a wizened hum at the end despite not coming across as the sagely sort. Incredibly aggressive RC cells, high potential for growth and regeneration. Riz-san made use of it well, always eating, always getting stronger. Good to know, Trevor mulled, his foot twitching slightly. Maybe that's why everyone likes to talk about her so much. I never met her, so all I have is hearsay. And her Kakuhao, I suppose. Yamurai said something about how I was containing Riz, according to Tatara, whatever that meant. Guess he just meant the organ. Who knows? Must suck, to live in the shadow cast by someone you've never met. But don't worry, I didn't know Riz at all. All I have is the hearsay too. We're like, ignorance buddies. Trevor snorted, shaking his head. Nice to meet someone who knows as little as me in that regard for once, he admitted, then glanced back toward the plants. Is that garden yours, by the way? Ito followed his gaze, looking over her shoulder at the squared-off pot garden. Oh, yeah. It's pretty boring around here, so when I'm here I like to be able to do something that isn't trying to be all scary. Plants are good, MH. None of the association with flesh, and their violence is slower, if constant. So slow we never notice it. When they're in pots like that, they're not violent, they're not trying to kill each other. Ideal little world. Trevor nodded along with her words, finding it an odd point of view but understandable, especially from a ghoul. Yet, to organisms like us their lives are so slow we barely see it, he replied. I see what you mean about violence. They go through the same cycle of life and death that we do, just differently. Back home, I planted an oak tree and had to take care of it all the time before it got strong. Parasites like worms and beetles kept trying to kill it, but I helped it survive long enough until it was taller than my house. He smiled fondly at the memory. Was still going strong, last I saw it. She nodded up at Trevor, her attention firmly attained. To be fair, there probably were not too many conversationalists in Aojirai. Oh an oak tree. That sounds nice. It's hard to find a place to do that around here, but I'm glad you get it. Tatara doesn't care, and the others sort of just shrug. Still, those pots of theirs are also like cages. Your oak was exposed to the danger of parasites and stuff, but those plants will never experience the truth of reality. I feel kind of bad, in that way. Like I'm cheating them. Trevor was starting to pick up on the fact that the plants might have been a metaphor for her, or ghouls in general. At least, that was how it appeared to him. I get that. Unfortunately in the middle of a big city you can't let a plant just grow as it pleases, Trevor said, idly kicking one leg. Too much in the way. But hey, if you ever find yourself out in the country, I'm sure you'd be able to grow a garden as big, wild, and beautiful as you want. Gardening is pretty fun, from my experience. Harder than you expect, but fun. I would do that, but if I did that I'd have to become a Yamayuba. Weird lady living on a mountain, eating people. I'd become a folktale. At least here I still blend in, kinda. But it's a nice thought, moving out there. We thrive in places like this, though. So many people, too many for the individual to really care when another goes missing. It's how we survive, isn't it? She said with a bit of a melancholy tone, dangling her legs off the edge and looking up at the sky. Yeah, it is, Trevor sighed, none too pleased about it himself. Never been one for our cities. But it's not like we have much choice. Until things change, that's just the way things are. No ghoul gardeners yet. Not yet. But that's why Aojirai tree was started in the first place. We want out of the pot, Trevor-san. What we are is different to a lot of members, but the end result is getting out. Trevor was quiet for a few moments, drumming his fingers against his knees. I still don't really know what Aojirai tree wants in the end, he quietly said. Hopefully Ito would be able to give him answers. What does getting out of the pot entail, exactly? It starts with fear, I suppose? Every ghoul grows up afraid of getting caught, you know? That's what we want to start with, getting rid of that fear. We do that by breaking the CCG. You know why they haven't come to stop us yet? They don't have the numbers yet to safely or confidently do it. He guessed. Ito nodded, letting out an affirmative hum and laying back onto the roof, arms splayed out. Not yet, but they're getting ready. Someday soon, they'll come for us in the 11th ward. But that's fine. It's an easy, delicious target, this base. Ho ho. She chuckled in a conniving manner, although it came across as comical from her. But on the surface, the king sells Aojirai as a thing to ensure the superiority of ghouls. But really, he wants something different. He wants a better future, for both species involved in this never-ending game. Trevor blinked. Then blinked again. Wait, both? That gave him serious pause. Could that be true? That someone as powerful as the One-Eyed King wanted a better future for ghouls and humans alike? I didn't know that. That's a lot like what I want, he confessed, brows knitting as he stared up at the night sky. Is that so? You'd probably get along with the king, then. But, you can't meet him. Nobody can. The shroud of ignorance is in part of what makes him the king. But I didn't tell you any of this, alright? I'm only telling you because you're another one-eye, and a nice one too, she brought a finger to her lips, looking up at Trevor. Too nice, though. What the king wants is a better future but we, Aojirai tree, will kill and kill to get there. We'll do horrible things, Trevor-san. You're right to want to escape. I won't stop you or your friends, I won't even tell anyone. Trevor took a long, deep breath. Of course she knew. Why wouldn't she? She was an executive for a reason. At the very least, she seemed genuine about her words, so maybe he could trust her word. But that could easily mean the other executives knew, and there was no doubt in his mind that Yamarai and Ayato wouldn't be as apparently understanding as she was. I appreciate that. Aha. I knew it. I didn't know that at all. She laughed in an almost childish manner, hands on her belly. He. It's fine though. I meant it. Trevor palmed his face, hard, and hated himself. Ugh, he groaned, the only person he could actually be angry with being himself. You played me like a damn fiddle. He wiped his face slowly, cheeks dragging behind his fingers. Frankly, by that point, he was mostly resigned to being caught flat-footed by anyone and everyone. The executives especially. He was way too out of his element in a place like this. You're right. I'm too nice, probably for my own good. It's what makes you unique. Rizkagun, it doesn't matter. It's nice having a ghoul like that. The world will be horrible to you, Trevor-san. Don't let it get you down. It'd be a shame to lose someone like you, to a world like this. He let out a sigh. You say that like you've given up on being nice, Trevor observed without accusation. I have, she replied honestly. I won't presume to know your past, or what led to you deciding that, Trevor began, leaning back slightly. But it's too bad. The world doesn't have enough decent ghouls. It would certainly improve things around here. Decent or not, we've still got to get our hands dirty to keep ourselves safe. A lot of us end up becoming too dirty. A father, desperate to protect his children, goes on to kill anyone who threatens them. He becomes strong, but is then crushed because of that strength. A mother loses her husband, left to care for their child. She tries to raise her well, but ultimately has to resort to violence. She can't be with her child anymore because of it, knowing that it'll only make things hard. A son and daughter learn early that they can only rely on themselves, and that survival is violence. Decency is hard to maintain, but you've got a unique perspective. I think you do, at least. I think you can keep that decency, because of that perspective. The Fuegukas. The Kirishimas. The examples were not lost on Trevor. I intend to, at least, Trevor sighed, scratching his beard. Survival is violence, yes, for now. But it doesn't have to be that way forever. Eventually, survival becomes something else, something far more fulfilling. Thriving, he said firmly. But thriving won't happen until people see that it's possible. To do that, you have to show them and be the example. His hands clenched and unclenched. Be the good you want to see in the world. I heard that, a long time ago, and I've tried to live by it ever since. Ito went quiet, feet making circles off the edge of the building. Beneath him a patrol of 2 ghouls darted among the treeline, heading into the empty streets. You're a good egg, Trevor-san, she said, slipping in some English while she was at it. But can the Rakshasas see anything other than its own good? We'll see. Anyway, with or without you, we'll keep fighting for the king. It's easier for a lot of us to look at it like that. Trevor hummed. I figured as much. Having it be as simple as that is all a lot of people need. Unfortunately, I have a habit of thinking too much. He let out a breath. Oh well. It might be a fool's hope, but for what it's worth. I hope you get to have your own garden someday, Ito. Ito sat up, letting out a breath as she did so, looking out over the city once more. And I hope you get to see that oak. Hopefully it'll be ever bigger, MH. Dash. Everything go all right? The overseer asked as Trevor returned, the work moving at the same pace as when Trevor left. Yet. Executive Ito wanted to talk, hence my delay, Trevor explained. Inwardly, he was preparing himself for a conversation with Banjo about how he'd fucked up, and Ito now knew they were planning to escape at some point. Even if she supposedly wouldn't try to stop them, that didn't apply at all to anyone else in Aojirai Tree. That's odd. She doesn't talk much to anyone. If that's the case, then I'll put you down for any future deliveries, if she responded well to it. Might get you more food, too, the overseer pointed out, happy with the result. Back to work, Trevor. Not much left, but the quicker we're done here the better. Trevor nodded, then did as ordered. The implication was obvious, promotion. Climbing the ranks in Aojirai Tree was, begrudgingly, a slightly better prospect than it had once been, if Ito was telling the truth about the One-Eyed King's desires for a better future for both species. But better could mean a lot of things to a lot of people, and Ito hadn't elaborated on what that meant. Unfortunately, he doubted he'd ever be privy to that unless he rose up the tree. A tree that was going to be engorged on the blood of countless humans. 3 more days, if Banjo wanted to go through with after what Trevor told him. 3 more days until an attempt at escape, and then what? Trevor didn't much care for how things continued to get more and more complicated. I hope the others are doing okay. Joe was apparently always the one to do a bit of tidying up after the training. It wasn't unusual for Ayato's group to make a mess of the grass, or break a bit of a fence in the heat of it, something Trevor had become familiar with in the most recent training session against Agistus who, despite being an incredibly defensive fighter, packed a punch up there with Nishiki. The South African was a polite combatant, never trying to go for the kill as Ayato advocated whenever he could. Another win under Trevor's belt, probably because of that. The American mercenary hummed to himself as he lined up a broken-off bar of the fence up with the others, welding torch in hand. He wasn't that much bigger than Trevor outside of body mass. Where Trevor had become streamlined in his time as a ghoul, Joe had a build none too dissimilar from Yamurai or Banjo. Trevor approached him, having finally worked up the gumption to ask Joe about something that had been bothering for a long time, but had yet to actually learn anything about. Yo, Joe, he greeted, moving to stand beside his fellow American. Need help? The other ghoul looked over his shoulder, blinking in slight surprise, deep brown eyes relaxing after a second. He stood upright, taking a white cloth from his belt and wiping off his hands, smiling. Trevor, didn't expect you to stick around. I'm good, used to it. Handyman stuff is my expertise. The smile faded ever so slightly. What can I help you with, though? No offense, but I didn't think that with your circumstances you'd be down to hang around with us. Well, you're not wrong, Trevor admitted, scratching the back of his neck. Not that I necessarily blame you guys exactly, but, he shrugged. To be honest, you mentioned earlier about how things back in the States were pretty shitty. I haven't been home in a long while, so I wanted to ask you what it was like back there lately. 4 ghouls. Joe nodded along with Trevor's words, looking past him in thought, clearly trying to think of a way to properly describe it for his fellow American. It's rough, man. Apparently things weren't too bad before the 90s or so, but after, the Bureau for Ghoul Research started making life hell for us. You know about Cochlea, here in Japan. He started, smile gone. Trevor shook his head. It's like a prison for ghouls, Joe explained, leaning back on the fence he was just working on, one foot crossing over the other. By law, investigators and whoever can just kill ghouls. But if you're potentially useful, they'll stash you there for a while before you die. The States has their own version, but it's not as nice. Capture is a priority before execution. From what my dad told me, the BGR's goal is to advance the understanding of ghoulkind towards a peaceful resolution. But hell, I've never heard anyone scream as much as when their guys came after one of my friends. We don't know what happens to them, once they're gone. We just know through rumor that it's not nice, and we're alive for all of it. The one-eye's expression was grim, slowly nodding along and soaking in Joe's words. None of it particularly surprised him, especially the peace motto. It was a good tagline. And a bastardization of what Trevor himself sought. So the BGR has an even more oppressive hold than the CCG? Trevor asked, rubbing his bearded chin. Joe shrugged. Yeah, something like that. It's because they can afford to, though. By proportion, there's just less of us back home, more solitary and with less grouping. I don't know the details, but a large portion of the current ghoul population actually came from Europe and other places, back when the New World was a big idea. There were a few native to the area, but they lived different kinds of lives. Hard to say, though, most of it is what I know from a few books I skimmed back when I was young. Old Native American ghouls. Now that was something Trevor wanted to learn more about. Not because it might potentially help support his views, but more so just because he found the idea pretty cool. But Joe said he'd only schemed that stuff, so he wouldn't be able to get much more info on that particular topic. That makes sense, Trevor mused. I imagine most of the current American ghoul population was part of the mass immigrations in the early 1900s, likely only expanding west out of New York once more favorable urban centers were made. You'd think so, but I'm no expert on that front, he admitted, unsurprisingly not the most educated due to his ghoul background. He seemed relatively well read, but no passionate academic was to be found in him. But the BGR wouldn't be where it is today without the CCG, or rather, the Washuyu family. Why I've got no problem ripping them apart, when it comes down to it. The Washuyu family. Trevor echoed. Are they the CCG's primary backers? They are the CCG. They run it from the top. Founded it and everything, back during the Underground King incident. If Tatara is to be believed, at least. That's what he told me. Trevor's brows rose in recognition. That was mentioned in one of the books Jukiyama had given him. So they were the warriors that did that, he murmured. I'd heard about that as well, though the book I read on the topic didn't provide any names. After a pause, he let out a sigh. The withholding of information from bigger parties seems to be a recurring theme when it comes to ghouls. This is a war burned into us from birth, Trevor. It's a tactic, same as any other war. You want the people to hate the enemy? Tell them less. Not that they need to try hard, we're not exactly the most sympathetic things on the planet, are we? Joe joked morbidly, smiling once more. But they probably know more about us than we do ourselves, so I can see why they'd want to stop it from getting out. Any advantage works. Trevor hummed, frowning but unable to disagree. As expected, the rift just kept getting wider and wider. At this point, the best way to get information was to somehow access the CCG's databases. But that was a tall order if there ever was one. For whatever reason, his thoughts wandered to Amin, wondering how the man was faring lately. But he shook his head, bringing him back to the present. That it does, Trevor said aloud. Knowledge is power, after all. Sharing it evens the playing field, something no one wants in a war. Much to his and Kimmy's chagrin. Well, thanks, Joe, for the information. Knowledge is hard to come by these days, so every little bit helps. It's no problem. I'll always share what I can. Best we were all kept up to speed, right? He asked rhetorically, pushing off the fence. But real talk for a second. I know you don't want to stick around, but I've seen you fight and I like to think you want something better from, well, this. He gestured to the area around them, to the world, and it'd be nice to have someone with some principles around. If you do ditch, I wish you the best, but I know you can see why we're doing this, he finished, leveling a serious look at Trevor. Trevor folded his arms across his chest. He was distinctly reminded of his last little chat with Ito. Even without her tricking him into spilling the beans, everyone expected him to cut and run anyway. Despite that, the likes of her and Joe were giving pitches to try and get him to stay. They were certainly better than Yamurai and Ayato, the former especially. I can, he eventually admitted. And I'm thinking about it. I was still forced into this with a gun to my head, though, and waging war has never been something I've considered myself suited for. I want a better life for ghouls, for everyone in fact, but more killing just perpetuates things. I'd rather ghouls become more educated all around, be able to do more than just hunting and killing. Otherwise, that's all we'll be. Warlords and warriors. And that kind of world ended a long time ago. Joe sighed, but nonetheless nodded. I get you, I really do. But thinking about it is all I can really ask you to do. A lot of the other troops, they're not in the right headspace to see that kidnapping and conscripting isn't really sustainable. They think that if they've got you, you're in out of fear of your life. But I've seen that in other places, seen what happens when a child soldier gets a taste of bravery and more, let alone an adult like you. That's why I know you don't want to stick around, and I get it. Long as you're aiming for something better, I won't hold it against you. Dunno about the others. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Or burn it, but I'd rather not, Trevor said. At the very least, I know that are still some good people here. While it does make the decision harder, it helps in other ways. Unfortunately, I don't know the broader goal beyond smash the CCG. I see why that's the goal, but I need something more constructive to come after that to really want it. And I really don't know how the One-Eyed King describes a peaceful world for both human and ghoul kind. That could mean farms of humans for all I know. I don't disagree. But I trust Tatara. Ayato too, once you get past the whole angry kid thing. Not going to try and sell that to you, though, Joe grinned, clearly aware of how coarse Ayato could be at the best of times. But there was something there that he trusted, though. Trevor already decided he wasn't going to actually consider liking Ayato until he apologized to Tuka, though he freely admitted that was a very personal thing. I'll have to take your word for it, Trevor snorted, moving to leave. Anyway, thanks again, Joe. See you around. Stay out of trouble, Trevor. Dash. As per usual, Banjo came by Trevor's room to invite him over to spend time with the others, gently knocking on the door before peering through the gap. Only tonight was different. The night before the escape was upon them. Hey man, Trevor spoke up, gesturing for him to come inside. Could we talk first, before we join the rest? Banjo blinked, stepping into the room and shutting the door behind him. Sure thing, man. This about tomorrow? He asked, looking around momentarily. Ito finding out had put him on edge, more cautious than ever before. But he was still committed. Life or death would do that to a man. Yeah, Trevor nodded. Well, I wanted to ask you, what do you think Aojirai Tree wants, actually? Long term. You know. I don't actually have much of an idea, Banjo admitted, frowning at his own ignorance. It's hard to tell, from down here. Just picking at food every day, sorting it and then standing around. They talk about making things better for ghouls, but, hell, this doesn't feel better. I don't feel like my guys have it good. We had it better, when we were just spending our days doing our thing in the 11th ward. It was tough, but it was satisfying and fun. I'd have been happy to keep it that way. I don't know what Aojirai Tree wants, but they've ruined that life. Trevor could empathize, all too easily. His life had been similar, not easy but still a good life, full of friends and family and good times. Until he woke up in a Japanese hospital with a foreign organ inside him. And even then, once he'd gotten somewhat comfortable, Aojirai Tree kicked down the door and forced him into yet another life he didn't ask for. I understand, Trevor said, genuinely. I really do. He leaned his head against the wall, his words full of longing and exhaustion. When Ito talked to me, she tried to persuade me to stay. To convince me that Aojirai Tree is doing good work, and that I could be a big part in making sure it stays on the right track. Even one of Ayato's squad said the same thing. One of the reasonable ones. They think I'd make a difference here, even though they know I don't approve of what they're doing. His brows knitted. I don't know what to think anymore. Silence filled the gap in their talk as Banjo digested Trevor's words and the doubt it cast on the coming escape. He looked to the window, uncertain. This is going to sound stupid, but I want to help you, Trevor. I know I can't do much, but you're the last bit of Risan in this world, and you don't deserve to be involved in something I got you into. If you want to remain with Aojirai Tree, then that's your choice. I won't like it, but I can't stop you, that'd be hypocritical of me. I do want you to stick with the crew, though. I think you make them feel safer, more than I could. Trevor let out a sigh. You're good people, Banjo. You and your crew. The mere fact that ghouls like you exist gives me hope that, maybe, things will work out. He hesitated, considering what next to say. My end goal is a world where both humans and ghouls don't have to live in fear of each other. An impossible goal, but one I want nonetheless. But how do I do that? By joining a warlike organization with some good eggs in, climb the ranks and gain power, and try to change it from within? Or surrender power, and keep fighting to protect the good people getting caught in the middle of a war? He saw Ryuko and Hinamai and Kimi in his mind's eye at that last part. Hell, I can't tell you that, Trevor. Wanting to make things better is something I get, but on that scale I can't even see it, you know? All I know is that I have my friends and family, and they're the ones I have to protect. If you think you can change Aojirai Tree, then I'd want you to, but how long is that going to take? How many more ghouls like me and the others are going to be forced into this before you get there? How many humans are going to be killed to keep fueling it? Good questions. Very good questions, Trevor said. Ito and Joe made sense, but then, so did Banjo. But when things were put like that, Trevor realized he'd have a lot of innocent blood on his hands, by properly joining Aojirai Tree. Ito had said herself, they were going to do horrible things. And while Trevor wasn't so naive as to think he'd never get his hands dirty, there was only so much he could put on his conscience before he couldn't live with himself. If he couldn't look his old family and friends in the eyes whenever he saw them again, there really was no point to any of this. Questions with answers that I don't care for, Trevor eventually continued, leaning forward. Protecting the little guy was something he wanted to keep doing. Otherwise, people like the Fuegakais, Kimi, and Banjo would keep getting taken advantage of. No one fought for them, not really. I'll go with you and your crew, Banjo. It might disappoint some people, but you can't make everyone happy. Banjo relaxed, bringing a hand up to the back of his head and rubbing it. Man, I didn't want to make it seem like I was trying to stop you, or anything. It's just that you're the best shot I think a lot of people have for a decent future. Yourself included, I don't want you burning yourself up by keeping with Aojirai. No, you're right. Being here for too long would take too much of a toll on me. More than it already has, Trevor confessed. Even if I could make Aojirai better in the long run, the way there would involve too many compromises. I've never really been an ends justifies the means kind of guy. Even if this path is going to be rougher, well, he shrugged. It'd make it easier to live with myself, at the very least. Banjo went quiet once more, moving up to the window. It was a cloudy night, the moon nowhere in sight. You think we can make it, Trevor? Trevor went quiet as well. Slowly, he stood up and joined Banjo at the window. It was dark out. Too dark, for a human. These weren't words for the rest of the crew, Trevor could tell that much. Showing doubt now would only make them all weaker. While the truth was that he didn't know. We will, Trevor assured Banjo. Even if they try to stop us. So long as we prioritize escape and survival above all else, we can get out. After a moment, he added, let me take rear guard. I've found I'm very good at annoying attackers, so unless the likes of Yamurai or Ayato are on our tail, I can keep pursuers off our backs. Banjo's expression steeled, resolved towards the escape. Trevor's words were what he needed in that moment. Got it. I'll let some of the more experienced ones take point. I'll stick towards the middle, go where I need to. You ready? I'm committed, Banjo. Let's get your people safe. Every 6 days, Noro and Ayato left to meet up with the other leaders of Aojirai Tree. Every 4 days, Yamurai went into the city and did not return for a full day. Meanwhile, the Bin brothers never left the Aojirai complex. The 12th day was the interval in which Yamurai, Ayato and Noro were not in the building, leaving only the Bin brothers to deal with. The Bin brothers, unlike the other 3, were not some inconceivable freaks of ghouls, but their strength could be found in their men. That wasn't to say they weren't strong, but if Banjo were to face any of the executives, it'd be one of the Bin brothers. They were young, but they were not fighting savants like Ayato. The escape route Banjo laid out involved making use of the cover in the surrounding woods, a particular route he noted in his last venture out of the compound. Sufficient cover to hide if needs be, and plenty of ways to lose someone if the one being pursued was fast enough. Patrol routes were also accounted for. There wasn't a set schedule, but the exact pattern for that day was known ahead of time. A 2-minute gap where no guard would be passing the perimeter of the compound. On one end, Aojirai. On the other, escape. Banjo in the middle to provide support where needed, Trevor at the back in case of pursuit, something which wasn't taken off the table in the slightest. If someone was going to follow them, it was the Bin brothers. Twin Baikaka ghouls who lead the largest group of ghouls prior to the birth of Aojirai, both rated as S rank individually by the CCG. The cream of the crop, either way it could be looked at. Was it doable? Certainly. Trevor was skeptical, he had to be, after everything that happened, but without the other executives they had a chance. Warding off the Bin brothers and their cronies was possible, so long as he was smart enough about using the terrain to his advantage. What he was more worried about was who else might have known about the plan. Ito knew. Whether or not she held true to her promise about not interfering, there was still that simple fact. And Joe suspected. Trevor was sure that plenty others suspected as well, and would be watching for it. And who knew if another executive decided to break from their schedule just to mess with the escape attempt. But there was no going back now. Trevor refused to be party to Aojirai Tree's actions. He couldn't stomach the idea of supporting the group despite Ito and Joe's attempts to convince him. The first impression had fouled things up quite a bit, if they'd really wanted Trevor to actually try to contribute to their cause. It's almost time for the younger Bin brother to take a break from his watch, Banjo observed, watching the pair of ghouls talk to one another atop the building from the cover of a corner. Eventually, the younger of the Bin brothers moved away. Move. The group did not need further prompting, breaking into low sprints with their hoods pulled up, making a straight line towards the forest path just ahead of them. Only the sound of their feet on grass could be heard, and even that was as quiet as can be. The remaining Bin brother was focused on something else, still talking to his leaving brother. The silence continued, the way forward dominated the mind of each ghoul present, focusing them on 2 simple actions, run and stay quiet. Even Kauto wore a steeled expression, although it was ruined by the clear worry in his eyes. Banjo nailed the perfect timing. They haven't noticed. One of Banjo's guys, the slightly rotund Moku, asked. No. The Bin brothers were careless, another replied, the relief clear in his voice. I knew it from the moment Trevor got here that something good was finally going to happen, Moku said, looking almost on the verge of tears. To have a one eye on our side, you just gotta believe that the wind is blowing in our favor. You knocked down Banjo in one move, right? That was Banjo, though, one of the gas masks said, the girl of the siblings called Jiro. Hell is that supposed to mean, Jiro? The aforementioned ghoul called back, glaring over his shoulder. Working out isn't going to help you whip it out, buddy. She replied good-naturedly, snickering behind her mask. Then what else am I supposed to do? Trevor found it difficult to be at ease quite yet. His nature as a one-eye meant jack shit to him, knowing full well his status on the totem pole. Keep it down, he urged from the back. We're not out of the woods yet. Stay sharp. Trevor's right, Yusu, the more serious-looking ghoul of the gathering, said from the front, eyes narrowed. We need to get to a safe place before we start acting like that. Ears and eyes, people. The hope for freedom was very much present in them, but it was quickly reined in by Yusu and Trevor's words. But only the darkness of the woods surrounded them. An uncomfortable thing in most situations, but in their situation it was a sign of success. Rustle. Eyes locked. A man hobbled just past a shrub before them, garbed in a robe identical to the ones the group wore, his face nearly without features or nose from unmended damage, lips a thing disturbing line and his eye sockets nearly non-existent, like the skin had melted over with only small points for eyes. The group dug their heels into the ground, coming to a sheer halt. They were not out of the woods, not in the slightest. After a beat of silence and stillness, he threw his head back, lipless mouth forming a near-perfect oval. Half a second. The noise lasted for exactly that until the gas masks shot forward, and in a display of practiced yet natural synergy, took the man apart with their hands, slicing and shredding him into several, disembodied pieces, head spiraling off into the air before landing with a wet squelch. Ah, shit, Banjo grumbled. And so they ran. That guy wasn't on the pattern. Yusu called out, glancing back at the others as he forged ahead. He's not one of the bins, either. Shit, where is Bin? Banjo said, looking directly behind them to the outline of the building in the distance. There was no lookout. He's headed this way. It was faint, but it could not be ignored. The shape behind them, a wildly fluttering flower with a white and red core. It was the elder Bin, feet barely touching the ground as he pursued, a wraith of a ghoul. Yusu was the one to try and calm things down. Everyone else, just keep running and ignore him. If we keep up this speed, we'll break through to the city in no time. Kauto tripped. The boy did not remain grounded for long, grabbed by Trevor as he passed, hauled along with the half-ghoul until he was on his feet once more. A recovery. How is he so goddamn fast? Moku cried, glancing behind the group. I'm not that fast. You're all just sluggish. Above them, propelled by but the force of his feet leaving the ground, was the elder Bin. A blank white mask with a geometric design on it that vaguely formed a red P obscured his face, a unique purple cloak covering his whole body. Keep moving. Trevor shouted, shoving Kauto out of the way just as the elder Bin charged. A massive bone blade of a Kagun burst from the executive's back, aiming to impale the boy right then and there. A red serpent lashed out, sliding against the blade and applying just enough force to miss the kid entirely. Already, another of Trevor's Kagun was out and slashing at the elder Bin's face. The elder Bin leant back mid-air, just enough to avoid damage but not enough to avoid his mask being broken, the lower half snapping off cleanly just from the touch of Trevor's Kagun at the speed it erupted. From contact alone, Trevor had to grit his teeth and fight down the pain. The elder Bin's Kagun hurt to just touch, let alone strike. It must have been a unique quality to it. The damn thing could probably cleave his own Kagun if he gave it the chance. He'd have to be careful, adaptive. The elder Bin's tail struck out once more like a cobra, explosively launching its blade-like tip forward and completely averting Trevor in his general direction. Kauto. The boy's eyes widened, expression otherwise blank with recognition. He was dead. The tail traveled through bone and flesh effortlessly, piercing the core of Banjo. The older ghoul stood before Kauto, the elder Bin's Kagun cleanly sticking through his abdomen, just beneath his chest. Banjo grit his teeth, his hand clamping down on the tail, veins and muscle tensed to the absolute extreme along his arm, holding the predatory organ in place. Trevor had no time to think. Only act. So he charged, 3 Kagun striking forward like scorpion tails, straight for the elder Bin's throat with all of his might and speed. The elder Bin, once more, weaved with the elegance of a dance, body making a near-perfect arch with a reaction bordering on the precognitive. Ray. And then he got flung into the air by his Kagun, and then slammed into the dirt in what could be called a Kagun shoulder toss by Banjo, sending the elder Bin bouncing across the dirt a couple of times before recovering like a cat, one hand on the ground with the balls of his feet digging into the dirt to stop any further movement, tail raised up and pointing at them threateningly, jittering in an uncomfortable-looking manner. Banjo looked at them, he looked at Trevor, with a glare that did not look right on his face, the raw intensity of it washing over them like a gust. Get going. Go. He commanded. He wouldn't let his own plan fail. Trevor knew that look. Banjo wanted him to lead the rest out of there. At the cost of Banjo's life. He hated decisions like this. Run. Trevor roared at the rest of the group, pushing the closet to him forward. Banjo, you better fucking survive this. But no matter what he wanted, he knew convincing Banjo otherwise would be foolish. And losing both of them would only cripple the group further. He had to keep them alive. No matter how much like shit he felt like for leaving a man like Banjo behind. The escape continued without Banjo. Oh god, oh god, oh god, because of me, Banjo's. Kauto's mother rambled as she ran, her son's hand firmly within her own. Maybe we should. Jiro started, only to be cut off. No. Absolutely not. Yusu shouted, still in the lead of the group. If we turn back, then it'd be for nothing. A look was exchanged between the gas masks. A mutual nod was shared, and they stopped running. Banjo can't use his Kagun. He just can't. He's not good at fighting without it, either. He's a peace-loving idiot, who only has his toughness as a saving grace, Jiro recalled fondly, but continued with a serious edge. He's dead by himself. I don't know if we can take on Elder Bin, let alone both, but us three? We absolutely cannot let Banjo die. Not alone. The three of us are going back. You guys go on ahead, please. Trevor gritted his teeth, heart pounding in his chest. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He hated this, he hated every second of it. He knew he couldn't convince them. If you're going back, prioritize getting him out of there. Elder Bin's Kagun hurts to even touch. Just survive and escape. That's all we can do. He was already seriously regretting his decision to leave Banjo. He didn't feel like himself. Got it. We'll see you guys later, probably. Hopefully. Jiro called back to them as the three siblings ran in the opposite direction, back towards the Aojirai executive. Thanks, Trevor. I've done nothing worth thanking. Almost there, Yusu said, trying to get the group back on track. He pat Moku on the back, and got them moving again. Dash. Just past the trilene, there it was. Freedom, or some version of it. Just a few steps more. Where's Moku? Yusu asked, looking around. The rotund, bowl-cut hair ghoul was gone, right from under their noses. Trevor had no idea he was gone. That alone set his senses on overdrive, even more so than they had been before. His head whirled around, searching for any signs as to what the hell happened. Get your money. Shake your hair. Executive branch. A deep voice sang casually. Can't believe my luck. Out doing a bit of shopping, catch some friends of mine on a stroll. Kind of awkward, though. To their right, branches broke. The group shifted away from the dark wood next to them. Moku's head held firmly in his grip, Yamurai stepped into the slight light offered by the city and moonlight, a relaxed smile on his face. Ladies. What's the night out about? He asked, all the while lifting Moku up, the round ghoul's eyes flooded with fearful tears. And why was I left out? Yamurai grinned. Trevor knew, without a doubt, that they were fucked. Can you believe it, Nico? The mentioned ghoul emerged on the other side of the group, pincering them between a rock and a flamboyant hard place. Everyone knows we love a bit of nightlife. Never mind, it's fine. I'll forgive you, all of you, under two conditions, Yamurai said, entertained. Yusu shot forward, the beginnings of a Kagun emerging from his back, eyes wide and set on escaping. Yusu died. Yamurai cleared his throat, the ghoul's entire torso mangled by the larger, pale ghoul's brutal-looking spiked rinkaku. Then he tossed Moku, although the way he did it resulted in his fingers ripping through Moku's face and scalp like knives through butter, his neck making a sick crunch. He landed just next to Yamurai, unmoving. As I was saying. Forgiveness. Interested. The offer was still on the table. Trevor looked around. It was only him, Kotu, and his mother left. Two lives that could somehow be spared from this utter disaster. Cry later. Rage later. Shut down emotions. That's the only way you'll survive this. Yes, Trevor replied stiffly. Oh my. He has control. Nico commented from the side, stepping past Trevor and over to Yamurai's side, hand on his hip. He looked curious himself, glancing at Yamurai. Good man. I'll let, these lot he gestured to Kauto and his mother, go free. Including whoever else should be here. I'll beat the crap out of anyone who tries to stop them. But you? You come work for me. Ditch Ayato, come hang out with the gang, live the good life. My second condition doesn't matter now, it was that I get to kill two of them. Too late for that. I think it's a good deal. Yusu slumped off of the barbaric excuse for a rinkaku and its bladed grooves. Trevor took a deep, shuddering breath. It was all he could do not to tremble pathetically where he stood. There really was no choice. He'd have to find his chance another time. Maybe not let so many good people get killed. Again. I agree, he managed, hands clenching and unclenching. He hated everything about this. I agree to your terms. Yamurai-san, I don't think Ayato-kun would be too happy about that. Nico pointed out, almost sounding excited. Probably. Don't care. He can come get his new boyfriend if he wants, Yamurai huffed, smirking. He shooty Kotu and his mother. Go on, get. I'm not interested in you. The two looked at Trevor, uncertain. He silently urged them on, putting on a smile only for their sake, to say it'll be fine, even though it very obviously wasn't. He'd told them both about Anteiku during their dinners together, and about how the people there were good, where the hell were they? And that they'd take those two in if need be. All Trevor could do now was pray that they didn't waste this chance at the whim of a madman. They didn't look back. Now, weren't there more of you? Did the bins finally do their jobs? Clearly not good enough if you're here, but you know, Yamurai observed, a hand going to his pocket while the other dripped blood onto the grass. Disgusted, Trevor spoke. Yeah, 4 more. Banjo and his crew. They were fighting Elder Bin last I saw them, back that way. He robotically pointed back the way he'd come. Ah, shit. Fine, fine. Like I told you before, Trevor, I don't tell petty lies. Better go and save their asses before the bins cut them up. Yamurai rolled his shoulder, hissing through his teeth. Nico, go on ahead. I'll be there in a bit. Of course. Don't kill the Bin brothers now, that'd be inconvenient for all of us. Yeah, no promises, Yamurai chuckled, moving in the direction Trevor pointed. You coming? Yeah, Trevor replied, following after him and praying he wasn't too late. Dash. Yamurai wasn't exactly in a hurry. He was a man who liked his walking. You know, I knew you were going to make a break for it. Nico overheard you lot, he said, finally breaking the silence. You'd have come up against us either way. Kind of sad, when you think about it. Nico's secret weapon? His senses. Everything in the compound, he can probably hear it. It's how I stay well informed. In Trevor's mind, the Nico file was updated. Figures, Trevor stated monotonously. I bet it seemed obvious to most people anyway. Did it? I mean, of course it did. But they're not the ones out here. They either couldn't or didn't stop you. We always think people are going to escape, Trevor. Your band isn't special. The bins ain't there to stop intruders, but to keep people in line. Trevor grunted. Then why did you stop us, if we're not special? He asked. Potential's potential. I'm not fussy on that front. I like things that have worth, still a thief at heart, so it's only natural I'd try and snatch talent away from Ayato. You get me? He asked, looking at Trevor from the corner of his eyes, the large ghoul's broad and powerful frame oddly relaxed. The executives play their games against each other, and I'm just a pawn. Yeah, I get you, Trevor replied. What happens now? Now, my man, I might have to beat the shit out of some kids. Yamurai and Trevor stepped into the opening. The Bin brothers, reunited, stood over Banjo's beaten, but still breathing, body, the embattled gas masks barely holding on against the two S-rated ghouls, their hoodies tattered by deep cuts. The Bin brothers snapped their heads to Yamurai, completely ignoring Trevor, while the opposite was true for the gas masks. Yamurai. Trevor. Hey, Bin boys. I'm going to be letting these weaklings run free. Thanks for your efforts and all that, but go home, Yamurai said, watching the Bin brothers with a casual smile but a horrifying glint to his eyes. A pure predator if there ever was one. Elder Bin stepped forward, fists clenched. Yamurai. What are you? Listen here. I'm only interested in one thing here, and I've made a deal to get it. So feel free to leave, Bin brothers. The brothers didn't back down, the fully masked younger Bin stepping beside his sibling. Do you even realize what you're doing, Yamurai? He hissed, gesturing a hand to the side. You are in no position to be making these kinds of decisions. We've always had issues with your attitude. No loyalty to the king, to the one who's trying to make a damn difference, Elder Bin continued, sneering visible with his broken mask. Yamurai tut. Shut the hell up. I don't give a damn about that. I'm here because it's the most fun gig in town. As long as I get that fun, I don't care about the rest of it. Yamurai brought a hand up, popping the knuckle of his index finger with his thumb, the sound oddly loud and distinct. His Kagun burst to life once more, curling around him, coiling like a dragon around a horde, twin-scaled necks of a poisonous hydra. He brought his fists up, his guard open, inviting almost. So. You Bin boys wanna die? Crazy-ass 13th Ward ghoul. Elder Bin hissed. Boys. Relax. Cooler heads prevail, you know, Nico again. Wasn't he supposed to be somewhere else? Bin brothers, there's no reason to keep disloyal men around, is there? Surely that'd be more disrespectful to the king, no? Also, these guys are Ayato's men. Who cares? It's his job to look after them, not yours. The Bin brothers stared at Nico, then to each other, then back to Nico. That's stupid, but it also kind of makes sense, Elder Bin said with a shrug. TCH. Fine. Do what you want with them, Yamurai, younger Bin finished, marching off with his brother. Yamurai relaxed, his Kagun slowly shifting back into his flesh, the claws of a ghoul retracting. He smiled pleasantly, genuinely even, at Nico. A rare display of honesty from the cruel excuse of a man. Thanks Nico. I was seriously going to kill them. No problemo. Anyway. Yamurai brushed off his hands, looking over at Trevor with an energized, happy expression. Come on Trevor. Trust me, I'm a good boss. Just not to other people's men. You're part of the crew now. Yeah, Trevor slowly replied, looking at Banjo's unconscious form and the three gas mask siblings. Get out of here, guys. You're free. The three didn't move, looking at Trevor with what he could only assume to be confusion and shock. Trevor-san. Jiro stammered, moving to take a step forward. One of her brothers reached out, holding her shoulder and stopping her from moving towards him. Got it, Ichimi, the one of the gas masks, said. Get Banjo, Jiro. We're leaving. Trevor watched them carry Banjo out. He watched them leave, disappear into the darkness. Free. Without him. He turned away, following Yamurai. He'd managed to save 6 of them, by making a deal with the devil. 6 lives against 1 was an easy choice. That was what he kept telling himself. Ignoring the fact that he was back at square one, alone, in an organization he reviled under a man he reviled even more. Trevor shuffled along, more like a machine than a man at that point. Banjo and his crew were out. Anteiku had never showed up, not even a peep. He had no friends here, and no help to call upon. He only had himself to rely on now. And he didn't trust himself at all to see him through. Yamurai's lair, which was the most accurate way of describing his little hideaway, was apart from the main set of buildings. It wasn't exactly clear what the diminutive tower building just off to the side of the site was intended for, but being lead up the stairs of it revealed brief glimpses into the rooms Trevor passed. Mostly just dark spaces filled with boxes and other forms of storage, nothing too notable. At the very top of the stairs was their destination, a wooden door leading into a wide, well-lit room with red and white checkered floor tiling. A circular space with a domed ceiling. A slight chill breeze seeped in from somewhere. At the very center of the room, a bucket filled with something before him, was a man bound to a chair, a sack seemingly pinned down around his head by his collar and shoulder blades. Sweet Jesus, Trevor instantly thought, total revulsion and disgust immediately overwhelming him. The bound man was cut and mangled horribly, looking more like a wretch than anything. And in the bucket, fingers. Toes. Human digits, many of them, dumped inside without ceremony. What the fuck? He breathed, voice shaking at the ugly sight. One of my guys, Yamurai explained, pointing over to him casually. Messed up big time. Still alive, too. It's a lesson he'll learn from. Pain does that to a man, teaches you things about yourself and the person inflicting it. Man. He nodded over at Trevor, stepping over to the bound man with a relaxed step, a hand in his white jacket pocket. You can learn a thing or two from his pain. Better him than you, right? Trevor stared at the man, heart pounding in his chest from panic, fear. He'd know Yamurai was bad, but this was on a whole other level. He had to get away from him. Somehow, some way. He knew himself, and he knew, more clearly than anything else in that moment, that eventually he'd do something that'd get him in that chair. What he'd do? Trevor barely managed to ask. Not important. Man. He nodded once more, this time to the sitting man. Have a look at this. All that stuff in there, Yamurai gestured to the bucket. Is his. He's a ghoul, like us. But I didn't take that all off with my hands or kagun, no. I used tools, human tools. Sounds weird, right? When we know something's coming, things like conventional weapons barely even sting. There's a way around it, if you've got the time and resources. He squatted down, looking over his handiwork. Silently, Trevor complied. He stepped closer to the man, the ghoul who'd crossed Yamurai, despite the ever-present revulsion twisting in his gut. He looked down at him, Yamurai's words rolling off of him, only further damning the executive with each breath. This thing wearing human skin is an utter monster. Things you seem to have plenty of, Trevor observed hollowly. Enough. I have enough of them, he replied with a smirk, standing back upright and letting Trevor soak in the horrific, twisted visage of a man set before him. It's humans, you see. They're better at learning how to hurt things with what they've got. Ghouls get lazy, rely on the body and the body alone. It's all most of us need, but them, the supposed prey adapts. They invent. They think. And they come up with some brilliant things, when they're really thinking. How do you think they perform surgery on our bodies, Trevor? Research, experimentation, Trevor listed off dully, eyes glazing over. Collecting data, finding the right tools for the right job. Just like how they do everything else. Yamurai let out a noise of approval. Right. And the fruit of their experimentation yielded RC suppressant. For a couple of hours, a direct injection brings us down onto their level, it almost makes us human. Our bodies become soft and easy to play with, just like theirs. But there's still a problem, how do you inject it in the first place? Our bodies are still tough enough to break a needle, right? I'd say they use our own kagun, making those quinqua in the shape of a needle, Trevor began, using the thought exercise to distract himself from the utter atrocity before him. It was all he could do. But that runs into the problem of getting those materials in the first place. It'd have to be overwhelming force, initially. Yamurai shook his head, letting out an amused little chuckle. Wrong, wrong. You're thinking too broadly there, you have to narrow it down to particular areas of the body. A trunk of white slammed into Trevor's face. A membrane. Lava poured into Trevor's eye. He screamed, the most intense, insane pain he'd ever felt lancing through his entire body as he crumbled to the floor, blindly grasping at his eye. Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. 100 Japanese hornets, each one viciously stinging right into his eyeball. Every cell screamed, begged for relief, even as they were hosed in never-ending streams of magma. No relief came, instead every agonizing millisecond became a year of utter pain. His thoughts were no longer coherent words, merely pure animal screams and cries. The world devolved into nothingness, and it became impossible to focus on anything except the hell his body had become. It's weak for ghouls too. And then, clarity. Yamurai had wanted him from the start. That was why he reacted the way he did when Tatara gave Trevor to Ayato. From the very beginning, this was what Yamurai wanted from him. Now, count backwards from 1000, in intervals of 7. Yamurai did exactly as he said. Human tools, pliers, and blades, the things someone would expect to be used in that sort of situation, easily pinched and sliced through Trevor's body parts. GCH snap. Another toe gone. How many had it been? Why did it feel fresh each time? 559. 552. Pain as a ghoul was something you could almost ignore. The function became far less urgent in the middle of a fight, because so long as you could get away there was a high chance you could recover. Even getting impaled by Jukiyama's Kagun or kicked by Nishiki, it was pain, but acceptable pain. Pain as a human was different. That is what Trevor felt then and there, a dreadful sort of agony that acted as a reminder of how fragile he truly was, a piece of glass that could be shattered from a bad fall or an intent-filled hammer swing. It had almost been 3 months since the change, but it felt like a lifetime without that reminder. As each injection wore off, Yamurai fed him. Just enough to get his body to heal, but not enough to do anything else. Heal, inject, remove. Heal, inject, remove. Heal, inject, remove. Over and 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 over. Each time parts of him were removed and each time they grew back, it just served as a reminder that Trevor was truly a monster. No person could have withstood such torture over and over again. Truly, truly, truly. Damn. Damn. I want to kill him. Kill, kill, kill. Should I finish him off? No. Can't. Too much fun. No, no, no. I need to control myself. If he dies, I can't have fun anymore. So I can't. Have to control myself. The sound of a barking beast, barely containing itself as it picked at food. Yamurai sounded like he was slobbering at the prospect. Nico. It wasn't the first time he worked himself up over the time he and Trevor had spent together. But each time, Nico would come over. Yes. SHCK. And have his gut pierced, in order for Yamurai not to break his new toy. Nico's body would repair quickly, seamlessly, and he even came across as amused by Yamurai's poor excuse for self-control. Time passed, and the session ended once again. How many had passed? They all blended into an agonizing noise. Torture without purpose. There was no information to be had, no secret to be revealed. It just was. A pure sadism. Oh, Trevor. It's that time again. The night, or day, had passed too quickly in Yamurai's absence. He had managed to turn isolation into something to be treasured, which only meant that the time passed quicker. Intentional or no, it was cruel. Yamurai looked clean, relaxed. No suit that day, just a comfy-looking black shirt and white pants. He spun his mask around in his hand by an eye-hole, humming some tune to himself. A hockey mask. The nickname Jason had become all too clear. You've been ace, Trevor. Lasted longer and recovered faster than anyone else. Figure that's worth a bit of small talk. How do you think I came across the pleasure of giving pain? You want to know? Yamurai's hand gripped Trevor's hair, forcing him to nod along. I messed up once and got sent to a ghoul detention center in the 23rd ward, before I was called Jason and all that, just a regular ghoul making do with what I had, he began, fondly recalling. I knew the ins and outs of the 13th ward, so they kept me alive and around. I think the clowns being in power had something to do with it. Yamurai shifted, pacing slowly around Trevor, resting his mask against his chin. There was an investigator there with a real screw loose. Like, you think I'm bad? Sheesh. He was a human, but as crazy as any one of us. He paused, still pacing. His expression shifted into one of contemplation, a rare moment of complete and total self-reflection and thoughtfulness from Yamurai. Trevor distantly thought it was good. Good, that Yamurai had once felt pain. Every disadvantage in this world, Trevor, is from a lack of competence in any one area. Competency of body, mind, spirit, and so on. The weak are those who lack sufficient competency. They're trampled upon, impinged upon, violated, abused, and when you go through a lifetime of it, a life of pain and torture, you try desperately to try and find ways to escape pain, and I mean desperate, Trevor. Philosophizing, justifying evil. That was all he was spouting. He paused in his walking, letting out a huff, smile returning. It's funny. I decided to stop thinking of myself as Yamurai the ghoul, but as the investigator torturing me. I focused on that, put myself in his shoes until eventually I lost sight on reality. I couldn't tell if I was the one receiving or inflicting pain at that point. Call it oneness, like I perfectly understood what he was doing. One day, he let his guard down, and that escapist fantasy of mine suddenly became reality. Our roles swapped. I inflicted the pain onto him. It only lasted an hour, mind you, but in that time I really felt like I had become human. I can't forget that excitement. That place was a turning point for me, it's where I learned all about the injection and how to torture ghouls. I learned from my pain, but I still have so much more to learn. It's my hobby. I search for ways to make it more enjoyable. Monster. Evil. He moved over to Trevor, standing behind him, a hand coming down to pat his shoulder. Ghouls and humans die so easily, but you're one of the good ones. That's Riz for you, and thanks to the doctor's experiment, I'd say it's even better than what I remember from fighting her. At the mention of Riz and Canoe, there was a dull stirring inside Trevor. Weak embers of hatred and loathing. Not as strong as what he felt for Yamurai, but they were there. Names that brought him to this point. His voice changed, seriousness bleeding through. There are a few like you out there, Trevor. Canoe fled yesterday, gone before we could even get close to him, and that just made things clear to us. He's using Riz to make half-ghouls, and it's still happening. Like me? More. But enough of that. Give me a second here. Yamurai moved off to the side somewhere. Bound to a chair, energy drained, Trevor could not see what he was up to, but it sounded like he was opening some sort of plastic container. Here we are. He moved back around to stand in front of Trevor, something pinched between his fingers. With only one good eye, Trevor saw it. A scorpion. A live, writhing scorpion, dangling there. The Chinese golden scorpion. Not only found in China, of course. This is a female, fully grown. Probably the largest species you can find here in Japan, but it's still a scorpion. 8 centimeters, at a push. He said, getting Trevor familiar with the creature. I'm going to piss it off then put it in your ear, alright. A hollow, grunting sound came from Trevor's dry throat. He was shaking again. And he stuttered. And no, please. He knew words would never reach Yamurai. But he couldn't help it. Yamurai forced the thing against Trevor's ear. Paradoxically, he was gentle with it, pressing it into his ear until it clung to Trevor. Then he pressed down, forcing it to go wild. Finally, Trevor totally and utterly broke. Someone was laughing. Dash. Isolation. Wonderful nothingness. Trevor. A familiar voice. You're not dead yet. Look up. He did. Yamo. His teacher, the one who had drilled the basics of survival and combat into him. Yamurai was gone, and there was no sign of a forced entrance. No battle. Your hair has turned grey, his teacher observed aloud, staring down at him with his ever-present neutral expression, an emotionless slate of a man with a weapon for a body. There was a dull ache, a pain across his entire body. He just wanted to rest. Has it? Trevor wondered in a hoarse voice. I guess it has. Was he supposed to feel something about that? About anything? In the distance, past Yamo, was the figure of a woman. Her back turned, purple hair lightly blowing in the breeze that had snuck into the domed space. She was difficult to make out, so far away. It supposedly happens to those who have gone through too much stress. I do not know if that is true. But you have survived. Why? This was surreal. It felt off. Yamo was here, but how could he be? Anteiku had never come for him. They had left him here. No one had come to save him. Why would they come now, far too late? Trevor started, choking on his words. I don't want to die, he answered feebly. The only answer that matters, Yamo replied. He looked over his shoulder to the woman, unmoving. The picture before Trevor changed. She remained, but the room became a street, where she stood at the very end. There were other people, lots of them. Lots of water too. It was warm. It was a place he had been to before, a festival of some sort. But there is more. I do not believe you just want to survive, Trevor. Survival is not living. What is living to you? Trevor recognized that street. That city. Chiang Mai, Thailand. His 3rd year of college, where he had studied abroad and experienced another country for the first time. It was during Songkran, the Buddhist water-throwing festival. A time of pure joy, where everything was laughter and joy and friendship. He and his friends partied through the streets, with water guns and buckets filled with water, dumping it on all passers-by and being dumped on in turn. Hundreds of people, laughing together. Elephants rumbled through the streets, painted dazzling colors, hosing people with their trunks. It was the happiest day of Trevor's life. The brightest memory he could possibly imagine. Tears fell down his face. He'd thought he'd run out of them a lifetime ago. It's living. To him, that was what he'd been taken from. Laughing with his loved ones, friends, and family alike. Reveling in the bonds they'd make, knowing they were temporary but finding all the more value for it. Besides, so long as the memory remained, it was eternal. He saw them, in the crowd. His mom, his dad, brother, sister, Doug, Alex, Bennett. More, and more, the faces of people he hadn't seen in months. They were never there, at the festival, but they all blurred together, joyfully laughing and playing in the purest expression of happiness Trevor had ever seen. It was indescribable. It's that, he whispered, weeping openly. It's there, in the sunlight. In the laughter. His lips quivered, and his whole body was trembling with the pain of the loss. Yamo stared at the scene before them, standing next to Trevor. It looked like he couldn't even recognize what Trevor was seeing, peering at some alien display. This world must be a tragedy, then. But this is how the world always was. It is how it always will be. The state of nature has not changed, Trevor. You can still live, even in this world. You just need to find out how. Trevor sniffled. Even if I try to be some kind of hero? He asked, feeling more vulnerable than he ever had before, like a complete child. Everyone calls me an idiot for it. Everyone. But. I just want this again, he wheezed. And I don't know any other way. A hero can be selfish. There is nothing wrong with a selfish hero. There is nothing wrong with heroes. You saw it in The Investigator. This world still has people in it who want to save it, and make it better. They are willing to fight for it. If you wish for your way of living to return, then you must fight. Not for any greater goal. Just for your right to live. Trevor watched the festival continue around him. In it, he saw other glimpses of the past. Cherished memories. Memories of what he once had. Memories of what he could have again. He just had to live long enough to take them. My right to live, Trevor echoed. He looked up, at the bright blue sky. That's right. His voice was distant, quiet, but heavy. There's still so much I have to do. Silence played out between them as the haze of memories continued, until eventually the woman at the other end of the street turned and left. With her, so too did the scene. Yamo remained still, glancing down at Trevor. You're not alone. They have no reason to forget you, but plenty of reason to make sure they act at the right time. You must do the same. Act at the right time. It was something Yumo had actually told him during their training about opportunity and observation. If there was no move to be made, do not make it. I'm scared, Trevor confessed. I'm more scared than I've ever been. I'm scared of what I am, of what I'm becoming, of. He thought of Yamurai, and the total black hatred he felt for him. A monstrous hatred that threatened to swallow him whole. Of what I'll do, when I act. That is normal. You must learn to put that fear aside. You must remember why you are acting, of what he will do to you. To others. To him. To others. That was right. Yamurai couldn't be allowed to exist in a world that had Trevor in it. In a world that had Hinamai, Tuka, Irimi, others in it. Pure evil had no place in the world. Not in Trevor's world. I understand, he said, an edge of fury to his voice. His eyes glinted, and something boiled in his chest. I understand what has to be done. And like that, Yumo was gone. He left Trevor with that anger, allowed it to brew and bubble away inside of him. Time passed quickly once more. The door opened. Yamurai stood there, wearing his white suit once more. He looked happy. Happier than ever before. He did not enter the room, holding something off to the side. You know Trevor, you've got a sturdy body and a tough mind. It's real fun. But I've got to mix the game up a little. So, tell me what you think of this. The larger ghoul barged into the room, and what he was holding became clear. A woman clinging to her child. Kotu and his mother, dragged before Trevor, locked in each of Yamurai's arms in a sick mimicry of a family photo. Mother and child, Trevor. Which one gets to live? He huffed out amid laughter that could curdle blood. You choose. The mother or the son. The man in white cackled while the two squirmed as mice would under the paw of a lion, his eyes wide with a madness that did away with any illusion of humanity or empathy. He was forcing a choice onto Trevor. The mother or the son. Trevor stared, his own madness pounding in his head. Every cell in his being screamed and raged, baying for Yamurai's blood. He wanted to save both mother and son, he wanted to break his chains, he wanted Yamurai's head on a pike. More than anything, he wanted the power to achieve all of that, and more. He'd never wanted anything so badly. But he was bound. He was weak. He always had been weak. He would do anything to change that. Yamurai had lied to him. But, strangely, his reasoning was clear. He had never told Trevor he does not lie. He merely said he does not tell petty lies. There was nothing petty about it. He didn't lie when it didn't matter. He only lied when it did. And that only made Trevor all the more furious. I've got to tell you, Trevor, it was real funny watching you go through all that for them. Had to try real hard to stop myself from laughing. The white-suited monster heckled, forcing the two down onto the floor and releasing them. They huddled together, shaking in fear of their lives. He approached Trevor, hand gripping his hair, forcing him to stare at the two. Well? Choose. Which one? Trevor couldn't do anything to stop it. He was pathetic. He couldn't do the right fucking thing. He looked at Kotu and his mother. They were utterly normal-looking people. Perfectly average. With no fighting capabilities between them. For a brief moment, he saw Hinamai and Ryuko's faces, superimposed over them, and it made his gut twist even further. There was no way to win here. Telling Yamurai to go fuck himself would just make him kill both. He had to choose. He gritted his teeth, and when he spoke in a ragged, hoarse voice, he hated himself. Kotu. Yamurai stopped. His head moved slowly, staring down at Trevor. He was shocked. Wow. You actually chose one. Didn't see that coming, not gonna lie. I thought you'd pussy out. Whatever. Even better, really, Yamurai taunted, releasing Trevor's grey hair. Kotu's mother, for her part, just looked thankful. She smiled over at Trevor despite the fear. Please, don't look at me like that. I don't deserve anything for this, let alone gratitude. All right, kid. Watch closely. Yamurai almost purred as he rounded on the boy's mother, arms stretching outwards. Yamurai, a surprisingly firm voice said from the doorway, followed by footsteps. Nico of all people stopped him, a questionable look on his face. This is in poor taste, honey. You can't just kill the boy's mother in front of him. Apparently there was a line, and Yamurai was crossing it. Yamurai's expression twitched, falling into a blank look. What? He stood upright, twisting to look back at Nico. What did you say, Nico? I said it's in poor taste, honey. It's too cruel. I know you're awful at times, but sometimes you're really awful. There's a proper way to kill things, and this really isn't it, the flamboyant ghoul tried to reason, a hand in his pocket. For someone who knew Yamurai and what he was capable of, he wasn't even flinching away from the potential anger of the frankly batshit ghoul. You damn dash. Yamurai caught himself, his face going through a whole selection of moods, struggling with something. You damn queer, he finally said, a pang of remorse only briefly coming over him. You telling me what to do? Nico raised a hand, letting the slur wash over him. I'm just trying to make sure. Yamurai's hand lashed out, grabbing Kauto by the shoulder. The boy let out a cry as he was dragged in front of Yamurai, on display to Nico. You feel sorry for them? No reply. Nico stared at Yamurai, apprehensive to his next move. The giant's hands clasped around the boy's neck. Ugh. Then if I do this, he won't have to see his mother die, will he, Nico? A boy began to die in Yamarai's hands. The mother screamed and tried to claw at Yamarai's leg, begging for release, but he did not even acknowledge her. This what you want, hey? A boy died in Yamarai's hands. He did not stop strangling and shaking him despite all protest, from both the boy's mother and Yamarai's own colleague. Trevor stared. All he did was stare. And boil. Everything became white noise and black hatred. Another failure. What's the point in all of this, hey? Everything in this room belongs to me. They're mine. I can do whatever I want with them. He roared, before finally dropping the boy to the ground, panting in unrestricted rage. Ah, screw it. He huffed, swinging a hand out to slap Nico across the face, sending the other ghoul reeling. He spun around, throwing his arms up into the air in frustration. "S all ruined. And what fucking for? Damn it, damn it." While he fumed, the boy's mother crawled over to his still body, reaching out to pull him close, letting out his name between messy sobs. The noise was recognized by Yamarai. His Kagun ran her through, impaling her up into the air through the chest, before drawing back effortlessly. "Settle down." Yamarai exhaled. He put his hands into his pocket, head facing downward and then spun on his heel, marching towards the door. He glanced down at Nico as he passed. "All your fault, you hypocrite." Nico shut his eyes as the door shut behind Yamarai. He got up and moved over to the body of Koudo's mother, thin tendrils sprouting from his back akin to some sort of exotic sea fish, red with glowing blue points all along them. He knelt down before her, the tendrils moving to the gaping hole left by Yamarai. "What a mess," he said quietly, the tendrils beginning to do something to the hole, a scratching noise coming from the interaction. He sat like that for a while, eyes set down on what was before him, working dutifully. "Why?" Trevor spoke, a cold gaze laying on Nico. "Why now?" Nico did not look up. "I suppose you would ask that question, Trevor-kun. I'd ask the same thing, but it's obvious when you think about it. Every ghoul has their standards, their limits, and code. My own just happened to come into play," he answered in a level-headed manner, the first bit of somewhat reasonable conversation to come out of Trevor's time in hell. "The strong may torture the strong. If the one suffering cannot fight back, then that is on them. But the weak." Nico finished whatever he was working on, leaning back to reveal the wound as completely sealed. He reached into his pocket, wiping around the area of bare skin. Surely they deserve some sort of mercy. He moved Koudo to join his mother, even going so far as to join their hands together. "I couldn't save them, but it's the least I could do. Few deserve to die in such an ugly manner. A Kagun that can heal. So something like that exists, after all." Information filed. "I couldn't save them either. I couldn't do anything." Trevor stared at the two, mother and son locked together in death. A distant part of him realized that, if he were still completely sane, he'd be raging and weeping openly, fighting against his chains. But he was not himself. Not anymore. "But I will avenge them," he swore in a quiet voice. A firm voice, one that allowed the barest traces of his total hatred and loathing, his desire to change things, his wish that he failed to uphold. He looked to Nico. "Will you help me?" he asked, not expecting a favorable response. Nico brushed off his lap, looking over at Trevor. It wasn't pity he stared at him with, but an understanding. "No. The audience can never get too involved, Trevor. But I do like an underdog story. I felt the same about Yamarai, once, but times change." He turned to face Trevor completely. "I believe that life is like a play, a tragedy. All things happen for a reason, for characters to grow and change from the events imposed upon them. You're here for a reason, Trevor. And from everything you've been through, do you think it's for Yamarai's character arc of all things? I'll leave you with that. It has been brief, but I doubt we will see each other again for a while yet." Nico turned, and made his way towards the door. Trevor was reminded of Ito, of how she'd given up on being decent and foisted some kind of hope on him to achieve good things. He was reminded of the apathy and resignation he'd seen in so many ghouls, even those at Anteiku, who saw the absurdity and evil festering around them and simply shrugged. They'd all just given up. Let the apex predators do their thing, pick and choose who lives. They'd given up their agency, beaten down by the world. God, how it made Trevor sick. "You're the main character of your own story, Nico," Trevor said after him. "Someone that was resigned to being the audience wouldn't have done what you just did. Going on like that, with that attitude, it'll change nothing. How many more people will this happen to? How many times are you gonna watch this sick animal do this and pretend you have no power? Just because you can't beat Yamarai in a fight doesn't mean you can't do anything." Words that fell on the ears of no one, as Nico was already gone. A cry of grief into nothingness, begrudging the nature of those who lived in the world. How sad. "Fuck it," Trevor spat. "Yet another failure. I'll do it myself." He rolled his shoulders, and made note of something. Dash. More time passed. The sound of gunfire, of all things, broke the silence of self. Distant and numerous, conflict occurred outside of Yamarai's lair. Yamarai entered, dressed in a red shirt and white pants, his hockey mask fixed to his face. He approached Trevor with steady steps, a seriousness about him. He stopped just before Trevor. "Trevor. The doves are here. It's our duty to hold them off," he informed his captive. Rumors, superstitions. Do you believe in them? 'Cause once, I heard a long time ago that cannibalism makes ghouls stronger. Makes our blood stronger. We taste awful though, not many of us would go out and eat our own kind, but I did, he admitted as a sinner before confession. After I got out of that prison, I cannibalized. It felt like my cocoon got brisker and brisker. Nobody in the 13th ward could touch me anymore. So, I believe this particular stupid superstition. I think ghouls are designed to take from one another. So, he reached out slowly, leaning down. Let me complete me, by taking you. Like Jukiyama. It was time. Trevor twisted. Bones broke, popped, mangling limbs. His own limbs. The ankle cuffs were broken. The handcuffs were contorted out of it. The pain was nothing. Not anymore. He kicked out of the chair, winding his way forward, through Yamarai's legs. And took a massive bite out of Yamarai's leg before darting all the way out. Yamarai almost stumbled, correcting himself before he could fall to his knee, glancing down at the gap left in his calf muscle, blood spurting out from the sudden loss of matter. The man couldn't believe it. What? It tasted disgusting. But it worked. As Trevor swallowed the meat, his RC cells finally flared back into activity. His mangled limbs readjusted. His wounds healed. Cannibal, hey! He murmured. His cocoon flared outward, 4 serpentine tails pointed straight at the target of all of his hatred. That doesn't sound too bad. Trevor attacked. He leapt into the air, diving for Yamarai's spine with all 4 cocoon pointed like spear tips, intent on ravaging the man's vertebrae. The cruel bladed tails of Yamarai exploded outwards, colliding with Trevor's own. It was 2 to Trevor's 4, but the raw size and ferocity of them warded off the attack barely, redirecting a tail to puncture Yamarai's shoulder blade instead. The larger ghoul let out a hiss, spinning around to meet Trevor, his cocoon positioned to defend from Trevor's as he pressed forward, swinging a meaty fist to around on Trevor's jaw. You son of a bitch. Trevor jerked his head backward, just barely missing the blow, and as he saw the massive arm pass right before his face. Jaws snapped, and he tasted the foul flavor of Yamarai. But it was more. Get the goddamn food. He'd heard that somewhere before. A lesson learned. Yamarai howled again, fury and indignation burning in his wild, spread apart eyes. Even through the pain, he grabbed Trevor by the arm, holding him securely, grip strength threatening to crush his arm beneath it. You, little punk. You took a bite out of me again. His grip tightened. I ain't gonna let go until it breaks, you shit. That's fine. Trevor ignored his arm, twisting his cocoon so that 2 of them went underneath Yamarai's, using their momentum to fling upward briefly. His other 2 corkscrewed, then stabbed for the monster's heart and neck. Every cell in him screamed for this. His body would put it through any amount of pain to see Yamarai dead. That was all Trevor was, in that moment. But Yamarai was not just a beast, at least not in that moment. He responded. As Trevor moved, so too did Yamarai, swinging Trevor up, then down into the ground, a jet of red launching from his neck as one of Trevor's tails struck true, puncturing Yamarai's neck from the side. He fell back, stumbling and letting out a truly inhuman noise, holding his throat. Bitch, bitch. He cursed, hunching over as his regeneration went into overdrive. The strong, feed. That's me. Me. He howled. Trevor's arm had been twisted over multiple times before Yamarai had let go. But it simply retwisted itself back into place, rapidly. It let out a disgusting, wet, crunching sound, but it worked. As his injury totally mended, Yamarai changed. Thick plates of solid, wiry-looking armor coated Yamarai's body, encompassing his back and upper head, layered most heavily on his right arm and consuming it entirely until it ended in several blades, completely replacing his hand with a claw that could shred through a tank. But the armor was not complete, leaving his chest and everything beneath open, but making the rest of his body a fortress. It was almost chitinous, like he had turned into a bug. It wasn't something recognizable, nor was it something anyone else had described. An entirely new type of Kagun. Trevor supposed he should have felt terror at the sight. But his mind was slanted, and all he could feel was joy. Joy, that he'd managed to drive Yamarai to such a desperate state. Joy, that the monster was hurting. So, he smiled. Yamarai hunched down like a beast, mouth wide with growls emanating from his throat. I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. Trevor. And he was gone. A heavy impact of sound heralded his approach, forcing off the ground like a rocket, cracking tiles and kicking up dirt beneath his heavy steps. He swung his weaponized arm wildly at Trevor, each swipe wide but shockingly quick, the very air around it wailing from the speed and force carrying the attempts to flay Trevor dead. Trevor weaved around the blows, able to do that much easily enough but little else. If he committed to an attack, Yamarai would have him. He had to wait, observe and then act. Like Yamo had instructed him. Like a scorpion would. Backflips, sidesteps that blurred, insane acrobatics that he'd never dreamed of pulling off. All were moves he had to do, in order to survive. Eventually, an opportunity. Trevor bounded over Yamarai, and the monster's back was exposed. It was armored still, but the Kagun was there, the source of his strength. Well, if that was where the armor was, Trevor would just have to strike where the armor wasn't. So his Kagun slashed, and flayed Yamarai's legs at a rapid-fire rate like bullets. Joints and tendons were targeted first, then the rest. He knew the counterattack would come quickly, so he had to get as much damage as possible. He hit. The feeling communicated through his Kagun was a satisfying one, knowing he continued to hurt the beast known as Yamurai. Yet, it moved still. Before toppling it swung its gigantic, weaponized arm through the air, catching Trevor out and colliding against his body. A truck, no, 10 trucks, piled into Trevor's side, bones snapped and cracked, organs ruptured, and finally he flew across the room and into the wall with a detonation of force upon impact. His body already repaired the damage. The pain was temporary. Yamurai still lived. Trevor flew right back, his face a vicious rictus of rage. Yamurai's legs had healed. Both of them just kept healing. The battle was joined once more. Trevor fought and fought, dodging the monstrous hammer blows when he could, until he remembered something. He had 8 limbs. Yamurai had 6. And his 2 Kagun were now part of his flesh. A plan formed. Trevor acted. He got behind Yamurai yet again, another opening made by his enemy's berserker state. Then, with all of his might, he pushed. Knees dug into the backs of Yamurai's, forcing him down. Trevor's arms pressed against Yamurai's from behind, while his Kagun shoved forward wherever he encountered resistance. Not to pierce, but to bludgeon, and shove. Use Yamurai's weight against him. The beast was caught in the hunter's net. And then, Trevor went to work. He carved and sliced and butchered. He remembered the scrapper, how it casually tore apart humans for the delight of the blood-crazed crowd. He used its techniques, and used its memory as yet more fuel for his hatred. Trevor tore and tore at Yamurai, blood spurting out, aiming to remove the Kagun entirely from the equation. It was just like Yamurai said. Trevor took from him, and added to himself. Even the Kagun itself could be eaten. Until only a man with a bloody back was left, panting, jittering on the ground as his regeneration halted. He was a dead man. It was only a matter of time. Ha! The dead man let out, only able to make pitiful sounds. Trevor stared. Say, Yamurai, he said conversationally, smiling widely. He wiped the blood from his beard. Are you strong? The right of the strong, you loved that, didn't you, you parasite? He licked his lips. But now you're food. Nothing more. 2 of Trevor's Kagun reached outward, each one stabbing into the back of Yamurai's hands. When you did your research earlier, did you read up on how scorpions kill their prey? First, they pin it down between their pincers. Another of Trevor's Kagun, the 4th, raised up from behind him, curving downward. The very tip curled, like a stinger. Then, they strike. It stabbed down, straight into Yamurai's skull. Pulped. He was dead. The beast was slain. But Trevor wasn't done. The first was for the son. Stab. The second was for the mother. Stab. The third was for himself. And then, stillness. No sound, save for Trevor's breathing. He sat there, atop Yamurai's corpse. His body sagged, like a puppet with its strings cut off. It was over. Trevor was strong. So followed silence in the absence of a howling beast. Yamurai was there, but he was no longer there. Signs of him, scraps of clothes and stains on the ground, but no presence so to speak. Just bits. That was all that was left. But Yamurai was there. Trevor had shut off higher thinking for the moment. He didn't want to think much, right then. All he wanted to do was get rid of Yamurai, and he did. Thinking about what would happen could come later. The distant gunfire continued to echo, regardless of what had happened in the torture chamber. He had to survive. He had to keep moving forward. That was all he cared about. Eventually, with his work done, Trevor grabbed only 2 things. The first was a long, torn scrap of Yamurai's white pants, now blood-soaked, and wrapped it around his mouth. It was a far cry from the scar Fuda had made him, but it would have to do. The second was the hockey mask. The mask of Jason. Trevor wasn't sure why he grabbed it. He didn't want to put it on, or anything like that. He simply took it. An old looting habit born from a life spent playing games, perhaps. Bare feet smacking against the ground, Trevor slowly made his way out of the room. He had no idea how long he'd been in there. It could have days, weeks, months for all he knew. Everything that had happened before seemed so distant, just like the outside world. Foreign. Finally, he was free. His hair was grey, his hands and face were bloodied, and his body was different from the one he'd walked in with. But he was free. Spotlights surrounded most of the general area claimed by Aojirai tree, bright glints peeking through dense forestry and glaring past the distance. Illuminated in that distance, Trevor made out orderly shapes, too far to make out for sure but undeniably one of the sources of gunfire. Nobody else was around Yamurai's lair, it seemed. Nobody had bothered to come and check on the executive in such a dire time. Trevor watched the battle rage from afar with cold, wary eyes. This was the assault that Aojirai tree had known was coming. Ito had said so herself. The world will be horrible to you, Trevor-san. Don't let it get you down. It'd be a shame to lose someone like you, to a world like this. He frowned, then shook his head, dismissing the buzz of white noise in his head. She'd said so herself, that the compound was meant to be a tempting target. Which meant it was a trap. CCG was meant to lose the battle. Trevor wondered how vital Yamurai was to that plan, how much of the plan was ruined by his death. Some part of him wanted to just walk away and never look back. Let the factions rip each other apart, and run away. Go into hiding. Maybe go to Anteiku. Maybe. But what good would that do? So, Trevor walked into the back of the compound, left open without protest. He wasn't entirely sure what he'd do once he ran into someone, anyone. But something had stirred in him. Something that absolutely detested the concept of doing nothing. That was what led to monsters like Yamurai existing. Intolerable. Unacceptable. His feet were filthy as he walked through. He could hear people above and below him, but not immediately close. Either way, he kept walking. Until he reached a staircase. And in its doorway, stood a familiar face. Or mask, rather, grinning at him with an utter absence of eyes on its blank white surface. "Noro," Trevor said, by way of greeting. He wasn't afraid. Just wary. If the tall, motionless ghoul thing had anything to say to Trevor, it did not come out. It tilted over to stare at him without eyes in an almost stop-motion-like movement. Trevor. Not Noro. A different voice. A friendly one, but deadly serious. They stepped out from the other side of the hallway, in the direction Trevor was heading. Aojirai mask in place, cloak in the process of being taken off. A black, sleeveless vacuum top revealed pale yet firm arms and claw-like nails. Without the hood, their long black hair came free. Noro turned to them. "Run," she said with the utmost weight behind her voice, red eyes blaring from behind her mask, passing Trevor as she approached the long, freakish ghoul. "Toka's fighting someone upstairs. The roof now. Help her, please. I'll hold him off for as long as I can, at least until Jukiyama shows up." Irimi. Toka. Jukiyama. Trevor's body automatically complied with the orders, already moving as his mind slowly came to terms with what was happening. Emotions slowly leaked back in, blunted but potent. There were things he wanted to say, right? Things he wanted to feel? You came too late. He didn't know anymore. All he had was an objective now. So, he ran, without saying so much as a word to Irimi. He didn't trust himself to say anything to her. And behind him, stillness exploded into motion. Dash. He ran until he found another set of stairs, and then ran up those, only to spot another familiar face, surrounded by the bodies of what looked to be Aojirai and CCG, if the riot police-esque uniform was anything to go by. Unsurprisingly, he had no glasses on. He looked like he had been through the ring a couple of times, leaning up against the wall of the stairwell. "Yo," Nishiki managed to say, blinking at Trevor. Or what he thought to be Trevor. Trevor blinked at Nishiki. A bit surprised at seeing him, also dressed as an Aojirai tree member. The plan was obvious, in light of that in Irimi's garb. "Hey," Trevor replied, looking the ghoul over. He was a little injured, but not badly. "You good?" "Fuck, why are you the one asking?" "Never mind." "Yeah, I'm good," Nishiki finally forced out, obviously conflicted at Trevor's apparent state. He knelt down, grabbing a shoulder bag and opening it up. "Irimi said she heard you in this kind of direction. She has insane hearing, kind of puts working with her in a different light." He muttered, trying to keep the mood light despite everything. He eventually tugged out 2 items which Trevor knew made a hole. He tossed them over to Trevor one after the other. "Here. Get psyched up, yeah." Trevor caught them, and just stared at it. His helmet. The last time he'd worn it, he fought Amin. That felt like years ago. He could admit he felt a little better sliding it on, the reassuring feeling of hiding himself from the world taking over. Now no one had to see his face. "How long have I been gone?" he asked Nishiki, the one burning question he had. "It's December 19th. Been a week and some change." "Sorry it took so long," Nishiki answered, leaning back once more, as if making room for Trevor. "But we're not out of the woods yet. The plan was to just find you then make a break for it while the CCG focused on Aojirai. Now we just got to find the others." An unpleasant spike of anger surged inside Trevor at the apology, and once again he was thankful for the helmet. His grip on Yamurai's mask tightened. "Then let's get everyone and get the fuck out," Trevor growled, moving to go upstairs. Irimi said Toka needs help on the roof. If Trevor had hoped his anger went unnoticed, even past the mask, then Nishiki's reaction would have been a disappointing one. With the grip of the mask and the sound of his voice, Nishiki briefly narrowed his eyes at Trevor, but nodded anyway. Word playback of the Jukiyama situation. "Shoes on the other foot, though. Lead the way." Trevor briefly glanced Nishiki's way, then looked forward again and kept walking. "Speaking of. Irimi said he's here. How did that happen?" Nishiki snorted. "It happened strangely, is how. Heard you were in trouble, came running. The manager even brought him along. Hate to say it, but he's useful, if nothing else." "I suppose that's one positive adjective you could give him," Trevor dryly noted. "Recent events have lowered my tolerance for people trying to eat me, though. I hope he doesn't think he'll get another pass at me. Hell if I know what he's thinking. He's here, being a fucking weirdo," one of the many negative adjectives you implied, "and helping out for now. I'm not looking the horse in the mouth if it means we get you out of here," Nishiki resolved, clearly not happy but nonetheless accepting. Of all people, he likely had the most reason to dislike Jukiyama. That fact was not lost on Trevor. They'd had to swallow their pride and go up against the closest thing to a local ghoul superpower to try and free him. Resentment swelled inside him, mixing and directed at Lord knew at that point. If he felt or thought too much right now, he'd just break again. And then it'd all be for nothing. "Thanks," Trevor managed to say, his entire body wound up tightly. "I'm just not all here right now." A lot happened. That was the best he could offer, right then. Yet. I know. I'm sorry, man. We all are. Dash. On the roof, a brother stared over the body of his sister. Defeated, declawed by his own efforts, she lay there while he stood over her. It was almost the exact same scene from when Trevor had seen Tokyo last. Rage. Black, terrible, bloodthirsty. Ayato. Trevor roared, shoulders shaking. His Kagun pulsed and twitched, ready to burst from his skin. And then he threw Jason's mask at the boy, advancing upon him as he did. I killed Yamurai. Now get the fuck away from her. The younger ghoul snapped out of whatever had him frozen in place, his expression quickly contorting into one of mirrored rage to Trevor, eyes becoming pools of black on reflex. He bared his teeth over at Trevor, taking a step towards him. Good. He was a deadweight lunatic. Goes to show how good he was, when he couldn't even kill you. From neutral to furious in a third of a second. Ayato was a teenager all right. And what now? You gonna try and kill me, too? He growled, body lowering as his wings unfurled, the two eye-like shapes distinct from the rest of the angry, flowing jets of red fluorescent matter glaring at Trevor. Don't get ahead of yourself, you fucking rookie. No, Trevor growled. I'm taking Tuka, and I'm leaving this dumpster fire. I don't give a shit about anything else right now. You've known her for all of 2 goddamn minutes, he retorted, wings starting to shudder, crystalline shapes forming out of the flowing mass. And you think you get to stick your foreign ass into our goddamn business? Take the rest of your peace pals and fuck off, Trevor. I don't give a shit about anything else. Trevor paused. Looked at Ayato, then at Tuka, and back to Ayato. No, was all Trevor said before 3 of his Kagun burst outward from his spine, and he charged. Ayato stood his ground, wings flourishing with the distinct sound of crackling filling the air before streaks of electrified red joined the noise, showering Trevor in sharpened daggers unique to the Yukaku Kagun, their feathers. Trevor weaved easily around the attacks, feeling far more at home in his ghoul body than ever before. What few daggers did strike only brought a tolerable amount of pain. Nothing worth particular attention. Nishiki had taken a step back, realizing he shouldn't get involved. Now, Trevor was something else. He could recognize that much, just from seeing him move. Ayato let out a growl of frustrating from Trevor's raw insistence, not backing down despite the assault of blades. But the boy did not back down either. An yokaku he was, but he did not retreat to create more space. In fact, he almost seemed to be challenging Trevor. I dare you. Trevor saw that. The way he was now, the temptation was strong. To utterly pulverize this brat of a bully, shove him into the dirt like he had Yamurai. But that wasn't his objective. So he closed the gap, and immediately leapt upward. His Kagun and hands moved as one, 2 of the serpentine tails coiling around each of the wings, while his hands grasped right at the bases. And then he yanked, using gravity and his own momentum to bring his knee down on the back of Ayato's head. The roof beneath them broke under the impact, sending Ayato to the floor beneath as old supports gave way for the power behind Trevor's blow. Dust shot up out of the hole, momentarily filling the area and blinding those within it, but it quickly passed in the night air. It revealed Trevor standing on the edge of the gap in the roof he made, with Ayato at the bottom of it, cloak caked in dust and debris. If the younger ghoul expected anything from Trevor, it wasn't that. He tried to pull himself out of the debris, cursing all the while, glaring up at Trevor with a trail of blood leaking from his lip. All he got for his trouble was a hockey mask lobbed down to him as Trevor walked away, utterly uncaring. The one-eye's hands were mangled and bloody from contact with Ayato's Kagun, but the pain was shrugged off. They were already mending themselves, anyway. Come in, he called out to Nishiki, walking over to Tuka's side. We need to get moving. All right, Nishiki replied, jogging over to join Trevor. Tuka stared up at Trevor, gazing past the lenses of his helmet, eyes wide. She steadily reached up, body weak from conflict, as if not able to believe what she was seeing. Trevor blinked rapidly, feeling his chest tremble. With a freshly healed, filthy hand, he took hers and gently pulled her up, letting her lean on him for support. Hey, he weakly offered, not sure of himself. You Gucci. You're a mess. She finally said after swallowing heavily, pressed up against him. I can't see your face, but I bet it looks even messy. She was trying to sound like she wasn't about to cry, but she was failing at it. Tuka shut her eyes. The sight was infectious, and Trevor's shoulders shuddered. He had to keep himself in check. He couldn't feel right now, behind enemy lines. He couldn't. And he didn't want her to see his face right then. We should, he sucked in a breath, voice thick with emotion. We should go. Is it just you two besides Irimi and Jukiyama? The manager, Yuta, Yumo. Hinamai wanted to come along, but we made her stick back. Irimi taught her a few tricks with her ears. She has a knack for it, Nishiki explained, already leaving the scene before Ayato could get back up there and be ready for round 2. Given Ayato's disposition, it was very likely he would be looking for more of a fight now than before. Nishiki continued, leading Trevor and Tuka down the stairs and into the halls once more as the battle raged not too far from them. Meet-up spot is the second tower. I know Irimi was supposed to be on Overwatch, but she ditched that when she heard you. Yuta, Yumo, and Jukiyama were doing the search and destroy thing, making sure nobody came our way. Yuta was a surprise. Almost as much as Jukiyama. No Kuma, however. Holding the fort, maybe? Gotcha, Trevor replied, senses on high alert in case of any more attackers. Is there a signal for retreat, or do we just go? The manager had this whole plan about how we get out. We're not waiting for him, though. His orders. We meet up, then we split up to leave. Stops us from getting spotted as a group, then we meet back up once we're clear of all this bullshit, Nishiki cursed, letting out a huff. I've never seen so many investigators in one place. I don't mean goddamn cops, but honest-to-God investigators. Quinqua, Quinqua, Quinqua. They're not fucking around, man. This has been in the works for a long time. It's a fucking war. We just need to get out of here. Leave this place to burn, Trevor replied, bile bubbling in his throat. Right. All we gotta do is avoid the 7th tower, apparently. Where it'll be the worst, manager said. I dunno, I feel pretty worst right now, Tuka said from beside Trevor, squinting from an exhaustion born of pain and regeneration. Can't feel my back. Take it easy, senpai, Trevor said, and, after a moment's consideration, scooped her up in his arms. It was easy, with his newfound strength. She had to gather her strength, after all. Let me know when worst becomes tolerable. Tuka's lips pressed into a thin line, cheeks almost puffing out from how tightly compressed they were. That wasn't an excuse to do that. You're even messy. A young father, reunited with his awful grumpy daughter. How lovely, Nishiki added dryly. So far, vastly more successful than part 1. Trevor, Tuka and Nishiki entered the ground floor of the 2nd tower, located to the back of the compound and facing away from the brunt of the action. It had the look of an old and unused reception area. They weren't the first to arrive, met by none other than Yamo, Yuta and Jukiyama. Where everyone else had the standard Aojirai mask on their person, it was Jukiyama who stood out in his crescent moon mask, apparently unwilling to conform in that regard. Trevor wasn't even surprised in the least. Oh, hey. They're alive. Sweet, Yuta greeted with a wave, looking completely off with the fairies. Nothing new there. Yamo stepped forward towards Trevor, the flat expression of the man unchanging as he looked over the other ghoul. Your posture changed, he observed aloud, but otherwise said nothing else. That does tend to happen when you've been through an ordeal, Yamo-san, Jukiyama added, smiling at the sight of Trevor, mask and all. Bonsoir, Trevor-san, he greeted with a bow, hand moving up to his chest. Nishiki just cringed. Trevor would have as well, if he'd been in an emotive mood. Ordeal is one way of putting it, he stated blandly, eyeing Jukiyama warily from behind his mask. He then turned back to Yamo. After a few moments, he dipped his head. Your teachings are the only reason I'm alive now, he said matter-of-factly. Thank you. There wasn't much of any kind of emotion in his voice. They were simple, true words of gratitude, and of fact. Thinking too much of the insanity-driven dream hurt his head. Yamo tilted his head slightly at Trevor's words, but did not seem too shocked. I won't say that's nonsense, but you're alive because you did the right thing. You learned, and you adapted. All I did was show you how to move, he said neutrally, not wanting to take credit for Trevor's actions in the slightest. I don't know what happened in there, but what I taught you could have only taken you so far. The rest was up to you. Hey, where's Irimi-san? Yuta asked, sticking his head right between Trevor and Yamo's conversation, looking at the latter with wide eyes. She was supposed to be on backup, right? She was fighting Noro, last I saw her, Trevor replied. That was about 20 minutes ago. Tomu. I can attest to that. We fought Noro-san for some time, then he decided that he wished to leave, and did so. Frankly, I do not believe we were even fighting him as much as we were annoying him, Jukiyama added, letting out a sigh. Such a shame. Irimi-san then went off in another direction, stating something about prisoners. You both survived Noro. Not bad. Yamo nodded to Jukiyama, a slight bit of praise for his performance. We can't wait here for long. We'll move up to the bank overlooking the area, give Irimi a few minutes, then move again. The manager is currently drawing all attention, so we have a few minutes. Yashimura. Trevor wanted to ask him a few things. Primarily, about cannibalism. And if he was drawing all attention, he must have truly been an utter monster. Though at the mention of Irimi off on her own, freeing prisoners, he felt his heart rate increase slightly. His hands twitched. Then we should get in position, Trevor said simply, bare feet against the filthy ground as he walked. If Irimi takes too long, I'll go look for her myself. Nishiki glared. You can't just. Fine. Irimi will come back. She's too good to get caught, Yamo interjected, stopping Nishiki's opposition in its tracks coolly. Move. Dash. It was the first time Trevor got to see the Aojirai compound from such a perspective, high enough to look down on it and from a safe distance. A helicopter rounded the area, searchlight glaring down at the ground, looking for any Aojirai members trying to escape from the buildings. Other than a buzz of activity around one tower, it looked like things were over. Armored vehicles and men with guns and other, stranger-looking, weapons stood by. A bustle from the greenery around them alerted Trevor to the approaching group before they showed themselves. At the head of the group, her mask shattered from halfway down, was Irimi. Following her, Banjo and the Gask Mask crew, each looking better than the last time Trevor saw them. Sorry about that everyone. Dieter. Irimi thumbed behind her to Banjo, letting her exposed shoulders relax with a sigh. Most work I've done in months. Tell me about it, Yamo, grumbled. Good work, Irimi-san. The manager. Pulling out. But we're not waiting, she ordered, moving over to Trevor without a pause before finally standing before him, her long black hair something of a mess after the evening events. Even still, she was unharmed. Slipping off the ruined excuse of an Aojirai mask, she gave the tall foreign ghoul a gentle smile. Kept you waiting, hey. Trevor was at a loss for words. His arms moved, or tried to, rather, as if locked by something. He took a deep breath, once again thankful for his helmet. He didn't know what to think, or do. Helmet off. Come on, Kamen Rider, she guided with a soft voice, reaching out to lift it up off of Trevor's head, but doing so as if she were handling fine china, leaving room for Trevor to come in and help with the act. If he took it off, she would see. They'd all see. That he wasn't the same guy they last saw him as. He didn't want that. But still, his hands moved up, and he took it off. Something inside him felt like it had to be done. They'd done all this for him. It was something he had to do. So he took it off. Trevor's hair had gone completely grey, from head to beard, as though he'd aged decades in the span of a week. He was dirty, dried flecks of blood left on his beard leaving faint crimson stains amidst the grey. As for his eyes, they were dull. What had once been vibrantly brown eyes filled with warmth and empathy were now more like unfocused lenses, dimmed and tired. He looked as though he'd gone through hell, and a significant part of him had been left behind. Irimi's oddly clawed hands came to rest on Trevor's fuzzy cheeks. Her smile didn't falter. She saw the change, and she didn't flinch. She just saw Trevor. You need a trim. And some coffee. Trevor blinked, rapidly. He gulped again, licking dried lips and fidgeting slightly. A shower, too, he managed to reply, looking down. He didn't have it in him to truly banter, not now. The least he could do was respond to her. Right. We'll sit down and talk later, then. You good to go? She asked, drawing her hands back slowly. Yeah, he said, nodding stiffly. Let's go. He turned to look at Banjo and his crew, then nodded once. Thanks for saving them. I tried, but it didn't take, it seems. Did you kill him? Banjo asked, his eyes holding no real spite or anger in them. It was a genuine question. Yes, Trevor answered, expressionless. Yamurai won't be hurting anyone else ever again. Banjo's eyes shut, relief coming over him. Good. You've saved more than just us, Trevor. And it's all that could be done for, you know. Kotu and his mother. Trevor tensed up at the memory, forcefully rolling his shoulders. I avenged them, he said simply. Them, and the rest. He looked around. We should get going. Let's move then. Irimi, lead those lot. Yamo nodded to Banjo and his group. Back to Anteiku. Everyone else, split up. Avoid crossing paths until we're back. Clear. Nothing else to be added, the collection of ghouls broke away into the greenery, retreating from the scene of the rescue. Trevor spared one last look at the Aojirai compound, the place that had become his personal hell. As he did so, he saw a figure in the distance, on the rooftop and looking in his direction. Even from that far, it was obvious who it was. Amon Kotaru. The two looked at each other, mutual recognition plain to the both of them. They were too far to do or say anything to each other. Only a few seconds had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Trevor inclined his head toward the investigator, glad to see the man was alive and seemingly well. He didn't wait to see Amon's reaction, turning around and leaving. He was done with this place. Trevor had a long shower once he got back to Anteiku. He wiped down the grime, the blood, every bit of filth he could find. For that time, all that existed was the warm water and steam of the shower, that tiny little space. No monsters, no wars, nothing. Just a man, who wanted to wash away the memory of a sneering, laughing, drooling beast. It was easy not to think about things, when he had something to do, even as simple as wiping himself down. The real battle would come when he next tried to sleep, he knew. He'd already been having nightmares since he'd become a ghoul, almost constantly. Now there was more fuel. He didn't want to go to bed. His shower done, Trevor stepped back out into Anteiku to find the manager had returned. Yoshimura looked like he'd fought the entire war on his own, and yet was perfectly fine. As expected of a man like him. Not long after, Trevor was sat with him, Irimi, Kuma, and Yamo in the living area. It was time for a debrief. The manager blew on his cup of coffee, one prepared for everyone in the meeting. Even Yamo, standing off to the side and staring out the window, nurtured his own cup. Kuma sat on the other end of the couch from Trevor, looking as Kuma-esque as ever, while Irimi stood beside Trevor's end of the couch, hand resting on the back of it. The manager sat across from Trevor in the armchair, dressed in a manner similar to when Trevor had called him over to meet with Kimmy. Coffee before winding down. Not wise, I know, but I do believe we are all entitled to a treat, the manager began good-naturedly, letting out a throaty chuckle. Trevor-kun. Before I say anything else, I would like to apologize to you. The older man set his coffee down on the table, and then bowed from his position. Negligence on my part led to this situation. I failed to leave a senior member of staff behind to at least inform me of the initial incident, and I failed to find an opportunity to act sooner. Trevor stared down at Yoshimura. His coffee had been untouched, until he remembered it would keep him awake longer. Yet again, he didn't know what to say or do. He was just adrift, right now. Thoughts and emotions came slowly. Were you aware that they were looking for people connected to Riz? Trevor found himself asking, instead of responding directly to the apology. There was still bitterness there, ugly emotions coiling about inside that he didn't want to act on. No, I did not, the manager answered easily, honestly. Frankly, I know very little about Aogiri Tree outside of the identities of most of the leadership. Their motives are familiar, but I doubt them. As for the exact operations, Yamo can attest. I have spent the past months trying to figure out what they are doing, and why. It is why I was out of the shop at the time of the initial incident, he explained, sitting back upright and allowing Trevor to ask his questions, a calm expression on his face. He was an open book, at that moment. I see. Trevor leaned back slightly. Tatara talked like you knew everything already. He gave that impression, anyway. But if you didn't know they were looking for me, then that's how it is. They said I was containing Riz. I still don't know what they meant by that. His eyes narrowed slightly, at no one in particular as he recalled a certain person in the dream. The purple-haired woman. Was that her? Why would she be there? Answers that probably no one had. Odd for young Tatara to talk like that of me. I assure you, if I knew everything I would not be nearly as inactive as I have been, he said, letting out another chuckle. But I do know much, yet I am not in the know, as it were. If they were looking for you, then they have some involvement or understanding of Dr. Kanu's operation, as you are aware of now I imagine. Which means they want him, or whatever he has been working on. To no avail, as the doctor vanished quite suddenly. Gone into hiding, most likely. I heard that much. Evidently he's making more like me, Trevor said, recalling the ramblings of a beast. More half-ghouls. But that connection of mine quickly stopped being important to them, once Tatara talked to me. And what happened, in that conversation? From what I hear, he is not exactly the talkative sort, the manager inquired, fingers interlocking across his lap as he leaned forward, resting on his elbows. Something about how I don't get to not be involved in something bigger than my inconsequential self, Trevor answered in a simple tone. That I had to take part. They recruited me right then and there. Evidently I had potential. MMH. But that depends on if you wanted to be there. Potential or no, it does not mean much if you intend to abandon them. Young Tatara is far too locked in the old ways of his homeland, the manager mused, shaking his head. But I suppose. I must ask. What happens now, Trevor? How are you feeling? Where do you think you will go, after what you have experienced? Big questions. Questions he had to think heavily on. Thinking hurt, even now. But they had to be answered. What happens now, Trevor echoed, looking out the window. The winter cold blew outside, a December chill that he was born into. What had he even been doing around this time, last year? Studying to be a paralegal? Hanging with friends? He couldn't recall. I was tortured, Yashimura, Trevor began slowly, face unmoving. Pointlessly, for no reason other than Yamurai's pleasure. 4 days. I lost track of time, and myself. It was when he shoved a scorpion in my ear that I finally broke. And realized something, more clearly than anything in my life. I realized I'd been wasting my time, reacting, hiding, take comfort in the familiar. That attitude let the monsters come right to me, to take advantage of me, to do what they pleased with me. I'd been doing nothing, while this stain keeps growing. I met many ghouls there. That tried to convince me that Aogiri Tree was doing good work, that they needed someone like me to keep them on the good path. Even one of their executives, Ito, gave me that pitch. But the more I talked to them, and the more I thought about my time here, the more I realized, apathy. Resignation. That was all it was, all I saw. Those that could see it simply didn't want to change anything. They'd rather shrug their shoulders and take the role of a tragic villain than do something as terrifying as give a damn. Not giving a damn will just repeat the scene over and over. Not giving a damn will ensure there are more Yamurais, more Ayatos, more Tataras. Endless monsters, while people like the Fuegukas and Kimi and Banjo and his crew and Koto and his mother and everyone else just suffers for nothing. So what am I going to do? He looked back to Yashimura, his eyes no longer dull. There was a harsh glint to them. I'm going to give a damn. Monster hunting. Pulling weeds. I can't return to this quiet life. Not now. Not anymore. There's too much work to do. Yamo turned to look over his shoulder as Trevor spoke. The others listened quietly, letting him say what he had to say. Very well. Your position is understandable, and I will not contest it, the manager said quite simply, merely nodding in response to Trevor, no harshness or judgment about him. While I may not agree, I do not wish to stifle you either. If you desire to head in your own direction, then I will wish you luck and support where possible, as well as a place to return should you desire it. Trevor had expected as much of the man. He simply nodded. Thank you for what you've done for me, he told the older man. I may take you up on that offer in the future. I have other questions, but they can wait, for now. The matter of cannibalism was a touchy one, as far as he knew. While he wasn't sure if Yashimura himself would mind discussing right then and there, Trevor would prefer do it in private. Our door will always be open to you, should you wish to ask those questions. I'll be sure to pay you what you are due, too. A goodbye so soon, Trevor-kun. It is like watching my little brother leave the house. Kuma grieved, eyes shut. But alas, this world has many winding roads, and yours is your own, my cowhey. While the devil ape cannot support you, Kuma can. Should you need me, I will be here, the bobble-nosed ghoul resolved, eyes opening. You better call, Irimi said, looming above Trevor. Thanks, Kuma, Trevor told his now former co-worker before looking up at Irimi. And I will. This isn't goodbye. No, that it is not. The manager smiled. I am sorry we could not provide you with more, Trevor. Keep training, Yamo said, reminding the collective room of his presence. Don't get rusty, if you are leaving. We won't always be able to respond, if you need help. I plan on being very active. Getting rusty won't even be on the table, Trevor answered, nodding his head to Yamo. Good. I'll check up on you occasionally. Tests. Well, he wasn't escaping Yamo anytime soon, at the very least. Looking forward to it. Trevor stood up. Do you mind if I stay the night here for this time? I'm not even sure my apartment is my own anymore. Feel free. I believe the others will be staying too. It is quite late, after all. The manager gestured to the clock on the wall. 3 in the morning. Hey, I guess it is. Trevor hadn't even noticed. His internal clock was almost as messed up as the rest of him. Thanks. Yoshimura stood, moving past Trevor with a pat on his shoulder. Rest, Trevor-kun. You deserve it. There wasn't much rest to be found. Sleep came in bursts, interrupted by the imagery played out in his dreams. Vivid recollections from an outside perspective of what had happened, as if he were the one inflicting pain unto himself. Strangely enough, it was not too dissimilar from what Yomurai had talked about in his experience. It made for a frustrating few hours in bed. After a certain point, he gave up on sleep. Instead he curled up into a ball and simply stared vacantly, deliberately thinking of little more than white noise. It wasn't very successful. Eventually the sounds of the building's still full employees and outsider ghouls alike awakening let Trevor know that it was perfectly acceptable to be wandering about. It hadn't been too long since they got back in, 4 or 5 hours, so it was going to be a long day for everyone involved. Anteiku wasn't closed today, though it was probably opening late. Trevor got up, and mechanically tried to follow an old morning routine, something he'd been deprived of for a long time. He washed his teeth, splashed water on his face. Looked at himself in the mirror, and wished he was wearing his helmet again. God, what will Mom say if she ever sees me like this, he wondered. Her baby boy, gone grey at the age of 24. He took a long, deep breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. Thinking about Mom was painful. Same with Dad, and his siblings, and all the rest. If he ever saw them again, they'd see him like this. Some shattered person that had gone off the deep end. But there was nothing to be done about that for now. All he could do was just try to take out as many monsters as he could before they could hurt him, make some little slice of the world better. So, Trevor finished cleaning up, putting on the Anteiku uniform for lack of any other clothes to put on. Solitude was tempting, but he felt like that might not be a good call. He best at least try to talk to the people that went to save him. That was something one should do, right? With that cold thought in mind, he stepped out of his room and started to look around. Nishiki was the one waiting for him just outside the room, leaning on the wall across from the door. In stark contrast to the uniform of Aojirai, he was once again in the clothes of a barista, black apron ready for a day of work. No glasses still, though. He gave the foreigner a casual salute. Yo, Trevor. Sorry about all the noise, we're sort of trying to get things ready before opening. Also means waking everyone up and figuring out what we're gonna do now. It's fine, I didn't get any sleep anyway, Trevor told him, inclining his head at Nishiki. And I figured as much. Aojirai tree won't take kindly to another group attacking them and freeing prisoners. Yeah, about that. Come downstairs, he instructed, gesturing for Trevor to follow with his head as he moved off towards the stairs. Trevor wordlessly followed after him. In the cafe actual, everyone was gathered. The gas mask crew looked to be in decent spirits, but they were nothing if unflappable in that regard, while Banjo himself looked like he could use another couple of hours of sleep, dangerously close to nodding off to the point where he was intentionally standing instead of sitting on the chair just behind him, like the rest of his crew were doing. Tuka and Hinamai were present, the smaller ghoul looking fresher than her surrogate sibling and a bit confused. Tuka seemed less afraid about napping, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, arms folded and her eyes shut. Yamo looked fine, he always seemed tired anyway. The devil ape was, naturally, as graceful as ever as he went about making coffee for the attendees while Irimi leaned against the counter. She put up a good front, but there was a hint of exhaustion in her usually calm eyes. But the one who managed to look the most tired yet most aware was the manager. The man was paler than usual, there seeming to be an additional line or 3 on his already aged features, yet he stood at attention as he usually did with his slight smile fixed in place. A rock of a man. Oh, and then there was Jukiyama. Hinamai was the first to notice Trevor enter the room, perking up with widened eyes. It looked like she was about to dart over to him, but instead chose for a calmer approach, sliding off from her chair to approach the foreign ghoul. As she looked up at him, she hesitated to reach out to him. It was more of an impulse than anything, an automatic reaction to seeing her that made Trevor simply pull her in for a hug. Missed you, he managed to say quietly. He felt as though tears were coming, but they were halted at the gates. Emotional suppression, the situation, all of the people around them, least of all one of them being Jukiyama. For now, he could do this much. They could talk later, in private. She squeezed the larger ghoul with a surprising bit of strength, nodding against him. You're safe. She broke away after a few moments with a sniff, running a sleeve over her eyes. She moved back to her seat, understanding of the mood in the room. Even still, nobody made a sound as they reunited. The others looked at Trevor, some with smiles and others with exhales of relief. Good morning, Trevor-kun, the manager greeted, gesturing for his former employee to take a seat at the counter. Good morning, Trevor replied in a tired voice, sitting down. So. We're here to talk about what comes next, I take it. Banjo nodded over to Trevor, his tiredness fading slightly. Right. We've lost the 11th ward, we're not going back. I don't know where we're going to go, but we're not going to impose ourselves on you guys. 4 new ghouls in your ward wouldn't make things any easier for what you've got going on. There's no shortage of wards with more volatile structures, Bonsignore, Jukiyama said, standing in a corner of the room likely by instruction. Easy enough for you to slip in beneath the noses of the supposed rulers and make a claim of your own. While you may be a very good punching bag, Banjo-kun, your 3 accomplices are skilled enough to make up for that. Ah, well, he's not wrong, Ichimi, the first of the gas mask crew said, to nods of agreement from his peers. Banjo glared, but did not disagree himself. We'll look into that, then. And what about you, Trevor-kun? Jukiyama asked, turning his gaze to his former enemy and dinner, gaining the surprised reactions from the others in the room, even Irimi and Kuma to a lesser extent. In hindsight, it was pretty obvious what Trevor intended to do. It was only a matter of time before it came down to that. I'm leaving Anteiku, he replied. Drifting around. Fighting Aojirai tree wherever I can, make sure they can't run rampant anymore. That's the plan, such as it is. There was a bit more to it than that. The ghoul restaurant was on his hit list too, but he wasn't so stupid as to say it outright, even if Jukiyama would expect as much. He also had no interest in monologuing about his motivations to the whole crowd, least of all Jukiyama. He'd rather have personal conversations with him about it later, if it were possible. TCH, I suppose you would after all this, Nishiki said with a sigh, rubbing the back of his head. Makes sense, I guess. A somewhat accepting response from him, which could not be said for Tuka. She looked betrayed. Words hadn't left her gaping mouth, her visible eye torn between something of a glare and another unidentifiable emotion. Hinamai, for her part, just put her head down in acceptance. Banjo stared at Trevor evenly. If you need a hand with that, then we'll be willing to help. You can take the lead, though. My plan didn't really work out, did it? Trevor tried to ignore the effect Tuka's reaction was having on him. He'd talk to her later, he told himself. He'd explain himself better, and maybe it wouldn't be so bad. He hoped not. He was also somewhat actually surprised to hear that someone would outright go with him on this, what did you even call it? Quest? Mission? Rampage? After the 4 senior members of Anteiku had said they'd let him go, no hard feelings on their end, he'd felt he would have to do it alone. Are you sure? Trevor asked, looking Banjo in the eyes. It's not going to be easy. I don't want to force anyone into something they're unwilling to do. You're kidding, right? Banjo chuckled, the larger ghouls folded, muscular arms seeming to tense in restraint. Trevor-san, you've did more for me than I had any right of asking. Even if I didn't want to do this, I'd follow you out of debt alone. But we want this, right? Right. Came the unison response of his 3 followers, pumping their fists. I've got a lot of reasons to stick with you, Trevor-san. But the one that's easiest to understand is. He paused, the anger that Trevor first saw from the man becoming evident again. We lost people. Not just people, but friends of years because of them. Of course I'm okay. If I was going to follow anyone, it'd be you. Trevor's eyes widened into outright shock, which was the most expressive he'd been since killing Yamurai by a long shot. Banjo's words struck deep, and felt far more like an affirmation than anything he'd heard yet. Thank you, all of you, Trevor said, after clearing his throat and dipping his head. Having people like you at my side will. He struggled to find the right words. It'll help more than you know, he finished quietly. Looking forward to working with you, Trevor-san. Banjo returned the dip of Trevor's head with an outright, 90-degree angle bow. Ah, former leader looks so dumb like that, Jiro added, embarrassed by the display. MHH, the other 2 nodded in agreement. Banjo did not snap back up at their words though, maintaining the bow for a few moments before returning to standing upright. Well then, Trevor-kun, I would be more than willing to lend my assistance to you as well, should you be forming your own group. The gourmet said with all the pomp and positive energy Trevor had come to expect from the man. Oh, no way, Nishiki deadpanned, staring flatly at Jukiyama. Why yes way. While I cannot bring the entire wealth of the Jukiyama family to support you, I am nothing if not self-sufficient in isolation, apart from my family name. Banjo hummed, rubbing his chin. He glanced at Trevor, looking for his reaction. Trevor's instinct was to tell Jukiyama to fuck off. The slimy bastard couldn't be trusted, as far as he was concerned. However, Trevor's resources were few. He was going to get one last paycheck from Anteiku, and it was sounding more and more like no one from the organization itself would lend a direct hand. Which stung, quite a bit. Either way, Banjo and his crew would be a big help. But Jukiyama had a lot to bring to the table. Money, information, in particular about one institution Trevor wanted burned to the ground more than anything. It was like a deal with the devil, but Trevor had learned hard lessons lately. And he was far stronger than he had been last time. So, he'd play the game. You and I can talk about it later on today, Trevor said neutrally. I'm open to the idea. How does that sound for now? That is acceptable. And so he left it at that. Nishiki gave Trevor a weird look, brow raised, but otherwise said nothing. Then I'll go too. Hinamai. She spoke up from her table, the usually uncertain and cautious girl showing rare resolve in her words and expression. Trevor did a double take, eyes bulging. If Banjo's declaration had caught him off guard, then Hinamai's had completely blindsided him. He opened his mouth, but hesitated, feeling like his jaw was flapping uselessly. Her, of all people, going with him on this? He was under no illusions about how rough and brutal it was going to be, and he'd accepted that. Banjo and the crew had been through a lot and obviously knew that as well, so them tagging along wasn't hard to accept. But Hinamai? God, he was not in a good enough place to do what he felt like he had to, when it came to her. It looked like she'd done some growing since last he saw her. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Is that really something you want to do? He eventually, genuinely asked, looking at her. It was almost comical seeing the girl try and keep up her strong front, glaring at Trevor in a half-baked kind of way, because she just wasn't used to making that kind of expression. Yes. Mama left to protect me. I won't let you do that too. That was right. Ryoko was still out there. How was she doing? Perhaps they could try and find out, sooner than later. Trevor took a deep breath. All right, we'll talk about it later. There's some things we should talk to each other about that are best said in private, he replied, while also directing the statement to Tuka, sitting next to Hinamai. He really did not like the look Tuka had been giving him. It was something he wanted to at least try to correct as soon as possible. His former senpai was somewhat placated by his words, but not entirely. She glanced away from Trevor, eye downcast. That is likely for the best, yes, the manager added in support of Trevor. This is not something that is decided in 5 minutes, after all. Nor is there a rush. Correct. But this does bring us to another matter, which I believe all will be interested in, Tsukiyama said, bringing attention back to himself. Indeed, it seems as if the 11th Ward Aojirai Tree base was nothing more than a distraction, if my good friend is to be trusted. You will not be hearing it over the news or radio, but while the CCG attacked Aojirai Tree, Tsukiyama, with his natural flair for the dramatic, paused and chuckled. Assaulted the Cochlea Ghoul Detention Center. That a good thing, or a bad thing? Nishiki asked, narrowing his eyes. It depends on your outlook. On the one hand, Aojirai Tree will have freed a number of ghouls, likely considered by the CCG to be S-rate, maybe even double S, and likely added them to their ranks. On the other, the CCG have suffered a defeat, but so has Aojirai Tree in exchange for another victory. They lost no small number of followers for that exchange. Aojirai Tree probably mostly lost cannon fodder, in their eyes, Trevor suggested. So they were happy to make the sacrifice. A slight shift to quality over quantity. Which is ultimately a bad thing, but from my time there, I saw that Aojirai Tree wasn't exactly a monolith. The executives quarreled amongst themselves, those that gave a shit about that kind of thing, and had different ideas about how the group should be ran. He paused, tapping a finger against the table. There are some true believers, but also others that just want to use the group as an excuse for mayhem. Whether or not the new hires fall in those categories is something to be looked into. I imagine if they're the kind to get S or double S rates, those ghouls would have loud personalities. There is something of a link there, yes, Tsukiyama huffed with pride. He was an S-rate, after all. Then this is something of a warning, Shiyu-kun, the manager observed aloud, letting out a hum. We shall be on guard for ghouls which would fit the profile. Thank you. Tsukiyama waved off the thanks. It is nothing, nothing at all. I have no love for Aojirai Tree. Dash. The meeting broke up, and the Anteiku staff started their day of work, leaving Trevor and his newfound companions in the space upstairs to themselves as they figured out what to do next. But before that, Trevor needed to talk to the manager. He needed to talk to everyone separately really, but the manager was available and could provide the most information about a particular area which Trevor had managed to involve himself in. Entering the manager's office for the first time in a while, the elderly ghoul gestured for Trevor to sit, smiling unpleasantly. I had a feeling you might be coming by soon, the manager chuckled, leaning back in his chair, relaxed. Right, Trevor sighed, sitting down across from Yoshimura at the desk. There's something important I needed to ask you about in private. Something that I think only you can give an informed opinion about. He leaned forward. Best to be out with it. I became a cannibal in order to escape, he said outright. And I've heard that eating other ghouls messes with the mind. So. He let out a breath. What are the effects, short-term and long-term, of becoming a cannibal? The manager hummed, nodding along with Trevor's words and showing no judgment at the admitted act. It is not as if he had a place to do so, after all. You did what you had to in order to escape. We consume and kill as it is, so there is no concern to be had there, Trevor-kun. As for what it does to us. He paused, gathering his thoughts. It is like introducing a volatile element within yourself. Physically, you become more. The moment you take your first bite into another ghoul, you begin your journey to becoming a Kakuja ghoul. Your Rinkaku begins a metamorphosis, giving greater freedom over the shape of the Kagun, and the power of it. After a point, usually after the consumption of a whole foreign rinkaku, it allows for the first stages of the Kakuja Kagun. All-encompassing armor, which also expresses the strengths of the native Kagun, and sometimes even the foreign one. The armor is akin to a beast. Wild and powerful, driving you further than your physical limits, but to employ it will bring you further into your nature as a beast, too. That is not to say you cannot control it, there are those who employ the Kakuja without concern for their mind, but for a young ghoul like yourself, only just stepping into the world of cannibalism, it will be a test, the manager explained, smile fading. Even beyond that it changes you. In what way, I cannot say. It is different for all of us. Our fears and traumas, those things that bring us to that point of monsterhood, all shape the experience which would drive you into first using the Kakuja Kagun. Most cannot stand it, and lose their minds. They are put down by us, or by the CCG. Such is why it is considered taboo among ghouls. It all sounded very familiar to Trevor. So that's why Yamurai's Kagun became like that, he realized, brows knitting. When he fought, he got desperate and changed, just like you described. He became a juggernaut, but a dumb one. I only won by taking advantage of that. Trevor paused, mulling over the manager's words. I ate a whole rinkaku, so it looks like I'll be becoming this Kakuja after all. Does eating more ghouls make the process worse, or add more elements to it? He asked. Depending on Yoshimura's answer, Trevor may just end up switching to eating only problematic ghouls. It was better than preying on humans, to him. A far better option. From my own experience, I can say that it was a trial, and continued feasting only made it harder to pass. It was one which I overcame with isolation, until I had melded the chaotic elements into myself. It is like reforging yourself into something stronger, at the risk of breaking apart into something worse. I cannot say I gained too much from eating as many as I did, though. It was an honest answer, one which almost sounded a tad regretful. Be careful when it comes to such an act, Trevor-kun. It is only a matter of time now until you become a Kakuja. You will have little control over when that happens, if the circumstances dictate. Trevor hummed, nodding. I'll take your words to heart, then. I'll be careful. But if... He scratched the back of his neck, an errant thought crawling into his mind. But if the worst comes to pass, and I become a monster, he said in a shaky breath, if you think I'm beyond saving, and I've become something I hate, I have one request. He stared Yoshimura in the eyes. The older ghouls' usually shut eyes were open, ever so slightly, to reveal a steely color. Please put me down. I don't want to become like Yamurai. Something like that should never exist. Of course, Trevor-kun. I try to look after my staff, both present and former. Thank you, Trevor breathed, leaning back with relief. Good. There's, one last thing I wanted to ask you, kind of related. He cleared his throat. Rizkami Shiro, did she have long purple hair? The manager's eyes shut once more, a curious hum coming as a result of Trevor's question. She did, yes. Did you see a picture of her, maybe? No, Trevor replied, now discomfited. I've never seen her before in my life. But there was a... He struggled for a moment. When I was being tortured, there was a point where I went through so much pain that I lost myself. I snapped, and hallucinated. Part of the hallucination was a purple-haired woman, standing far in the distance. It was like she'd been there all along, waiting for me. Standing there, right here. He tapped a finger against his skull. Considering everything that's happened, that has to be her. But I don't know why. I've never seen her before, or anyone who even looked like her before. The manager did not respond right away, steepling his fingers together. As I mentioned, the experience of being brought close to that state is different for each of us. I'm not an expert on matters of the mind, or of RC cells, but from my impression alone, I would say that it is because your body is not just your own. You have met her, in a sense, just not one which would convey her appearance. Maybe it because your Kagun is also her Kagun, but I cannot say. It is unusual. No kidding, Trevor grumbled. There's nothing usual about anything anymore. He tapped his finger against the chair. Something to think about, I guess. We'll see if I ever end up seeing her again. I hope not, though. Who knows, Trevor-kun? Maybe this Riz you saw will have some answers. But it is difficult to say. It was, after all, a hallucination. Trevor shut the door behind him, leaving the manager to his managerial duties. One down. On to the next. The people he really wanted to talk to, Irimi, Tuka, Nishiki, they were all busy still with work. Not an optimal time to pull any of them aside to have what he knew were going to be invested conversations. As for Hinamai, he wanted to talk with her as well, but after a conversation with Tuka for his own reasons. Which meant only one man he could talk to and, unfortunately, needed to speak with. Chukiyama sat apart from Banjo's crew with Hinamai of all people. They were, strangely enough, talking and getting along. Trevor did not like that. Not one bit. Hey, he greeted monotonously as he walked up to them and stared at Chukiyama. Let's have that talk now. Privately. So soon, Chukiyama said with a hint of surprise to his voice, not expecting to be one of the first people Trevor talked to. Very well. Excuse me, Fuegaku-san. He bowed his head politely to Hinamai, who nodded in return. She looked up at Trevor, giving him a smile. Trevor tried to smile back, but it didn't quite work, so instead he just nodded back at her before guiding Tsukiyama to the back. Once they were away from everyone else, he turned around and folded his arms across his chest. First things first, he began. Why did you go with them all to rescue me last night? We didn't exactly part on the best terms, last we saw each other. No, I suppose not. To be precise, you had me parting with my arm. But that is in the past, and I am very much over it. As you can see. Tsukiyama rolled his arm about. I'm doing fine. So I have no reason to be torn up about it, he subtly punned. But that doesn't answer the why. It is selfish, but you are still a delicacy, Trevor. One that must be preserved and not wasted. If I went and let you die to something silly, then what kind of gourmet would I be? So I will help you, of course. Again, that was what it all came down to. Trevor had figured as much, but he wanted Tsukiyama to say it aloud. It would make future decisions far more easier. The gourmet was on his hit list, along with the industry he ran. It was all going to burn, and Trevor wanted to be the one to ignite the flame. In the past, Trevor would have just told him to fuck off and declare war right then and there. It was tempting, especially with how strong he was now. But, his mind wasn't quite what it used to be. It bayed for blood, but in a way that wanted to achieve the most destruction possible and make the monsters hurt more than they could possibly withstand. Tsukiyama had resources. He had a contact in Aojirai Tree, a little fact that Trevor knew he'd drop to entice him. He had a lot to bring to the table. Trevor was going to bleed him dry. You're joining me, to watch over me, Trevor replied, giving Tsukiyama a level look and folding his arms across his chest. You know exactly what we're going to be fighting. It makes me think there's a little more to it than just preserving a choice piece of meat. It was weird, referring to himself like that. But then, Trevor's view of himself had changed a fair amount in recent times. Honestly, Trevor-san, does it? The gourmet said, losing the polite pretense and getting blunt with Trevor. You know what I want from this world, and what I like. There are things in this world I value, just like anyone else, and you just happen to be one of those things. Is this unreasonable, given what you know? Ah, a reaction like that was Trevor had wanted. A bit of probing was all it took to get Tsukiyama to change his tactics. For you, maybe not, Trevor answered, leaning against the wall. But I'm not exactly in the most trusting of moods right now. Even when it comes to looking a gift horse in the mouth, especially when said horse wants to eat me eventually. You can always reject the gift horse. I hear gift reselling is big in the West. Take it or leave it. It was as simple as that. Tsukiyama had less patience than he did last time. Good to know. The potential benefits were too high to outright reject him, and Trevor was wanting everything he could. Besides, if the gourmet became too problematic or was acting up, Trevor had no qualms putting the monster down. He wouldn't tolerate the sadistic antics of a madman for any longer than he had to. I'll accept the offer, Trevor said, straightening up. But on conditions. If you're willing after that, then you're on the team. Sound fair? Perfectly. First, no hunting innocent civilians, Trevor began. We're relying on Anteiku for food. If we do hunt, it will be on humans by my definition of good to eat. You're aware of my moral compass at this point, so you can imagine what I'm thinking of. The same applies to ghouls, since I know you have no qualms about that. A pause. Are we good so far? I see no issues with your terms, he said professionally, treating it like the verbal contract it was. Trevor nodded. That was the primary concern. Secondly, if you need to leave the group for any amount of time, you tell me directly. I don't want any unexplained disappearances. I don't need the exact specifics, but if it's for hunting or ghoul restaurant business I need to know. Got it. By leave the group, this is for any absence. Say, for example, I went to go buy coffee. He gestured to Trevor, leaving it open to him. If it's going to take longer than an hour or two, Trevor elaborated. The leash had to be tight, but not too tight so as to not scare Tsukiyama off entirely. The first condition was non-negotiable. The second, not so much, more so it'd be somewhat easier to keep track of the man. Let us go with 2. It can take that long to get around the city, sometimes. Traffic. Tsukiyama shrugged, not seeming too bothered with the conditions overall. As for the rest. Don't you ever fucking touch Hinamai. Then that should be fine for now, Trevor told him. If an issue arises on either of our ends, we'll speak with each other directly about it as it comes up. And he was going to tell Hinamai to watch herself far more carefully around Tsukiyama from now on. How the gourmet reacted to that would determine how long this partnership would last. That sounds perfectly reasonable, Trevor-san. I imagine I will be kept in the loop, so there is no need for my own proposals. Now, unless there is anything else you want to add, I believe you are wanting to talk to others. I am, yes. Later on, I want to review any and all information your contact in Aojirai Tree has provided you. If possible. Tsukiyama raised his hand, halting Trevor. Before we continue, I will correct the idea you have. I do not have a contact with an Aojirai Tree. I have someone who is observing them, who captured footage and images of the breakout. Now, I am sure I could acquire a contact, but that is tricky business I previously avoided. Very well. For now, the footage and images will be enough. I'd like to look them over later tonight, Trevor said. We should discuss the prospect of an inside contact more thoroughly after we're done here. That is fine. I'll get a hold of the footage as soon as possible. With that cleared up. Nothing else for now, Trevor said. I still have more business to tend to, like you said. Tsukiyama smiled. I will not keep you. Good luck, Trevor-san. Dash. As Trevor and Tsukiyama stepped away from their conversation, Irimi did the same with the manager, stepping out of his office. The woman who took on Noro was replaced by the gentle-looking, dark-haired barista. A whole world of difference. She glanced from Tsukiyama to Trevor, the former of which just moved on back into the break room to join the others. Bet that was awkward, she stage whispered, brushing a stray strand of hair away from her eyes and behind her ear. Doing the rounds. More or less, Trevor sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose and trying to ignore the anxious feeling eating away at him. You got time? Haven't really, talked yet. I'll make some time. The others can live without me for a few minutes. She approached Trevor, a slender hand coming to rest on his shoulder. But only if you relax a little. You can say what you want, I'm not going to bite your head off. Trevor cut himself off, forcing him to take a breath. It's not you that can't make me relax. It's everything else. He rubbed at his temples. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore, Irimi. I'm still trying to figure out what even happened to me, or what's gone now, or... He trailed off, looking down at his fingers. Fingers that had been replaced countless times by then. I don't even know, he admitted, voice shaking. Emotions, slowly, finally, beginning to leak out. That's fine, she resolved for Trevor, the hand on his shoulder giving it a squeeze. You don't have to know what you are doing all the time. Getting lost and finding your way, that's how it goes, isn't it? You need time to learn about what happened to you, Trevor. About how it makes you feel, and to see if you really have changed. And that's fine. It's one step at a time. Same as always. Talk with us, talk with Banjo-san and your team, and you can make a plan of some sort, and maybe it'll help you figure some things out, she reassured the foreigner in a voice that wasn't gentle, but kind. Honest. Come here. She moved the hand from his shoulder to the back of his head, her free arm moving to wrap around his back. You look like you need a hug. Trevor blinked rapidly, his vision fogging up at the words. He couldn't say anything, simply let himself be led into the hug, and he sagged against her, resting his head on her shoulder. He sniffled, and shook. The simple, comforting contact. The connection, and acceptance. The most warmth he'd received in over a week, but had felt like years. That was when, finally, the dam broke. He ruined me, Trevor sobbed, now desperately grasping at Irimi. He violated me, tore me apart, took my fingers, my toes, my ears, my teeth, he took everything. He hollowed me out. He. The foreigner wheezed, tears flowing freely. He broke me. For nothing. No reason. He laughed and smiled and drooled all over me, for no reason. And now, I just want to make people like him hurt. I want to destroy everything, I want to destroy this entire fucking system that just lets this happen. I'm just so angry, and tired. He finished weakly, the exhaustion of everything now utterly bone deep. Trevor. Irimi muttered on her breath, holding the man securely as he let it all out, visibly impacted by the raw intensity of Trevor's exhaustion and grief. But, she didn't say anything else. She just held him and, through slow circular motions on the back of his head, let him know that she was there. I talked such a big game, he murmured. Wanting to change things. Start a goddamn school. Try to fix problems that lasted for longer than people remember, problems I didn't even know existed until a few months ago. How fucking conceited of me. And I talk so goddamn much, people either call me an idiot or force their hopes on me because they already fucking gave up. Ito, Joe, Nico, and the rest, they just give up and decide it's better that I deal with it, that I compromise, and why? He shook his head, smearing Irimi's shoulder with tears. I dunno. Dunno what the fuck they see, aside from my big fat mouth, he bitterly stated. Some insane, dumb kid that's in over his head. A kid whose body is just a broken tool. We see a good person. Big mouth or no, that's still the case. She stepped away from Trevor, both of her hands on his shoulders to keep him upright, looking him right in the eyes. But it's up to you to shut that mouth and do something, Trevor. That goes for all of us. We've all made our choices. That's why they look at you, someone who can still choose a path, and hope you pick the right one. It doesn't have to be now, it doesn't have to be today, but after everything you've been through. Irimi paused, her face the very image of steely resolve. You'll have to start walking down that road, Trevor. It'll be yours. You'll look back at today and realize that this is where you decided what you are going to do. Don't think people see nothing in you, or that they should. You're still a good person. Trevor wiped at his eyes, taking shaky breaths. It's just a bit hard to see, right now, he admitted quietly. All I've been up to now is a fucking victim. But that, at least that much, I'm going to change. I don't know what'll come of that. Hopefully at least a little bit of good. You need to talk with your team. I mean it. If they're going to be running with you, you'll need to figure out what you are going to be doing, together. It doesn't just have to be you thinking of where your first step is headed towards. He nodded stiffly. Yeah, I know. I'm not used to people waiting to follow my lead, at least like this. Leadership doesn't come naturally to me. It'll come with time. I wasn't suited for it, back when I used to run with my gang. But it worked out, after fumbling along for a while. So, get to fumbling, Trevor. Irimi pat his cheek, something that was becoming common in their little talks. The familiar gesture managed to get a small upward quirk on his lips. Something I have experience with, at the very least. He mustered up his strength and stood once more on his own, wiping away the last of the tears. The pain wasn't gone, but it was less overwhelming than it had once been. Thank you, Irimi, Trevor told her. For everything. He struggled to find the right words. I'm not as good at expressing myself anymore, but, you really are an incredible woman. I've got 2 decades of mistakes and bad choices to draw on. Don't get drawn into the wonderful illusion of control I put out, she lightly joked, pinching his cheek. It's fine, Trevor. That's all I have to say. There's nothing wrong with what you're feeling. It's just, it'll take time. I suppose so, Trevor sighed. Time and catharsis. But I guess I should go talk to them. He looked back to Irimi. When I need to take a break, or get a breather. Well, I haven't watched a good movie in over a week. Or any movie, for that matter. We should do that, sometime soon. Your choice of movie. My gift to you. I'll keep an eye out for a good date. Good, Trevor replied. I'll try to think of something. Until then. A moment of hesitation. But it was something he would have done before, right? And it would make him feel better, he believed. So he leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. It wasn't a smooth gesture, more like an attempt than anything. An intimate contact that he'd almost forgotten about, and struggled to try and remember. But if it was Irimi, he would at least try. The stilted gesture got a chuckle out of Irimi, who reached out to keep him there for a few moments. Some bravery goes a long way, she whispered, patting him on the cheek once more before stepping away. Feeling a bit lighter. A little bit, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. Maybe not as bad as Atlas anymore. An improvement's an improvement. At least feel like you can walk with that weight. Trevor nodded. Yeah. Certainly enough to talk with the team. And hopefully enough to talk with Tuka. She didn't seem happy at all with my choice. Her beloved Kaoruhei is growing up. It can't be helped, Irimi sighed, shaking her head. Be careful with her, though. I can't help but feel she'll ask or do something stupid. It's a bit close to home for her. Something to do with her parents. Trevor guessed. That's what I've picked up from her in Ayato, at least. Something like that. Her father, mainly. Good man, bad end. There's probably some similarities there, in her eyes, she explained to Trevor. But I don't want to get too into it. It's her business. Fair enough. I'll do my best to be careful with her, Trevor groaned. Hers is one of the last bridges I want to burn. She'd kick you in the gut before she lets that happen, don't worry. She doesn't say it, but she really does like you. I think having you around is good for her, too. You've made her a bit less ornery. She asked to herself, tapping her jaw. Moody. Teenagery. Hey. That's good to hear, at least. A more ornery Tuka sounds like a real terror, Trevor noted aloud, some faint amusement in his voice. I'll try to talk to her after I meet with my team, then. Which I should get to doing, now that I think about it. Get to it, kid. I should go make sure Kuma hasn't set anything on fire. Metaphorically. She gave him one last pat on the shoulder, moving off towards the stairs. As she said, an improvement was an improvement. He was feeling a bit better. It was a much-needed little cry, all things considered. Following Irimi's advice, Trevor entered the upstairs living space where the guests of Anteiku waited for their next move, something which would be dictated by Trevor. Banjo, the 3 siblings, Jukiyama and even Hinamai. The last thing Trevor probably expected to see was Jukiyama putting braids into Hinamai's hair. They paused at exactly the same time, looking up at Trevor as he walked in, before continuing. He barely suppressed an ugly, violent emotion at the sight. Normally, he'd be happy to see Hinamai making friends, but it was Jukiyama. He had to warn her about him, sooner than later. Perhaps immediately after this meeting. Thanks for waiting for me, everyone, Trevor spoke up, gathering their attention as he took a seat. Irimi had improved his mood, providing a vent from which he could let loose the roiling tension that had been ever present lately. Now, he felt as though he could attempt more normal conversations. But now, we need to plan our next move. Right. First things first. Unless anyone has any ideas already, we should start looking at what ward we're gonna be running out of, and look for a place to rent out or something. Preferably Yakuza, they'll just take cash, Banjo said, getting things moving. The bearded ghoul had some experience when it came to such matters, too. Him and the siblings sat on the sofa, which was a bit of a squeeze because Banjo was something of a meat wall of a person. Trevor nodded. It wasn't too surprising to hear the Yakuza still existed in some form, even with ghouls likely being a dominant force in the underworld. Adaptation was a familiar thing to them. If you have any contacts with them, I think it'd be wise to reach out to them and get the ball rolling on that front, he encouraged. So long as it's not a ward that's either too far or too close to the action, I think we'll be okay. How about the 6th ward? Teitu. It's close to the 1st ward, sure, but I don't think it's actually an active ward. A few ghouls, from what I hear, but not enough for the doves to send in the cavalry, Ichimi suggested, leaning forward a little. It's an option, at the very least. It's a better choice than the 13th ward, at the very least. Mind you, there is an argument to be made for living there, if we're looking to make a name for ourselves, but it's still far too risky, Chukiyama added, pausing in the braiding of Hinamai's hair to focus on the discussion. The minion's got a good eye. It's Ichimi, the first of the gas mask crew said, looking over at Chukiyama. That's what I said, he responded. None of that, Trevor said flatly, giving Chukiyama a look. We're all working together on this. And as for making a name for ourselves. He leaned back, tapping a finger on his armrest. It's something I'd like to do, but not yet. We need to establish ourselves first, gather more intel, get some things done. Keep it on the down low while we still have obscurity. After that, though, we can get a bit loud, he finished, allowing his lips to quirk up slightly. We'll start looking for places in Tata then. Any preferences on your part, Trevor? Banjo asked, keeping the discussion moving. Some place we can easily bug out of if need be, he replied. As difficult to get to as possible, too. Off the beaten path, so to speak. Banjo rubbed his chin, nodding. I'll see what I can do. Chukiyama-san, could I ask that you lend me a hand with that? I see no reason why not, even if it is just for the initial funding. A reasonably sized, out-of-the-way abode in the 6th ward won't be the cheapest, but it'll hardly drive me to poverty. I'm sure we can find a good deal if we look, too, Chukiyama said without much concern, shrugging. The fact he was casually talking about just paying a deposit to what was probably going to be criminals said a lot about how secure he was in his funds. Thank you. That shouldn't take longer than a week, at most. If we get started on it today, then we could be in there 2 days from now, ideally. Banjo looked to Trevor once more, seeking the go-ahead from him. Please do, Trevor said. The sooner we all stop being homeless, the better. Take all the time you guys need to get it done. I actually stayed in the 6th ward for a bit, back when I was, rowdy. Ichimi cleared his throat. If people are still about, I can see if I can set us up with some contacts. Might be a long shot though. Maybe you running off to play vigilante will finally pay off, Jiro, the sister of the trio, said with a sigh. I was like, 15. Cut me some slack, Ichimi retorted. Vigilante? Trevor echoed, curiosity piqued as he looked at Ichimi. How so? Aw man Jiro, now I gotta explain my shameful teenage actions, the eldest sibling huffed, audibly rolling his eyes. There was this group of assholes, typical thugs from the 6th ward area. They went for a night out in the area we lived, went wild, caused a bunch of trouble. This was a while ago, so Jiro and Santa were really young, and they ended up hurting them while I was out getting some food. I get back to our place, which was just some alley, and see they're both hurt. Nothing bad, but it left marks. Pissed me off, so after stocking up for Jiro and Santa and making sure someone was looking over them, I went over to the 6th ward to hunt them down. You know, typical ghoul stuff. Only Ichimi stopped, letting out a loud groan. I pretended to be Spider-Man, okay? Trevor blinked. That had caught him so off guard, that an actual, honest-to-God smile crossed his face. You have good taste, Trevor assured him, feeling himself just a little lighter than he was a few seconds ago. Spider-Man's an old favorite of mine. If there's anyone to pretend to be like, it's him. It was goofy. I had one of those cheap plastic masks, you know, the one with the elastic string around the back. It wasn't a very good disguise, looking back on it. Ichimi lamented. Middle school syndrome. Jiro pat her brother on the back. As always, I won't tell a soul, Ichi, Banjo said with a smile. I've heard more ridiculous things. It is absurd, but a mild sort, Chukiyama inadvertently reassured the gas mask ghoul. I think it's nice. You wanted to be a hero and protect your brother and sister. Hinamai added, a far more innocent take on the matter. But how about that 6th ward? Ichimi finally said, taking the conversation away from his teenage antics. I say we get to work on that right away. In fact, I'll get right on it. Jiro, Santa, let's move. Ichimi hopped to his feet, prompting the other two to follow him. They sighed, getting up and following their elder brother as he made his way for the door. Later guys. Banjo's got our numbers, so just tell us where to meet up. Jiro said as she left the room, closing the door behind them. Trevor waved them off, wishing them luck. Now all that remained were himself, Hinamai, Banjo, and Chukiyama. While they do that, he turned to the gourmet. Do you have those tapes and images from Cochlea we talked about on you? Images, but any footage will have to be seen somewhere a bit more secure. Chukiyama reached into his suit jacket pocket, pulling out the photographs in question. Classic stuff, not a single digital picture. He offered them over to Trevor. The first image was distinctly taken from a distance with some zoom applied. The distinct white coat and red mask of Tatara stood out from the edge of a tall building, the picture itself taken from some height, with a cavalcade of cloaked figures likely Aojirai waiting behind him. The man himself had his eyes drawn downwards, to which the second picture revealed his prize. A pentagonal wall surrounded what looked to be a large vent of some description, but other than that the installation looked blank. An interesting piece of architecture for sure, but it was no prison yard. Just a blank patch of concrete land with vents. Cochlea's level 0, Chukiyama added. I don't believe anyone is held there. It's just how you get in and out, he said, pointing to the large vent shaft protruding from the center of the yard. Through there. The third picture was far more revealing. A closer shot from a new position showed how the vent had been torn open, as if Jigan had gone on a bender. Although, some of it looked melted. Trevor hummed, staring at the pictures. Did your contact know what exactly caused the melting here? He asked, pointing at the image in question. I'm afraid not. They had to reposition, as Tatara and his group were on the move. They didn't hear an explosion, however, Tsukiyama hummed, curious himself. A ghoul with an acidic kagun, perhaps, Trevor mused, rubbing his chin. Now that I think about it, which executives attacked Cochlea along with Tatara last night? I could only spot Ito among the footage of them leaving. The majority were accounted for as being present in the 11th ward, from what I understand, Tsukiyama said. But they were willing to risk them in exchange for this, so I can only imagine what supposed treasures they've plundered from the CCG. The lower levels of Cochlea are said to contain the monsters of monsters, kept alive only for information and insight into how creatures like them operate and only for a limited time, he explained. I was wondering why they'd even bother taking ghoul prisoners, Trevor admitted. But knowledge is power, after all. He continued to tap his finger on the chair. Were any of the freed prisoners identified? A few, but none that are of note. Most likely hangers-on, in my opinion. A majority who left were concealed in the standard Aojirai fare, likely to maintain the advantage of ignorance in the instance of someone observing them like we were. Figures, Trevor sighed. Annoying, but he already knew Tatara was far from stupid. Okay, so that's all the pictures. When and where can we get a look at that footage? As soon as we have a place to call our own. It is not that I do not trust the good people of Anteiku, but, the added security of self-ownership is comforting, especially when it comes to my contacts, Tsukiyama said, moving away from Trevor and leaving the pictures with him. There are more pictures, but they don't show anything new or interesting that cannot be observed from those three. Aojirai, Cochlea before Aojirai, and Cochlea after Aojirai. Fair enough, Trevor allowed, taking the pictures and pocketing them for himself. Until then, we got a couple days before Ichimi, Jiro, and Santa reach out to us, and that's time I want to make use of. There's a couple people I want to reach out to, first of which being Idari. See if she has any information we might be lacking. Helter Skelter. She's an expensive one, good at her job though, Banjo noted with some surprise. You can afford that. Discounts are nothing to be scoffed at, Trevor replied. We've also worked together in the past, developed a good working relationship. I'm sure she'd be amenable to starting something up again. Hey. That'll be useful. Banjo said with a wide smile. We used her services once, but only once. Thing we could only afford that one time, honestly. Banjo muttered, rubbing the back of his head. I'd say it was worth it, which it was at the time, but looking back on it we could have done without it. The business of information is tricky like that, Trevor agreed. Not the most reliable thing, but still a necessity. As for the rest. Probably not a good time to bring up Amin in front of these people. Hinamai in particular. The only reason he was even considering something like that was because of his distinct views on things. It'll have to wait. Do any of you have more ideas on how to spend this waiting period? We could look into who the players are in the surrounding wards, which gangs to look out for, and which investigators to look out for, Banjo suggested. We might end up working with other gangs from time to time, might end up fighting them. Depends. He shrugged, speaking from his own experience as a gang leader. Maybe, we could scout the underground too, for escape routes in the ward, Hinamai said, speaking up with her own addition. Good ideas, Trevor agreed, nodding along. Banjo, Tsukiyama, could you both work together on the former matter? I imagine it's something you guys have experience with already. Easily done. Leave it to us, Trevor-san, Tsukiyama said with a bow. I cannot say I have heard of any notable people in the 6th ward, although, there is some sort of nagging feeling in the back of my head I can't dismiss. That being. Trevor pried. I wish I knew. I feel like there is something there, something I've been told in the past about that place. I'll try and figure out what that is, he answered with an apologetic look. Unfortunately, it must have been in passing, despite potential value. Well, maybe being there will jog your memory, Trevor shrugged. But keep your eyes peeled either way, you never know what could be useful. He then turned to Hinamai. You and I can follow up on your idea, after I have a chat with Idari. Sound Gucci. He also just genuinely wanted to spend more time with the girl. It really had been too long. She beamed across at Trevor, giving him an enthusiastic nod. It was a shared feeling, apparently. That'd be nice. Irimi-san showed me how to use my senses, and told me to practice by mapping places in my head. I think this'll be good for that, too, she said with a meek glance away, not wanting to turn their coming venture into being about her. I'm sure it will, Trevor replied, feeling himself warm up more at Hinamai's reaction. Then, that's all settled. If you guys want to go ahead and get started, he gestured at Banjo and Tsukiyama. Hinamai and I will be out shortly after. There's one more person I need to talk with, before I leave, he added, already bracing himself. The talk with Tuka would likely not be pleasant. But he had to do it. He owed her that, and more. Tuka. Oh dear, Tuka. The dark-haired girl moved up the stairs, her shift coming to an end. Waiting by the top of the stairs, Trevor waited, arms folded across his chest. Irimi had told him to be careful around her. It was more a warning, really. His decision to leave and fight was a move that upset some baggage on Tuka's part, that much was obvious. He didn't know the full story about what happened with her father, but he saw the results. A bad end for him, a prickly Tuka, and an absolute shitheel by the name of Ayato. Tread lightly. Once she was up the stairs, he looked at her. Took a breath. Hey, he said in greeting. Can we talk? Tuka froze on the spot as she reached the top, Trevor's voice snapping her out of one daydream and seemingly into another. She managed to brush some hair away from her face, her visible eye wide. Sure, she finally said. Where to? She asked, glancing about. Hey, he wasn't shot down. Somewhere private, he suggested. In the back. Tuka nodded and spun on her heel to make her way back down the stairs, towards the back exit of the cafe. Passing by the doorway which lead into the cafe front showed it was a somewhat busy day, business as usual. People talked quietly and enjoyed their drinks. The younger ghoul opened the door leading to the small lot at the back of Anteiku, holding it open for Trevor. He stepped through and outside, feeling the chill of late December as he let out a breath. He could see it dissipating in the air in front of him. So, he started, scratching the back of his neck and feeling anxious all over again. Real goddamn smooth. You looked like you had something you wanted to say, back there, he eventually decided on. Tuka shut the door behind her, mouth agape for a few moments as words failed to leave her mouth. She shut it again, letting out a frustrated noise. I don't know, she uttered with an agitated scratch at her scalp. I just thought, you were going to be around for a bit longer, you know. She said, keeping her voice reserved. Ah. That would be a reasonable assumption, in almost every case. I see, Trevor responded quietly, putting his hands in his pockets. I won't be completely gone, you know. I'll be coming around from time to time, still. I just won't be working here again, for the time being. I know. It's just, when I first ran into you I didn't expect this, she said, gesturing to Trevor or rather, the changes in Trevor. But I was thinking today. It was kind of distracting, actually. About school, and my job. What about them? He asked. If I wanted to keep them. I'd go with you too, she finally said, staring Trevor in the eyes. Trevor had to stop for a moment. He'd been expecting more challenge, he supposed. Tuka was always one to give him grief, usually playfully, but if there was one thing about her was that she never let him get complacent. Kind of like Irimi, in that regard. But not this time. Now, she actually said that, something that no one else from Anteiku had. She was willing to go with him, even after she gave him that betrayed look. The look of someone that wanted him here, rather than out there. No. Perhaps that wasn't quite right. She just wanted to be beside him. If she wanted him at Anteiku, she would have said so. And she was willing to toss aside Anteiku and her education, something that too few ghouls ever had the chance for. Those two things that had a greater effect on her than she perhaps knew. As much as I genuinely want you to come with me, Trevor said slowly, staring back at her. I don't think you should throw those things away for my sake, Tuka. School, especially, he said, feeling pained at the words. But why? She emphasized, leaning forward. School's not going to be much good to me, is it? I'm a ghoul, Trevor. At most it'll make me seem a bit more convincing until I get caught. If you get caught, he corrected. I speak from experience that school is something that every person needs. It helped me in a lot of ways, he said sadly, expression wistful. I used to be a total recluse. Spent almost all of my life up until the last year of high school alone, few friends to speak of. Didn't go out, didn't work, didn't do much at all. But, gradually, I came out of my shell. Experienced many things, made a lot of friends. He took a breath. They all made me who I am today. And even though I wasn't a ghoul then, I am one now. Even so, those memories, those peaceful, happy memories, are the only reason I didn't go completely insane while I was being tortured. All brought about because I went to school. I would never take the chance of something like that away from someone. Especially someone as important to me as you. So, if this is your last year at high school, then make the most of it. At the end of it, he hesitated, if you want, you can choose, continue on to university, or come with me. At that point, that call can be made. Tuka went silent, leaning back against the door. Bit by bit she slid down until she was sitting at the base of it, a hand over her face. I don't get it, Trevor. She said past her hand, muffled by it. People keep telling me not to fight. But then they leave me to go fight. Then they die. A loud sniff followed. I don't get it. There it was. A repeat. That was what she feared. Trevor stepped forward, then kneeled down to her level. He then gently rested his hands on her shaking shoulders. It was hard to find the right words to say. He certainly couldn't think of them right then and there. Preaching the purely peaceful route was hypocritical. He was going out to fight, to kill. He knew that, Tuka knew that, they all knew that. Nothing about the situation was good, not in the way Trevor had always believed. Even then, he struggled, his voice strained and thick with emotion. Yet again, he cursed what had brought him to this point. It's not an easy thing to describe, Tuka. I wish I could explain it better, but as I am. He let out a breath. I'm not at my best. I'm not really myself. But I'm not dying. There's too much to live for. You, for one. Trevor then found himself in one hell of a hug, her arms coiling around his waist, face pressed to his chest. The movement was sudden, as fast as anything else he had experienced, but unlike the danger that would be associated with it, it was just a hug. A desperate hold. Please visit. Oh, of course, Trevor responded shakily, feeling his voice tremble as his arm slowly raised to return the hug. Soon enough, it became almost as desperate as her own grip. I'll visit as often as I can. The girl broke away with another sniff, her face hidden behind her hair as she spun to enter Anteiku once more. She stomped away, leaving Trevor alone. Just like that, a goodbye. Trevor breathed, closing his eyes. He wiped at them, noting the warm moisture that had started to fall there. He thought he'd stopped experiencing pain by that point. He really should have known better. It wasn't a prolonged goodbye. It was more of a see you later. Trevor and his new team left Anteiku that day to begin working towards their own ends, and Trevor was left with his own task, talking to Idari. It was one of the only things he could do, with everyone else eagerly offering to handle everything else. Other than Hinamai. She stuck with Trevor. Something that was honestly a big comfort to him. Her presence was a calming, grounding one, perhaps because the concept of looking out for someone was enough to keep him focused, mindful. And speaking of looking out for her. How the hell did he start broaching the subject of Jukiyama with her? So, Hinamai, he started, as the two walked more covertly through the alleys of the 20th ward on their way to Helter Skelter. There's a couple things we should probably talk about, before we go ahead much further. I know it's gonna be dangerous, she answered preemptively, puffing her cheeks out. I'm not that blind, you know. It was a cute reaction, making Trevor smile slightly. I know you know. But that doesn't change the fact that we'll be dealing with very dangerous and powerful people. I don't know how much Irimi and the others taught or told you, but... He scratched his beard. None of this is going to be easy. Hinamai's cheeks deflated after a moment, her eyes focused forwards. I know. I wasn't expecting it to be. After Mom left. She started before catching herself, shaking her head. I'm ready. Promise. Trevor watched her, mulling over her words. Ghoul kids had to grow up fast, he knew, but it still rankled him a bit to think about Hinamai putting herself in harm's way for his sake. But she was determined, even after what she'd seen. Okay, I'll hold you to that, he replied, nodding once. But I want to help train you a bit so that you're as ready as you can be. Fighting will be inevitable. I'd prefer if you didn't, but sheltering you entirely from that will only hurt you more in the long run, and I'd never forgive myself for that. Hinamai nodded with no small amount of resolve, beaming up at Trevor. Sure. I'll try hard, promise. If Mom can beat an investigator, then I should be able to eventually. I don't doubt it, Trevor said good-naturedly, until his expression turned serious. And there's one more thing I absolutely need to tell you. He moved a step in front of her, stopping both of them in his tracks. He leaned down so that they were level and making direct contact, all traces of humor and lightness faded. Never let your guard down around Jukiyama, he warned. Ever. He is a very bad person, Hinamai, one that I only let be with us because we need what he can bring to the table for the time being. For now, he'll help us, but that can change at any moment. Do you understand? Hinamai, in an unusual move, didn't back down or even cower. She stared right into Trevor's eyes, the months of trials finally accumulating in a tougher girl than the one he first met. I'll be careful. But I'll decide for myself. We're all dangerous people, Ani-san. Big brother. For a moment, he saw Miranda's face superimposed over Hinamai's. It almost made him falter. She was right though. Ghouls by their very nature were a dangerous lot. Some just more so than others. Jesus, I feel like you grew up so much while I wasn't looking, Trevor sighed, easing up and patting her shoulder. You're right, of course. I just wanted to warn you. He's a manipulator. The best way to deal with those types is knowledge. I don't think he's manipulating me. Not yet, anyway. We just started talking about flowers. He knows a lot about them, you know, she pointed out. She smiled up at him, resting her hand on top of his for a few moments. I'll be careful. Good, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Another pat, and the two were off again. It means more to me than you probably know that you decided to come with me. I honestly didn't expect anyone to join this quest, I guess, of mine. I couldn't not help you. You've done too much and mean too much for me to just watch you go. I'd feel useless, she admitted quietly but calmly. The world won't wait for me to get stronger. So I figure the best place to start is where I'm most comfortable with my friends. Trevor was quiet initially. The first part reminded him uncomfortably of Tuka. He still wasn't sure if he'd made the right call there. Was it hypocritical of him to turn her down, to encourage a relatively more peaceful life while he charged headlong into danger with Hinamai? Probably. God, he wished he knew what the hell he was doing half the time. Things were fuzzier these days. That's right, the world won't wait for you. It didn't for me. A brief, statusy and stark image of a snarling beast filled his head. And I'll never let it reach that point for you. No one deserves that. His hands shook slightly. No one. Hinamai said nothing else. Instead she just reached out to take Trevor's hand, steadying the shaking only somewhat with her gentle, forceless hold. It didn't stop the shaking entirely, but it did calm it down, if only a little. And then they walked. Dash. Visiting Helter Skelter held mostly positive memories, although that one time when Idari suggested he infiltrate the ghoul restaurant probably did not count. If not positive, then productive. Stepping into the establishment, it was a surprise it was still open with how rare customers seemed, but given Benjo's earlier testimonial, Idari's information was not cheap, and for good reason if Trevor's excursion into the restaurant was anything to go by. It's one thing to have your fingers in several pies, another to be doing it to pies that belong to people who will kill you. 1 second, 1 second. Came the almost frantic voice of Idari from the back of establishment. Talk about bad timing. I look like a clown right now. Hinamai blinked and gave Trevor a curious look. He simply silently shrugged in reply. After a minute, the owner of Helter Skelter emerged with a slide, coming to a perfect, steady stop across from the two behind the bar. Idari, for a lack of better words, looked stunning. Makeup done, hair done, nails, clothes, everything about her screamed date night. She was wearing slippers, though. Oh, Trevor. Shouldn't have rushed, gosh, she flicked her hair with a sigh. She looked at Hinamai, a wide smile spreading its way onto her face. And who is this? Should Irimi be worried that you are hanging around with such a pretty girl? Straight for the throat. As tough as Hinamai may be, she was not ready for a creature on par with Irimi's banter. She covered her face with a squeak, ears turning red. Right back to the way things were. It was like she didn't even notice or care about Trevor's very obvious change in hair color or demeanor. It's nice to see you too, Idari, Trevor drawled. And this is Hinamai, a very good friend of mine, he added for emphasis, before leaning over to said friend. She's basically a meaner Irimi that's more easily bored, don't let her get to you. That's exactly what she wants. Irimi's a nicer Idari, is what you mean, she corrected Trevor with a waggle of her finger. But it's nice to put a face to a name finally, Hinamai-chan. You're like the beloved mascot of Anteiku, right? Idari asked, chuckling. Kinda, Hinamai said, apparently finding some truth to Idari's words. But I'll be spending less time there now, MH. She nodded. Always good to branch out before you get too old, like me and Trevor here. The stagnation of the mid-20s. Idari placed the back of her hand against her forehead. It's too tragic. Adulthood has locked us into our lives. I suppose getting to your mid-20s might actually be an achievement for ghouls, Trevor thought on reflection. Well, we all find ways to spice the stagnation up, Trevor noted, giving Idari a pointed look. You seem to have found one way, speaking of. Hot date. Another month, another try at love. It's getting very close to December 25th and I'm starting to feel my mortality at play, Idari sighed, waving it off. But you're right. I'll be closing up early today, so bad timing and good timing on your part. I suppose so, Trevor shrugged. Then I won't keep you too long. I wanted to ask for some information, and also offer up a similar deal that we had going on before. This time though, related to Aojirai tree. Idari switched on, interest alighted in her eyes. Ooh. Big fish. I've been keeping up with the news, so I suppose it's only natural you'd be casting in their direction. Want a drink, before we get started? Coffee? Water? She asked the two of them. Water, please, Trevor answered, then glanced Hinamai's way. You? I'm fine. The girl said, moving to take a seat at the bar with a hup. The stools were a bit tall. Water it is. So, what you got for me, Trevor-kun? Or rather, what do you want from me? Idari almost purred, moving effortlessly behind her bar without even breaking eye contact from Trevor. What I want, Trevor echoed. Well, for starters, a mutual partnership when it comes to all things related to Aojirai tree. I'm going to be digging hard into their group, learning about and fighting them when I can. I've already learned a fair amount from getting a very, up-close and personal look at them, especially certain executives. I'm not sure how much you heard about that, he trailed off, giving her the chance to express any gaps he'd have to fill for her. Bits and bobs, but nothing concrete or satisfying for me. I hear that Chinese guy is the brains, though. Tatara. Everyone else seems to be functional extension of him, from what I understand, Idari said with a shrug, sliding Trevor his water. One Yakumo Umarai, the 13th Ward's Jason, belongs to them oddly enough. Not the sort you'd peg for a group, outside of his white suits. At the mention of the name, Trevor went through a barely repressed surge of emotions. Hatred, rage, terror, madness. He's dead, dead and gone, gone forever, he had to remind himself over and over. Not anymore, Trevor answered lowly. I killed him myself yesterday. The redhead appraised Trevor silently, seeking any sort of dishonesty in his words, but the pleased smirk gave away her own conclusion on the matter. Good. Albino monkey in a suit, doubt anyone of note will miss him. I heard about your prolonged encounter with Aojirai beforehand, and I expected you to get out when the doves moved. Didn't expect you to kill an executive on your way out, though. You've grown. He was a monster that had to be put down, Trevor stated, hands shaking again. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But he's dead now. We're more interested in the ones still alive, right? Right. I'll scratch him off the list. Give me some names, Trevor baby. Of the ones I met, there's Ayato, the Bin brothers, Noro and Ito, he started. I only got to know Ayato and Ito the most, though I was able to learn about some habits of the others. I also had exactly one conversation with Tatara, when he decided he wanted to recruit me into his army. Didn't really pan out the way he wanted, though. Ayato-kun? Really? She leaned forward, eyes wide. That's insane. To think that little Pipsqueak would run off with Aojirai. I knew he was a rowdy kid, but that's a whole different level. She laughed, covering her mouth at the image in her head. He used to be so cute, too. I'm not too surprised to hear the Bins are with Aojirai, considering the numbers they had. Noro sounds familiar, and Ito's a new name. Tell me about her, would you? Sure. He took a sip of water before continuing. Dresses like a mummy, all wrapped up in bandages, wears a flowery purple hoodie over that. She's odd. She was pretty friendly with me, seemed to enjoy our conversation, and definitely smart. Trevor paused, considering what else she'd said. A true believer in what Aojirai Tree is trying to do, if she was telling me the truth. I never saw her in a fight or anything like that, though. The information broker tapped her chin, considering deeply. How ominous. It's the idealists which are most dangerous, with ghouls. They'll get the rest of us killed for their future, if they're not careful. I'll keep an eye out for her, now that I know what to look for. How far up the ladder was she, you reckon? Pretty high. She was most often with Tatara, he'd take her with him usually whenever he left, and she talked like she had a direct line to his thoughts, as well as that of the one-eyed kings, Trevor confided. She was also part of the raid on Cochlea last night. The only other executive to accompany Tatara for that. Curiouser and curiouser. If she is to be believed, then there is a one-eyed king for this generation or someone who claims the title. I think, that is what I want to find out. Who is the right mix of insane enough, idealistic enough, charismatic enough, and powerful enough to do it? Such a little mystery, Idari said, really getting into it. Who knows? It may be someone I can see pulling it off. I imagine she didn't give any hints. I'm afraid not, Trevor sighed. She said I couldn't meet him. Well, not yet, anyway, suggesting she thought I'd be allowed to eventually. That was when I was technically still part of Aojirai, though, a bridge that has been thoroughly burned by this point. I could tell, though, that she was really trying to pitch the ideals behind them to me, wanted to get me to stay. Evidently our interests aligned. Like all causes, it's filled with animals with ulterior motives. Wouldn't buy into it, Trevor. One generation of problems could be solved, but it's those things with ulterior motives that will usher in the new. If you're going to do it yourself. That's my take, at least. Idari tapped her cheek with a finger. But this is good to know. You've given me a lot to work with here. What can I offer you in exchange? Trevor leaned forward. Anything you can dig up on Aojirai Tree, in particular about behind-the-scenes backers or resources they're pulling from. They had mercenaries from other countries working for them, and have the means to keep a large army of ghouls working as a unit. There's factions there, too. Like you said, ulterior motives. I want to learn what those are and use them for my own ulterior motives. And I'm going to be working on the ground, so to speak. Any information I find, you get first dibs and exclusive access to the juiciest bits. Idari hummed at that. It appeared as if she had something she could tell him. Have you ever heard of the Qi Shilian? Red Tongue Company? She asked. Trevor simply shook his head in reply. They're something of a modern legend among ghouls. The ghouls who nearly conquered China, is what they're remembered as by us. Terrorists by everyone else, not incorrectly so. They were on the cusp of throwing the entire country into chaos, from Guangzhou to Beijing. They had their start in the Taklamakan Desert, just out of the direct eye of authorities, and then worked their way east and they only grew in number. Awoke a sleeping giant in the form of the ghoul populations of urban and metropolitan China and just kept going because they had the momentum to, Idari said, getting comfortable with her little story. Then they stopped, and then they collapsed. While the Qi Shilian waged their secretive lightning war against China, the officials in the Great Hall of the People came to a decision they'd call in foreign experts to deal with this monster they couldn't control. So, they contacted the CCG. Of all the agencies and departments dealing with ghouls, they remain at the top, so it was only natural. Idari chuckled. But here's the kicker, Trevor Kun. They only sent one investigator. Haoji Kusuk the tongue cutter. And that's all it took. One good investigator to stop a movement of ghouls that was threatening to topple the order of a sovereign state. Haoji just needed one well-placed move, and it's a move he made himself. He killed the leader of the Qi Shilian, Furnace Yan, in a surgical strike. And from there, he just continued to pick at them, ticking boxes and taking the heads, cutting off their means of escape with the Chinese authorities following his word. But one escaped, you see. One ghoul. One last red tongue which hadn't been removed. Yan's little brother, at that. You can figure the rest of that bit out. So that's where Tatara came from, Trevor mulled, rubbing his beard. That'd explain why everyone knows about him to some extent. No wonder he's so driven and has the know-how to keep Aojirai Tree going. This is like a spiritual successor, of a sort. Exactly. Tatara's got his motivation. If not the tongue cutter, then the entire CCG. But I think, that Tatara's the reason the Red Tongues worked in the first place. It didn't topple with Yan's death, but the subsequent hunting. Demoralized with the death of their prestigious leader, but not afraid. Tatara likely set the roots of the Qi Shilian deep in the underbelly of China and Asia. The nasty side you hear about in fictional places like Ronapur, only made real. That's how Aojirai moves. It's a synthesis of two trees. Trevor was nodding along, up until the mention of Ronapur, which made him freeze and eye Idari critically. Of all the things to come up from this conversation, the fact that you referenced Black Lagoon of all things is the most surprising, he couldn't help but comment, giving her an appraising look. It's pretty popular in the ghoul subculture. Lots of role models. Have you seen Balalaika? Trevor replied, not quite agreeing with that. Still, it made perfect sense from a ghoul perspective. Well, I suppose I can see the appeal there. Talking about any kind of manga or anime with ghouls was strange, even considering he was in Japan. They still felt like separate worlds to him. But to get back to the earlier point, is Haoji still alive? And kicking, active service and all. Mostly sticks to the 5th ward, it's his jurisdiction as it were. Why? Curious. Trevor hummed. If he and Tatara have a history, that's something that can be used. A very dangerous game, considering the parties, but worth keeping in mind. Unfinished business, grudges, those can be hella motivators. They can be. I imagine Tatara falls under the motivated part, but I do not know enough about Haoji to say. Special class investigators are usually nothing if not professional though. Professional and terrifying, but all the same, Idari said, huffing amusedly. Not that I've ever encountered one. I'm not that big of a fish. You and me both. But hey, that's what working together is for, Trevor offered, downing the rest of his drink. Speaking of. What do you say to the prospect of a more solid partnership? We've made it work before. And obviously I won't exactly be broadcasting it, for both our sakes. Having my own goon squad too, as per the name, goon on people, does sound appealing to my ear, but... Idari paused, humming in consideration. I do have to retain a distant neutrality to some extent. What would this partnership entail, Mr. Businessman? She asked teasingly, leaning forward. Hinamai coughed. Yeah, Idari was still wearing that low-cut dress. This woman was a dangerous one, but he knew that already. Well, like I said, you get first dibs and exclusive rights to the juiciest bits of info my team finds, Trevor started. I'd also be willing to do favors to help you out here or there. Protection, a meetup, things of that nature. In return, I want to hear anything and everything you find about Aojirai Tree and their associates at a discounted rate. If it's something you feel that is, potentially a massive development that no one else knows yet, I'd like to be the first one to hear. As for your desire for neutrality. He leaned back, raising his hands slightly. I won't put on the appearance of direct association with you. If you need us for a favor, we'd make it look like a hire since we need the cash. Nothing to suggest a stronger relationship. And if you feel like you and your establishment may be threatened, let us know and we'll go dark for a bit. He paused, then leaned forward again. How does that sound, Miss Shadow Broker? He asked. The swoon told Trevor everything he needed to know, really. Oh, I like that name a lot. I'll have to fight an investigator and have him take down my name as that. You know how to soften a cruel and opportunistic woman like me right up, Trevor, and you're lucky you're a stand-up guy. We'll start a probation period of say, 3 months. See how it goes. Sound good? Trevor allowed himself a smile. Sounds Gucci. The place the gas mask trio and Jukiyama found was very modern, even without all the furniture. Clinical and clean, and what furniture was there matched the white theme of the walls and cabinets, the carpets being the only thing breaking the trend with a gentle beige color. From the outside, it appeared tucked away and relatively small, but it opened up as you went inside, revealing how much of the rear end of the building was taken up by the house. It was more akin to an apartment which had 2 floors, in terms of feel and design. I would have taken out a mortgage, but that would have been a bit too obvious, Jukiyama said with a sigh. It's not a bad little place, but alas if I were to do that, it would be through a business. For now, rent will have to do. 3 days had passed since Trevor left Anteiku. Life continued to move quickly. Before they had even found a place to set up, the 3 siblings had been making headway in getting a lay of the land and its current inhabitants. You did well, Trevor couldn't help but reply. Praise where it was due, and he was in a somewhat better mood after the success of getting Idari's probational partnership in a couple days to wind down. Having Hinamai as his only main contact during that time could work wonders. The less ties, the better. Who knows, it's actually us here. The landlord, obviously. Nobody to be concerned about. I did some digging before we entered a contract. One of those absentee property owners, too many homes to particularly care about every person renting from him. The 3 rascals and bigger rascal too, naturally. Nobody else, as far as I know. Jukiyama stepped over to the kitchen area, cupping his jaw and humming as a contemplative artist would. I've already sorted out basic bedding and whatnot. 5 rooms, but I won't be staying here too often I imagine, so it works out I'd say. Only a few minutes travel from Ueno, and the surrounding shitamachi living allows us to blend in with the dregs, somewhat. Shitamachi. A Japanese term for rougher living areas, from what Trevor had picked up in his time in Tokyo. He'd seen as much on his way here with Jukiyama, and certainly was rough, though not quite on the same level as the worst parts of Chicago that he'd seen. The South Side was not a nice place to be, doubly so as an outsider. Sounds Gucci to me, Trevor mused, stepping further inside to inspect more of the apartment. 5 rooms, guess we'll have to sort out who gets what. But either way. Thanks, Jukiyama. This helps a lot. He was also somewhat less stressed regarding the gourmet, knowing that he had another potential source of information in Idari. Obviously she wouldn't be the money wizard that Jukiyama could be, but it was one more thing in Trevor's favor. Think nothing of it, a minor expenditure as far as residences go. The affluent ghoul reached into his jacket pocket and underhand tossed a set of keys to Trevor. The others will get theirs when they're here. But while it is just us, I believe I have an inquiry to make. Trevor pocketed the keys. What is it? While I cannot speak for Suda, I believe you made it quite clear you were not fond of the restaurant. But I'd be curious to hear more of your thoughts on the matter, if you have any, Chukiyama said, loosely folding his arms into a more comfortable position. Odd time to bring that up, Trevor noted with a quirked eyebrow. Well, he'd probably outright broadcasted his disgust with the proceedings when he was actually there, which Chukiyama himself said. In case it wasn't obvious, I find it disgusting. In fact, I hate the very idea of it. Base slaughter for the sake of base slaughter. All opinions Chukiyama probably knew anyway, if he even had the slightest idea of how Trevor felt about things. For many that is the case, yes. For others, it is a business investment, and for more still a sort of creative endeavor. But killing is involved either way, and there's no point in trying to feel empathy with such perspectives, including my own. But I am none too fond of my peers, most of them, at least. The parasitic sort of affluent, who have only exploited for their power. You say you want to rid the world of such things, no? He asked, observing Trevor evenly. Trevor hummed, watching Chukiyama right back. Had to suppress the urge to call the gourmet a hypocrite right to his face. You're not wrong there, he allowed, before tilting his head. But this isn't just you wanting to point me at your rivals, is it? Rivals? Hardly. Nobody in the room that night could have hoped to lay a finger on the success of my family, but that is another matter. Rather, consider this a peace offering and a means of severing past grievances between us. The Ghoul restaurant stands opposed to your ideals, and for me, well, I have my reasons, the earning of trust one of them. So naturally, we could topple it. Or we could leave it, Chukiyama offered in a reasonable tone, the eccentric edge toned down for their conversation. Weird, was Trevor's first thought. Very weird. He wasn't so naive as to think Chukiyama would sacrifice such a big investment purely for the sake of winning the trust of a future meal. If the other participants in the Ghoul restaurant weren't rivals, then they were enemies. Of course there was an ulterior motive. There always was. And Chukiyama would never have Trevor's full trust. But the prospect of laying waste to the Ghoul restaurant was a salivating one. If Chukiyama gave him the means to kill it, he would. He'd risk it, because of all the filthy monsters that supported such a disgusting thing. He'd kill them all if he could, he couldn't bother denying it. Again, that desire to hurt and destroy, fostered by Yamurai. Trevor wanted to break things, deep down. Aojirai tree, the Ghoul restaurant, whatever it was. They deserved to burn. I like the sound of toppling it, Trevor said aloud, setting his hands on his hips. I'll consider it, Chukiyama. If I decide to go along with it and it all works out, consider that accepting this peace offering of yours. The gourmet smiled. Excellent. All that aside, I believe all I have to do now is leave you with your new residence. I'm going to be meeting my contact and retrieving whatever information they've gathered. Unless you have a question yourself. Nothing that can't wait until we're all together again, Trevor replied. I'll see you later. Then enjoy, bon signore. I shall be back soon. Chukiyama left Trevor to his new hideout, barely decorated and empty enough to have a sort of echo whenever he spoke. At least there was a television and a couch. For a few minutes, Trevor did nothing but stand there, not even thinking and just letting his mind go completely blank. Then, he slowly walked to the couch and laid down, staring at the new ceiling. 3 days, with only Hinamai for company. It helped, a bit. A time to breathe. Not relax, but breathe. But all the same, he felt that itch still. To go out and hunt down monsters, to break things apart and destroy. Violent ends to those that led violent lives, those that preyed on the innocent. Every time he looked in the mirror, the urge grew stronger, the indignation and outrage of what had been taken from him. Whenever he saw his grey hair, he lamented that Yamurai had died far, far too quickly. Trevor let out a long breath, pinching the bridge of his nose where his glasses would have been several months ago, when he actually needed them. God. He had been human a few months ago. And now he was, this. A man-eater twice over. A creature that could crush concrete, regrow his limbs as many times as needed, and snap bones with his teeth. All of that power. Purely for the sake of hunting humans. And he had absolutely no clue as to how the hell something like a ghoul could even exist in the first place. But he supposed that didn't really matter anymore. The grand, heroic ideals he'd espoused to people in the past felt distant, like lighthouses he could barely make out in the storm. A vague guidance brought upon by a much simpler and happier life. Now, he was angry and hateful. He hid it, and he liked to think he hid it well. But he couldn't deny it anymore. He hated ghouls. He hated the groups they formed that only brought pain and evil in the world. He hated himself, for talking such a big game yet doing nothing until he happily and eagerly killed for the first time in his life, for eating someone alive. Trevor wiped his eyes, and then remembered just what day it was. December 23rd. Happy birthday, he said dully to himself in an empty room. Dash. Banjo leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees and his fingers interlocked. Tato City has a few players we should be careful of and avoid surprising if we can help it. Believe it or not, but we're not out here to get involved in any gangland business. I ain't, at least. Behind him, Trevor and Chukiyama, the trio carefully shuffled in with more furniture. Despite all the strength of a ghoul, moving tables, chairs, and bed frames was still a common struggle universal across all man-shaped beings. Banjo began going through a list of names, all very gang-like in their theming: the Park Howlers, Vengeful Gasadakuro, Divine 22, Bloody Battle Boys, most minor groups of relative children with only a few actually standing out as organized units. But one in particular. The Neon Demon, Banjo started. Not a gang. A ghoul, and one who runs the 6th ward in the absence of Orca's leader. Nobody else strong enough to, and he sounds like a nasty sort. Has some sort of involvement with the club scene in Tato, so you can only imagine where he got the name from. Humans don't actually see much of the ghoul side of the world, they just think most of us are humans. But people know about the Neon Demon, because the news reports have a hard time avoiding how brutal he can be. CCG has him at a double S rating, but I don't know the details of why. He's a very public creature, compared to the rest of us. The short-haired ghoul paused, lips pressing together. I don't think he was around, a couple of years ago. Figure I would have heard of him, if he was. It also match up with when the leader of Orca went missing. He mused, putting a picture of the local cannibal politics together in his head. Double S higher than Jukiyama on the danger rating. Someone to watch out for. What are the chances of him poking at us if we try to keep a low profile? Trevor asked, leaning forward. He's not our enemy for the time being. I'm not sure. People like this Neon Demon often take up a duty of stewardship for the territory they control by proxy of being the strongest. While others may have claim to land under him, ultimately it comes down to if they are fine with that. You worked with Anteiku, no? You have seen the struggles that can occur over territory management, I assume. Jukiyama added. A memory of Nishiki trying to kill him came to mind. Yeah, I'm familiar, Trevor sighed. Well, I don't see much point in challenging his claim for now. We're getting our food from Anteiku anyway. If he feels the need to show up, we'll try peace. If not, he shrugged. We'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Got it. After Neon, there's Orca. Group used to be headed by a ghoul also called Orca before he got napped by the CCG. Was put away in Cochlea, last anyone knew. If he got out or not is a matter for investigation, Jukiyama said. I've heard of this Orca. If I am to humble myself and others, I would argue he is among the strongest ghouls in Tokyo, maybe even more so than the executives of Aorigi by a notable margin. The fact he managed to live successfully as a non-killing ghoul, right up until the CCG moved on him in force, spoke to that. A local legend, if there was ever to be one. I would rather him working with us, than against. Trevor tapped his fingers against his elbow. A few pieces clicked in his head. Do you think Aogiri might have freed him during their raid? He asked. He certainly sounds like a powerful piece they'd want on their side. Hell, if I was Tatara I'd be chomping at the bit for someone with a double S rating to join up. Thinking of it that way, the whole diversion makes a lot of sense. Get rid of wild elements like Yamurai, pick up people loyal to you because you are their liberator who also happen to be absolute monsters, Banjo thought aloud, tapping his foot to a beat in his head. See where I'm coming from? If he has joined up with Aogiri, then hopefully we can convince him otherwise. You said he was, what, non-killing? What does that mean? He asked to Jukiyama, looking past Trevor. He lived like the Anteiku bunch, of course. If he did have to kill, it was said to be out of necessity and with no spite. You'd think him a bodhisattva, from how the locals talk about him, Jukiyama sighed, shaking his head at the mental image of such a ghoul. 1 in a million. Others who try to live in such a way just die. Trevor hummed, stroking his bearded chin. The gears were turning. If I were Aogiri, I'd be working hard to appease Orca to get him to stay even though they run so opposite his supposed values, he began. Ito and a couple others did that for me, though to a lesser degree. One of the best ways to appease him? Give him back his land so he can rule it as he sees fit. Which means kicking the Neon Demon off the throne. You guys see where I'm going with this? Jukiyama and Banjo nodded, the former smirking in a pleased manner. If that were the case, what would you propose? Beat them to the punch. Ideally, get in contact with Orca somehow on our own to make the promise and assure him he won't have to compromise his morals to side with us, but we may not get that luxury, Trevor said, running a hand through his hair. Feels weird saying that after just saying there's no need to fight the Neon Demon, but oh well. That's not an unreasonable plan, but I think we should avoid pressuring him too quickly, if we are going to do that. If Aogiri spots a chance to snatch up 2 double S-rated ghouls. Banjo said cautiously, keeping the looming threat of Aogiri at the forefront of his mind. Yeah, I get you, Trevor nodded. Best we keep it on the down low for now. But does that sound good to you guys? Depriving Aogiri of 2 potential assets would be great. Jukiyama gave an approving hum. It's a good place to start. The Aogiri tree isn't quite at the point of being too powerful, so acting now is for the best. Once they recover from their little Cochlea gambit, it will be a different matter. Banjo gave it a few moments, his chiseled face going through the motions of thought. I'm good with that, yeah. Touch base with Orca, see what's going on with them, and then move on to the Neon Demon if we need to. Gucci. Do you have any contacts with them we can start with? Anyone that'd be more inclined to listen? Trevor asked Banjo. From not willing to get involved with local ghoul politics to plotting a regime change. All in the name of fucking Aogiri tree, he had to tell himself. It was more of a lead than usual, so he grasped it. But he did have a deal with Idari that could be useful. That's why she was there, after all. They probably have a front of house place we can meet them at. We'll ask around and see where they make nest. Might take a few days, though, Banjo warned ahead of time. Bit strange when a new group of ghouls just show up on your turf, so we're still trying to feel out the mood of the ward. Yet, no good stirring things up too much too quickly. I'll reach out to Idari too, see if she's got anything that can help us, Trevor murmured. Then we've got something of a plan. We'll get to work once we've moved everything in. Banjo paused, blinking. Oh, that's right. There anything you want us to get while we're out, Trevor-san? It's kind of your place more so than ours, after all. The question caught Trevor off guard. Oh. He looked around. He wasn't sure how permanent the place would be, so going all out was probably not on the table. And then, a strange thought. Any chance you could grab an Xbox 360 or a Wii? I miss games. I'd also mention a computer, but those are a bit risky with tracking. Banjo stared at Trevor, steadily narrowing his eyes at him before finally speaking. PlayStation and a Wii, got it. It was not going to be a Xbox household, apparently. Trevor didn't have much interest in squatting at the new place while mostly alone. Banjo and his crew were off shopping and Jukiyama was doing Jukiyama things elsewhere, which left him and Hinamai alone. He was painfully aware that if he gave himself too much time to think that day, he'd be in an even worse state of mind, so he decided to actually try and do something. So, on that Friday and his birthday, he and Hinamai decided to go back to Nerima ward and check on some friends. It was a quiet December day, as usual, most people preferring to stay indoors during the cold winter. Either way, they went to Anteiku to see who would be around in the afternoon. Oh, Trevor. What's up? Nishiki asked, blinking behind his frames, in the middle of returning to behind the counter after delivering someone's order. The lanky ghoul had chilled out notably since Trevor first met him all those months ago. Hey, Trevor greeted with a small wave. Just dropping in. We're moved into the new place and everyone else has things to do. I don't really have any big birthday plans, so I thought I'd come by for a bit. Fair enough, man. You and Hinamai want any dash? He stopped, doing a double take, dash hold up, birthday. Yeah, figured he wouldn't know. Trevor only remembered telling Kuma about it, what felt like ages ago. MHM. Hit 24 today. Damn, you old. I'll get your prune juice and natto, Aji. Just take a seat, let Hinamai walk you over. Don't exercise too much, he jested, waving over his shoulder as he walked over to the counter. Irimi's sorting out some stuff in the basement, by the way. She'll be back. I dunno. How long does it take to fix a freezer? Respect your elders, young whippersnapper, Trevor retorted without any heat, knowing full well Nishiki was barely a year younger than him. And I wouldn't know. My mechanical expertise begins and ends with swacking a wrench on it. I'm not in any rush anyway. Right, right. 1 year away from being halfway to 50, man. I'd get you something nice, but you know. Your allergies. Code Talk 4 can't actually give you cake. Hinamai then proceeded to drag Trevor over to the counter, to avoid them calling back and forth like a pair of dudes in a dorm. How's the move going? I assume you've moved, at least. Just got all the furniture in, Trevor replied, resting his elbows on the counter and ignoring the fact that Hinamai was being a complete mom at him right then. Banjo and the rest are getting other stuff right now, after making me feel like a filthy foreigner wanting to get an Xbox. So, you know. Not bad. Well, no shit, they're gonna make you feel like that. What's there to even play on an Xbox? Exactly, nothing. Idiot. It was a closed subject. What ward? Trevor clicked his tongue. He knew he'd be attacked for even mentioning it. The Japanese were brainwashed into loving Sony and Nintendo only. A crying shame. He didn't actually care that much, but the mere fact that everyone gave him shit for it was turning him into a die-hard fan. 6th. Close to Ueno Park. Pretty nice place, you and Kimmy should come by on calmer days, Trevor answered. Dunno when those'll be though, if I'm honest. It's usually pretty calm when we're not somehow getting involved in some nonsense. Unless you're planning on getting involved in some more nonsense right off the bat. I wouldn't be surprised, Nishiki tugged, pouring out some coffee for him and Hinamai. But I'll bring it up to Kimmy. Doubt she's gonna be against it, considering you listened to her ramble for a while. She brought up good points, Trevor noted, nodding in thanks for the coffee. Points that barely anyone ever brings up. In fact, I actually wanted to discuss those things with her again at some point anyway. I learned new things she might be interested in. It had occurred to Trevor recently that Kimmy was a bio student with a vested interest in learning about ghoul biology. And it had also occurred to Trevor that he was now even more of a peculiarity than he once was, thanks to the eventual progression of the Kakuja. If she were able to document the process somehow, who knows what they could learn about how ghouls actually worked. Yeah, I'll definitely bring it up, then. So long as Jukiyama isn't around when we visit. Fucking Kree, he caught himself too late from cussing in front of Hinamai, clapping a hand over his mouth. She's 14, but it was still an unwritten rule. No swearing in front of Hinamai. Trevor glared at him. There's some soap by the sink back there, he stated lowly, pointing at the precise location he knew thanks to his previous employment. Sounds like your mouth could do with some cleaning. I slipped up. Cut me some slack, geez. It's fine. I've heard worse, Hinamai said, blinking confusedly and looking between the two. That was a new detail if there ever was one. Nishiki's slight was immediately forgotten as Trevor swiveled his head to face her. What did actually, no. From who? He pressed. It's fine. I don't cuss, so it doesn't matter. She insisted. Besides, I'm not letting you be mean to someone because of it. It's not mean if it's justice, Trevor retorted. And don't think you can protect them forever, young lady. You can't read minds. She pointed out. It's true. You're not that special, Nishiki said, backing up Hinami's observation. Hiding behind Hinami, I see how it is, Trevor sighed, pointing a finger at Nishiki. I'll forgive you this one time, if only because Tsukiyama is in fact a creep. And worse. I'll make sure he's not around whenever Kimi's involved. Great. This turned out great for me, didn't it? Dodged the bullet and I get to keep avoiding Tsukiyama. Nishiki returned, placing 2 white cups down before them. But yet. Happy birthday, man. Sorry it's been a shit month, but hopefully today'll be alright. Yet. Trevor took the cup, staring down at the dark contents. His expression sobered at the reminder. Thanks man. Here's hoping. There he is. Mopey Mask, a familiar, gentle voice said from the doorway leading to the back of Anteiku. Irimi emerged, her hair tied up into a bunch, pale features serene and pleasant. Not what I'd expect from the birthday boy, but there's no point in forcing a smile. Oh, Irimi-san. Is the freezer working? Nishiki asked, stepping back to allow her room behind the counter as she approached. It is. I'll have to get Yamo to look at it, though. He's much better when it comes to messing around with things like that. She moved to stand across from Trevor, giving Hinami a smile. Good afternoon, Hinami-chan, Trevor. Mopey Mask, Trevor echoed, shaking his head. I'd be annoyed, but that's far from the worst nickname I've had. Another addition to my collection. At that, he took another sip, and then managed a smile of his own. Nice to see you too, Irimi. You're looking better. Has he been behaving outside of Anteiku, Hinami? She asked the smaller ghoul. He was telling Nishiki to wash his mouth out with soap, she admitted quickly. He's been good. Well, if anyone needs it, it's Nishiki. She jabbed her junior's arm lightly, getting a grumble out of him. Cussing in the workplace isn't acceptable. Go clean tables. Man, isn't that Kuma's thing? Kuma isn't here. Get. She gave his rear a flick with her foot, urging him out from behind the counter. What can we help you two with today? Just here to enjoy the company. Something like that, Trevor replied, feeling pleased at seeing Nishiki suffer. Irimi was an ally when it counted. Unless you're hungry at all, Hina. He asked the younger girl at his side. Yeah, a little. Hinami looked to Irimi. Is that all right? Of course, you don't need to ask. We'll head upstairs in a minute, once Nishiki's back, she said gently, an almost maternal look to her. It was a good change of pace from recent events. I'm sure the manager will be glad to see you too, Hinami-chan. Trevor, for his part, wasn't hungry in the slightest. He wouldn't be for a long while yet, not after that hefty meal he'd had. Anything new around here since we left? He asked Irimi, looking around. No, prying eyes in light of recent activities. Irimi looked past Trevor, over his shoulder and to the door. I was about to say no, but... The greeting bell chimed. Welcome, she greeted professionally, stepping to the side to get a better look at the newcomers, bowing. A man and a boy, the former dressed in a grey suit which couldn't quite hide the apparently strength of his body, a black suitcase in hand, and the latter, was familiar. Very familiar. White hair. Red stitches. A strange fashion sense. It was the pickpocket kid, Trevor realized. Afternoon. The larger fellow bellowed in a friendly manner, a genuinely kind smile on his face. The kid looked around, squinting like an inquisitive cat, flapping the overly long sleeves of his ill-fitting suit jacket around slightly. Is an Americano and hot chocolate all right? He asked, looking over Trevor, after giving him and Hinami a polite nod, to Irimi. Trevor silently nodded in return, getting a very strong impression the man was, at the very least, a dove. Would you like anything with them, sir? Suzuya, what are you feeling? He asked his pale compatriot, who paused in his sniffing and flapping. Oh. Can I get whatever I want? He asked his apparent superior with a voice that could best be described as effeminate yet forceful. He didn't actually wait for him to answer before speaking. Croissant. 2 croissants, yet. The large man chuckled, scratching the faded side of his head. I suppose it's still within our lunch allowance. Add 2 croissants to that, if you would be so kind. Of course, sir. It'll be with you shortly. Thank you kindly, ma'am. The two moved off to take a seat at a table in front of the cafe window, the suitcase set down next to the man's feet. The boy sat strangely, like a gargoyle. Well. Irimi started, looking back to Trevor with an amused smirk. Speak of the devil, I suppose. They're not causing trouble though, she said quietly, folding her hands over one another as she warmed them up, getting ready to start her work. Just a couple of pals out for lunch, Trevor replied with a shrug, catching her meaning. Nothing to see here, nothing strange. MMH. No need to prod a passing ONI. Are you okay with waiting, Hinami? I'll be fine. You might want to get me some water, though, she pointed out. Someone as young as her drinking straight black coffee was likely something they watched out for. Ah, yes. Good eye, Hinamai. I suppose being around Trevor has to yield some results, Irimi teased. She slid Hinamai's coffee over to Trevor. How about a sandwich to really make it convincing, Trevor? I'm sure that's a good way to start this birthday. She's an ally when it counts, he had to remind himself. I've had better birthday gifts, Trevor grumbled, pinching the bridge of his nose. Not a no, but he was allowed to not like it. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Relax. I would go get the manager, but I believe it would look suspicious. We'll just have to manage. Badumtesh, Trevor said in the driest tone imaginable. Hinamai sighed audibly beside them. The pair of newcomers eventually had their order moved out to them, Irimi delivering it herself and bowing once it was handed over. The boy clearly didn't even notice she existed, far too focused on the presence of the hot chocolate and croissants, eyes wide and nostrils flaring. The man on the other hand thanked her politely and that was that. Until the boy looked up from his food, half a croissant hanging from his mouth, and turned his head. Slowly. Carefully. To stare right at Trevor. Wide, crimson eyes locked onto him, uncaring of etiquette. And then he chewed. Trevor silently prayed that it was only because of recognition. But after everything that had happened to him, naivety was something that had been quite thoroughly pounded out. Maybe just a light beef sandwich would do some good, he eventually, quietly told Irimi. Smart man. She sounded far too pleased with herself. The larger fellow seemed to notice the gaze of his partner, and then reached over, and whapped the boy across the head. Don't stare. That's really rude, Suzuya-kun. Wait. My croissant. The boy cried out as it fell from his mouth to the floor. He looked like he was about to grab for it before being held in spot by the collar. My croissant. We can just get you another, you know. Oh, really? Never mind then. I didn't want it that much anyway. The boy instantly returned to his prior spot, no longer reaching for the ground. He stopped staring at Trevor, and the man sent an apologetic look his way before returning to his coffee. The sandwich was placed down in front of Trevor. As expected, it smelled like fish guts and death. Happy birthday to me, Trevor sighed under his breath, and then took an incredibly unpleasant bite. Dash. The pair stood to leave. I've got to say, this is a real lovely little place, the grey-suited man said as he moved away from his table, money left with Irimi earlier. He looked over to her, giving her a bow. The coffee was excellent, and the food too. Thank you for your service, ma'am. I could really go for some sweets, now. The boy, Suzuya said quietly beside the likely investigator. Thank you for your patronage. Come back anytime, sir, Irimi recited as any outstanding food service frontliner could. Probably will. With a wave over his shoulder, the man and the boy were gone. A sigh of relief came from Hinamai. Trevor was quick to push the half-eaten sandwich aside, wiping his mouth. Gah. Freakin' kid. He looked back toward the door. I met him before. He pickpocketed me ages ago. I guess he recognized me, or something. He probably did. But he might have been confused by the hair. Hinamai observed, sipping her glass of water, held between both hands like an adorable hamster. I mean, if it was a while ago. Maybe, yet. It wasn't exactly a prolonged encounter anyway. I only recognized him because of that whole Stitches get up, Trevor shrugged. But oh well, they're gone now. We'll wait just a little bit more, then see about getting you some food. He did look memorable, Hinamai said after a moment of consideration, picking her words carefully. Like a doll. One with weird clothes. Did you notice, Trevor? Irimi asked, looking to where the boy and the investigator were. That kid. He was similar to one of us. From a mannerism standpoint, yeah, Trevor replied. Pretty disconcerting when he actually wasn't. Wonder how you get someone like that. Who knows? All I know is that it's kind of sad to see. He couldn't be much older than Hinamai. Irimi reached out to ruffle Hinamai's hair at that, protective of the little ghoul. Trevor hummed, resting his bearded cheek on an open palm. Yet. He murmured as his eyes glazed over. He wasn't sure what to think of it, especially since he didn't really what the kid's deal was in the first place. A result of CCG experimentation? Just born that way? One of those one eyes that Yamurai had mentioned, the ones Kinu had created just like him? Either way, he knew that wasn't the last he'd see of Suzuya. Not after running into him twice. A hand was waved in front of Trevor's face. Dash really out of it. Did he doze off? Nishiki asked, finally returned from his task and breaking Trevor from his daydream. You all right, man? Trevor blinked rapidly. He hadn't even realized what his body was doing. I'm fine, he said, shaking his head. Still felt a bit out of it, the whole birthday thing and now Suzuya messing with him a little. Being reminded of certain things took him out of the moment. God, he missed having his birthday at home. Just thinking is all. Irimi stared at him quietly for a couple of moments before looking to Hinamai. We'll get you some food for the road. But I think it's time for Trevor to get a nap, don't you think? And I think there'll be something waiting for him when he gets back, right? Hey. Nishiki said, blinking. Irimi elbowed him. Oh, right. Yet. Something. Hinamai hopped out of her chair, reaching over to briefly touch Trevor's arm. We'll go home, then. Is that all right, Ani-san? A nap was the last thing he wanted. That meant he'd be alone with his thoughts all over again. But he could still read the mood. Yeah, of course, Trevor answered, sitting up and fishing for his wallet to cover the coffee and sandwich. Irene raised her hand, shaking her head. On the house. Really, I should be paying you for the sandwich. Oh, thanks, he said, blinking a couple times and putting the wallet back. And don't worry about the sandwich. Just part of the responsibility. Irene sighed, smiling at Trevor fondly. All right, Mr. Responsible. I won't give you any money then, if that's what you want. Let me just grab your food real quick. Once the food was packed away, inconspicuous and unlikely to draw any attention, it was given to Trevor. A fair amount, more than he or Hinamai really needed, but Irene assured him to take it. Once they returned to the house, Trevor saw exactly what Irene meant by something waiting. On the couch was a collection of wrapped boxes, and a banner leading across the wall reading Happy Birthday Trevor. They had lost an O somewhere. Atop the boxes, a large card. A Kamen Rider 1, to be specific. On the inside, scrawled in various forms of handwriting. Happy birthday. I hope you're keeping your mind and body busy. Stay strong. Yamo. Before you ask, I did know, I was just playing it up because Hinamai had this thing planned from ages ago. Also, how does it feel to be so old? Ha. Suck on that. Nishiki. As we grow, we take in the wisdom of others. Eventually, it becomes our own. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, Trevor-kun. We'll be here if you need us. From Yashimura. It's amazing who they'll let get to their mid-20s these days. Love is a powerful word, but I'm at the very least fond of you. Irene. What Nishiki said. You're pretty old, but that's fine. Happy birthday, Trevor. Tuka. My one Scourhei continues to grow. As a bonsai, or a wild tree, I cannot tell, but I am certain he will become something magnificent. Ignore Tuka and Nishiki-san. You're not that old. Kuma-senpai. Let's cut to the chase, you already know who is writing this from how great my handwriting is. Who else but Idari could write something so beautiful in your birthday card? Oh, but enough about me. Happy birthday. Come by for a drink sometime, on the house. Idari. Hey. I don't know what to write. How's it going? I'm good. Cool. See you later. Oh, happy birthday. Yuda. Little drawn pictures surrounded the messages. Caricatures of one another, as if they had all tried to draw another member of the group from memory. Some were better than others. In the middle of the right side of the page, the largest of them all, was Trevor. One eye inked black, hair merely outlined with the white of the card filling it, but he was smiling simply with a poorly proportioned, chibi-like body. Beneath it, one last message, handwriting simple but clear. Happy birthday. Thank you for everything. Hinamai. Trevor held the card, staring at the messages and pictures scrawled there. His lips twitched in that way when the face was struggling to capture the emotions in the head. His vision had gotten foggier at some point, and he felt himself blinking rapidly. They hadn't forgotten. His voice was ragged, and he had to clear his throat so it could come out as more than a barely incoherent gravel. Thank you. Small arms wrapped around his front. Hinamai squeezed, as if to remind him that they were both still in the room. That they were both, in that second, alive and okay. That it was fine to be able to celebrate a birthday, despite everything that had happened. Despite it all, there was still that little light that kept on burning. It was like Yamo had said, at the edge of his sanity and the darkest point of his life. Trevor still missed his family more than anything in the world. He missed being able to enjoy his mother's cooking, to laugh with friends and family he'd loved since childhood. But, somehow, he'd managed to fumble his way into something close enough. It wasn't the same, but... He hugged Hinamai tightly back. For now, that was all that mattered.